Red alert! The Jiangnan wormhole has been reactivated, unleashing a cataclysmic species into our world, numbering 20 million. Special alert! Suppression measures have failed, and a calamity-level species has emerged. The scale of this species has reached 30 million. Maximum alert! The wormhole domain is expanding, and an apocalyptic species has appeared. Its numbers have escalated to 50 million. Frontline military report. Frontline military report. The Jiangnan defense line has fallen, and the Zhongzhou fortress has been breached. The species is advancing towards the southwestern defense line. Fellow compatriots of Huaxia, this is the Southwestern Joint Command Center. It is with great regret that I inform you that the line we have desperately defended has ultimately been breached. The power of the species has surpassed our expectations. Our soldiers have suffered grievous losses, and despite our artillery being drenched in blood, we are unable to halt the onslaught. The Joint Command Center anticipates its fall within 10 minutes. The last hope for humanity has been extinguished. Huaxia civilization is on the brink of eternal darkness. Companions, please take a moment to kiss your loved ones, embrace your friends, and bid a final farewell. All personnel at the command center shall fight until the very last moment. Everyone charge. In Huaxia, no one dies on their knees. Kill them all. Kill, kill, kill. Let them perish. Lu Li frantically waved his arms, charging left and right. His once delicate features now twisted in fury as the classroom descended into chaos. Lu Li, have you lost your mind? Stop! The startled history professor exclaimed. Someone restrain him. After a flurry of commotion, several boys combined their efforts to subdue him, locking his throat and pinning his limbs until the frenzied Lu Li was finally forced onto a desk. Don't hold me back. Let me kill. Lu Li shouted, struggling, his face flushed with rage, on the verge of breaking free. This is bad, the professor said anxiously. Quickly, someone help. Good heavens, could the cafeteria's kidneys be that potent? I've trained for 2.5 years in my Kirin strength and can't hold him down. With a collective grunt, the boys increased their strength, finally managing to control the mad Lu Li. After a while, the now mobile Lu Li began to regain some semblance of normalcy. At that moment, the elderly professor was pulling out his phone, dialing emergency services. Their eyes met, and Lu Li was momentarily taken aback. What's happening? Wasn't I fighting the species, Professor? Didn't he die protecting his students? Lu Li, what's wrong? The professor approached with concern, touching Lu Li's forehead and checking his pulse. The warmth of the professor's hand brought Lu Li back to reality. Could it be that I've been reborn? Lu Li thought in astonishment. Get a few boys to take Lu Li to the school infirmary. The professor instructed hurriedly upon seeing Lu Li's silence. Regaining his composure, Lu Li quickly replied, Teacher, I'm fine. I just recalled some unpleasant memories. Are you really okay? Absolutely. Thank you for your concern, teacher. The towering boys finally released him. Now free, Lu Li glanced around the familiar environment and checked his watch. May 10th, 2032, that I've truly been reborn. Lu Li's heart raced. There's still 6 months until the wormhole opens. He took a deep breath, forcefully rubbed his face, striving to control his emotions. Seeing the concerned expressions of his teacher and classmates, he couldn't help but recall the events of his previous life. When the species attacked, nothing remained intact in their wake. The unarmed teachers and students could only submit to the slaughter. As the frail professor extended his withered arms, giving his all yet unable to protect the children behind him. And this was merely the first wave. Due to the suddenness of the event, Huaxia soldiers had expended an entire army group, barely managing to annihilate the first wave of invaders. Yet subsequent assaults grew increasingly ferocious, with the energy levels of the species escalating dramatically. Even though the military and civilians of Huaxia united in their efforts to construct multiple circular defense lines, and the awakened ones fought valiantly at any cost, their efforts proved futile. The sheer number of species was overwhelming. The nuclear bombs deployed only served as catalysts for their evolution. Each opening of the wormhole led to a new massacre. Human strength has its limits, while the species are inexhaustible. All that remains is despair, pure and unrelenting despair. Moreover, behind these species, there may lurk a terrifying hidden hand. Fear not, for if heaven has granted me the chance to live again, I will protect you all and safeguard Huaxia. Be it the species or the hidden hand, you shall all perish. With this thought, Luli declared, "Teacher, I wish to take a leave of absence." What Luli needs now is time. Time. He cannot afford to delay for even a moment longer. 6 months remain. I must race against time. Upon returning to his dormitory, Luli began to feel the urgency. He, Luli, was once the white-clad god of war of Huaxia, the commander of the Awakening Legion, and a superpower at the Celestial Realm. He had single-handedly defended the Jiangnan wormhole's circular defense line, slaying countless species beneath his blade. No one understands the species better than he does. No one comprehends the sudden calamity that has befallen us better than he. The attack patterns of the species, their weaknesses, their energy levels, the rules governing the wormhole's openings armed with this knowledge. He could significantly reduce early casualties and grant Huaxia precious time to prepare. Now, the long-sealed world has quietly begun to crack open, and spiritual energy is starting to revive. Humanity is awakening. With proper guidance, Huaxia's substantial population can produce a sufficient number of awakened individuals. These awakened ones will form the backbone of the resistance against high-level species. As this thought took root, Luli grew increasingly anxious. He must inform the higher-ups immediately. Recalling the contact number from his previous life, Luli felt a surge of hope and quickly retrieved his phone. Just as he was about to complete the number entry, he furrowed his brow. This time is different from the last. Even if he could reach the top, what good would it do? Even with a treasure trove of secrets, lacking some leverage as a bargaining chip would likely result in being dismissed as delusional. Predicting the future to attract attention could be feasible, given the recent bizarre occurrences, but time waits for no one. As Luli grappled with strategies, a series of ethereal electronic announcements resonated in his mind, and a virtual deep blue screen slowly materialized before him. Identity verification complete. Huaxia human race. A Fong number loaded successfully. Host. Luli age. 19 identity. University student awakening level. Level 0 cultivation method. None vehicle. None weapon. None mission. Complete information delivery to higher-ups. Mission reward. 3,000 merit points. Unlock level 1 space. A zone access for A Fong number. Auxiliary items. 2 pieces of classified intelligence. A system. Luli rubbed his eyes vigorously, realizing the screen before him had not vanished. This is real. He felt a surge of excitement, nearly jumping with joy, as his entire being was infused with newfound strength. Calming his thoughts, he quickly clicked on the auxiliary items option marked with a question mark, classified intelligence. 1. Complete blueprint for the B-3 stealth bomber from the beautiful nation. Classified intelligence 2. Blueprint for a commercial-grade, controllable nuclear fusion device. Chapter 2. The mysterious email. I must see him within 4 hours. Luli's eyes widened in disbelief. Such explosive news? The significance of this leverage is beyond measure. Although China's stealth fighter jets stand at the forefront of the world, the long-anticipated H-30 still lies beneath a shroud of secrecy. The value of the B-3 blueprint is unimaginable. Moreover, the commercial controllable nuclear fusion device blueprint represents a true game-changer. With it, China would possess nearly limitless energy. Armed with such power, China is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the world, soaring through the stars and oceans. Realizing the gravity of this information, Luli hastily communicated with the A Fong system. System, is there any way to transmit these 2 pieces of intelligence to my mobile phone? Executing command. Linking to China and Oppo's internet. Transmission in progress. Transmission complete. Luli watched as the penguin icon on his phone blinked twice, immediately grasping the situation. He skillfully opened the penguin email, entered a familiar email address, and proceeded to attach the 2 classified intelligence documents. In the body of the email, Luli solemnly included his mobile number. With a decisive press of the send button, a sequence of signals vital to China's future traversed mountains and rivers at the speed of light, arriving at a heavily guarded office building in Yunjing City. Inside the aged office, a sprightly elder with graying hair was diligently attending to his affairs. Suddenly, the email notification on the military computer caught his attention. You have new mail. The elder instinctively glanced, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, quickly followed by a grave expression. He had never seen this email address before. It was known only to a select few, and the address had undergone multiple layers of encryption. How could a stranger possibly send him an email? Could the system have been compromised? Absolutely not. This was China's most secure confidential system. Even if the supercomputing center of a foreign nation were to attempt it, it would take years to breach this firewall. Then, how terrifying must the sender's methods be? With this thought, the elder's brows furrowed sharply, and he decisively pressed the emergency communication button on the desk. Shortly, several top data experts entered, carrying specialized equipment. After listening to the elder's brief instructions, the data experts swiftly severed all external connections to the computer, then activated a specialized analysis device to begin data takeover. Amidst the rapid tapping of fingers, Lu Li's sent email was relayed to the analysis terminal. Top secret. The two startling words appeared before their eyes. The elder's expression shifted slightly, and he calmly instructed, continue. The data expert's fingers trembled slightly as he cautiously opened the email attachment. Despite knowing they had achieved physical isolation, the bizarre nature of the situation still instilled a sense of tension. The elder and several data experts held their breath as the contents of the attachment slowly unfolded. The complete blueprint of the American B-3 stealth bomber? How could this be possible? The elder stared incredulously at the screen, snatching the mouse from the data expert. He zoomed in for a closer look. This seemed genuine. Before long, the elder's shoulders began to tremble uncontrollably, gazing at the densely packed parameters detailing every component of the B-3 stealth bomber. He, who had always prided himself on remaining unfazed, found himself for the first time overwhelmed with emotion. Years of military service had made him acutely sensitive to equipment specifications, and he was already 80 certain. Regaining his composure, the elder excitedly opened the second blueprint, the commercial controllable nuclear fusion device blueprint. This. The elder could hardly believe it, repeatedly pressing F5 to refresh the screen. How could this be? The very thing that China had longed for. The very thing that countless scientists had toiled over without success, presented so brazenly before him? Though he remained skeptical, the detailed and mind-boggling parameters offered no room for doubt. New composite materials, innovative ignition methods. Just the sight of it was astonishing. Who possessed such immense capability? From where did they obtain these blueprints? It was imperative to immediately verify the authenticity of these documents. Gazing at the phone number left in the email body, the elder suppressed his excitement and commanded sternly, inform the military, the Central Research Institute, and the Weapons Research Institute to convene an urgent secret meeting at once. Furthermore, no matter the means, I want to see him within 4 hours. Yes. In the dormitory, Lu Li, who had sent the email, was rapidly processing information. After a moment of contemplation, he began furiously typing on the keyboard, crafting the bestiary of extraterrestrial species. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. This truth has remained unchanged in China for millennia. He resolved to utilize his memories from a past life to compile detailed intelligence on extraterrestrial species as swiftly as possible. The bestiary would be richly illustrated, ensuring even elementary school students could comprehend it. The book would categorize extraterrestrial beings by energy levels, meticulously detailing each type's appearance, tonnage, height, and listing their attack methods and weaknesses. Ultimately, this bestiary would be distributed to the military and every citizen of China. With this invaluable information, China would gain an unparalleled advantage in the early stages against other nations. Just as Lu Li's fingers flew over the keyboard, an ominous rumble of aircraft engines echoed from outside. 3 Dragon-class armed helicopters approached swiftly, circling the campus airspace with their sleek, dark bodies. The thunderous roar of the massive engines reverberated throughout the campus, stirring up clouds of dust and making it impossible to see. Students leaned out of their windows, captivated by the spectacle. Look, Dragon-class armed helicopters, the most advanced in China. Wow, I'm so excited to see one in person for the first time. This commotion can't be for a fugitive, can it? Curious students pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Amidst the crowd's astonished murmurs, several state-of-the-art armored assault vehicles stormed into the campus, barreling towards the dormitory where Lu Li resided. The armored vehicles screeched to a halt outside the dormitory entrance, and 3 teams of heavily armed special forces swiftly disembarked, taking up strategic positions. At this moment, Lu Li had changed into a white outfit and made his way downstairs. The dormitory supervisor, seeing the commotion, hurriedly grabbed Lu Li's arm. Young man, stop. Don't go adding to the chaos. Lu Li chuckled reassuringly. It's all right, Auntie. They're here for me. The supervisor blinked in confusion. The lead special forces commander, towering at 2 meters tall, clad in black tactical gear and wearing a wolf-tooth mask, exuded a fierce aura. He quickly locked onto Lu Li, lowered his weapon, and approached with 2 team members. "Mr. Lu, please come with us." Lu Li maintained his composure, casting a calm glance at the Special Forces commander before nodding. "Let us go. I understand your purpose." The commander was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered someone so unflustered under such circumstances, especially a mere youth. "Lu Li?" At that moment, a girl recognized him, letting out a shriek. "Oh my God! What has he done?" "Don't say that. From what I know, even if he had committed a crime, it wouldn't amount to the cost of these fuel expenses. I have heard that he lost his composure in the previous 2 classes. Could it be?" Various bizarre speculations began to spread. Lu Li, unfazed by the oddities, directly entered the Valiant armored assault vehicle. "The guests have been received and are en route to Air Force Base Number 5, over." "Acknowledged." The J-21 fighter jet has taken off. Chapter 3. Engaging the Galactic Supercomputer Matrix for immediate verification. During the time Lu Li was escorted to Beijing, a clandestine underground facility in northern China unexpectedly elevated its defense alert to the highest level. A battalion of troops was urgently deployed to the vicinity of the base under the guise of a drill. Numerous new fighter jets roared into the skies, patrolling an aerial expanse of 1,000 kilometers. Several military satellites were hastily activated, continuously scanning the areas surrounding the base. Within the underground command center, senior military officials from the Chinese armed forces gradually arrived. For the sake of confidentiality, only 1 copy of the B-3 bomber schematics and the controllable nuclear fusion blueprints had been printed. This is truly alarming. The complete schematics of the B-3 bomber from the United States? Who managed to acquire this? An Air Force commander's eyes widened in astonishment as he gasped. He immediately recognized the immense value of this document. With it, not only could China's H-30 combat capability be significantly enhanced, but crucially, with these parameters, wouldn't Chinese radar be able to effortlessly track this so-called global weapon? Instantly, the towering Air Force commander's face flushed with excitement, unwilling to relinquish his grasp on the document. Upon hearing that it was the schematics of an American aircraft, and the most classified model at that, the other commanders turned pale. They surged forward, eager to catch a glimpse. "Hey, stop jostling. You don't even understand bombers. I haven't finished examining it," the Air Force commander exclaimed, savoring the details of the schematics while using his height to shield it from his colleagues. "Hand it over. You've had it for 5 minutes." One of the commanders protested, rolling up his sleeves in preparation to snatch it away. "I need it. My Navy is also planning to mount bombers on ships." A naval commander, slender yet determined, managed to squeeze into the fray. The once formidable presence of the senior commanders was now replaced by a scene of fervent competition. As they surrounded a spacious conference table, their faces flushed with the struggle for the right to view a single aircraft schematic. Just then, senior figures from the Central Research Institute and the Weapons Research Institute arrived. "All right, everyone, cease this commotion. Pass it to Old Tang for verification," the elder exclaimed, halting the ruckus as the researchers arrived. Upon seeing the institute's director, Tang He, the previously boisterous commanders suddenly became as obedient as children. "Director Tang, take a look at this. I believe with high certainty that it is authentic," one commander said eagerly. Tang He, the chief designer of China's bombers and the leading scientist at Longfei Group, had devoted 3 decades of tireless effort to ensure that China could swiftly possess its own stealth fighters and bombers. The commanders held deep respect for this venerable figure, not daring to act out of line. At that moment, Tang He was equally impatient. Upon receiving the elder's brief notification, he had hastily set aside his research and rushed over. Adjusting his reading glasses and wielding a magnifying glass, he approached swiftly, scrutinizing the B-3 schematics with wide eyes. The more he examined, the more astonished he became. The details were astonishingly precise. Parameters for the fire control systems, flight control systems, auxiliary power units, and even the length of every power connection wire and the dimensions of each screw were meticulously listed, with a wealth of electronic device parameters densely packed. And combining this with information acquired through special channels alongside his extensive research experience, Tang He finally removed his glasses, trembling as he surveyed the crowd. "It is indeed real." Without a doubt. Thunderous applause erupted in the command center, the battle-hardened commanders clapping like children, their palms reddened with excitement. Acquiring this bomber schematic is truly a great fortune for China. We cherish peace, but to safeguard our nation, we must seize every advantage. Indeed, Our H-30 must undergo immediate targeted improvements. Those arrogant Americans, mark my words, I shall render their B-3 bomber obsolete. As the military commanders were swept away in their exhilaration, the expert team from the Central Institute was concurrently engaged in the urgent verification of another set of schematics. Compared to the previous document, this one represented a far greater weapon. If authentic, it would eliminate China's energy concerns entirely. The overall device design bore resemblance to a tokamak, yet many details had been optimized, with a size merely 1/10 that of traditional designs. Director Chen Tiannan of the Central Institute adjusted his reading glasses and turned to the second page. Upon reading the first line regarding the material description, his eyes widened in disbelief. Based on the simulated energy flow of stars, utilizing the hidden atomic properties found in nature, a new type of composite material has been created? Is there truly hidden atomic properties in nature? According to the document, manufacturing such materials didn't seem overly complex. My goodness, if this is true, the scientific community will be revolutionized. Chen Tiannan gasped, his heartbeat quickening as he continued to read. The pages were filled with dense formulas and experimental data, causing him to tremble with anticipation. His years of research experience indicated that this could very well be legitimate. Controllable nuclear fusion has always been challenging due to material constraints, facing temperatures exceeding millions of degrees. If the material dilemma is resolved, mature controllable nuclear fusion technology would no longer be a mere fantasy. Chen Tiannan quivered as he pored over the schematics, which had the potential to upend conventional scientific understanding. After a long pause, he tremblingly set the document down and turned to the elder seated at the forefront. Your Excellency, I need to verify this immediately. Upon witnessing Chen Tiannan's fervent demeanor, the elder responded without hesitation. Chen, tell me what you need to proceed. I shall fully cooperate. Your Excellency, I request access to the galactic supercomputer matrix to promptly verify the schematic data. Chen Tiannan declared emphatically. Very well, contact the supercomputer center. The elder commanded decisively. Even though he was aware that the galactic matrix supercomputer center was engaged in a highly significant task at that moment, the urgency of the situation overshadowed all else. What task could possibly rival the significance of controllable nuclear fusion technology? With it, China would truly soar to new heights. Before long, the supercomputer center received the verification task. The researchers, each a national treasure, were momentarily stunned but quickly set to work, inputting the schematic data into the matrix. Models of the controllable nuclear fusion devices and composite materials, precisely matching the schematics, were swiftly constructed. With a flurry of keystrokes, the colossal galactic supercomputer matrix flickered to life, its immense computational power beginning to process data at an astonishing speed. In the underground command center, everyone present at the supercomputer matrix held their breath, anxiously awaiting the results of the calculations. Time ticked away, and the tension mounted as everyone clenched their fists, their palms growing sweaty. The discovery of fire by Swearin brought the first spark of civilization to China. The advent of mature controllable nuclear fusion technology would ignite the second flame of civilization. If this endeavor materializes, China would not only be liberated from energy constraints, but would also evade the excruciating grip of external dependence. Moreover, the technological advancement of China would ascend to unprecedented heights. With access to affordable energy, various high-energy projects could immediately commence. From supercomputing centers larger than the galactic matrix to quantum computing initiatives, all could be launched. Simultaneously, the enhancement of computational power would feed back into industry, enabling the realization of theoretical supermaterials and dramatically increasing the efficiency of various production tools. At that moment, a high-tech agricultural skyscraper, utilizing artificial light sources, can yield a continuous flow of agricultural production, enabling limited land to sustain countless populations. The enhancement of efficiency will liberate the nation from the perennial woes of food scarcity. Moreover, due to its low operational costs, the industrial output of this nation is destined to ascend to the zenith of global standings, allowing millions of its citizens to relish a life of elevated standards. At that juncture, the nation will possess greater energy and capability to devote to scientific research. The cascading effects of controllable nuclear fusion technology will undoubtedly propel fields such as dynamics and astronautics into unprecedented advancements. The aspiration to traverse the cosmos will transcend mere beginnings. In this moment, everyone feels as though time has never moved so slowly. They yearn for swiftness and even greater speed to unveil the results. Finally, after a protracted, anxious wait of nearly an hour, the galactic matrix, having undergone numerous cycles of computation, erupted in a dazzling flash of light, illuminating every indicator. On the vast screen of the supercomputing center, a line of Chinese characters, ablaze with fervent flames, abruptly materialized. Chapter 4. The matrix calculation is accurate. Contributions from students? The computational results are flawless, validated by the 99th computation of the galaxy matrix. The manufacturing plan for composite materials has been approved, the drawings are accurate, and the results are correct. An ethereal electronic announcement resonates through the air. At this moment, in the command center and matrix center, everyone's necks have stiffened. Upon hearing this exhilarating outcome, all remain motionless, tears of joy silently streaming down their faces. Good. After a lengthy pause, a young researcher leads the applause with a resounding cheer. Good. Everyone erupts into an excited ovation. The thunderous applause reverberates throughout the underground space, echoing endlessly. All the warriors and researchers are so overwhelmed that they can barely articulate their emotions, embracing each other with the glee of children. It's real. It's truly real. Elder Chen Tianan's eyes glisten with tears as he murmurs to himself. Elder Chen, it is indeed real. Our Huaxia has achieved mature, controllable nuclear fusion technology. Is Huaxia's resurgence finally at hand? Elder Tang, he clenches his fists, his voice trembling with emotion. Time passes, and the crowd gradually regains composure. They turn eagerly towards the elder at the forefront, impatient to commence the next phase of work. Based on the information at hand, each department must mobilize personnel immediately, the elder commands with a somber tone. The Weapons Research Institute, the Huaxia H-30 project, is to undergo targeted adjustments without delay. The Central Research Institute, I expect to see the first commercial prototype of controllable nuclear fusion within 3 days. You have full authority to allocate the necessary resources without needing further approval. Elder Tang, Elder Chun, we appreciate your efforts. The sooner, the better, the elders reply, waving their hands dismissively. The elder nods, then surveys the crowd, his expression turning icy. This matter is classified. Anyone who dares to leak information will face severe consequences. Yes. The crowd replies in unison. In truth, they need no reminder. When it comes to issues that pertain to national destiny, should anyone fail to guard their tongues, they would personally take up arms to eliminate traitors. Huaxia holds a deep disdain for those who betray their own. At that moment, as discussions of relevant details continue in the command center, the elder's dedicated mobile phone receives a text. A guest is about to arrive. A smile graces his lips as he looks up at the crowd and announces, I forgot to mention, the provider of these 2 drawings is a student, who will be arriving shortly. Let us meet this hero of Huaxia. Before he finishes speaking, the prominent figures can hardly contain their excitement. The provider of the drawings? A student? How could a student have access to intelligence regarding controllable nuclear fusion technology, something the scientific community has struggled to comprehend? How did he manage it? Their initial reaction is one of astonishment, though skepticism remains subdued. After all, such matters are not to be taken lightly. While the eminent figures converse animatedly, an armed Shenlong helicopter, escorted by several J-21 stealth fighters, gracefully lands at the base's outer airstrip. The heavy cargo door swings open, and Lu Li confidently descends from the helicopter, greeted by the familiar scent of the battlefield. Boom, boom. Within the expansive training area, fighter jets roar and artillery blazes. The billowing dust, the thunderous roar of armored tanks, and the deafening sounds of live fire evoke memories of Lu Li's past life, momentarily engulfing him in a fierce atmosphere reminiscent of countless battles. The Special Operations Team leader suddenly senses something amiss. Startled, he glances at Lu Li, but finds nothing unusual. At this moment, Lu Li has already severed his thoughts. He turns to the Special Operations Team leader, who will soon shine brilliantly, and smiles. Captain Gu, let us proceed. The team leader stands frozen in place. How does he know my name? Apart from a select few within our ranks, no one is aware of my true identity. Who is he? Before the team leader can regain his bearings, Lu Li strides ahead unaccompanied, navigating effortlessly through the military base. Lu Li arrives at an inconspicuous building on the surface. Observing Lu Li's ease, akin to returning home, Gu Chengyuan feels a surge of astonishment. Guided by the base's security personnel through multiple checkpoints, Lu Li finally reaches the innermost sanctum. With a rumble, The massive blast-proof doors of the command center slowly open. The prominent figures hold their breath, craning their necks to see what this mysterious student looks like. Upon seeing Lu Li's youthful visage, their eyes widen in disbelief. So young. He truly embodies a student-esque demeanor. Lu Li walks in, meeting their astonished gazes with calm composure, slightly bowing in respect. I am Lu Li, a junior. Honored to meet all of you. At this moment, he holds no military rank, allowing for a more relaxed demeanor. Excellent, excellent. Young and talented. Witnessing Lu Li's unassuming confidence, the elder bursts into hearty laughter, his eyes filled with admiration. He sheds his usual sternness, firmly grasping Lu Li's hand. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the individual I mentioned earlier, the provider of the B-3 bomber and controllable nuclear fusion drawings, a student from Jiangnan University of Science and Technology. Lu Li, young man. Thank you for your contributions to Huaxia. The elder's voice is powerful and heartfelt. As Lu Li gazes at the elder's gray hair, he is flooded with emotions, recalling the memories of his past life. This elder, though not an awakened one, stands resolutely on the front lines against the otherworldly threats. He has led Huaxiao's soldiers time and again to eradicate foes near the wormholes, safeguarding millions of Huaxia citizens. Even in the direst moments, he never wavered. Lu Li feels an overwhelming respect for this elder. Country leader, this is what I ought to do, Lu Li replies earnestly. Excellent, excellent. Please, have a seat. The elder gestures for Lu Li to sit, sighing in admiration. He then clasps his hands together on the table and closes his eyes briefly in contemplation. After a moment, he looks at Lu Li and speaks solemnly. Young man, could you share how you obtained these two drawings? Lu Li slowly shakes his head, responding earnestly. I'm afraid I cannot explain this matter at present. However, I have something even more pressing to report to you. Please proceed, the elder nods. Lu Li organizes his thoughts, scanning the room, and speaks in a grave tone. What I am about to disclose may exceed everyone's imagination. I urge you all to prepare yourselves mentally. Chapter 5. How is this possible? Deploy the Wu Gang lunar rover. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up their ears. Today, on November 10th, 6 months later, our great nation of Huaxia is about to face a calamity. What? A calamity for Huaxia? Several seasoned warriors sprang to their feet, exclaiming, Young man, can you take responsibility for your words? Such statements should not be made lightly, given the current strength of Huaxia. Unless a meteor strikes or nuclear weapons are exchanged, I can assure you that this is not merely a disaster for Huaxia, but a catastrophe for all humanity. Lu Li spoke with utmost certainty. The elder's brow furrowed. If such words had been uttered by anyone else, he might have dismissed them. However, Lu Li was different. He had brought forth controllable nuclear fusion, a breakthrough capable of altering the very blueprint of the future. Thus, the situation was far from simple. Could it be that the clowns from the West were truly up to no good? What kind of calamity could this possibly be? The elder asked solemnly. Lu Li abruptly rose and strode to the massive military sand table in the hall, declaring with gravity, a wormhole has opened, and an alien invasion is imminent. He brandished the command baton, sweeping it in a circular motion over a designated area, proclaiming that it would become a desolate wasteland. What? A wormhole? How is this conceivable? Several warriors leaped to their feet in astonishment. Does something that exists only in theory truly exist? Aliens? What are they? The prominent figures gazed at Lu Li in disbelief. Indeed, our world has begun to transform into something unfamiliar. Lu Li stated with a serious tone, the energy of transmission has already started to revive. And some humans have begun to awaken, gaining extraordinary powers. Yet, with this awakening comes an endless array of disasters. Unknown creatures from the depths of the cosmos, referred to as aliens, have established a connection with our realm through inscrutable means, continuously flooding into various parts of the world via wormholes. The wormhole opening on our Huaxia soil has a diameter of a staggering 600 kilometers. Upon hearing this, the hot-tempered Air Force general could no longer contain himself. He bellowed, Young man, regardless of how you learned this, if they are biological entities, we shall boil them in a cauldron of steel soup. Indeed, our long-range artillery and howitzers can bury them at any moment. The artillery general echoed in agreement. Lu Li slowly shook his head. If these beings are such that even heavy penetrating missiles cannot harm them, this is impossible. As long as they are carbon-based life forms. The irate general refused to believe it, dismissing it as mere conjecture. Nothing is impossible. Lu Li sighed, reminding them that humanity, and even Blue Star itself, is but a grain of sand in this boundless universe. Surely, you have heard of the insectoids depicted in films. Aliens are a species even more perilous than the insectoids. Their essence is solely that of slaughter. They are bloodthirsty, and their flesh is tougher than steel. No one knows where they originate from or who controls them. Luli paused, then turned his gaze toward the elder. Regarding the revival of energy and the awakening of humanity, I believe you might have some inkling. The elder's expression shifted, realizing that Luli knew far more than he had anticipated. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Are you suggesting? Yes. The 3 elite warriors who emerged from Huaxiao this year. Just last year, they were indistinguishable from the crowd, yet within a mere year, during the grand competition, one single warrior toppled 100 martial kings. How can such an anomaly be explained? Furthermore, the supernatural events that have transpired across the nation in the past year. I suspect that the Life Sciences Institute under Elder Chun has already begun related research. They simply have yet to uncover the cause. Calmly, Luli continued, casting a glance at the Central Research Institute's elder, Chen Tiannan. The old man's expression changed subtly, thinking to himself, how does this young man know of such matters? Yet he nodded in agreement. Indeed, some peculiar incidents have increasingly diverged from the tracks of science. Upon hearing this, the elder fell silent for a moment, his expression growing grave beneath his gray hair. He fixed an intense gaze on Lu Li and demanded, I require more evidence. Can you tell me how you came to know all of this? Lu Li slightly closed his eyes. It was not that he was unwilling to trust these elite figures. In his previous life, none of them had ever faltered, all perishing in the line of duty. However, this matter pertained to the millennia-long destiny of Huaxia, and thus he could not afford to be careless. Having been reborn, circumstances had changed, and no one could guarantee what the future held. Hence, his secrets must remain undisclosed. Lu Li toyed with the command baton, having anticipated this inquiry. He was adequately prepared. The moon holds the evidence I require. I request the deployment of the Wu Gang lunar rover. Lu Li suddenly opened his eyes wide. Connect me to the Celestial Control Center. Upon hearing this, the elder raised an eyebrow and commanded loudly, deploy the Wu Gang. Understood. Moments later, the screen shifted to show the Wu Gang lunar rover, diligently patrolling within a massive lunar crater. The vast visuals and data were being continuously transmitted in real time to the Celestial Control Center through the rover's sensitive sensors. The crater spanned over 9,000 square kilometers, filled with an array of rocks of various sizes, resembling peaks and ridges. Previously, several nations' probes had explored this crater without uncovering any anomalies. However, after Lu Li's preliminary setup, the desolate and silent visuals on the screen took on an inexplicable eeriness. What is happening? Why do these rocks evoke such a strange sensation? I feel the same. Lu Li nodded affirmatively, approached the largest rock formation and initiate cutting operations. Soon, the Wu Gang received the command from the center, swiftly adjusting its position to halt before the towering rock formation exceeding 1 kilometer in height. Subsequently, the mechanical arm of the Wu Gang extended cautiously, and the cutting tool at its tip began to whir rapidly. Upon magnifying the view, the anticipated sparks of collision did not materialize. The sharp saw blade effortlessly stripped away a considerable section of the so-called rock. Observing this, Lu Li spoke in a low voice. The answer will soon be revealed. No sooner had he spoken than the specialized saw blade, as if cutting through steel, erupted into a dazzling display of sparks, abruptly halting its high-speed rotation, unable to penetrate further. Due to the transfer of kinetic energy, the rocky materials adhered to the surface of the towering formation began to tumble down. Before long, as the dust settled, a slender limb exhibiting unmistakable biological characteristics emerged in the real-time footage. Chapter 6. Terrifying Remains on the Moon. A dreadful future. What is this? Is this a life form? The prominent figures gasped in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. Who could have imagined that extraterrestrial life not only exists but is so close, right on the moon? Quickly, release the flying vehicles and sweep the surface at the fastest speed, the elder commanded with urgency. As the order was given, the tool compartment of the Wu Gang vessel trembled, and several intelligent flying machines were swiftly deployed, each occupying the optimal positions. Equipped with drilling and cutting tools, they collaborated with the May lunar rover's mechanical arms, significantly enhancing operational efficiency. Half an hour later, as the dust settled, a grotesquely colossal corpse emerged on the command center and Oppo's massive screen, evoking gasps of horror from all present. What manner of monster is this? The distinguished figures turned pale. nearly screaming in terror. The enormous form filled the entire screen, forcing the flying machines of the Wu Gang to retreat for a better view. On the screen, the massive corpse, drenched in crimson, was positioned on its knees. Its appearance bore a resemblance to a human, with 6 legs and 2 arms, while 3 hair-like tentacles hung from its head. A monstrous eye protruded grotesquely from its vast abdomen. Standing height, it exceeded 700 meters, and if it were upright, it would undoubtedly surpass 1,000 meters. This terrifying corpse, simply standing still, exuded an unassailable aura. Its body, riddled with tumors, extended 2 arms, each an astonishing 300 meters in length. One arm was serrated while the other bore a glimmering blade. A 40-meter-long sword seemed trivial in comparison. Its gaping maw, deep enough to swallow an entire room, bore sharp teeth stained with remnants of flesh and blood, sending chills through onlookers. Although deceased, its hideous head retained a grimace, as if it were still snarling. Those 2 pallid eyes, larger than a room, greedily fixated on the direction of the blue planet, as if eyeing a sumptuous feast. What a pair of eyes they were! Cold, bloodthirsty, cruel, and merciless. A single glance sent shivers down everyone's spines, their skin prickling with goosebumps. A chill surged from their feet to the crown of their heads, causing the temperature in the command center to plummet drastically. What beast could possibly hold a candle to such a creature? Even the so-called Godzilla would seem like an infant before this horror. How could such a being exist in this world? Even seasoned warriors, accustomed to life and death, nearly collapsed in shock. Even the well-informed Elder Chun could only mutter to himself at that moment. Could it be that the entire crater is filled with such entities? A warrior asked, his voice trembling with disbelief. Yes, Luli stated decisively. His confidence stemmed from the knowledge that after otherworldly beings descended upon the blue planet in his previous life, the Celestial Surveillance Center granted the Wu Gang vessel full autonomous permissions before abandoning it. Subsequently, the Wu Gang inadvertently uncovered the secrets of the crater and autonomously transmitted images back. As Luli had surmised, time passed amidst a tense atmosphere. The surface of the rocks in the crater began to peel away, revealing horrifying corpses of various sizes. Test the surface strength. Initialize the drill bit. Maximum power. Luli commanded sternly. The drill on the Wu Gang's mechanical arm began to spin at high speed, lunging towards the grotesque, bumpy surface of the monster. The drill operated at maximum power, and even in the vacuum of space, everyone seemed to hear a sound akin to teeth grinding. However, no matter how hard the Wu Gang tried, the titanium alloy drill failed to penetrate even a fraction, leaving only small white marks. This material is impervious to even titanium alloy specialized drill bits. What is this substance? What are their bodily tissues made of? How resilient must their bones be? How could such beings exist? This defied reason. Elder Chun of the Central Research Institute nearly lost his balance. The excitement from acquiring controllable nuclear fusion technology had long since faded. As the head of the Central Research Institute and a national treasure-level scientist of China, he deeply felt the terror of this creature. Lu Li, sensing his distress, quickly extended a hand to assist him in sitting down. Young man, tell me, Elder Chun gasped, his voice trembling. How did they appear on the moon? Are they truly heading for the blue planet next? If such beings were to emerge on the blue planet, it would spell disaster for China and all of humanity. Perhaps a small number could be dealt with, but if they are endless? No. Even if a mere 10 or so appeared, the entirety of China, the entire blue planet. Yes, fear gripped him. He feared for China's peril. He feared for the fall of the 9 provinces. Alas, Elder Chun. Lu Li gently patted his back, worried that the elder might succumb to the shock. To lose a national hero before a battle would be a grave loss for China. Once Elder Chun regained his composure, Lu Li picked up the command baton and strode to the large screen, pointing at the image and speaking solemnly. As you can see, this so-called crater spanning over 9,000 square kilometers is not a crater at all. What is it? A warrior asked nervously. A wormhole. Lu Li replied in a low voice. This is the result of energy overflow from an activated wormhole, which caused the ground to collapse. The corpses on the screen are the otherworldly beings I previously mentioned. This may have been a failed connection test years ago, mistakenly pinpointing the location to the moon. And 6 months later. At this point, Lu Li paused, observing the stunned expressions of those around him. What is their number? What is their strength? The elder asked, his expression grave. Lu Li lowered his voice. The otherworldly beings can be classified by their energy levels from minor to catastrophic, disaster level, catastrophe level, calamity level, natural disaster level, cataclysm level, and annihilation level. The scale of these beings exceeds millions, perhaps even tens of millions. Their speed and strength are astonishing. A disaster level being the size of a lion could effortlessly demolish a main battle tank, and only a direct hit from a large-caliber artillery shell could inflict effective damage. As for those towering over 1,000 meters, conventional firepower would be utterly ineffective against them. The distinguished figures collectively gasped in horror. If this is the case, must we resort to nuclear weapons, humanity's ultimate weapon? But using such a weapon on our own soil is tantamount to suicide. Lu Li seemed to discern their thoughts, and he stated gravely, resorting to nuclear weapons is a dead end. Setting aside the fact that this is our homeland, nuclear radiation would catalyze the evolution of these beings. And within a fortnight, their power would escalate. What is most concerning is that behind these bloodthirsty monsters, there may very well be an unseen hand orchestrating it all. Chapter 7. The Catastrophe Defense Command, codename Great Wall Vigil. Upon hearing this, the room was instantly enveloped in a cold sweat, the warriors trembling with apprehension. The existence of kilometer-level aberrations was such that even nuclear weapons proved ineffectual. If such monstrosities were already so formidable, what terror lurked behind them? Had matters escalated to this dire extent? Many warriors began to pale visibly. As military commanders, they were not afraid, having long since brushed aside the specter of death. Whatever the aberration or monster, if they could not be vanquished, death was the only outcome. Yet, what of the billions of compatriots behind them? What fate awaited them? An elder, with disheveled hair and a beard, suddenly turned to Lu Li and said, Lu Li, since you have come to this place, I trust it is not merely to relay information. Share your thoughts. Lu Li solemnly nodded, his gaze unwavering as he addressed the assembly. We are not without hope. We have 6 months. We can construct a circular steel fortress. Although conventional firepower proves ineffective against advanced aberrations, it remains highly effective against lesser ones. The wormhole opens every 2 months. If we can eliminate one batch, we can secure precious time for recovery. We possess controllable nuclear fusion technology. Given sufficient time, we can develop weapons that will instill despair in our enemies. But what if the aberrations come from other nations? Our borders stretch for thousands of kilometers. A warrior interjected with a roar. Lu Li shook his head in firm denial. According to the intelligence we have, at least the first 5 waves will spare our borders. However, I cannot guarantee that unforeseen events will not occur thereafter. It seems our borders are shielded by a unique barrier that prevents aberrations from breaching them. Regardless of what lies ahead, every additional preparation grants China a better chance. If we can cultivate enough awakened individuals to form a legion, we are not without our odds. Our backing is the billions of Chinese compatriots. At this juncture, Lu Li raised his voice. Can awakened individuals truly contend with advanced aberrations? The elder inquired, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Absolutely, Lu Li asserted emphatically. Once sufficient awakening is attained, a kilometer-high aberration can be vanquished with a single strike. As for the dark forces that may be orchestrating these events, we are a multitude, and our awakened legions are countless. United as one, we shall overcome all adversaries. Good. The elder slammed his hand on the table and rose. He coldly regarded the images of aberrations flashing across the screen. After a moment of contemplation, as if having made a momentous decision, he turned decisively. Issue the command. Establish the Chinese Awakening Legion Combat Command and the Catastrophe Defense Command. Vice Commander, Lu Li. Bestow upon Lu Li the rank of 1-star warrior and appoint him as the commander of the Awakening Legion. The orders will be dispatched immediately. Initiate the highest emergency protocols and execute the operation to save China, codename Great Wall Vigil. From this moment forth, all significant actions will be planned by Lu Li, and the Catastrophe Defense Joint Command will vote on their implementation. Once a plan is approved, all departments must comply unconditionally and obey Lu Li's command. All resources and manpower will be at Lu Li's disposal. Grant Lu Li the authority to act as he sees fit, wherever he goes and whatever he does. No prior approval is necessary. Understood. The crowd responded in unison, without a single dissenting voice. The elder's gaze was one of profound foresight. He chose to place his unwavering trust in Lu Li. Only in this manner could the young man's potential be maximized. He believed that Lu Li could shoulder the weight of reversing their dire circumstances. The future of China depended on him. Having issued the orders, the elder turned to Lu Li, his eyes blazing with intensity. Lu Li, the fate of China rests in your hands. Your burden is heavy. Yes, rest assured. I shall give my all, even if it means sacrificing myself. I will not fail our great nation. Lu Li managed to suppress his inner excitement, rendering a solemn military salute. Very well, I believe in you. The elder, with his somewhat rugged hand, returned the salute with gravity. With such a talent among us, China is fortunate. The elder felt a surge of emotion, then continued, do not hold back. Pursue your vision boldly. Yes. Lu Li saluted once more and turned to leave. As he watched Lu Li depart, the elder's gentle demeanor transformed into one of steely resolve. Issue the command. The Phantom Special Brigade is to deploy immediately and provide 24-hour protection for Lu Li. I do not wish to hear of any unexpected incidents. The Air Force shall mobilize at once to escort state leaders and generals of one-star rank and above to the capital for an emergency conference tomorrow. Mobilize the heavy armored 1st and 2nd Divisions to advance to the capital. The entire army will enter a state of covert readiness, and the aircraft carrier battle group will conclude its rest and prepare for combat. Yes. As Lu Li exited the base, he promptly contacted his old professor at the university to request an extended leave of absence. He could no longer afford to focus on his studies. Being solitary and unencumbered, he chose to reside in a solitary courtyard in the heart of the city, as the elder had arranged, to ensure his peace of mind during his work and for convenience during wartime. However, Lu Li declined this offer, opting instead for a residence in the outskirts of Yunjing City. There, atop Tianji Peak, the highest point in Yunjing, permanent fortifications were established, making it an ideal command center for the Awakening Legion. Lu Li despised the clamor of the city. He needed to maintain a clear and undistracted mind to confront the impending crisis. Additionally, he had further concerns. Should his identity be exposed, it could lead to unforeseen dangers. The neighborhood he inhabited was not safe. He did not wish to see the citizens of China suffer additional casualties due to him. Upon learning of Lu Li's thoughts, the elder regarded this young man, who bore the future of China, with even greater esteem. He immediately issued orders to enhance the comfort of the living conditions in the fortifications to the utmost extent. This young man must not suffer any indignities. In the outskirts of Yunjing City, the towering Tianji Peak rose majestically, its summit broad and level. A steel and concrete structure occupying several acres stood proudly atop, offering a panoramic view of the entire Yunjing. Lu Li, driving a Dongfeng warrior, sped along the winding mountain road and soon reached the halfway point. On the mountain road, groups of tourists were merrily ascending, chatting, and laughing. Upon seeing the imposing military vehicle adorned with military plates, many enthusiastically waved their arms in greeting. Noticing this, Lu Li gently eased his speed. Wow, what a cool car. Mommy, I want to ride in that kind of car too. A little girl with a ponytail exclaimed. Bouncing forward, her mother smiled as she pulled her back. Oh, dear, the brother is on official duty. Do not disturb him. Lu Li chuckled softly, halting the vehicle and stepping out. Come, let brother give you a hug. With a gentle laugh, he scooped her up and pinched her cheek, saying, when you grow up and join the army, you too can drive such a cool car like brother. Really? Brother, please don't lie to me. The little girl replied earnestly. Lying is for puppies. She exclaimed, Mommy, when I grow up, I want to join the army. The girl shouted excitedly to her mother. That's right, my little girl. Serving the country is commendable, her mother smiled back. As tourists gathered around, Lu Li glanced at the distant sky and declared loudly, I apologize, everyone, but due to some special circumstances, the scenic area may soon be closing. Everyone, please refrain from climbing any further. Upon hearing this, the tourists were momentarily taken aback. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a cacophony erupted as armored assault vehicles thundered into view, an unending procession stretching as far as the eye could see. The heavy treads crushed the military road beneath them, while dozens of anti-aircraft missile vehicles advanced to their designated positions, their gleaming missiles piercing the sky. Simultaneously, several armed helicopters roared overhead, beginning their tactical maneuvers in a swirling dance. Wow, Mommy, look at all the vehicles and the planes, exclaimed a little girl, her excitement palpable. Goodness, what an array of real machinery. It seems that the scenic area is truly about to be closed off. What on earth is happening? I couldn't fathom it. Chapter 8. The Launch of Yan Huangwan. As the tourists engaged in animated discussions, a rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed through the air. A squad of elite special forces, formidable and fierce, appeared before Lu Li, standing at attention. Each member of this Special Forces unit represented the finest warriors of China, each one a master of their craft. They were tall and robust, resembling mighty bulls. Each soldier was equipped with the most advanced holographic helmets and exoskeleton systems, adorned with fifth-generation bulletproof vests capable of withstanding close-range rifle fire. Upon closer inspection, their weapons were astonishing. A team of 21 was armed with 3 six-barreled Gatling guns, 6 light and heavy machine guns, and 2 high-caliber sniper rifles, in addition to their standard gear. Each soldier was laden with grenades and carried an anti-tank rocket launcher on their backs. This formidable armament was sufficient to easily overwhelm an entire mechanized infantry battalion. Amidst the ranks, a familiar figure sprinted towards Lu Li, saluting with a loud declaration. Deputy Commander, Captain Gu Qingyuan of the Ghost Special Brigade, Darkblade Squad. Reporting for duty, he announced. From this moment on, our brigade will be fully responsible for your safety, with the Darkblade Squad providing personal protection. Lu Li returned the salute, expressing his gratitude. Captain Gu, thank you for your hard work. He was overwhelmed with a sense of trust and happiness at such an arrangement. The elder had actually dispatched the most elite, shadowy Ghost Special Brigade to ensure his safety, an entire brigade. With such trust in him, Lu Li was determined to give his all. Captain Gu, please arrange for vehicles to escort the tourists down the mountain. We must not forget the bonds we share. Understood. At that moment, the little girl in Lu Li's arms was utterly mesmerized. Staring at the imposing Darkblade Squad, she almost drooled in awe. Wow, those soldiers are so handsome. Lu Li playfully pinched her cheek and chuckled. Come on, little one, let us head down the mountain with the soldiers. We'll ride in those splendid vehicles. Yay, we get to ride in the vehicles. Mommy, let's go down. The following day, as dawn broke, the citizens of Yunjing City were abruptly awakened by a cacophony of roaring steel. Curiosity prompted them to draw back their curtains, and they were left astounded by the sight before them. The streets were occupied by imposing armored vehicles. The thunderous rumble of heavy treads echoed as the latest tanks and armored cars were deployed at every intersection. Fully armed special forces advanced in synchronized formation, breaking into smaller teams to establish a defensive perimeter. On rooftops, snipers took advantageous positions, poised to respond to any sudden developments. In the skies, dozens of armed helicopters circled relentlessly. Even higher above, reconnaissance drones scanned the vast expanse surrounding Yunjing City. What is happening? Who am I? Where am I? Why such a commotion upon waking? The bewildered citizens of Yunjing City struggled to comprehend the situation. Yet, a singular thought arose in their minds. Something significant was about to unfold. Deep beneath a building in Yunjing City, an expansive hall, capable of accommodating thousands, lay 300 meters underground. Leaders from various districts, military commanders, officials from the Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Civil Affairs, and directors from major research institutes gathered in a constellation of significance. A highly confidential meeting concerning the future of China was about to commence. Dressed in a simple white outfit, Lu Li sat calmly at the command podium, his gaze contemplative. His choice of attire, ordinary white clothing instead of a military uniform, immediately drew the attention of all present. Curiosity rippled through the crowd as they speculated about the identity of the unfamiliar young man seated beside the elder. Who is this young fellow? Surely he hasn't taken the wrong seat? Indeed, such an unfamiliar face. Could he be a newly appointed advisor? Quite possibly. What a striking young man. Just look at him while I chastise my own ungrateful offspring. The elder, exuding an unyielding authority, surveyed the room, and silence fell instantly. Esteemed guests, I have summoned you here today to announce 2 matters of great national significance, he proclaimed in a booming voice. The first announcement, this morning, our nation's first commercial controllable nuclear fusion device, Yanhuang-1, has successfully come online at the Central Research Institute. A roar erupted in the assembly. Is this true, esteemed leader? We have truly developed a commercial controllable nuclear fusion device, exclaimed Ge Zhuguo, a prominent figure in the Ministry of Commerce, rising in excitement. Without a doubt, the elder affirmed with a nod. Ge Zhuguo, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of joy. Heaven has smiled upon us. China has finally acquired such a world-changing tool. This is a catalyst for a technological explosion. For how many years have we waited? And now it is our turn to wield the reins of cutting-edge technology. Indeed, there was a time when we could not exchange our shipments of garments for even a few precision components, lamented another elite from the Ministry of Civil Affairs. His eyes glistening, Who is the genius behind this marvel? With this artifact, we shall no longer have to bow to others. It must be old Chun, undoubtedly. His team has been researching fusion technology for years. Such unparalleled talent. They are the heroes of China. The room buzzed with excitement as attendees engaged in fervent discussions, momentarily forgetting the purpose of their meeting. Silence, silence. This is not a marketplace, the elder admonished, rapping the table with his fingers. Upon seeing this, the crowd composed themselves, stifling their excitement. At that moment, the elderly director, Chen Tiannan, broke his silence. Ladies and gentlemen, while the commercial controllable nuclear fusion device was indeed produced by the Central Research Institute, the blueprints were provided by another individual. Who could it be? Apart from old Chen's team, who else could it be? The crowd murmured in astonishment. The elder surveyed the room again and solemnly declared, "Allow me to introduce the blueprints provider, Lu Li, a student from Jiangnan University of Science and Technology." What? It's him? The crowd turned their astonished gazes to Lu Li, their expressions filled with disbelief. But soon, realization dawned upon them, and their murmurs transformed into admiration. Now it makes sense how this young lad is seated alongside the leader and old Chun. Remarkable indeed. Today, China has gained another hero. Lu Li, seated at the front, listened intently to the conversations around him, a smile subtly gracing his lips. The title he held mattered little to him. He was willing to dedicate himself entirely to the service of China, no matter the position. As the atmosphere settled, he slowly rose to address the assembly, his voice resonating with authority. Esteemed guests, the news just announced by our leader is indeed a fortuitous blessing for our great nation. However, I must also convey an urgent and grave message. Our homeland is facing a life-and-death crisis, one far more severe than any we have encountered before. Chapter 9. The Great Wall Vigilance Initiative. Execute immediately. As soon as Lu Li's words fell, the atmosphere erupted. The exhilaration from the recent launch of the commercial controllable nuclear fusion device dissipated without a trace. Is it true that those bastards from the West are preparing to strike us? A senior military official's expression turned grim as he urgently inquired. I knew it. They realize they can no longer obstruct our rise and wish to take the initiative. A straightforward young general stood up, veins bulging on his forehead, anger surging within him. These wolves harbor treacherous ambitions, aiming to obliterate our Jiuzhou heritage. Supreme Leader, give the order. Let us fight to the bitter end. Indeed, Supreme Leader. We soldiers do not fear death, he continued. Decades ago, we vanquished their coalition forces. This time, we are even less afraid. Absolutely, we of Huaxia will not tolerate humiliation. A century of disgrace must not reoccur. Otherwise, how shall we face our ancestors or our people? The minister's face flushed with indignation as he clenched his fists. Humph. Those beasts from the West are not worthy of extinguishing our Jiuzhou legacy. This time, our enemy is not human, the elder remarked disdainfully, his tone heavy. Before the assembled dignitaries could voice their thoughts, all the lights suddenly extinguished, plunging the venue into darkness. The large screen behind the elder began to display astonishing footage captured by the Wu Gang probe on the moon. The sight of a colossal monster towering 1,000 meters high struck terror into everyone's hearts. When the screen revealed a multitude of alien corpses scattered across a crater, gasps echoed throughout the venue, and the room fell silent. What manner of creature is this? Are they planning to invade our Huaxia? Is this our enemy? The officials stared in horror, mouths agape. As you can see, this is our future adversary, which we shall refer to as the other. At this moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from the podium. Lu Li, having returned only 2 days prior, had quietly awakened as a mortal realm awakener, drawing upon his past life experiences. His astonishing presence swept through the venue, leaving attendees breathless, as if 1,000-pound weight bore down upon them. Lu Li rose, his voice resonating. Ladies and gentlemen, we have acquired reliable intelligence. On November 10th, precisely 6 months from now, the others will arrive on Blue Star through a wormhole. The wormhole that will appear in our Huaxia is located in the Jiangnan region, with a diameter of a staggering 600 kilometers. A 600-kilometer wide wormhole. A general nearly shouted in disbelief. If they descend worldwide, our borders will be at risk. What shall we do? Lu Li keenly observed the general's expression and replied. The borders of Huaxia will remain secure during the first 5 waves of attacks due to the existence of special barriers. We plan to construct a circular steel fortress 200 kilometers from the wormhole's edge. Please look here. Lu Li gestured, and a grand design blueprint appeared on the large screen. A steel fortress. The city walls are 600 meters high. Is this even feasible? Although Huaxia is renowned for its infrastructure prowess, this seemed utterly insane. The attendees gasped upon their first glance at the blueprint. However, as they examined the detailed data, their doubts significantly diminished. The intricate and precise design laid out the thickness of the walls, required materials, troop allocations, and logistical support, all meticulously detailed. This was the result of Lu Li and Elder Chun Tiannan's all-night endeavor, collaborating with esteemed academicians. Simply magnificent. A design of pure genius. The crowd marveled at the meticulous data. Yet soon, an elite from the ministry raised a concern. Extending 200 kilometers to construct a circular steel fortress results in a diameter of 800 kilometers. The circumference approaches 2,500 kilometers, encompassing an area of 480,000 square kilometers, which is 1/20th of Huaxia's total area. Not to mention the massive engineering feat, the shortage of construction materials, and the migration of millions of Huaxia citizens within the defense line is a monumental issue. As for the material concerns, I have made arrangements. Lu Li interrupted assertively, cutting off the speaker. Regarding the migration issue, if we forsake some resources, we can safeguard the people of Huaxia. This simple truth should leave no room for doubt. The elite's mouth fell open in shock, and he lowered his head in shame, saying, I have no further objections. The elder regarded Lu Li with approval, his voice authoritative. Not an inch of Huaxia's land may be relinquished. In extraordinary times, we must employ extraordinary measures. We shall reclaim this land in due course. Our commercial controllable nuclear fusion device is now operational, and we must set our sights further. Lu Li, please continue. Yes. Following Lu Li's comprehensive introduction, the elite attendees gained a profound understanding of the others and the awakening phenomenon. They felt entirely justified in appointing Lu Li as the deputy commander of the Catastrophe Defense Command. This was not solely due to Lu Li's contributions to Huaxia, but also from their boundless anticipation of the awakening powers. The aura that had belonged to the awakeners deeply resonated within their souls. At this moment, they firmly believed that Lu Li would bring hope to Huaxia. Deputy Commander, please issue the orders. The elites acted decisively, without hesitation. Excellent. Lu Li pressed a button on the table, and a detailed plan instantly appeared on the special terminals of the commanders. The Great Wall Vigilance Initiative, execute immediately. Chapter 10. Shocking news that stunned the world. The conference had just concluded when a news video released by a prestigious platform in Huaxia rapidly ignited the internet. Exciting, thrilling. The Huaxia Central Research Institute solemnly announced that the commercial controllable nuclear fusion device, Yanhua No. 1, successfully went online in the early hours of today. The commercial controllable nuclear fusion device has officially entered mass production. In an instant, the entire internet was ablaze. Major platforms in Huaxia and social media were fervently sharing this explosive news. Various video platforms saw a surge of related videos springing up like mushrooms after rain. The comment sections of each video were instantly overwhelmed, with an unprecedented volume of views and comments causing many websites to struggle to refresh. Everyone was in a frenzy. Regardless of their understanding of technological knowledge, people were passionately and excitedly discussing it. Even the local gossiping aunties on the streets had changed their topics of conversation. What the heck? Is this for real? I just took a nap. Me too. And suddenly I'm wide awake. Mr. Ma, what on earth happened? Huaxia is remarkable. And the Central Research Institute is extraordinary. The commercial controllable nuclear fusion device is something Huaxia has longed for. Indeed, just the other day I was pondering whether I would witness this in my lifetime. An unparalleled genius, Huaxia is on the brink of soaring. Netizens' fingers were flying over their keyboards, and with each comment posted, the backend would show 99 notifications the next second. Countless individuals were incessantly refreshing their pages. 10 million views. What the heck? Now it's 20 million, 50 million, and still rising. At this moment, continuously refreshing to watch the view count soar had become a source of amusement for many. Heaven bless Huaxia. Our efforts have not been in vain. Countless researchers shed tears of joy. Only those involved in scientific research understood the hardships involved. They all set aside their work to join the discussion. Excuse me, is commercial controllable nuclear fusion technology really that impressive? A bewildered netizen asked. Absolutely incredible. In no time, researchers became the primary force in popularizing scientific knowledge, sketching out a blueprint for the future. Listen to me, the The commercial device signifies that Huaxia has a remarkably mature grasp of controllable nuclear fusion technology. Have you seen the size of Yanhua No. 1? It is merely 1/10 the size of a traditional tokamak device, with dimensions not exceeding 3 meters in length, width, or height. The potential applications are limitless. Moreover, the fuel for nuclear fusion is the hydrogen isotope deuterium. Just 1 liter of seawater can yield enough deuterium to produce energy equivalent to burning 300 liters of gasoline. With the commercial controllable nuclear fusion device in mass production, Huaxia will no longer have energy concerns. Countless projects can now be launched, and Huaxia's technology will undoubtedly reign supreme globally. Salute to the great minds. I aspire to learn from you. Keep it up. I look forward to your contributions to Huaxia. Meanwhile, the excitement in Huaxia had reached a fever pitch, and media platforms across the Blue Planet were equally frantic. On the Rap platform, the video announcing the successful launch and mass production of Yanhua No. 1 was rapidly shared and commented on by countless viewers. What the heck? How could a technology that we, the United States, cannot master be seized by a group of Eastern monkeys first? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The United States is the best in the world. Those idiots in the United States only know how to fight. Why don't they invest money into research? The netizens from the beautiful nation could no longer contain themselves, echoing shouts of disbelief. Oh, my dear friend, trust me, it must be a smokescreen released by Huaxia. When it comes to controllable nuclear fusion, one must look to my White Elephant Nation. A netizen from the White Elephant Nation sent a friendly greeting. Hey, the power of the Eastern superpower. I heard your motorcycle parts are all made in Huaxia, ha? Netizens from the beautiful nation were quick to respond, unleashing a barrage of retorts. That must be technology stolen from my Southern Stick Nation. Huaxia is too despicable. A netizen from the Southern Stick Nation voiced their anger while munching on kimchi. Netizens from the Cherry Blossom Nation were immediately displeased, starting to respond sarcastically. Oh, South Stick Nation is still so shameless. The universe belongs to you. Exactly. The sticks are the most disgusting creatures I have ever seen, no exceptions. Rarely, netizens from various countries reached a consensus, and the comment section became even more chaotic. In contrast to the onlookers, the leaders of nations across the Blue Planet were in a state of turmoil. Across the ocean, while having breakfast with the British leader, the golden-haired leader of the beautiful nation, upon hearing the news of Huaxia mastering commercial controllable nuclear fusion technology, immediately erupted in anger. What the heck? How did we not receive any prior information? What is our intelligence department doing? They should all drown in the toilet. Immediately send our most elite agents into Huaxia. Quickly, summon all the members of Congress for an emergency meeting. In the Cherry Blossom Nation, the leader gazed at the reports sent by his subordinates, his anger causing his mustache to tremble. He furiously drew his katana and smashed the tea table before him. Damn it, why did those Waxians get the upper hand first? Beside him, Taro Kamiyama deftly dodged the flying debris, adjusted his glasses, and with a sly grin, said, Your Majesty, perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. Oh, Taro, what are your thoughts? The leader asked in confusion. Taro Kamiyama replied cunningly, Your Majesty, controllable nuclear fusion technology is far too revolutionary. It is not an exaggeration to call it world-changing. Huaxia cannot have easily mastered this technology, even if they did. The nations of the Blue Planet would not let them off the hook. What are you trying to say, Taro? Continue. The leader sheathed his katana. Taro Kamiyama smirked. Regardless of the truth, if we stoke the flames a little, Huaxia will pay a heavy price for their recklessness. Once Huaxia is cornered by the nations, we will have the chance to strike back. That will be our opportunity to restore the glory of our Cherry Blossom Nation. Indeed, Taro, you are truly the brain of our Cherry Blossom Nation. The leader nodded in satisfaction, then added, However, with such a commotion from Huaxia, I suspect it's not that simple. Quickly send our samurai into Huaxia. I need the most accurate intelligence. Meanwhile, the Southern Stick Nation, the Gallant Nation, and the Hans Nation also received the news promptly. Their leaders spontaneously shared a common thought. Huaxia must not be allowed to continue developing unchecked. Verify the accuracy of this news immediately. Huaxia must pay for their recklessness. Chapter 11. The Unconventional Moves of Huaxia. At the command center of the Awakening Legion on Tianji Peak, Lu Li reclined languidly on the sofa, a faint smile playing on his lips as he perused his phone. The reactions circulating online fell precisely within his expectations. Upon witnessing the responses from the nations of Blue Star, a cold smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. Oh, So you can't remain composed for long, can you? It is indeed time for you to settle your debts. Before the nations of Blue Star could mobilize, an unexpected announcement reverberated through the air. The Ministry of Commerce of Huaxia declared a press conference, inviting all media representatives from the Blue Star nations present in the capital. The news sent shockwaves through the community. It was a Sunday, after all, and Huaxia had never before hosted a press conference on this day. Coupled with the viral news circulating online about Huaxia's mastery of commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion technology, everyone sensed that something monumental was on the horizon. Amidst their astonishment, reporters conducting street interviews hastily gathered their equipment and sprinted toward the venue, eager not to miss such a fortuitous opportunity. The barrage of sensational news had left them ecstatic, envisioning a future filled with immense traffic, promotions, and raises. In that moment, they had never felt such fondness for Huaxia. Simultaneously, the leaders of the Blue Star nations received the news with alacrity. What on earth is Huaxia up to now? Fumed the enraged leader of the Sakura nation, as he shattered several expensive vases in his palace. The actions of Huaxia grew increasingly perplexing to him. First, they boldly announced their possession of controlled nuclear fusion technology. And now they were hosting a press conference? Shouldn't such vital technology be kept under wraps? Was this merely a display for show? Kurita-kun promptly arranged for individuals to gather at the scene and ascertain the situation. Also, when will your samurai arrive in Huaxia? Your Majesty, I have already dispatched capable personnel to the venue, and our samurai have boarded the ship. We shall have news shortly. Excellent, Kurita-kun. Your loyalty is greatly appreciated. Meanwhile, in the palace of the beautiful nation, the elderly leader, Biden, nearly lost his composure upon hearing the news. Oh my God, what is Huaxia doing? Are our people on site yet? Rest assured, esteemed leader, I have instructed Jack, who is currently on vacation, to head to the venue immediately. Can you believe this? He is on vacation during such a crucial moment. Once this is over, he'll be dismissed. Indeed, esteemed leader. The online community in Huaxia erupted in fervor. Reflecting on the events of the preceding days, everyone sensed that this press conference would be extraordinary. Countless individuals pulled out their phones, opened their computers, and turned on their televisions, anxiously awaiting the commencement of the event. As seconds ticked by, an inexplicable tension gripped the crowd. At the press conference venue, the journalists had already calibrated their equipment and prepared their scripts. The throng of people craned their necks, holding their breath, anxiously gazing at the entrance where the spokesperson would appear. Finally, at precisely 10 a.m., the highly anticipated Huaxia special press conference commenced, drawing global attention and being broadcasted live. In the backstage corridor, a tall figure strolled onto the stage with poise. As the audience beheld the newcomer, they were taken aback. Who was this young man? Why had they never seen him before? Could he be the new spokesperson for the Ministry of Commerce of Huaxia? The journalists were unwilling to let this unexpected turn of events slip by, their cameras clicking incessantly. Lu Li cast a casual glance over the audience and stated directly, "Ladies and gentlemen, today's press conference is convened to announce an important message. Huaxia has decided to sell 2 units of commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion devices. First come, first served." At these words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. All the journalists stared at Lu Li, their minds momentarily blank. What? Such a crucial technology is being sold off at will. Do you think it's as common as cabbage? Their intellects struggled to process the gravity of the announcement. Ha ha. Foolish Easterners, you're killing me with laughter. Has the mind of the Huaxians gone awry? See, I told you it was fake. If it were real, who in their right mind would sell such a thing? The derision echoed on the rap platform, as leaders from various nations chuckled at the spectacle of Huaxia's supposed folly. The netizens of Huaxia were equally agitated. What? How can such a pivotal technology be put up for sale? I don't understand. Have you forgotten how they choked us before? This is an opportunity that should be seized quietly. Many netizens were in a frenzy, yet soon, some offered more rational responses. No, there must be a sound reason for Huaxia's actions. Many matters are not as straightforward as we assume. I have faith in our nation. Me too, I believe. Let us observe the progression. The waters of Blue Star run deep, and you may not grasp it all. An increasing number of netizens engaged in the discussion, with rational voices beginning to dominate. Sir, can you take responsibility for your words? At this moment, a blonde female journalist seized the microphone and shouted without waiting for Lu Li to respond. Lu Li glanced at her with indifference and remarked, "Is this the standard of British reporters? What does that imply?" "What do you mean?" the blonde journalist retorted, bewildered. Nothing of significance. Merely a reminder of the traditional British demeanor. With this remark, the serious atmosphere of the press conference erupted in laughter, and countless ha-ha-ha comments flooded the live-streaming platform. Who is this spokesperson? I quite like his style. I've always found them insufferable. Dealing with such individuals is indeed vexing. Indeed. He should have given her a good retort. How should he retort? Where should he hit back? Is this an opportunity? The barrage of comments intensified. Yet, the blonde journalist remained oblivious to her rudeness and continued to press. Huaxia's monumental decision. Can you elaborate? Is the controlled nuclear fusion technology genuine? Is there a hidden agenda behind Huaxia's actions? Lu Li chuckled, having never encountered such audacity. He shot a disdainful glance at the blonde journalist and declared, "Why should Huaxiao explain our actions to individuals like you? Huaxia's special security. Escort this British reporter out." Furthermore, Huaxiao announces that Britain permanently forfeits its eligibility to purchase the commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion devices. After all, in just a few months, the status of Britain and Blue Star would be uncertain, and Lu Li saw no reason to hold back. The blonde journalist was left stunned. She had merely asked a few habitual questions, and yet she was ejected? Moreover, her country had lost its purchasing privileges? If Huaxia's fusion technology proved authentic, the consequences she would face upon returning home. Realizing this, she rolled her eyes back and fainted. Witnessing this, the netizens of Huaxiao felt as if they had consumed ice-cold beer, each one relishing the moment. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Is this the infamous international embarrassment? Ha ha. The once great empire has seen its day. A nation founded by pirates knows nothing of decorum. Their essence is steeped in arrogance. Subsequently, Lu Li denied the other journalists an opportunity to pose questions and boldly announced the terms of the transaction. Huaxia's commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion devices will only be available for trade in steel, priced at 800 million tons of premium steel per unit. Delivery must be made to our premises, with payment required prior to shipment. Moreover, the purchaser must first present 10 cutting-edge technologies as a deposit for the transaction. Chapter 12. The highly anticipated fusion ignition ceremony. What? Each unit priced at 800 million tons of premium steel? And it includes home delivery? Moreover, a deposit of 10 advanced technologies is required. Upon hearing this news, the leaders of various nations, who had been vigilantly watching the screens, erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. This is the greatest joke I have ever heard since assuming my leadership. The British leader, who had initially been distressed over losing the purchasing eligibility, was now overjoyed. He chuckled heartily as he poured himself a glass of whiskey, relishing the prospect of witnessing the folly of China. Oh dear. How naive the Chinese are to resort to such childish tricks, fabricating a video and shamelessly attempting to seize our wealth. 800 million tons of steel and 10 cutting-edge technologies. Why don't they try to steal it instead? Their true colors are showing now. Ha, ha ha. The leaders from Sakura Nation laughed heartily. Humph, I could tell at a glance that this is not genuine. Controlled nuclear fusion? The future still lies with my White Elephant Nation. The ancient sage of White Elephant Nation, Dimo, stroked his beard and sneered. Damn it, you startled me. I knew it was fake. Controlled nuclear fusion technology? My Cosmic Nation does not possess it, so how could China possibly have it? The leader of Cosmic Nation felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as the leaders of various nations believed they had seen through China's ruse and prepared to enjoy the spectacle, Lu Li's subsequent words caused their minds to crash. Lu Li's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk as he proclaimed loudly, China's first controlled nuclear fusion device, Yanhua No. 1 foot, will hold its ignition ceremony at precisely 8 p.m. this evening at the Qinglong Science and Technology Park, with journalists from various nations invited to witness. Upon hearing this, the leaders were rendered speechless. Could it be true? Otherwise, what was the purpose of inviting journalists? This was indeed a significant development. Yet, they quickly recalled the inconsistencies in the announcement. No, I refuse to believe it. Their statements contradicted each other. Who announces mass production before ignition? Quick, send our reporters to the Qinglong Science and Technology Park at once. I must expose their trickery. Driven by a stubborn determination, the leaders issued commands for their reporters stationed in Yunjing to rush to the Qinglong Science and Technology Park as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, the foreign journalists at the press conference were equally perplexed. What do you mean it hasn't been successfully tested yet? What was the grand announcement about mass production? In an instant, their minds were in a state of confusion, unable to grasp the key element. In fact, Chinese netizens were equally baffled. What is going on? With such remarkable technology, why not keep it under wraps instead of publicly igniting it? Is this a ploy for advertising? To fetch a better price? It makes no sense. You can sell anything, but what about this? After a brief moment of bewilderment, upon confirming that Lu Li was not jesting, the foreign journalists at the press conference could no longer remain seated. They gasped and hurriedly gathered their cameras and equipment, rushing toward the parking lot. They aimed to drive to the Qinglong Science and Technology Park ahead of time to secure the best vantage point. Damn it, the fools at Cosmic Nation. I'm a reporter from the United States. Get out of my way. Curse those Americans. Hey, Kenkuan, step on it. As no one was willing to fall behind. The mad rush from the parking lot led to a traffic jam, causing accidents. Amidst the chaos, some clever journalists waved down taxis, while others directly hailed motorcycle taxis from passers-by. This was a historic moment they could not afford to miss. They envisioned tremendous viewership calling to them, and no one wanted to let it slip away. At 7 p.m., 1 hour remained until the ignition ceremony of China's first commercial-controlled nuclear fusion device, Yanhua No. 1. At this moment, the Qinglong Science and Technology Park, spanning a radius of 100 square kilometers, was bustling with activity. Heavy security was deployed in layers around the park. A regiment of armored tanks was stationed throughout the vicinity. On the ground, rows of armored vehicles thundered through the streets, their dark gun barrels constantly scanning for threats. In the sky, reconnaissance drones, armed helicopters, and J-21 fighter jets patrolled the area. In the shadows, armored mechanical dogs lay quietly in various corners, their infrared devices scanning the surroundings. Simultaneously, 2 elite Special Forces battalions, equivalent to the Phantom Special Brigade, were urgently deployed to the surrounding areas. Such a deployment ensured that not even a saboteur, or a fly, could infiltrate the area. Upon identifying a suspicious target, these Chinese soldiers would promptly eliminate the threat. All personnel, refrain from whispering or loitering. Any violation of orders will result in severe consequences. The loudspeaker repeated the warnings. The hundreds of foreign journalists, trembling under the watchful eyes of the armored vehicles, passed through multiple checkpoints to reach the underground observation platform. Inside the brightly lit factory, a silver cylindrical device, approximately 10 cubic meters in size, stood quietly at the center. It was none other than China's first commercial-controlled nuclear fusion device, Yanhua No. 1. At this moment, Yanhua No. 1 was enveloped in a layer of special alloy, concealing its true exterior. Just an hour prior, its energy output port had been connected to the main power grid of Yunjing City. Enthusiastic Chinese workers had connected the entire power grid of Yunjing City to the Qinglong Science and Technology Park in less than a day. For this ignition ceremony, Yunjing, a cosmopolitan city with a population of 20 million, had deliberately shut down its power grid for 30 minutes. Once a bustling metropolis filled with lights and traffic, Yunjing was now eerily silent. Everything was shrouded in the inky darkness of night, waiting patiently for the dawn of a new era in Chinese civilization. Chapter 13. A flicker of starlight illuminates a city. In the vast expanse of Huaxia, countless individuals eagerly awaited in front of their televisions and computer screens. Displeased with the diminutive size of their mobile devices, countless netizens abandoned their phones in favor of the long-neglected television remote. All eyes were fixed on the ignition of Yanhua No. 1, anticipating this monumental moment. In an instant, Huaxia's television ratings soared to unprecedented heights. Good evening, dear viewers. We are live at the ignition site of Huaxia's first commercial controllable nuclear fusion device, Yanhua No. 1. Our fusion team is currently conducting the final rounds of debugging. Please stay tuned. The reporter, Bing, held her microphone high, her excitement palpable as she donned a festive red robe. Unlike foreign journalists, she had been strategically positioned at the command platform, providing a clearer and more direct live broadcast for all of Huaxia. The atmosphere on Huaxia's internet was jubilant, contrasting sharply with the reactions from netizens in the Blue Star nations. On the lap platform, a large-scale outpouring of derision had commenced. Foolish Waxians are playing tricks again. This is surely a scam, they mocked. Indeed, this must be some sort of Eastern sorcery. They excel at that. The American netizens chimed in their usual disdain. Controllable nuclear fusion? Commercially viable? Just thinking about it is absurd. Thankfully, I have already made my escape. What could a trash country like Huaxia possibly achieve? The future of Blue Star rests with America. As the mockery continued, the taunts grew louder. They must fail, cursed the cosmic warriors, unable to contain their vitriol. Even if it succeeds, Huaxia cannot thwart the Western coalition. The comment section was inundated with a cacophony of sarcastic, critical, and vitriolic voices. At the ignition ceremony, the clock's hands inched closer to 8 o'clock. Report to the National Command, Vice Commander. Yanhuang No. 1 has completed debugging and is ready for ignition. Please advise. The fervent voice of a researcher resonated through the command channel. Silence enveloped the ignition site. At this moment, any sound would be seen as sacrilege. Every attendee held their breath, eyes glued to the towering apparatus. The exhilarating moment was upon them. The elder nodded slightly, signaling to Lu Li, the young innovator whose work had contributed to this controllable nuclear fusion technology. It was fitting for him to issue the command at such a pivotal moment. Lu Li solemnly took the intercom and declared, initiating ignition experiment for Yanhuang No. 1. 10 seconds to prepare? 10 seconds, he repeated. The various indicator lights on Yanhuang No. 1 illuminated in unison. 10, 9, 8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. With a decisive press of the start button by the venerable Director Chun, a low hum resonated as the microwave heating system at the base of Yanhuang No. 1 began to rapidly coalesce energy. The apparatus's exterior registered normal heat levels, and the pressure remained stable. 8 million, 9 million, 21 million, 100 million degrees Celsius. Temperature and pressure have reached the predetermined thresholds. The fusion team meticulously reported the progress. Tension filled the air as everyone realized they were at a critical juncture. Whether present at the site or watching from afar, the citizens of Huaxia felt an unprecedented wave of anxiety. In the darkness, the residents of Yunjing City yearned to shout their hopes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As countless hearts raced, a barely perceptible tremor emanated from the Yanhuang No. 1 device, and 3 indicator lights representing the fusion reaction flared to life. The fusion reaction has commenced. Fusion is stable, external heating is normal, and energy confinement is optimal. The energy output valve is primed. Lu Li continued to issue commands with composure. Valve 1 is ready. Valve 2 is ready. Open the valves. His voice rose with urgency. With the push of the energy output port button, the associated energy conversion device surged into operation at maximum power. Like a fleeting comet, Huaxia's searing energy burst forth, illuminating the once pitch-black capital of Huaxia, Yunjing City, as bright as day. At that moment, the second flame of civilization ignited in Huaxia. Port is normal. Transmission channels are intact. Voltage is stable. Power is optimal. Amidst the continuous reports, a steady stream of light and heat flowed from the diminutive Yanhuang No. 1 into Huaxia's power grid, reaching households throughout Yunjing City. In that instant, a flicker of starlight illuminated a city. Bravo! A young scientist led the applause. Yes, we have succeeded. The enthusiasm was infectious. Even foreign journalists joined in the jubilant clapping, creating a thunderous ovation that nearly lifted the roof off the venue. What a monumental occasion this was. The successful ignition of Yanhuang No. 1 had illuminated the entirety of Yunjing City, heralding Huaxia's official entry into the era of controllable nuclear fusion. To describe it as groundbreaking would be an understatement. Absent unforeseen circumstances, Huaxia's civilization, and humanity as a whole, was destined for a more resplendent future. I declare the ignition ceremony of Yanhuang No. 1 a resounding success. A radiant smile graced Lu Li's lips as he stood at the command platform. In that instant, all of Huaxia erupted in celebration. We did it. Yes, we have truly succeeded. Countless students surged into the corridors, their voices raised in joyous cries. This is the true embodiment of a great nation. Huaxia is no longer beholden to others. We have finally held our heads high. An uncountable throng of spectators wept tears of joy, leaping in exuberance. Hooray! It's a celebration. Brilliant fireworks lit up the night sky, while multitudes began to revel in jubilation. Fireworks vendors flung open their doors, distributing fireworks and firecrackers freely. This night, Yunjing was aglow with lights. This night, Huaxia's fireworks dazzled. This night, the flame of Yanhuang blazed brightly. Chapter 14. United Against? The Truth Revealed. When the Yanhuang No. 1 illuminated Yunjing, countless foreign netizens witnessed the blazing fire of Huaxia civilization. The previously mocking rap platform fell into a profound silence. They stared in disbelief at their screens. My God, they have truly achieved controllable nuclear fusion, and with remarkably mature technology. The line of Huaxia has bared its fangs. A storm is brewing on Blue Star. Western netizens lamented in despair. No, This cannot be real. It must be a trick of Huaxia. Desperate netizens from the cosmic nation cried out like jesters. Although many echoed the sentiment, the roaring flame of Yanhuang reminded them that this was merely impotent rage. It is indeed true. Huaxia's controllable nuclear fusion technology has reached such heights. Damn it! All intelligence personnel should be executed. The leaders of various nations, who were prepared to witness a spectacle, erupted in anger after a brief stupor. Yet, they were astute. Upon realizing that Huaxia was selling such cutting-edge technology, they began to calculate their own interests. As they contemplated, they became increasingly agitated. Damn it! What exactly are the Huaxia people up to? With controllable nuclear fusion, while resources like oil and steel still hold demand, their prices are bound to plummet drastically in the future. Have the Huaxia people lost their minds? Why? Why are they trading steel? If it were cash, they would not hesitate. But when it comes to readily available resources, how many nations can deliver? 1 ton of quality steel is worth approximately 650 metric tons of gold, while a single device is around 500 billion metric tons of gold. Where on earth can I find so much steel? No, the golden-haired nation has already lost its standing. Apart from the Americans, only the neighboring Hans have any competitiveness left. Never mind, our Gallia must seize this opportunity. To restore the glory of Gallia, I shall fight with all I have. The leader of Gallia shouted hoarsely. Thinking of the bright future of controllable nuclear fusion technology, the challenges before him seemed trivial. Damn it, those Huaxia people have truly lost their conscience. The Cherry Blossom Nation's locusts have once again shattered several precious vases. It is not that the Cherry Blossom Nation cannot produce 500 billion metric tons of gold. Rather, they simply lack resources. In stark contrast to the Cherry Blossom Nation, which lacks even the qualifications to compete, the wealthy leader of the American nation found himself gleeful. Humph. Foolish Huaxia people, a mere 500 billion metric tons of gold is nothing. Our American printing press is unmatched. Phidias, activate the printing press immediately, if necessary. Issue more metric debts for the entire Blue Star to bear. Once the devices are in our possession, with the brilliance of our great American scientists, I can hardly wait to see the regret on the faces of those Huaxia fools. Aide Phidias frowned, realizing that the leader's old habits had resurfaced. He quietly reminded, Sir, Huaxia does not want cash. They require 800 million tons of high-quality steel and 10 advanced technologies in exchange. Oh my God, we are in deep trouble. Upon hearing this, the leader jolted awake. He rushed to his desk with an agility that belied his age and pressed the emergency communication button. Quick, connect me with the leaders of all nations. Soon, an urgent video conference was convened. Leading the meeting was the American leader, alongside those from Britain, the Cherry Blossom Nation, Kangaroo Nation, Maple Leaf Nation, Gallia, Hans Nation, White Elephant Nation, and the Cosmic Nation. The expressions of these leaders were ominously grim. None of them had anticipated that the news from Huaxia was indeed true, especially the Cherry Blossom Nation's locust, who now wore a look of panic. He felt fear creeping in. Huaxia harbors a vendetta against the Cherry Blossom Nation. As Huaxia prepares to soar, what good fortune can the Cherry Blossom Nation expect? We cannot allow Huaxia to continue its development unchallenged. The Eastern Lion has awakened and bared its vicious fangs. We must unite to confront Huaxia. The aging leader of the American nation slammed the table vehemently. Indeed, we must not fall into Huaxia's trap. Anyone who dares to independently purchase Huaxia's controllable nuclear fusion devices will face the wrath of the Alliance. We must stand united, declared the British leader with fervor. However, beneath his righteous facade lay a cunning agenda. Since Huaxia would not sell to him, he could not resist stirring the pot. The traditions of Britain must not be abandoned. If I cannot have it, neither shall anyone else. Just as he reveled in his own machinations, the leader of Gallia, Macron, interjected. Sanctions? War? Golden-haired. Are you out of your mind? You need to understand who holds the initiative. As for war, I suggest you challenge Huaxia one-on-one. Gallia does not wish to be buried alongside you. Gallia has decided to purchase Huaxia's fusion devices. Before he could finish, the golden-haired leader erupted in anger. He leapt to his feet, his face contorted with rage. No. Damn Gallia, your flirtation with Huaxia has fostered this situation. You Gallia are a disgrace to the entire Western world. You should prostrate yourselves in repentance. Upon hearing this, Macron's nose flared with indignation. Do we not need to eat? You, who have withdrawn from the EU, dare to point fingers at us? Besides, ISNT prostration to the cherry blossom nation as specialty? What do you mean to imply? This golden-haired leader is utterly despicable. Macron slammed his fist on the table, standing up in fury. Damn British. Just because you cannot procure it, you incite others to refrain. It's merely 800 million tons of steel. I call upon other nations to unite and purchase the devices, sharing the technology. I concur with Macron's viewpoint. The leader of Han's nation rose slowly. Though the cost is steep, controllable nuclear fusion technology is extraordinary. If we can acquire it, with our Western technological prowess, we can successfully decode the technology contained within the devices within half a year. At that point, we shall once again surpass Huaxia. As soon as the leader of Han's nation finished speaking, leaders from Maple Leaf Nation and Kangaroo Nation chimed in. Even nations lacking steel resources like the Cosmic Nation began to stir. What is happening? My words in America seem to no longer hold weight. Witnessing this scene, the aging American leader was nearly struck by a heart attack. Of course, he was not merely anxious about the increasingly fragile alliance. It was that someone had directly thwarted his plans. The American nation intended to monopolize these two commercial controllable nuclear fusion devices. He had initially hoped to feign a united front against Huaxia, buying time for his schemes. Little did he expect that Macron, this naive fool, would ruin it all. This is utterly unforgivable. Realizing that his plot was unraveling, the leader of America immediately shed his hypocritical facade. Chapter 15, Schemes from All Sides. The first step of the Great Wall Watch plan completed. Generals, this is not the time for petty squabbles. It is imperative to curb the development of Huaxia. Yet we must also adapt to circumstances. Your nations lack the technological prowess of my great America. Even if you procure the devices, they will be of little use. Therefore, all countries should unite around my America to weather this storm. I propose that my America take the lead in preparing steel, collaboratively finalizing a purchasing plan. My America guarantees, by national honor, that once the technology is deciphered, we shall share it with all nations. Commander Biding spoke earnestly of his plan. I had never encountered such shamelessness. National honor? What worth does it hold for you, America? The leaders of various nations silently cursed his audacity. As they remained noncommittal, Commander Biding stoked the flames further. Consider this. Even if you manage to gather sufficient steel, without formidable transportation capabilities, what then? Take your Kangaroo Nation, for example. Though you possess ample steel, how many 300,000-ton vessels do you have? Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the leaders. Indeed, even if they scoured every corner for enough steel, it amounted to a staggering 800 million tons. Even if the entire global fleet worked tirelessly, it would take significant time to transport it. Once fragmented, they would face insurmountable challenges in resource contention and logistics. After a prolonged silence, the leader of Gallia, Macron, raised his head and declared, "We can agree to let America take the lead, but our scientists must be involved in the deciphering process every step of the way. Not even for a second can they be absent." Macron's voice was deep and resolute. Biding furrowed his brow but soon acquiesced, continuing, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us all sign this cooperation document." As Biding's words fell, a cooperation document appeared on the computers of the various leaders. Damn, the devious America had clearly come prepared. The leaders cursed inwardly, reluctantly signing their names. Once the signatures were completed, Biding proclaimed, "Though we are unaware of what tricks Huaxia is up to, it is evident that their actions are exceedingly foolish. The commercialization of controlled nuclear fusion technology will drastically reduce the prices of hard resources, such as oil and steel. Spare no expense in contributing your advanced technologies. We must strive with utmost urgency to deliver 800 million tons of steel to Huaxia. We must procure their fusion devices as swiftly as possible, lest Huaxia retract their offer. Retrofit all cargo ships, mobilize all resources, and deploy every transport and refueling aircraft for 24-hour airlift." With Commander Biding's fervent exhortation, the leaders finally cast aside their last reservations and resolved to commit wholeheartedly. Deputy Commander Liu, good news. The first 300,000-ton vessel from our ally has set sail, fully loaded with steel. And Kangaroo Nation has added another 100 giant mining machines. The other nations are also hastening their preparations. It seems they have reached a compromise. On the peak of Tianji Mountain, Luli received an excited call from the prominent figure in the Ministry of Commerce, Gazhugua. As you predicted, they dare not impose sanctions or declare war. Luli smiled knowingly. Who would dare to sanction or wage war now? unless their minds were entirely encased in cement. I released 2 fusion devices intending to incite a deadly conflict among them, yet they are not as foolish as I anticipated. Nevertheless, the gains for Huaxia are ample. Once they receive the fusion devices, they will find that with their current technological understanding, they cannot decipher the material technology behind them. This is akin to playing a clever hand. Haha. Lu Li reveled in his thoughts and then commanded aloud. Expedite arrangements at domestic ports to prepare for the reception. Yes, Deputy Commander. After ending the call, Lu Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. He clasped his hands behind his back, savoring the gentle evening breeze. The first step of the Great Wall Watch plan was proceeding smoothly. In this lifetime, Huaxia would utterly transform the suffering of the past. Lu Li held no fondness for these Western nations. The century-long humiliation of Huaxia pales in comparison to this trifling scheme. At this moment, all notions of benevolence must be cast aside. Under the dim light, Lu Li's white robe billowed. The evening breeze caressed his face as he gazed at the myriad lights of Jingyan City. A resolute glimmer flickered in his eyes. My beloved Huaxia, rest assured, I shall protect you fiercely in this life, even if it means shattering myself to pieces. Just as Lu Li was entranced by the captivating night scene, a chime sounded. The high-level information relay task was exceeded, rewarding him with 3,000 merit points and unlocking Area A on the first floor of the Afang. Data updated successfully. Host, Lu Li, Huaxia Human Race Age, 19 years identity, Deputy Commander of the Disaster Defense Joint Command, Huaxia 1-star Battle General. Awakening Legion Commander Awakening Level, Mortal Realm Technique, none vehicle, none weapon, none system tasks, none. Please devise your own plans. After a long absence, the system's notification rang out. Lu Li beamed with joy. System, unlock Area A, he exclaimed. He could hardly contain his excitement to discover what treasures awaited him within. Before he could finish speaking, a vortex materialized in his mind, and his consciousness was instantly transported to a dreamlike starry expanse. In the starry sky, nebulae flowed like rivers. Galaxies formed bands. A great sun pierced the heavens, and stars arched like rainbows. The space was ethereal and elusive, extending for an unknown number of light years. What a wondrous place. System, your power is formidable. Why not simply present the treasures to me, allowing me to become a deity instantly? Vanquishing all enemies with a mere gesture? How delightful that would be. Lu Li marveled at the resplendent cosmos and inquired. Host, you are overreaching. This is merely a simple spatial simulation technology. The Afang system doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Ah, so it is just a special effect. Lu Li scratched his head, pondering for a moment before asking a deeply buried question. System, where do you come from? Is my reincarnation related to you? Data missing. No comment. Well, that was a fruitless inquiry. Carry on. Resource repository program initiating. As the cool electronic chimes sounded, a blazing white star traversed the endless cosmos. Abruptly arriving before Lu Li, several sci-fi themed boxes gently floated out from the star, opening automatically. Within the frosty boxes lay an orderly array of red and green potions, with the prices displayed on a virtual LCD screen. Awakening Potion, 100 merit points per dose. Lottery Potion, 1,000 merit points per dose. A reasonable price. Not expensive at all. With a total of 3,000 merit points, if he opted not to enter the lottery, that would amount to a full 30 doses of Awakening Potion. Lu Li carefully picked up a vial. Upon reading the label, his expression turned peculiar. Chapter 16, Transcendent Realm. A fleet of warplanes and escort. Before him lay vials of elixirs, each adorned with detailed Chinese instructions. The D-Class Awakening Potion, suitable for both oral and injection use, promised immediate awakening upon consumption. The Lottery Potion, also versatile in administration, offered a chance to achieve higher-level awakening effects. Remarkably, none of these concoctions bore any toxic side effects. What? Lu Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he repeatedly scrutinized the instructions. Oral or injection, was it truly that simple? And without harmful effects? Had the times changed? Awakening was not supposed to be a torturous ordeal. It had become this convenient? A wave of emotion washed over Lu Li, almost bringing him to tears. In his previous life, he had endured countless trials to awaken. This potion, wiping away an errant tear. Lu Li suppressed the urge to try his luck and spent 100 merit points to acquire a D-Class Awakening Potion. The system's products were reliable, there was no doubt. Eagerly, he twisted off the cap and decisively opted for oral consumption. With a satisfying gulp, akin to drinking chilled soda, he downed the entire vial of red and blue liquid. Burp. Refreshing, with a hint of sweetness. Lu Li licked his lips, contemplating a taste of the cap. Just then, an explosive sensation ignited within his dantian, and steam began to billow from every pore of his body. Was this the beginning? A flicker of nerves coursed through Lu Li. However, before he could steady himself for any potential discomfort, the tumultuous steam gradually subsided, leaving him in a state of serene tranquility. Had he awakened so swiftly? Lu Li was astounded. It was remarkably potent and rapid. He was enamored. As he flexed his limbs, he discovered that his muscles and bones had become over tenfold stronger, surpassing even his previous awakening. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through every cell and pore. Intuition whispered to him that he could now shatter a bull with a single punch. In his exuberance, Lu Li instinctively focused his energy into his dantian, manifesting a soft blue energy shield that enveloped him. The protective aura of transcendent energy. A single vial of D-class potion had granted him entry into the ranks of awakened beings. Lu Li was left in profound astonishment. The implications were staggering. These potions were not only convenient and inexpensive, but they also posed no danger. Most crucially, they were accessible in large quantities. Moreover, it seemed that even more advanced potions were on the horizon. If he amassed sufficient merit points, he could administer these elixirs to every compatriot in Huaxia. Haha, in this lifetime, I shall ensure that all of Huaxia soars like dragons. Wait, merit points? System, how does one acquire merit points? Lu Li hastily inquired. The substances are excellent, yet one must comprehend how to obtain equivalent value. The system will comprehensively assess the contributions made by the host to Huaxia and convert them into merit points. The host is encouraged to continue their efforts. Upon hearing this, Lu Li calculated briefly, and the earlier excitement he felt faded significantly. Given the magnitude of his current actions, he had anticipated a more substantial reward than a mere 3,000 merit points. It appeared that merit points were indeed of great rarity, making a large-scale awakening in Huaxia within a short time frame unrealistic. Shaking his head, Lu Li adjusted his mindset. Yes, it was he who had been overly anxious. The system was already shrouded in mystery and power. Why fret over such uncertainties? With this advantageous tool at his disposal, surely he could elevate the fortunes of Huaxia. As the system had not issued new tasks, Lu Li resolved to utilize his past experiences to explore the path ahead. He decided to embark on a journey to the renowned mountains and rivers of Huaxia. At that moment, the world had subtly transformed. A small number of individuals had begun to experience pseudo-awakenings, particularly those hermits who had secluded themselves in the mountains for many years, as well as the masters of famous sections. Their current states were confused, teetering on the edge of awakening. Such prolonged growth was insufficient to form effective combat power at once. Now, with the advent of awakening potions, all of that was no longer a concern. The people of Huaxia possessed an obsessive pursuit of legendary powers. If figures that had only existed in novels were to manifest in reality, the impact would be immeasurable. What Lu Li needed to do was maximize the efficacy of his currently limited potions. Exiting the system space, he lightly tapped his communication earpiece and commanded, Captain Gu, mobilize the warplanes. We shall depart immediately for Suta Mountain's Vanine Temple. Additionally, arrange for warplanes to head to Kunlun, Shushan, Tianshan, and Wulong Mountain to bring their masters to Vanine Temple. Understood, came Captain Gu Qingyuan's unwavering response through the earpiece. Before long, a colossal supersonic transport aircraft thundered down upon the peak of Tianji, lowering its gangway. Boarding, let us depart. The Dark Blade team surrounded Lu Li as they ascended the vehicle, its silver-gray body soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, the Air Force bases along their route began to mobilize. Following higher command orders, warplanes were dispatched to Kunlun, Shushan, Tianshan, and Wulong Mountain to retrieve the hermits of Huaxia. Orders received. Warplanes ascend urgently, eliminate potential threats. In the midst of the tower's urgent calls, hundreds of warplanes roared into the sky, some heading towards Huaxia's renowned mountains, while others commenced sweeping the airspace. They had to ensure that the airspace ahead of Lu Li was utterly secure. Wolfpack, report. B-13 airspace is secure, proceeding to B-14 airspace. Wolfpack, report. C-19 airspace is secure. Across Huaxia's vast expanse, countless individuals gazed in astonishment at the formation of aircraft soaring overhead. In an era of peace, This was their first encounter with such a grand spectacle. Look, so many warplanes. Our Huaxia's warplanes. Wow, it looks like the J-21 stealth fighters. What a scale. Are they conducting drills? I don't know, but it seems they must be on an urgent mission. Countless discussions buzzed around. Yet they remained unaware that this fleet of several aviation regiments and hundreds of warplanes had been summoned solely to escort Lu Li. Chapter 17. The Awakening of the Dark Blade, for the Glory of China. Aboard the hypersonic transport aircraft, the leader of the Dark Blade team, Gu Qingyuan, couldn't help but steal glances at Lu Li, who was meditating with closed eyes. This young man had astonished him time and again, entrusted with significant responsibilities at such a tender age. In the earlier reports, he was merely a student. Moreover, Gu Qingyuan's military instincts hinted at an almost imperceptible aura of menace surrounding Lu Li. This was a sensation honed through countless brutal battles, one he had never misjudged. Especially after the changes in his own body, he had grown even more attuned to such ominous energies. As he pondered, Gu Qingyuan gradually closed his eyes, beginning to attune himself to the atmosphere. The moment he concentrated, an overwhelming and terrifying aura surged towards him like a speeding train, nearly engulfing him. The intensity of this aura was suffocating, drowning his senses and momentarily clouding his consciousness. What a frightening aura! More terrifying than anyone I have ever encountered. Gu Qingyuan's mouth fell agape, cold sweat trickling down his back. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had brushed against the gates of death. From that suffocating sensation, the Special Operations Captain, who had previously toppled countless elite soldiers single-handedly, envisioned endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. How many lives has he taken? How could an ordinary person exude such a deadly presence? It seemed this individual was far more formidable than he had initially imagined. Gu Qingyuan dared not dwell further on the thought, secretly resolving to seek an opportunity for enlightenment. Unbeknownst to Lu Li, Gu Qingyuan was lost in contemplation about him, oblivious to the ominous energy he inadvertently radiated. At that moment, Lu Li was exploring the system space, perusing an array of potions. Without hesitation, he spent 2,600 merit points to exchange for 26 awakening potions. This amount was just sufficient for each member of the Darkblade team to receive one, as well as one for each of the 5 sect leaders. The Darkblade team was the first unit he led in this lifetime, and these 5 leaders were figures whose mere presence could shake the foundations of their respective sections. Their potential was unparalleled, making them prime candidates for the awakening potions. In the future, they would become the backbone in the fight against otherworldly threats. Quality steel must be used on the cutting edge. Returning to his physical form, Lu Li glanced at the neatly seated Darkblade team and proclaimed, "Attention, everyone." As his words fell, the entire team turned to face him, eyes fixed intently. "Whatever you see next, do not be surprised. Follow my commands." "Can you do that?" "Yes," they replied in unison. "Excellent." Lu Li nodded in satisfaction. "Come here. Each of you will receive one." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and produced vials of red and blue liquid, distributing them one by one. This display left the entire Darkblade team astounded. While they were unconditionally obedient to orders, they were also the elite among elites, the strongest of humanity. Each was a warrior with their own pride. They were eager to understand the capabilities of this young man, whom they were willing to protect at all costs. Yet, Lu Li's methods shattered their preconceived notions. Summoning potions from thin air? Was he even human? This secret is one worth safeguarding with your lives. For the glory of China. Lu Li's voice, though not loud, resonated with unwavering determination and seriousness. He had no intention of hiding his abilities. Hesitation was not a trait of a true man. In his previous life, every member of the Darkblade Special Forces had awakened. The otherworldly beings defeated at their hands formed mountains of corpses. They were heroes of unparalleled stature. He believed in these loyal soldiers. Furthermore, such a magical display, no matter how others speculated, would never lead them to suspect the system. As long as the core secrets remained concealed, this show of power would undoubtedly strengthen their unity and loyalty. Hearing Lu Li's solemn and resolute words, the Darkblade team echoed back, "For the glory of China." Their hearts surged with fervor. To reveal such mystifying abilities so readily before others was an exhibit of extraordinary courage. Regardless of the challenges ahead, they vowed to protect his safety, even at the cost of their own lives. "Open the potions and drink," Lu Li commanded. "Captain Gu, you must drink as well. No matter what happens, do not doubt or fear. Trust me, Lu Li will never betray his brothers." With that declaration, the entire Darkblade team broke the seals and drank eagerly. Bang! Hiss! With each sound of gas expulsion, 21 high-power pressure cookers began to boil. The cabin, though not particularly spacious, filled with steam and swirling smoke. What is happening? The Darkblade team widened their eyes, struggling to suppress their fear. Lu Li raised his right hand slightly, signaling them to remain calm, while deftly disabling the cabin's automatic fire suppression system. Despite the commotion, Lu Li managed to maintain control. However, the cockpit was not so fortunate. Two elite pilots glanced at the monitors and were greeted by the sight of steam billowing from the cabin, revealing 21 comrades enveloped in vapor. What is going on? Have we been attacked? Panic surged within the pilots as they instinctively reached for their assault rifles, ready to defend against an invasion. Fortunately, Lu Li intervened just in time, activating the ventilation system. As the billowing steam traced a long path through the air, the commotion gradually subsided. The Darkblade team, in awe, observed the transformation of their bodies. They felt their strength and physical resilience had increased tenfold. Gu Qingyuan distinctly sensed his already formidable physique had ascended to an even higher level, all due to that single vial of potion given by Lu Li. Lu Li regarded the exhilarated Darkblade team, a proud smile gracing his handsome features. In this moment, China had gained over 20 awakened warriors. Warriors, you are the sword of China, the unwavering beacon in the darkness. Demons from hell are soon to assault our sacred land. These filthy beasts aim to destroy our homeland and tear our loved ones apart. Tell me, what shall we do? Lu Li shouted passionately. Fight! 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 The Darkblade team stood tall, brimming with combat spirit. Their resounding battle cries echoed, stirring Lu Li's heart to the brink of tears. As the night approached, we, the successors, number far beyond millions. The spark of China shall forever endure, a flame that will never extinguish. Chapter 18. The renowned mountains of Huaxia stir, inviting the elders to emerge. In the land of Huaxia, on the serene Wulong Ridge beside the tranquil cottage, a middle-aged man clad in a black and white robe, holding a feather fan and wearing a silk cap, sat pensively before an ancient zither. He was none other than Zhuge Yuan, the heir of the martial sage, and the esteemed leader of the Huaxia military arts. At this moment, he had lost all interest in playing music, as the recent tumultuous celestial patterns clouded his mind with unease. While he was deep in thought, 3 J-21 stealth fighter jets roared through the sky, appearing above Wulong Ridge. With their unparalleled speed, they swiftly arrived at various renowned mountains. The fighter jet formations circled and howled, their powerful engines instantly capturing the attention of all who resided in the mountains. Look, our Huaxia plains. After years of silence, Wulong Ridge was awakened by the long-awaited call. Figures of all sizes rushed out from their humble abodes. Zhuge Yuan looked up in confusion, only to see a J-21 fighter jet hovering steadily above him, from which a thick rope was suddenly tossed onto his feather fan. Zhuge Yuan. Amidst his bewilderment, a loudspeaker from the aircraft blared. By the order of Deputy Commander Lu, we request Mr. Zhuge to gather at Fanning Temple. Deputy Commander Lu? Zhuge Yuan furrowed his brow, having never heard of him. The matter pertains to the destiny of Huaxia, and it is imperative that Mr. Zhuge attends. The mention of Huaxia's fate made Zhuge Yuan's eyes widen in realization, his robes billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. A burst of brilliant light pierced through the chaos in his mind. For the sake of Huaxia, we have an unyielding duty. With that declaration, he flicked his fan and resolutely stepped onto the platform at the end of the rope. The master ascends. The master ascends. A naive disciple in the mountains, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but shout. Silence. That is a fighter jet. The master is embarking on significant matters. An elder disciple promptly delivered a couple of light smacks to the young one. Huaxia has not forgotten Wulong Ridge. I sense that great events are about to unfold. Fellow disciples, study diligently and prepare to descend. Yes, the scene on Wulong Ridge was mirrored across Kunlun, Tianshan, and Shushan. Countless disciples bore witness to the sight of the J-21 fighter jets arriving to escort their leader. On this day, the renowned mountains of Huaxia trembled in unison. The hypersonic transport aircraft, flying at maximum power, approached the vicinity of Fanning Temple in approximately 2 hours. Within the grand hall of Fanning Temple, a benevolent figure with a face full of flesh sat cross-legged on a mat, compassionately striking a wooden fish while murmuring incantations. Nevertheless, his inner state was not as serene as it appeared. In recent months, He had faintly sensed the revival of his once dormant meridians. Along with inexplicable changes in his physical sensations, his understanding of Buddhist practices had inexplicably deepened beyond measure. He had repeatedly inquired among his martial monks if they experienced similar phenomena, but his inquiries were met with silence. Amitabha, the benevolent figure, softly chanted a Buddhist name, preparing to conclude his session. Suddenly, his large earlobes trembled. He opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "A distinguished guest approaches. Quickly, ring the bell to welcome them." Dong, dong, dong. The ancient and weathered chime rang through the mountains, startling flocks of birds. The long silent bronze bell chimed just as the aircraft neared Fanning Temple. The resonant sound echoed a total of 108 times. A silver-gray hypersonic transport aircraft aligned itself with the smooth path leading to the mountain gate. Two elite pilots, showcasing their extraordinary flying skills, expertly parked the aircraft before the entrance of the Shaolin Temple. Once the aircraft was securely stopped and the boarding steps lowered, Liu Li adjusted his attire and emerged gracefully into the mountain breeze, exuding an air of confidence. As the onlookers beheld Liu Li, clad in white and bearing a heroic countenance, alongside the fully armed Shadow Blade team behind him, the benevolent figure, clutching his prayer beads, hurriedly stepped forward and recited, "Amitabha, honored guest, your arrival at this humble temple is much regretted. Please forgive our inadequate reception. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Not at all." Liu Li joined his hands in a gesture of respect, replying, "I am Liu Li, Deputy Commander of the Huaxia Disaster Defense Joint Command. I come with pressing matters that disturb this sacred sanctuary, concerning the peril of Huaxia. I hope the Master can pardon this intrusion." "The peril of Huaxia?" The once solemn, benevolent figure's expression changed, his eyes narrowing with righteous fury. "Which mad dog dares plot against Huaxia? Inform this old monk, for I am still able to wield my staff." Cough, cough. "Master, please remain calm," Liu Li said with a gentle smile. "Do not worry, others will arrive shortly." Before long, a response came from Gu Qingyuan's miniature communication device. "Wolfpack calling, cargo has safely arrived. Parachute deployment commencing." With a crackling sound, 12 J-21 twin-seat stealth fighter jets began to form up in the sky, charging towards the mountain gate. The jets roared past, and 12 opened parachutes blossomed in the sky. Bagwazang Yaoqin, Zhuge Yuan, the martial sage, healer of people and spirits, Li Changfeng of Tianshan. The sun and moon shine together. The old foes of Kunlun and Shushan have also arrived. Upon recognizing the faces of the newcomers, the benevolent figure nearly pulled out a few strands of his eyebrows in shock. "Parachuting? Those two old geezers, who are half a foot in the grave, can also jump?" The benevolent figure gazed in disbelief at the four leaders, who had not descended the mountains for many years, as they parachuted straight into the gates of their own temple. He quickly flicked his robe and dashed inside. "Xinyangzi, you old fellow, you and Appos, still alive? And you look younger?" Seeing his long-lost friend, the benevolent figure was overwhelmed with excitement, yet also astonished at Xinyangzi's appearance. Die. You bald donkey, are you just waiting for others to die?" The Shushan leader, Xinyang Jinren, retorted angrily, his hair disheveled. "Humph, improper bald donkey. I truly cannot fathom how the Buddhist sect can have a monk such as you." Ji Ryue, the Kunlun leader, sighed while brushing her flowing silver hair. "Oh, Ji Ryue, still so fond of protecting your own. You." "Enough." Tianshan leader Li Changfeng intervened. "Let us allow young Master Liu to discuss the important matters." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they took their seats. In the presence of the Buddha, Liu Li swiftly recounted the matters concerning the otherworldly beings. The expressions of the five leaders shifted as he spoke, changing with each revelation. When they learned that some of these otherworldly beings could withstand nuclear weapons and that there were likely hidden forces at play, the leaders could no longer remain seated. "Damn it! These filthy beings dare to meddle in Huaxia. I shall spare no effort, even at the cost of my life, to eradicate them." The benevolent figure was the first to volunteer for battle. "My Wulong Qin still has 5 strings left. Even in death, I will not relent." Zhuge Yuan's expression turned cold, his martial spirit surging. Xinyang Jinren's hair stood on end as he fiercely plunged his Qin Gang sword into the ground, declaring, "Whoever dares tread upon the land of Huaxia, be it man or ghost, must first answer to this Qin Gang sword." If only I could gather more of Tianshan's spring water. Li Yichen fiddled with the gourd in his arms, his brow slightly furrowed. "Fellow leaders, please remain calm and listen to me," Liu Li timely intervened, controlling the escalating atmosphere of battle. I understand your resolve. Today, I have gathered you all here not for any other reason, but to present you with a powerful weapon, a tool to slay demons and protect the enduring flame of Huaxia. What weapon? The 5 leaders leaned forward, intrigued. With a calm smile, Lu Li produced 5 red and blue glass tubes from his briefcase. Come, drink this. What is this? The moment Li Yichen caught sight of the glass vial, his heart constricted sharply. Drawing upon years of medical experience, he keenly sensed the unusual nature of these substances. Awakening elixir, Lu Li said solemnly, once consumed. It will facilitate awakening. What does awakening entail? The various leaders wore expressions of confusion. In recent times, the changes in the world must have been felt by all of you, Lu Li remarked with a hint of detachment. The leaders fell silent, their expressions shifting in succession. Young friend, is it that elusive energy that one cannot quite grasp? If harnessed correctly, can it lead to awakening and achieve the level of our ancestors? Zhuge Yuan, true to his lineage as a descendant of the war god, quickly grasped the essence of the matter. Indeed, the stages of awakening are divided into 6 realms: mundane, extraordinary, true intent, divine connection, celestial, and void. You esteemed leaders are currently at the mundane realm of awakening. The mundane realm is merely a false awakening. Only the extraordinary realm truly signifies entry into the realm of awakening. As Lu Li elaborated, the eyes of the leaders sparkled with increasing brightness. Young friend Lu, from where did you acquire this information? The leader of Kunlun, Ji Ryue, inquired, her silver hair concealing a crescent-shaped mark that glimmered momentarily, her gaze filled with curiosity. The attention of the assembly shifted towards Lu Li. Because I am an extraordinary realm awakener, Lu Li proclaimed, rising to his full height as a faint blue aura enveloped him. Boom! An astonishing aura emanated from him, sweeping across the surroundings. Bang! 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 The furniture beneath the leaders crumbled instantaneously, reduced to dust. A protective aura. The compassionate one gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is this the power of the extraordinary realm? As they beheld Lu Li, resplendent in his flowing white robes, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, the leaders exchanged glances, each reflecting profound shock. The elixir in my possession can elevate all of you further. Lu Li earnestly presented the elixirs to each leader, bowing respectfully as he declared. Lu Li humbly invites all esteemed elders to emerge from seclusion. Chapter 19. The Return of the Fated Weapon and the Sudden Alarm. In the city of Yunjing, beneath the towering Tianji Peak, a vast construction platform sprawls. 5 figures, clad in diverse robes and bearing an array of weapons, gaze out from their elevated vantage point. Indeed, the 5 esteemed heads have been arranged by Lu Li to reside within the command center of the Awakening Legion. The ample space has been transformed into a living area akin to luxurious villas. This serves not only to ensure the comfort of these reclusive sages, but also to facilitate the concentration of formidable forces for combat. Esteemed guests, welcome to the capital of our great Huaxia, Yunjing. Lu Li took on the role of a guide, illuminating the lives of over 20 million Huaxia citizens. 20 million? My goodness, how will we manage the dining arrangements? The abbot of Fanning Temple pondered with concern. The compassionate one gazed incredulously at Lu Li. Logistics, Lu Li explained. Huaxia has established a swift and efficient logistics network. Today, not only is urban transportation seamless, but even rural areas are connected by paved roads. The necessities for the 20 million citizens of Yunjing are transported through these advanced logistics networks from various regions. Ah, I see, the compassionate one stroked his beard, acknowledging the vast changes in Huaxia. I recall when I first journeyed to Fanning Temple, I traveled on a bicycle. Master, the changes in Huaxia extend far beyond this. Lu Li chuckled, producing a mobile phone. Pray, observe this device, known as a mobile phone. Should you wish for a meal, simply place an order through this device, and within half an hour, it will be delivered to Tianji Peak. Is it truly that miraculous? The compassionate one took the phone with skepticism, examining it closely. Indeed, if Master desires to purchase anything, all that is required is to place an order through this device, and within a day or 2, a courier will deliver it to your doorstep. Moreover, its greatest utility lies in communication. With a mere press of a number, one can engage in video calls across vast distances. Goodness, is this not akin to the legendary 1,000-mile eye and wind-following ear? The astonishment of the compassionate one drew the attention of Li Chengfeng and others, who were equally intrigued by this novel contraption. In contrast, Zhuge Yuan maintained his composure, shaking his head with a sigh while elegantly fanning himself, seemingly unfazed. Are you not curious? The compassionate one inquired, tilting his bald head. At that moment, a melodious ringtone echoed. Zhuge Yuan reached into his voluminous sleeve and retrieved an identical device. Zhuge, you too possess one? The four heads were astonished. Haha, do you not understand? My Zhuge family studies the art of war. It is imperative to keep pace with the times. Zhuge Yuan chuckled as he silenced the alarm. Seeing this, Lu Li could not help but laugh. Esteemed heads, I shall place an order shortly, and within half a day, each of you shall possess one. Thank you, young friend Lu. The compassionate one beamed with joy. Ji Ryue scoffed, displaying her disdain for the bald monk's audacity. In appreciation, I present to you this Kunlun jade, she offered. Li Chengfeng, not to be outdone, carefully produced a jade vial. This contains Tianshan spring water, a gift for you. Yet, Zhenyangzi appeared pensive, lost in thought. Ji Ryue noticed and pinched his arm. I observe you lack a suitable weapon. Here, I offer you an ancient sword. Zhenyangzi hastily unfastened his belongings, retrieving a heavy sword case. This sword is one of the treasured weapons of Shu Shan, inscribed with protective seals. It remains untarnished by frost in winter, dew in summer, and blood does not stain its blade. In light of the calamities facing Huaxia, I present this sword to assist you in battle. As the bronze sword case opened, an ancient, weathered straight sword lay within. The moment the case was unveiled, an inexplicable sensation surged within Lu Li's heart, as if it were a connection of blood. What is this? He questioned, reaching for the hilt, and the long-sealed scabbard gradually opened. With a startling rush, a ferocious aura surged forth, blinding him momentarily. As the initial shock subsided, the sword's true form emerged, a Tang-style sword, adorned with a dragon motif, its blade measuring approximately 1 meter long and 4 fingers wide, inscribed with intricate black gold runes and a razor-sharp edge. As the ancient sword manifested, a torrent of potent energy swept through the heavens and earth, channeling the righteous aura of the cosmos. The blade of the Huaxia dragon sparrow? Lu Li's heart raced. Is this not my fated weapon from my previous life? How does it lie here with Zhenyangzi? Memories of his past life flashed rapidly through his mind, and he swiftly grasped the significance. Indeed, he had discovered the missing scabbard on the battlefield of Bashu, where Zhenyangzi had also met his demise. Ah, I understand now, Lu Li murmured, gently caressing the blade. With a chilling resonance, the dragon sparrow blade sang, as if celebrating its master's return. Old friend, we meet again. In this life, we shall safeguard Huaxia together. 2 days later, in the morning, Zhuge Yuan strummed a zither on the balcony, while Li Chengfeng watered the flowers. The compassionate one idly played a match-3 game on the sofa. Meanwhile, the two rivals from Kunlun and Shushan argued vehemently over which foot should enter the living room first. Just then, Lu Li completed the compilation of the exotic species catalog. Suddenly, the alarm at Tianji Peak blared to life, a piercing sound reverberating through the surroundings. Warning! Warning! The disaster monitoring matrix has detected abnormal energy fluctuations. All personnel, please proceed immediately to the command hall. Chapter 20. Sudden Supernatural Events. Fellow companions, follow me to vanquish demons. As the alarm blared, Lu Li heard the anxious voice of Gu Qingyuan through his earpiece. Deputy Commander, we have just received a report from the Disaster Defense Joint Command. A supernatural event has erupted in Heishui Town, Azhou. Azhou? Lu Li's pupils contracted slightly. In his past life, no such supernatural incidents had occurred in Azhou. Could his memory be flawed? Stay calm. Relay the data to the operations room. Understood. After a brief communication, in the ancient fortifications embedded deep within the mountains, at the Awakened Legion Command Center, Lu Li and his comrades quickly gathered together. A massive screen illuminated the room, displaying the enemy situation. In the satellite imagery, a gigantic black serpent, as thick as a water barrel and over 20 meters long, coiled around a towering water tower, letting out a thunderous roar. It occasionally peered down at the panicked crowd below, as if contemplating them as a feast. The black serpent. Lu Li's pupils contracted once more. How did this creature appear in Azhou? He had set up a disaster monitoring matrix based on his past life's memories, deploying considerable forces to the locations of potential supernatural events. His intent was to promptly extinguish any awakened monsters, thereby securing ample time for subsequent plans. Yet, the emergence of the black serpent had completely disrupted his arrangements. He distinctly remembered that its appearance occurred much later, and in Luozhou. No, No, the situation has drastically changed. Hiss. The massive black serpent flicked its crimson tongue, its blood-red eyes radiating a chilling light. With a sudden twist, it descended from the tower, demolishing buildings as it charged toward the terrified townsfolk. A serpent spirit. The serpent spirit is devouring people. The panicked crowd scattered in a desperate attempt to escape. Yet how could their feet outrun the awakened black serpent? In an instant, many residents were pursued and swallowed whole. Chaos engulfed Heishui town as smoke billowed. The screams of terror and cries of agony echoed throughout the streets. Roar. After devouring a resident, the black serpent's hunger was insatiable as it set its gaze upon a trembling little girl in the corner. Please, no. Mommy, I'm scared. The girl cried out in terror. Xiaoying, run. The girl's mother, disregarding her own safety, rushed forward, extending her frail arms to shield her daughter from the black serpent. The serpent, anthropomorphically displaying a semblance of surprise, flashed a mocking glint in its blood-red eyes. Roar. Its cavernous mouth opened wide, ready to consume the girl's mother. Bang, bang, bang. A young police officer arrived just in time, firing his weapon repeatedly to momentarily divert the black serpent's attention. Run, he shouted, emptying his magazine in a single breath, but the ensuing scene left him dumbfounded. Clink, clink, clink. Each heated bullet struck the serpent's forehead, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. This formidable weaponry, which had never failed him before, could not inflict even a scratch on the creature. What manner of beast is this? The young officer was aghast. If even bullets could not slay this monster, nor penetrate its skin, it was beyond his comprehension. His hands trembled as he gripped his handgun, gasping for breath. Hiss, hiss. The black serpent, infuriated by the insignificant creature bothering it, turned back toward its original target. In its eyes, the mother and daughter became all the more delectable. Before they could flee very far, the colossal shadow loomed overhead. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the young officer's weapon discharged once more. The black serpent hesitated, its massive head swiveling to glare at him with anger. With a swift flick of its tail, it shattered a nearby billboard, sending it crashing down upon the young officer. Crash. The officer was caught off guard, collapsing as his chest caved in. Uncle. The little girl cried out, weeping. Don't worry about me. Run quickly. The young officer's face was resolute as he lay twisted on the ground, summoning his last strength to pull the trigger one final time, expending the last 2 bullets. Bang, bang. The black serpent, thoroughly enraged by this bothersome insect, felt no pain from the futile attacks, but found the creature's persistence intolerable. With a rapid coil, it crashed into a nearby power pole, its body crushing everything in its path. The serpent and Apos' head lunged forward with a forceful impact. The tremendous force sent the young officer flying several meters, teetering between life and death. Cough, cough. He struggled to expel a mouthful of blood. In his fading vision, he saw the mother and daughter turn the corner, escaping the immediate danger. A bloodstained smile crept across his face. I have fulfilled my duty. Witnessing this, the onlookers clenched their fists in anger. Damn beast. Lu Li slammed the table, his face a mask of cold determination. The Phantom Special Brigade, mobilize immediately. Fellow commanders, follow me to vanquish the demons. Chapter 21. Apologies for our tardiness. At this moment, Blackwater Town is engulfed in thick smoke and flames, descending into utter chaos. Vehicles are fleeing in all directions, and the air is filled with the cries of panicked crowds. To make matters worse, dark clouds have suddenly gathered in the sky, shrouding the town in an ominous darkness, as if night has fallen prematurely. With a crack of thunder, torrential rain begins to pour down, exacerbating the distress of the already frantic populace. Beneath the somber sky, a terrifying giant serpent stands tall, roaring amidst the ruins of collapsed buildings and crushed vehicles. Its crimson eyes gleam with a thirst for blood. A palpable atmosphere of horror and despair envelopes the entire town. Wife, quickly take our child and run. A wounded young man struggles to descend from a vehicle, his gaze fixed on the approaching Blackwater serpent, and he shouts desperately at his loved ones. No, we must leave together. The woman, cradling an infant, feels utterly helpless. Foolish woman, if we don't run now, none of us will escape. I can't move anymore, hurry. Take care of our child. If there is an afterlife, let us be together again. Go. The woman weeps, glancing between her husband and the baby in her arms, unable to take a single step forward. In the face of death, even a man feels helpless, let alone a woman. The Blackwater serpent draws nearer. Vehicles are tossed aside like toys, its massive body towering over the town, creating an overwhelming sense of dread that leaves one breathless. At this moment, escape seems impossible. Woo, Akin, I'm so sorry. Tears streaming down her face, the woman clutches her husband tightly. Cough, it's all right. Perhaps this is our fate. At least after we die, our family can be together again. On the road to the underworld, our baby will not be alone. The young couple weeps as they embrace, desperately shielding their wailing child. A colossal shadow looms overhead, its gaping maw ready to consume them, just as the situation becomes dire. Tat tat tat, tat tat tat. The sound of gunfire pierces the air in the town steeped in despair. Beneath the heavy clouds, several Dragon-class armed helicopters break through the downpour, roaring as they soar above the town. On the roads, armored vehicles thunder forward, their dark cannons aimed squarely at the formidable Blackwater Serpent. A massive main battle tank, weighing 60 tons, rolls down the main road, its laser sight locking onto the target, armor-piercing rounds poised for launch. Huaxia Azhou Vanguard Battalion. Caution! There are civilians beneath the giant serpent. Hold fire on heavy weapons to avoid collateral damage. All other units, engage with full force. Yes, at the command of a young battalion leader, soldiers dressed in camouflage, adorned with Huaxiao insignia, swiftly disembark from their vehicles, unleashing a barrage of firepower towards the Blackwater Serpent. In an instant, the serpent's massive form becomes ensnared in a storm of bullets. Although it has awakened and possesses formidable skin, it cannot evade the onslaught of rapid-fire weaponry without sustaining injuries. Enraged, it abandons its prey, letting out a furious roar as it turns and darts toward the primal jungle beyond the town's outskirts. Now, all firepower, full engagement. Target locked, fire. Boom. 6 Dragon-class armed helicopters launch a volley of infrared missiles. Tat tat tat, tat tat tat. Simultaneously, dozens of 30mm machine guns unleash a torrent of scorching steel rain. Boom, boom. The main cannon of a 120mm tank fires, sending armor-piercing shells screeching through the air, the tremendous recoil sending waves of dirt flying. A ferocious web of firepower crashes down upon the Blackwater Serpent. Under such relentless assault, no ordinary creature could possibly survive. Yet, it is the Blackwater Serpent, an awakened monstrosity. To the astonished eyes of the helicopter pilots, the terrifying serpent twists and turns, sweeping aside trees as it alters its coloration, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. Suddenly, the 12 infrared missiles that had locked onto it lose their target mid-flight. The subsequent barrage of artillery is similarly thwarted by the towering trees, significantly diminishing its effectiveness. This seemingly destructive assault leaves only a few flesh wounds on the Blackwater Serpent. Phoenix report. Phoenix report. Target appears to possess camouflage and evasion capabilities, infrared systems disabled. The pilot's urgent voice crackles through the communications channel. Damn it, what the hell? The battalion leader curses. Assess the damage to the target. The target has been injured and has retreated into the jungle. Air units, pursue and attack. Switch to conventional high-explosive missiles and rockets. Bombard it. Deploy reconnaissance and strike drones to assist in the operation. We must eliminate the monster. Yes, having given his orders, the battalion leader turns his gaze toward the devastated Blackwater town. Among the ruins, a small girl in a blood-stained blue dress sits helplessly on the rubble, her innocent face etched with terror. The young battalion leader, trembling, rushes forward and gently lifts the frightened child into his arms. Don't be afraid, little one. I'm here. Woo-woo. The girl bursts into tears, clinging tightly to the young leader's neck, unwilling to let go. As he surveys the destruction, the flames erupting around him, and the bloodied scene, the young leader's eyes blaze with fury. Armored units, maintain vigilance at the junction. All others, focus on aiding the injured. Move quickly. Amidst the urgent commands, waves of Huaxia soldiers rush forward, carrying stretchers toward the wounded. Huaxia soldiers, the young couple, having narrowly escaped death, gaze in awe at the green-clad figures, their voices trembling with hope. Among the rubble, civilians rise to their feet, supporting one another as they gaze at the soldiers with gratitude. Woo-woo, the Huaxia soldiers. Our soldiers have come to save us. Many begin to weep with relief. Apologies for our tardiness. Chapter 22. The Jungle Purge Operation. The Awakened Beasts of Extreme Danger. Following the arrival of firefighting and medical reinforcement, under the command of the battalion commander, The Ujo Vanguard Battalion swiftly advanced into the primeval forest to commence the extermination of the Blackwater Serpent. At the perimeter of the forest, dozens of tanks and armored vehicles, unable to penetrate further, stood resolutely, their dark artillery blocking the access to the Blackwater Town forest. Each intersection was fortified with considerable defensive forces. Above the dense primeval forest, several drones began low-altitude reconnaissance beneath the ominous clouds, their high-precision cameras incessantly scanning the terrain below. The thunderous formations of armed helicopters patrolled their designated sectors, ever poised for aerial strikes. Were this to be a confrontation with humanity, one might have knelt in surrender. Yet, at this moment, these valiant soldiers of Huaxia faced not humans, but a dangerously awakened creature, swift, adept at camouflage and ambush. The dense foliage of the forest greatly limited the effectiveness of their firepower. Coupled with the gloomy weather, their purge efforts faced continuous setbacks. Amidst the torrential rain saturating the forest, illuminated by flashes of lightning, a bizarre combat scene unfolded. Bang, bang, bang. Beneath a massive tree, severed by some force, two heavy machine guns spat fire ferociously, their concentrated barrage shattering the opposing trees into splinters. Not far away, several assault teams formed combat lines. Their assault rifles unleashing fierce flames, their relentless firestorm reducing the thickets ahead to shambles. Boom, boom. In the sky, several armed helicopters targeted a specific position, launching high-explosive missiles that erupted into colossal fireballs amidst the trees. However, this seemingly ferocious bombardment inflicted no harm upon the enemy. The cunning Blackwater Serpent, utilizing the terrain and its art of disguise, deftly evaded the aerial onslaught. Moreover, the soldiers faced mounting casualties from the creature and Oppo's hidden assaults. Behind a massive boulder, a young soldier took cover, pouring fire towards the creature's direction, just as he believed the path ahead was free of danger and prepared to advance. A sudden whoosh of rapid movement erupted beside him, and a massive black shadow loomed into view. Alarmed, the young soldier and Oppo's hair stood on end, attempting to evade. But it was too late. Illuminated by a flicker of lightning, a sleek, powerful snake tail struck him with blinding speed, sending him crashing 4 to 5 meters away into the muddy ground, unconscious and unresponsive. Dachuan, the soldiers cried out in anguish. 10 o'clock. Fire. Eliminate this beast. In an instant, machine guns and rocket launchers unleashed their full might. However, this ferocious firepower barely grazed the Blackwater Serpent. It was too agile. With a deft twist and turn, it effortlessly dodged the first wave of bullets. Before the soldiers could adjust their aim, several massive trees were toppled, providing the creature with new cover. It then vanished from sight with a series of swift movements. Fortunately, the aerial units swiftly detected the Blackwater Serpent's whereabouts. 1 o'clock. Armed Dragon-class helicopter, repositioning. The pilot roared, locking onto the target. Target locked. Target locked. In a cacophony of sounds, 12 high-explosive missiles were launched, hurtling towards the serpent's head. The Blackwater Serpent, realizing the impending danger, twisted its body and fled deeper into the forest, its colors shifting rapidly to blend with the surroundings. With a mocking glint in its blood-red eyes, it abandoned its previous tactic of using trees for cover, relying instead on its speed and camouflage to elude the missiles. Yet, the creature, despite its cunning, miscalculated this time. The pilot was not using infrared missiles. Its disguise was ineffective. Trailing thick smoke, the high-explosive missiles raced towards its vicinity, reaching it in the blink of an eye. Even as it sensed the threat and attempted to respond at the last moment, 2 missiles struck it directly. Boom, boom. 2 sprays of crimson erupted, sending chunks of flesh flying. The Blackwater Serpent howled in agony, its massive form thrashing against several trees before finally coming to a halt. As it turned over, its blood-red eyes burned with fury. These detestable insects had inflicted upon it its first significant injury. As a newly awakened beast, it lacked sufficient wisdom but was acutely aware of pain. Enraged, it prepared to teach these bothersome flies a severe lesson. With a powerful arch of its body, it shot upward several meters, its flattened, conical head thrusting forward, its gill flaps expanding ominously. A jet of black-green liquid erupted forth like lightning. Danger! Evade! The pilot, adjusting the flight path, felt a surge of dread, desperately pulling the control stick. But it was too late. The black-green liquid struck the helicopter's fuselage, enveloping it in toxic green smoke. Danger! Helicopter 3's rotor is damaged. Emergency landing. Emergency landing. Amidst the frantic communications, the out-of-control armed helicopter wobbled towards the depths of the forest. No, the remaining helicopter pilots were in a frenzy, fingers tightly gripping the firing switches. Damn it, die! As the armed helicopter turned, a barrage of rockets rained down upon the Blackwater Serpent. Perhaps the previous assault had drained too much of its energy, for its reactions were considerably slower now. Boom, boom, boom. A deluge of rockets struck its body directly, bursting forth in a shower of blood and flesh. The Blackwater Serpent screamed in pain, collapsing to the ground shortly thereafter. Witnessing the massive serpent fall still, the pilots breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, all ammunition aboard the helicopters had been expended. If they could not eliminate this creature now, they would be in grave danger. The Phoenix reports, Helicopter 1 has crashed at coordinates 3,200 and 175143. Target heavily damaged. Repeat, target heavily damaged. Received. Maintain aerial surveillance. Rescue teams proceed to the crash site immediately. The remaining ground assault teams, follow me. We must completely eradicate this monster. We cannot leave danger for our compatriots. Understood. Beneath the cover of the thunderstorm, the brutal hunt appeared to be nearing its conclusion. The great serpent had been wounded, and the ground forces were unified. Victory seemed imminent. Yet, unbeknownst to these valiant Huaxiao warriors, an impending life-and-death crisis silently loomed above them. Chapter 23. The Terrifying Shadows of Serpents. On the brink of despair, the ground assault team swiftly advanced towards their designated position, soon reaching a location not far from the scene. Beneath the torrential downpour, a colossal serpent lay motionless in the mire, its deep wounds exposing raw flesh, crimson blood staining the earth. Upon hearing the footsteps of the warriors from Huaxia, the beast instinctively attempted to flee, yet its strength had long since waned. Fire at will. With the command of the battalion leader, the soldiers of the Azhou vanguard unleashed a barrage of gunfire from their light and heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and assault rifles, casting a dense net of fire upon the fallen serpent. Deprived of its agile mobility, the Blackwater Serpent was now akin to a stationary target. Under the relentless hail of bullets, its wounds gaped wider, flesh bursting forth in grotesque displays. With a final mournful cry, the massive serpent raised its head skyward, its body arching before crashing heavily to the ground, life slipping away. Ceasefire. The battalion leader clenched his fist, and the torrent of bullets ceased. The assault teams quickly regrouped into standard combat formation. Li Hu, take 2 men to inspect. The rest, maintain firewatch. At the leader's command, a squad leader named Li Hu cautiously advanced with 2 soldiers, their assault rifles at the ready, approaching the Blackwater Serpent. Even as they neared, the serpent remained still. After thorough confirmation, Li Hu realized the beast posed no further threat. Damn creature, you caused the loss of so many brothers. Li Hu dashed forward, prying open the serpent's jaws. Grenade. Aye. The 2 soldiers, understanding the order, swiftly retrieved grenades from their belts and crammed them into the serpent's mouth. With a resounding explosion, the heavens erupted with the sound of shattering flesh, a rain of blood drenching the soldiers. Phew, finally dealt with it. The soldiers slowly rose, exhaling deeply. Gazing at the lifeless serpent, their taut nerves finally relaxed. Just as they allowed themselves a moment of reprieve, calamity struck. From the depths of the jungle, 2 enormous serpent shadows surged towards the ground team like primal beasts. In the dim light, with their infrared capabilities rendered ineffective, the hovering armed helicopter only detected the threat when the serpents were merely 300 meters away from the perimeter. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. 12-0 and Oppos. Clock. 2 colossal serpents. The helicopter pilot's horrified shout echoed. Instinctively, the ground assault team took up advantageous positions, aiming their weapons at the approaching threat. The battalion leader's forehead glistened with cold sweat. At that moment, all aerial strike units had exhausted their ammunition. The firepower of the ground team alone could not contend with a single serpent, let alone 2. Prepare the anti-tank rocket launchers. Heavy machine guns ready. Deploy directional anti-armor mines. Move quickly. Just as they completed their preparations, 1 male and 1 female serpent appeared before them amidst the pouring rain. Hissing, the 2 massive serpents, upon witnessing the carnage wrought upon the Blackwater Serpent, displayed anthropomorphic sorrow in their crimson eyes, as their cold, menacing gazes swept over the vigilant Azhou vanguard. Realization dawned upon them. It was these damned insects that had slain their offspring. They were enraged. With furious roars, the two serpents, each over 30 meters long and twice the girth of the black water serpent, reared up. A thunderclap echoed through the darkened sky, illuminated by blinding lightning. The soldiers were horrified to discover that the serpents towered above the forest giants. Witnessing this, a wave of insignificance washed over the soldiers. How were they to combat such titanic foes? If a mere serpent posed such a challenge, what terror did these two represent? For a moment, the youthful warriors wavered. They, too, were human and felt the chill of fear in the face of such incomprehensible creatures. Yet, the fortitude and duty of Huaxia soldiers compelled them to regain their composure. Open fire. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, deafening the forest. All automatic weapons were unleashed, pouring concentrated fire upon the serpents' underbellies and heads. The massive serpents sustained injuries, their tough skin and flesh unable to withstand the onslaught of heavy machine guns and anti-tank rockets. The wounded serpents swiftly coiled back to the ground, then, utilizing their speed, charged towards the ground assault team, intent on shattering their formation with sheer force. Detonate. Recognizing the opportune moment, the battalion leader commanded the mines to explode. The anti-armor mines detonated with a thunderous roar. The immense kinetic energy propelled countless steel balls precisely towards the serpents' vulnerable underbellies. Unprepared for such an eruption, the two serpents were caught off guard, the immense energy and innumerable steel projectiles embedded into their soft bellies, dark green blood gushing forth. Roaring in fury, the wounded serpents accelerated, their eyes glinting with malice. In the blink of an eye, they were upon the ground assault team. A squad leader, unable to evade in time, was bitten in half by the massive jaws, while two nearby soldiers were violently thrown aside, blood spewing forth. Squad leader. Fury ignited in the hearts of the nearby soldiers. They swiftly redirected their weapons, unleashing a barrage of fire. The massive serpent's tail swept through the trees, shattering a giant trunk and sending several soldiers crashing to the ground, their fates uncertain. Meanwhile, the other serpent retaliated against the Huaxia soldiers with equal ferocity. Its colossal form surged through the foliage like a wall, uprooting trees and shattering stones in its wake. In mere moments, the ground assault team had suffered 10 casualties. Witnessing his comrades fall, the young battalion leader was consumed by rage. Damn you, I'll fight you to the end. He furiously threw his hat to the ground, seizing a heavy machine gun and unleashing a torrent of fire upon the serpent's head. The searing hail of bullets struck true, yet the serpent's resilience and vitality were formidable. Even as the automatic fire inflicted damage, it was but a mere scratch to them. Unless several missiles struck directly, a true blow remained elusive. The serpent, drawn by the gunfire, pivoted its fearsome head towards the battalion leader, its crimson tongue flickering ominously. With a sudden, swift motion, the serpent lunged at the battalion leader like an arrow. In that instant, his heart raced with terror. He rolled desperately to evade the impending strike. Despite summoning all his strength, the colossal serpent still grazed his body. With a violent impact, he was hurled 6 or 7 meters away, crashing against a tree trunk. Coughing, the young battalion commander struggled to expel a couple of mouthfuls of blood, his ribs fractured in 4 or 5 places. Commander, retreat. Let us regroup once reinforcements arrive. You are gravely injured, and many soldiers have already. The soldiers around him hurriedly rushed over, desperately attempting to lift him, pleading for a withdrawal. No. Do not concern yourselves with me. The young commander's eyes widened in determination as he seized a soldier by the collar. You understand, these abominations are terrifying. Even we find them difficult to confront. What then of our defenseless compatriots? If they were to invade our residential areas, how many innocent lives would be lost? But the soldier anxiously attempted to argue. There is no but. Remember, behind us lies our homeland, and we are the sons of China. We cannot leave our compatriots in peril. Even if it costs us our lives, we must not retreat a single step. Execute the orders. Yes. With tear-filled eyes, the soldier grasped the heavy machine gun from the commander's hands, shouting as he pulled the trigger. The brutal battle raged on, and the casualties among the Chinese soldiers continued to mount. Like a mountain, the serpentine body writhed ominously, the enormous serpent head once again fixating on the immobile young commander. Its gaping maw opened wide, and he could already smell the acrid stench of the black water serpent's venomous fangs. Coughing again, he managed a grim smile, preparing to pull the pin from the high-explosive grenade in his hand. Chapter 24. Who are they? In a moment of dire urgency, a white figure swiftly descended from the heavens. With a resounding clash, a brilliant blade cleaved the sky, slicing through the curtain of rain. A sharp black-gold ancient sword descended with formidable force, shattering the fangs of the male giant serpent in an instant. Bolstered by gravity, the serpent's jaw was split in two. The blade then arced upward, sending forth a spray of dark crimson blood. The foul mouth of the serpent was laid open with a gaping wound, nearly splitting it in half. With a pained howl, the male serpent writhed in agony, its smooth body twisting like a mountain, while its massive tail swept violently toward the assailant. Seeking death, Lu Li roared, spinning rapidly in midair, his protective aura shimmering as his long sword descended with precision. Like a hot knife through butter, the serpent's tail was utterly unable to withstand Lu Li's blade, splitting effortlessly in two. The mutilated serpent let out a chilling scream, abandoning its mate to flee in panic. Attempting to escape, a cold smile crept upon Lu Li's lips as he lightly pressed against the ground, executing several flips to block its path. On the other side, the female giant serpent, witnessing the chaos, glared with glowing red eyes and charged forward with a thunderous roar. In an instant, its colossal body, illuminated by flashes of lightning, lunged toward Lu Li, with a flicker of disdain in his bright eyes. Lu Li deftly sidestepped and swiftly slid to the side of the female serpent's abdomen. With a swift slash, a deep gash of 5 or 6 meters appeared on the serpent's belly, penetrating its tough flesh to the other side. A fountain of dark green blood erupted forth. Reacting quickly, Lu Li spun away from the noxious, corrosive fluid. As he elegantly sheathed his blade, the female giant serpent writhed in agony, crashing through a dozen massive trees before finally coming to a halt. Before Lu Li could strike again, a melodious sound akin to the clash of ancient weapons echoed through the air. Zhuge Yuan had not yet arrived, yet his voice preceded him like a tempestuous wind. The sound of the guqin resonated as waves of sharp sonic attacks surged forth, causing the female serpent to pause, its movements becoming sluggish. With the might of a giant sword, the master of Mount Shu, Xinjiang, harnessed his agility, swiftly maneuvering through the air. His robe billowed as he formed intricate hand seals, launching a 3-foot blade that pierced through several towering trees, striking the female serpent with great force, pinning it to the ground. Demon-slaying laws, moonlight of Kunlun. The Kunlun master Ji Ryue shouted, raising his arms as a radiant moon wheel ascended behind him. The wheel spun rapidly, cleaving through wood and stone, bursting forth with brilliance upon contact with the serpent's skin. In mere moments, the colossal female serpent was brutally severed in two. "Save some for me," cried the compassionate one, arriving late with his 5-meter modified wolf-toothed staff, urgency in his voice. "Look, there's still a male one." Lu Li pointed towards the half-dead male serpent attempting to flee. Seeing this, the compassionate one's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Amitba," he exclaimed, his voice rising. The fleeing male serpent felt a gust of wind beside it, turning its massive head just in time to see a bare-headed giant charging forward with a spiked club, moving with increasing speed. Realizing it was cornered, the now semi-intelligent male serpent's eyes flickered with fierce intent. It understood that escape was futile and resolved to fight back, targeting the compassionate one with a sudden, fierce strike. With a screech, its massive form coiled, gathering an inexplicable energy that coalesced into a dark energy sphere, hurtling towards the compassionate one's gleaming head. "Trivial skill. Diamond shield." The compassionate one bellowed, enveloping himself in a golden barrier. The energy sphere collided with the shield, producing mere ripples. "Be damned, you beast." The compassionate one soared into the air, towering over the serpent. With a mighty swing of his staff, he brought it crashing down upon the serpent's head. The serpent's eyes widened in terror as the staff grew larger in its view, and it let out a desperate shriek. With a resounding impact, the modified staff smashed into its skull. "Die for the Buddha," the compassionate one shouted, withdrawing the staff embedded in the serpent's flesh, creating a blur of motion. In an instant, the serpent's hardened head exploded like a watermelon, its brains splattering everywhere. Compassion of the Buddha. The jungle fell into a brief silence. From the moment Lu Li intervened to the conclusion of the battle, the two terrifying creatures were dispatched as easily as chopping vegetables. The soldiers of the Huaxia Azhou vanguard camp, witnessing the scene, gaped in disbelief. Who are they? Is this the legendary Huaxia martial arts? Their unit, unable to handle the monsters with machine guns and missiles, seemed trivial compared to these individuals. Amidst the flickering lightning, The young faces stared in awe at the surreal spectacle, momentarily rendered speechless. Though astonished, their strong sense of duty compelled them to regain composure. Huaxiaozhou Vanguard Camp. Do not move. Who are you? The weary soldiers quickly adjusted their formations, their cold weapons aimed squarely at Lu Li and his companions. State your purpose for being here. Speak quickly, or we will open fire. The camp commander, leaning against a tree, shouted as he hefted his heavy machine gun. The two giant serpents had already left them in disarray, and now they faced even more terrifying humans. Such bizarre occurrences demanded caution. He resolved that if these individuals exhibited even a hint of malice, he would not hesitate to fire, even at the cost of his own life. At that moment, a team of elite armed personnel emerged from the dense trees. The Dark Blade squad responsible for perimeter security had arrived. Upon recognizing the familiar military uniforms and vibrant insignias, the young commander's jaw dropped in astonishment. You are. Gu Qingyuan stepped forward and saluted solemnly. Huaxia Special Forces, Ghost Brigade. Comrade, we are late. Hearing this, the young commander could no longer contain his emotions. His stiff arms fell limply, fingers trembling. Tears welled in his eyes as he rasped. You finally arrived. Soldiers, I'm sorry we were late. Observing the drenched and muddy warriors of Huaxia, Lu Li felt an unbearable pang of sorrow. He gently assisted the young captain onto a stretcher and solemnly rendered a military salute. After the salute, Lu Li turned his gaze to the chaotic battlefield, commanding all to act swiftly in rescuing the wounded. In the rainforest, everyone sprang into action, with soldiers being lifted onto stretchers intermittently. Lu Li joined the efforts, kneeling to help a comrade who had collapsed in the mire. He felt for a pulse at the soldier's neck and then shouted, "There's hope, Li Lao. Hurry and save him. They are coming." A figure in a long robe rushed through the mud, carrying a soldier on his back. It was none other than Li Chengfeng, the esteemed master of Tianshan. Despite his own severe injuries, Li Chengfeng spoke in a deep voice, carefully placing the soldier onto a clean stretcher. Then, he removed a gilded gourd from his waist and opened its mouth. Two shimmering drops of Tianshan spring water were delicately poured onto a leaf and administered to the soldier. As the crystalline water flowed down, the faint pulse of the wounded warrior gradually strengthened. Having completed this act, Li Chengfeng exhaled deeply, assuring, "Do not worry. With my Tianshan spring water, you will recuperate well and soon recover." However, as he spoke, his expression darkened, and he sighed while gazing at the still forms lying on the stretchers, unable to rise again. "I apologize, but I am powerless," he lamented. The rain intensified. Lu Li allowed the downpour to drench him as he slowly bent down, respectfully closing the unwilling eyes of the fallen soldiers. "They fought valiantly for Huaxia," he declared. "Let us not allow the heroes of Huaxia to lie in the mud. Let us escort our warriors home." Chapter 25. The plan is advanced. The ancient heritage of Huaxiao endures. That evening, upon returning to the command center of the Legion, Lu Li meticulously reviewed the events of his past life. Now, he was utterly convinced that circumstances had undergone a significant transformation. Due to his rebirth, the occurrences of this life no longer followed the trajectory of the previous one. It seems that the alteration of my factor has triggered a chain reaction. Thus, let us hasten our pace. With this thought, Lu Li swiftly picked up the dedicated landline on the table and dialed the Elder-S number. "Guozhua, the situation has changed. I suggest we take some actions ahead of schedule." "Lu Li, are you certain?" The Elder-S voice on the other end was remarkably composed. "I am certain." "Very well. I trust you." At 8 p.m., a video released on the Huaxia internet instantly ignited a frenzy. In the shaky footage, a colossal serpent, as thick as a water tank, coiled around a towering water tower, howling at the sky. Its length was easily over 10 meters. Beneath the darkened skies, illuminated by flashes of lightning, the terrifying serpent flicked its crimson tongue, its blood-red eyes exuding an eerie menace. It glared at the panicked crowd as if they were mere insects. In its agile writhing, it crushed houses as if they were made of paper and overturned several tons of vehicles with a single swipe of its tail. Countless people screamed in terror, fleeing as if they were in a Hollywood disaster film. What a frightful creature. Is that a serpent that has attained spirit? It must be edited, right? Just special effects. But the effects seem too realistic. I feel as though I am right there. I can assure everyone, this is real. I was on the scene. Really? Are there any other videos? Please DM me. The netizens fervently debated, some making jokes, while others expressed disbelief. Just as the onlookers were in an uproar, another new video was uploaded to the site. This time, It was released by an authoritative platform of the Huaxia military, titled Combat Record of Heishui Town, Azhou. Upon seeing the serious title, the netizens paused, then curiously opened the video. Initially, the footage presented an eerie combat perspective. A group of Huaxia soldiers, armed with automatic weapons, fired fiercely into the distance, yet there was no sign of the enemy in sight. Helicopters whizzed overhead, launching infrared missiles that lost their target mid-flight. With no trace of adversaries amidst the exploding fireballs, this disconcerting scene persisted for quite some time. What is happening? Who are they shooting at? Indeed, I see no one. Perhaps they are not dealing with humans at all? Impatient viewers could hardly contain their queries after watching just a brief segment. However, the subsequent scenes rendered them utterly unable to remain composed. The terrifying serpent, insidious ambushes, the sounds of fierce gunfire, and anguished cries transported the netizens to the front line. Isn't that the giant serpent? This is real. Our soldiers are battling a monster. Oh my God, how can such an invisible creature exist within Huaxia? Oh no, our soldiers are injured. That damned beast. Viewers were gripped by fear and simultaneously mourned the casualties of the Huaxia soldiers. They wished they could immediately take up arms to confront the terrifying serpent in a fight to the death. When they witnessed the giant serpent finally being obliterated under the fierce onslaught of firepower, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the internet. Yet, the subsequent footage nearly left them breathless. In the dim rain, the serpent's blood-red eyes glared back. Its body was as thick as an elephant and soared to a height greater than that of towering trees, 30 meters. The intense visual impact stunned all who watched the video. How can we combat this? The viewers swallowed hard in disbelief. Our soldiers are in grave danger. A brutal battle was on the brink of erupting. In the clash of steel and iron, Huaxia soldiers fell one after another, yet new warriors swiftly filled their ranks to engage in mortal combat with the serpent. The young company commander also fell, but a soldier beside him immediately seized the heavy machine gun from his hands. When they saw the young commander pull out a grenade, preparing for a final stand against the serpent, gasps of horror filled the hearts of all viewers. No, when Luli descended from the heavens, radiating with dazzling sword light, and miraculously saved the young commander, everyone exhaled in relief, though their eyes widened in astonishment. Cold weapons? Protective aura? What is happening? The subsequent appearance of the 5 great masters, effortlessly vanquishing the giant serpent, left the viewers speechless in sheer shock. Wahukan, Qinggang sword, and Yuehua wheel, along with the 3 lives gilded gourd. The legendary treasures truly exist. The ancient heritage of Huaxia is revived. Oh my God, who are they? Is this the power of legends? Wait, I recognize 5 of them. They are the masters of Huaxia's 5 renowned mountains. I want to cultivate. I want to start immediately. The viewers could no longer contain their excitement. Just then, the video abruptly shifted, revealing dozens of stretchers draped with white cloth, quietly appearing in the frame. Instantly, the netizens fell silent. The lively comments ceased, replaced by an unsettling stillness. After a long pause, a user with the nickname Qixin slowly typed, "There are always those who guard us in unseen places." Indeed, tears are streaming down my face, a netizen replied. I've made up my mind. The moment Huaxia needs me, I will enlist. Count me in. The profound impact of the video continued to resonate. After several hours of fervor, a blue pop-up unexpectedly appeared on every netizen's screen. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., Huaxia will deliver a national televised address. Chapter 26. The Wormhole Crisis, an unprecedented migration. The announcement that China would deliver a nationwide televised address at 9 a.m. ignited a fervor across the internet. In conjunction with the circulation of videos depicting the supernatural events in Azhou, tension gripped the populace. Discussions erupted in forums, social media, and various online communities. Have you seen the video? Just recently, a similar supernatural occurrence transpired in Luzhou, though it was not nearly as terrifying. Is it true? Indeed. Not only in Luzhou, but in numerous locations as well. For reasons unknown, the videos have been deleted. My heavens, is our world truly on the brink of upheaval? This matter has escalated. The televised address is about to commence. Let us hear what the nation has to say. I firmly believe that, regardless of what transpires, we, the people of China, shall weather this storm. Have faith. When the call of our homeland resonates, I shall be the first to respond. As the clock approached 8 a.m., the bustling crowd hurrying to work came to an abrupt halt. They turned their gaze towards the colossal screens atop the skyscrapers. The traffic on the roads gradually slowed to a standstill. Within the factories, the thundering machines ceased their operations. Everyone paused their tasks, activating their audiovisual devices, eagerly awaiting the nation's message. Ding! The clock struck 9 a.m. punctually. Across the vast expanse of China, on all audiovisual devices, the striking figure of Lu Li appeared. Oh, is that not the white-clad superhero from the previous video? Look at the large black box on his back. It is identical. Yes, he was also present at the fusion ignition ceremony last time. Who is this young man? Curiosity began to stir among the crowd. Lu Li, standing before the camera, wore an unusually serious expression. He spoke deliberately. Fellow compatriots of China, I am Lu Li, the Deputy Commander of the Disaster Defense Joint Command. I believe many of you have already viewed the video of the Azhou supernatural event. My fellow citizens, such occurrences will only become more frequent in the future. However, the crisis we shall face after June will be exponentially more dire than these so-called supernatural events. Upon hearing this, the audience could no longer remain seated. The sight of monstrous snakes towering dozens of meters high was already terrifying enough. Could there be something even more formidable? At that moment, footage of the horrifying skeletal remains discovered by the Wugang lunar rover began to play. As the images flashed on the screen, countless viewers discarded their phones and overturned their teacups. What manner of creature is this? Such terrifying beings exist on the moon. My heavens! A creature towering over 1,000 meters. Even an aircraft carrier pales in comparison. The craters are filled with such monsters. Are they preparing to invade Blue Star? An involuntary wave of anxiety swept through the crowd. They could sense an impending calamity. As you can see, these terrifying beings are what we refer to as alien species. Lu Li continued after taking a sip of water. According to reliable intelligence, on November 10th, an endless horde of alien species will descend upon Blue Star through a wormhole. The wormhole appearing in our homeland has a diameter of 600 kilometers. Its location is in southern China. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the audience. Is this a jest? Who can withstand such a calamity? Are the heavens truly intent on destroying our China? Fellow compatriots, the nation has established a disaster defense joint command regarding the survival of our homeland. Residents within an 800-kilometer radius of the wormhole's epicenter must evacuate immediately. We shall construct a circular steel fortress along the perimeter of the wormhole to repel the invasion of the alien species. Fellow compatriots, the spiritual essence of the universe has quietly awakened, and humanity is beginning to rise. The footage you witnessed in the Azhou combat video showcases our awakeners in action. Our strength is continually growing. For the preservation of humanity and our land, we shall endure. United in purpose, we, the people of China, shall surely overcome this monumental crisis. Lu Li's impassioned voice resonated in the ears of every Chinese citizen. Let us respond to the nation's call. Unite together. What are alien species? What is a wormhole? We, the people of China, have endured countless hardships and shall not fear the unknown. Countless individuals erupted in fervent cries. Shortly after the conclusion of the televised address, the entire nation sprang into action. On the ground, 3000 trains, fully prepared, coupled additional carriages, racing towards southern China. Over 1 million valiant soldiers drove more than 1 million military trucks rumbling into the region. In the skies, 2,000 transport planes and helicopters roared down to various airports across southern China. A seemingly endless convoy of vehicles and a sky filled with aircraft all surged towards a common destination. Such a massive military mobilization was not for war, but for the relocation of 80 million compatriots in southern China. This would mark an unprecedented migration in the annals of human civilization. Soldiers, the sons and daughters of China have arrived. The southern populace cheered excitedly. Initially burdened with concerns over relocation, their worries dissipated upon witnessing the familiar green uniforms of the military. Citizens from other regions also sprang into action. Truck drivers filled their tanks, roaring onto the highways. Private cars cleared their back seats and trunks, eager to contribute to the monumental migration. The colossal traffic flow nearly choked all roadways. This scene surpassed even the congestion witnessed during China's National Day celebrations. Fortunately, sufficient traffic management had been deployed, ensuring the thoroughfares remained navigable. The destinations for relocation sprang into action as well. Countless construction vehicles entered the sites, erecting the frameworks of buildings, while innumerable workers began laying bricks and mortar. Before long, These structures would accommodate the countless displaced citizens. Not far from the construction site, rows of brand new temporary housing had already been completed, united in purpose, together through adversity, standing firm against the storm. For the sake of China, every individual harbored a shared aspiration. At this moment, no one concerned themselves with personal loss or gain. No one felt anything but pride. They all yearned to partake in this grand and magnificent event. On the internet, related videos swiftly set the digital realm ablaze. Upon witnessing the seemingly endless support forces, viewers' eyes brimmed with tears. How magnificent! A sight rarely seen. This is the Grand China. As long as we, the billions of Chinese citizens, stand united, no challenge can thwart us. Within the Disaster Defense Joint Command, the previously anxious elites of China were now overwhelmed with emotion. This is our Grand China. Alien species, come forth. You shall regret ever setting foot in our homeland. The day our steel fortress is complete will be your demise. Chapter 27 Reactions from all sides. A storm approaches. Leaders, we are facing a grave situation. The leader of the beautiful nation, Bidding, hastily summoned his subordinates. The televised address from Huaxia, heralding an unprecedented migration, could not escape the attention of nations across the Blue Star. Upon hearing Bidding's call, his subordinates wasted not a second and appeared at the urgent video conference. What exactly is Huaxiao up to? Bidding was the first to voice his concern. The leaders of various nations furrowed their brows, racking their brains for an answer, plunging the meeting into an unsettling silence. Your Excellency, the representative from the Cherry Blossom Nation, Tianhu could no longer restrain himself as the silence lingered. In my opinion, this is nothing but Huaxia's conspiracy. I suggest we observe the situation. We merely need to ignore their actions and let them exhaust their resources. Once the time is right, Huaxia's true intentions will be revealed. Observe the situation? Such a facile suggestion. The leader of the cosmic nation interjected, activating his habitual contrarian mode. Have we not transported vast quantities of steel to Huaxia during this time? Would that not be aiding them in vain? Are we to simply let it go? Tianhu's small mustache quivered in anger. This is not contradictory at all. How can it not be? Is this not plainly evident? Huaxia intends to construct a steel fortress, and we are merely supplying them with materials. Stop! Stop! Bidding slammed the table, halting the bickering between these two habitual instigators. His head buzzed. At this rate, it was uncertain if he could endure until the end of the meeting. This is indeed Huaxia's scheme. The leader of the British faction stated emphatically, "Let us allow Huaxia to engage in their futile endeavors. Steel? We in the Western Alliance possess ample supplies. Let us continue to deliver. Extraterrestrials? How absurd. Our noble British gentlemen have faith only in God. Even if there were an alleged extraterrestrial invasion of Blue Star, God would surely protect us. Huaxia's actions are but the antics of children. Once we acquire controllable nuclear fusion technology, they will rue the day." Goldilocks' remarks garnered considerable agreement from the attendees. The leader of Gallia, Macron, furrowed his brow, sensing that this assembly was filled with inept allies who could potentially jeopardize their efforts. Thus, he spoke up, "Your Excellency Bidding. Is not the lunar video released by Huaxia readily available? We need only dispatch a probe to investigate, and the truth will surface." Upon hearing this, Bidding's murky eyes glimmered with a hint of clarity. Indeed, such a simple matter, why engage in endless squabbling? Just as he was about to order the American probe to head to the crater, a staff member rushed in, presenting a thick stack of photographs. "Sir, these are the latest images sent back by the lunar probe." Bidding raised an eyebrow, suspiciously flipping through the pages. To his shock, the terrifying corpses and ghastly eyes nearly caused him to faint. "Gentlemen, the American probe has transmitted information. There truly exist life forms on the moon. The video released by Huaxia is authentic." "What? It is actually true." The leaders collectively gasped. Could it be that this so-called extraterrestrial threat is indeed set to invade Blue Star in 6 months? At this moment, no one dared to speak. After a prolonged silence, Tianhu, who had remained quiet, suddenly slapped his forehead and stood up. "Esteemed leaders, Huaxia's current maneuvers are merely the result of their own cleverness. I believe we have all fallen into a cognitive trap." Upon hearing this, the other leaders perked up their ears. Bidding looked at Tianhu on the screen with a benevolent expression, filled with concern. While it is true that there are alleged extraterrestrial entities on the moon, from where did Huaxia acquire this invasion intelligence? After all, the enemy would not inform them. Furthermore, if we adhere to Huaxia's narrative, a race capable of interstellar travel and constructing wormholes would find a mere steel fortress utterly inadequate for defense. Huaxia has historically been fond of building the Great Wall. They are merely inheriting the foolish genes of their ancestors. Upon hearing this, the leader's brows unfurled in relief. Indeed, even if an invasion were to occur, our Western Alliance's aircraft and missiles are not to be trifled with. Let us not forget, our military might is the strongest on Blue Star. Moreover, we possess thousands of mushroom bombs. Ha ha ha, indeed. We need not go to such lengths as Huaxia in constructing a steel fortress. Let them dig their own grave. Bidding nodded in satisfaction. In light of this, the planned steel transportation will proceed unchanged. Let Huaxia's fools build their wall. Once we acquire the fusion device, the Western Alliance will act as it pleases. No one can impede our progress on Blue Star. The leaders in attendance erupted into laughter. While this is so, we must still employ certain measures. It is time to unveil some of the results from our laboratories and deliver a decisive blow to Huaxia. At that moment, the aged Bidding wore a sly smile. Regardless of their undertakings, we cannot allow their plans to unfold so effortlessly, even if they are flawed. I concur. Goldilocks immediately echoed loudly. Look at their mass migration. Their organizational capabilities are astonishing. The Western Alliance shall not permit such a nation to execute their plans unimpeded. I shall dispatch all initial prototypes to Huaxia. All initial prototypes? Such a grand gesture. Tianhu was taken aback. To his knowledge, this was a batch of products that the British had invested countless resources into producing. Well then, it seems my cherry blossom nation cannot lag behind. Our ninjas are also eager to act. In a luxurious estate on the outskirts of Yunjing City, a figure cloaked in black sat cross-legged on the ground, frail hands fiddling with an ancient bronze array. Surrounded by swirling black mist, he appeared to be calculating something. As time ticked by, the speed at which he manipulated the array increased. Suddenly, a stream of crimson blood erupted from the corner of his mouth, causing the figure to stumble backward. No, this cannot be. How did they know that the wormhole is set to arrive in November, and at the exact location? My calculations cannot be wrong. This cannot be. Thousands of years of planning must not come to ruin. Luli, you must die? Recall the 12 apostles. Return swiftly to Yunjing. Chapter 28. The Arrival of Super Weapons. At the summit of Tianji Peak, Lu Li was meditating, contemplating the intricacies of the Great Wall Guardian plan. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation surged within him. Lu Li abruptly opened his eyes and murmured, "Strange, I sense that this threat emanates from within China. In this lifetime, how many changes have occurred due to my rebirth? In my previous life, the small factions of the Western Alliance posed no real threat, and there were no signs of turmoil within China." With this thought, Lu Li's brows furrowed slightly. His concern was not for his own safety, but for the entirety of the Great Wall Guardian plan. "Young friend, have you encountered a dilemma?" Zhuge Yuan inquired, noticing Lu Li's troubled expression as he waved his feather fan. Lu Li shook his head. "I am uncertain. I just have an ominous feeling. Yet, I cannot grasp the essence of the matter." Zhuge Yuan gently closed his eyes, realizing that the previously clear insights had now been shrouded in chaos. He slowly opened his eyes and said, "The heavenly mechanism has changed. Allow me to assist you in deciphering it. Dear friends, lend me your strength." Of course. Zhen Yangzi and Ji Riyue exchanged glances and simultaneously assumed their meditative positions. Sun and Moon, Kunlun, isolate the realms. Using the treasured artifacts of the Shushan and Kunlun sects as focal points, a mysterious radiance suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire Tianji Peak. "Zhuge Lao Dao, you may commence." Zhuge Yuan nodded. "Young friend, focus your mind. We have cloaked our senses. All that you perceive is within you." With a grand gesture, the Bagua array and star formations manifested, and Lu Li felt himself plummeting into an abyss. After a brief visual shock, ethereal clouds enveloped him, and stars began to emerge from his being. As time passed, beads of sweat began to dot Lu Li's forehead, and his clasped hands trembled uncontrollably. Through the Bagua chessboard, his consciousness appeared to enter an ancient and grand battlefield. There, bronze chariots dashed to and fro, and iron cavalry charged forward. The battlefield expanded into the vastness of outer space, where countless warships were meticulously arranged in the void, their backdrop a great wall stretching across billions of light years. Upon one of the magnificent towers measured in light years, he glimpsed a figure that seemed to exist solely within the pages of a book. That figure, with just a fleeting glance, nearly shattered his consciousness. "Ah!" Lu Li gasped in horror, forcibly withdrawing from the realm of divination. Zhuge Yuan and the others rushed forward, filled with concern. Young friend, what have you seen? Lu Li shook his head, still shaken. In the short term, nothing is apparent. The distant threat is unfathomable, unspeakable. Seeing this, Zhuge Yuan refrained from pressing further. Lu Li rose resolutely, declaring, regardless of the circumstances, with the blade of the dragon sparrow of China in my hand, no malevolent being shall obstruct my path. Half a day later, at a concealed entrance to a sewer in Yunjing, 5 figures clad in black stealth attire appeared stealthily. These figures were diminutive in stature, but remarkably agile. They darted left and right until they reached an expansive underground chamber. Haha, is this the so-called forbidden land of mercenaries in China? Look at us, we've effortlessly infiltrated their heart. The 2 leading men surveyed their surroundings and burst into laughter. Suddenly, both men perked up as they heard a rustle, and several concealed weapons whizzed towards a corner. Clang! The weapons were easily deflected. A figure dressed as a ronin, with a katana at his side, emerged from the shadows. Song Inu Kuan, Kato Kuan, you are late. Greetings, Lord Shinobi. The leading men replied in unison, bowing respectfully. The ronin-clad figure surveyed the group with satisfaction. Yash, the warriors of the Empire have improved. With your involvement, His Majesty the Grasshopper's plan will soon come to fruition. Lord Shinobi, I have a question. Song Inu Ichiro approached, his face brimming with flattery. With your unparalleled wisdom, why did His Majesty the Grasshopper dispatch us thousands of miles to China? Is the target beyond even your capabilities? Haha, with my strength. Capturing that young brat would be a piece of cake. The Ronin stroked his beard. His Majesty's intention is to showcase the prowess of our Sakura country ninjas to the foolish Chinese. What Chinese sorcery? My shinobi techniques are the true path. Tonight, let the Chinese tremble in the brilliance of our ninjas. As the sun set, in a long-abandoned villa in the southeastern suburbs of Yunjing City, several enormous bat-like figures suddenly swooped in. Screech, screech. These bats clung to the walls, emitting eerie howls. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that these so-called bats bore human forms. Their faces were pale and weak, with sharp fangs glimmering ominously. Haha, the so-called forbidden land of mercenaries in China is but a farce. I, Count Dila, come and go as I please. The leader, a notably larger bat, folded its wings and transformed into an elegant gentleman in a tailcoat. Ah, if only I could have a taste of fresh blood right now. It has been far too long since I savored such exquisite nectar. Count Dila licked his crimson lips, but suddenly felt a sharp pain gripping his chest, as if his very soul were being tormented, nearly causing him to collapse. Damn, that cursed Brit. Count Dila howled in agony, his eyes aflame with fury. Soon you shall regret everything you've done to my kin. The torment you inflicted upon my clan shall be repaid 100-fold. Far away, in a hidden underground base on the British Isles, a group of gentlemen anxiously observed the relevant indices on a large screen. God, will this guy break free from our control? Fear not. Our methods are beyond the comprehension of these foolish vampires. Their ancestors have long since vanished. A mere count cannot stir up any storm. They are destined to serve as our super weapons. A bespectacled doctor picked up the microphone and sternly declared, Count Dila, accept your fate. The sacred relics of your clan are in our possession. I give you 3 days. Within this time, you must locate this individual and eliminate him. Otherwise, damn it, how dare you target a noble count? You shall regret this. Count Dila's pallid face glistened with sweat, the mysterious pressure from his heart intensifying. Upon reaching a breaking point, he finally lowered his head, as if resigning himself. Very well, you win. Excellent. The target data has been transmitted. Please check it. Humph. Count Dila snorted disdainfully as he activated his wrist terminal, and a white holographic image of a young man appeared. Upon seeing Lu Li's information, he was enraged. What the hell? I, a noble count, have traveled across oceans to deal with a mere child? Count Daraba, do not underestimate him. According to our intelligence, this individual is no ordinary foe. The chilling warning echoed through the communication wristwatch. Heh, if that is the case, let this count savor your blood and discover what makes it so uniquely exquisite. No sooner had the words left his lips than several massive searchlights blazed to life, illuminating the entire villa as if it were broad daylight. Chapter 29. With just a slight move, I have reached your limits. Who dares? Count Dira roared, nearly blinded by rage, as his enormous black wings unfurled and tore through the rooftop. His subordinates, several barons, surged through the walls, forming a formidable shadowy guard around him. Huaxia Special Forces, raise your hands. Just as Daira and his companions reached the rooftop, they were abruptly halted by the commanding shouts emanating from dozens of loudspeakers, nearly causing them to tumble headfirst. Prepare to fire. In an instant, hundreds of armored assault vehicles and machine guns were primed, while numerous massive main battle tanks rumbled, aiming their cannons at the rooftop. With a thunderous roar, a dozen armed helicopters hovered above, laden with high-explosive missiles, locking onto their target. The soldiers of the Phantom Special Brigade simultaneously disengaged their safeties, their weapons poised for action. Surveying the scene, Daira was taken aback. What? Surrounded within mere minutes? How many troops have they deployed for a single count? Is it truly worth it? The impenetrable armored line before him stirred an overwhelming urge to weep. Is this where humans tread? No. I long to return to the laboratory, to the British Isles. Though the experiments were excruciating, my life was secure. As a mere count, what can I do against such monstrous steel? My lord, what shall we do now? The barons beneath him were on the verge of losing their composure. They were accustomed to intimidating young women on lonely streets, but this... Damn, how did the Huaxiao people know we would come? How did they learn of our safe point? In his helpless fury, Daira seized one of his subordinates by the throat. Speak. Did you bring them here? You better tell me, or I'll end you. The choked subordinate turned pale, struggling to speak. Be brother, you know me. Even if I were to starve, I would never betray you like this. Useless fool. Daira cast him aside, his gaze shifting to the poised Huaxia Special Forces. Strangely, this count began to taunt them, laughing heartily. Foolish Huaxians, do you truly believe your sticks can detain me? Pathetic ants, you know nothing of power. Oh, is that so? A light, airy voice interjected. Who are you? Show yourself. Daira's heart raced, his crimson eyes scanning the surroundings. Stop searching, I am right behind you. Daira's heart sank as he turned, disbelief washing over him as he witnessed a young man in white robes, casually biting into an apple while wielding a black and gold blade, watching him with an enigmatic smile. Damn, are you human or ghost? Daira exclaimed in terror. Luli took a bite of his apple and chuckled lightly. Neither human nor ghost, yet you dare question others' nature? Daira finally recognized Luli, his eyes widening in horror. You are. Indeed. I am the target you seek. Now that I have delivered myself to you, will you not make your move? Or shall I instruct you on how to proceed? You, what of it? Did you not wish to taste my blood? Come, taste it here. Seeing this, Daira's blood pressure soared, his fury reaching a boiling point. This insolent youth had the audacity to belittle him, a count. Such indignation was intolerable. With a furious roar, he drew his wings in tightly and shot toward Lu Li like a cannonball. In midair, his pale arms elongated, claws extending as he lunged forward. Clang! Lu Li effortlessly raised his blade to parry, sparks flying. Use some strength, have you not eaten? Lu Li scoffed, eyeing the count, whose face was flushed with rage. You arrogant fool. Daira could no longer contain himself. He spun swiftly, dark energy surging from him in torrents. Be careful, young friend. The compassionate figure, wielding a modified wolf-tooth staff, rushed up to the rooftop. Fear not, Lu Li replied calmly, raising a hand dismissively. He is but a vampire of extraordinary rank. Let us see what else he has in store. No sooner had Lu Li spoken than the air crackled with death. Die, you insolent brat. Daira's furious voice echoed. A crimson sphere of blood enveloped him, and myriad tendrils resembling steel blades surged toward Lu Li, sealing off all possible avenues of escape. The tendrils enveloped him, forming an immense blood sphere around him. Ha ha ha, boastful one. Are you not so formidable? Come, let me witness your prowess. Daira laughed maniacally, his figure emerging outside the blood sphere, a dark seed materializing in his hand. With a gentle toss, the seed swelled upon contact with the blood sphere, transforming into a massive flower shrouded in black mist. Devour Mandragora. The flower consumed the blood sphere, its serrated edges whirling violently. Foolish Huaxians, you dared to be so arrogant. Now you shall become sustenance for my Mandragora. Daira's laughter echoed, confidence swelling within him. Yet, just as he reveled in his triumph, a crisp sound pierced the air. The Mandragora flower began to tremble violently. Daira's eyes widened in horror as the trembling intensified, reaching a critical point before, boom, the massive flower exploded. A torrent of blood-red mist showering the ground. Daira, caught off guard, coughed up blood and fell to the earth. What is happening? This cannot be. My Mandragora. Daira screamed in disbelief. With just a slight move, I have reached your limits. Such weakness. Who granted you the audacity to wreak havoc in Huaxia? A detached voice resonated as Lu Li's figure gradually emerged, his white robes devoid of a single stain of blood. Chapter 30. Firepower Coverage. Heavy Artillery Bombardment. Yu. This is impossible. How can you be unscathed? Witnessing Lu Li emerge unscathed, Di-La was driven to the brink of madness. He was a noble vampire count, a rarity in this era. His power was so formidable that even the Holy See dared not underestimate him. Yet now, all his confidence and arrogance had been ruthlessly shattered by this young man from the east. Remarkably, his adversary had not even made any extraneous movements while he had unleashed his full might. He was unwilling to accept this reality. No, I shall slay you. This arrogant count refused to acknowledge the truth before him. With a piercing scream, he soared into the sky. Descendants of Dracula, assemble, drain their blood, sever their heads, charge. An enraged roar echoed as several of Count Dla's minions shrieked in unison, their vast wings unfurling as they rushed towards Lu Li from various directions. However, to everyone's astonishment, the leading Di-La abruptly performed a sharp turn, transforming himself into the rear guard. With wings spread wide, he began to spin wildly. Countless tiny bats erupted from his body, fleeing in all directions like a swarm of locusts. What? At this moment, not only were Dla's subordinates dumbfounded, but Lu Li and his companions were also taken aback. Is this the extent of a noble count? A cowardly retreat? Lu Li chuckled, exasperated. But do you truly believe you can escape? In an instant, the sound of gunfire erupted like a storm, streaks of concentrated fire lunging toward the fleeing black bats. The air was filled with the frantic cries of bats as they fell, riddled with bullets. A moment later, the atmosphere was saturated with the stench of scorched flesh, the aroma of charred meat wafting around. Nevertheless, Count Dla's reckless strategy of sacrificing his own forces to eliminate enemies proved effective. The sheer number of bats was overwhelming. Amidst the darkness, a considerable number broke through several lines of defense, seeming poised to escape the encirclement, while others sought concealment, attempting to obscure their presence. Young friend, we cannot allow this abominable creature to escape, can we? The compassionate one, having just dispatched a minion of Di-La, wore a look of concern. Lu Li grinned, raising a hand to reassure him. Rest assured, Master, I possess specialized hunting skills. Observe. The compassionate one focused intently, noticing faint glimmers in the nearby woods, where groups of concealed bats were folding their wings, motionless upon the trees, attempting to avoid detection. Meanwhile, the bats still airborne had taken on vibrant colors. It turned out that the soldiers of the Ghost Special Brigade had employed specially designed paint bombs. Regardless of how small or swift these malevolent bats were, in the inky darkness of the night, they shone brighter than beacons. Especially with the aid of night vision goggles, these creatures became living targets. 12 o'clock, firepower coverage. To the 2 o'clock position in the woods, artillery units, fire at will. High explosive shells at 10 o'clock, fire 4 rounds simultaneously. Boom, boom. The concentrated firepower rained down upon the designated targets, the earth-shattering explosions reverberating as clouds of smoke billowed, resembling a genuine battlefield. Damn, those cursed Chinese. How did they know my position? This is impossible. My bloodline's secret arts could not be so easily unraveled. It must be mere coincidence. Unwilling to concede defeat, Di-La maneuvered the bat swarm, zigzagging left and right, up and down as he continued his desperate flight toward the perimeter. His true form, however, was hidden among the inconspicuous bats, following the main group in their escape. Bang! Utilizing his agile physique, he narrowly evaded an attack from a Chinese sniper. Yet before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. A barrage of large-caliber artillery shells whistled through the sky, descending upon his location with ferocity. No, Di-La's soul quaked as he flapped his wings, leaving behind an afterimage. Just before the large-caliber shells detonated, the life-preserving vampire count narrowly evaded a fatal blow by diving beneath a massive tree stump. However, even so, the searing shrapnel severely mutilated one of his wings. The violent shockwave left him dizzy, and he staggered, spitting out a mouthful of blood, unable to stand. As his injuries mounted, the surviving bats lost control, dispersing into wisps of black smoke. The sound of approaching footsteps grew closer, and hiding beneath the tree stump, Count Di-La felt despair settle in. He dared not move, his heart racing as the footsteps drew near. He chanted to himself, "Invisible, invisible." At last, the footsteps began to fade. DLA's heart gradually relaxed. Huh, Dracula blesses me. Those despicable Chinese dare to set a trap for this count. Just wait. Once I emerge, I shall gather my old comrades and turn every last Chinese into sustenance. Yet just as this elation began to swell, a massive hand reached into the hollow, grasping him like a bird. A powerful arm, resembling an iron clamp, seized his remaining wing and yanked him out. Ah, no. His anguished cries resonated through the air. Oh, why aren't you fleeing? The compassionate one held the small bat, gazing at it with curiosity. How intriguing. This delicate creature is a first for me. Master, this is a member of the Western bloodline. Or perhaps it could also be considered a demon, Lu Li added, leaning closer to examine the creature. Transformed into a bat, Count De La was utterly terrified. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself face to face with a menacing bald man pointing at him, brandishing a modified spiked club. De La gulped nervously. He turned his gaze to the seemingly more amiable Lu Li and stammered, might we negotiate? Please do not kill me. Oh. Lu Li's lips curled into a sinister smile. What use do you still have? If your answer fails to satisfy me, I would not mind serving you up as a carbon-roasted bat. As he spoke, Lu Li licked his lips. De La shrank back, his eyes wide with panic. He struggled to compose himself, timidly articulating, Noble, great sir, could you perhaps release me and allow me to return to my human form? Chapter 31. Punish you by reciting the Diamond Sutra 5,000 times. Noble sir, Dilra did not mean to offend. It is truly beyond my control. The newly transformed Count Dilra knelt before Lu Li, clinging desperately to his leg. I am merely following orders. If I do not comply, my life is at stake. Your grace is magnanimous. Please let me go. Under the bright beam of the searchlight, an elegantly attired gentleman in a tailcoat lamented in broken Chinese, shedding tears as he accused those who manipulated him behind the scenes. Get lost. Don't touch me. Lu Li retorted, kicking Dilra away, sending him flying several meters. One could mistake him for a man wronged, weeping uncontrollably while clutching Lu Li's leg. My lord, I speak the truth. Look. Dilra, undeterred by the kick, scrambled back, tearing open his coat to reveal a glowing instrument on his chest. What is this peculiar device? Lu Li mused, intrigued. Please, master, do not touch it. If you remove it, I will surely perish. Count Dilra exclaimed, retreating in fear. Speak. What is it? Lu Li commanded. This is the work of those damned British. They created this abominable device to control our very flesh. We are compelled to obey their commands, or we face a gruesome end. Stop your sob story and get to the point. Lu Li interrupted. Ah, yes. As you know, this realm lost its vitality long ago, and countless masters, including my ancestor, Dracula I, have vanished without a trace. Those wretched British somehow obtained our sacred relics and colluded with the church to craft devices specifically designed to target my kin. This instrument on my chest holds our lives in its grasp. Oh, poor bloodline, reduced to this. We endure torment daily. If it weren't for your timely signal disruption, we would have perished instantly. Please, my lord, avenge us. I, Dilra, willingly serve you and be your loyal subordinate. Lu Li finally grasped the situation. In his past life, the Western Alliance had sent vampires to China to sow discord, but that was a future event, and there was no control over the bloodline, merely trade. His rebirth had revealed countless hidden changes in this world. With a thought, Lu Li brandished the dragon sparrow blade, positioning it against Dilra's neck. A cold smile crept across his face as he pressed the blade inward, slicing through the pale skin. You're quite clever, but do you think that by shedding your burdens you will escape unscathed? Anyone daring to wreak havoc in my homeland must meet their end. The blade sank deeper, crimson blood oozing forth. Count Dilra trembled, hands raised in surrender, his eyes wide with terror. Spare me, my lord. I have been in China for less than half an hour. I have harmed no one. I swear it. Have you finished speaking? Why, yes, I have. Dilra's voice quavered. Very well. You have said what needed to be said. Now ensure your journey is a peaceful one. Lu Li thundered, preparing to strike. No. I still have value. I can be a spy. In the face of death, the noble count nearly lost control of himself, pleading desperately. Congratulations on making the right choice. Lu Li coldly withdrew his blade. Had this vampire harbored any thoughts of escape, Lu Li would not have hesitated to sever his head. Such indecisive subordinates were of no use to him. In the spirit of maximizing the value of the useless, Lu Li ultimately decided against killing him. Master, I shall leave this fellow in your capable hands. The compassionate one's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ba, I had that very intention. I shall require you to recite the Diamond Sutra 5,000 times tonight to purify your wisdom. You shall not sleep until it is completed. Having dealt with the vampires, Lu Li felt no sense of relief, for the battle plan had unraveled. My friend, the enemy has already retreated ahead of schedule. It seems they caught wind of our intent. We were unable to achieve our objectives, reported Zhuge Yuan with a grave expression. Retreated. Lu Li's pupils constricted. His battle plan was known only to a select few, who had leaked the information. As he pondered, Lu Li's expression darkened ominously. He trusted the leaders of the Huaxia sect, as well as the Ghost's special forces, especially the Darkblade squad. He was utterly confident in them. So where had the failure occurred? He found himself at a loss. It appears that our foes are more formidable than anticipated. However, do you truly believe you can hide? About half an hour after Lu Li and his companions had departed, a figure cloaked in black silently appeared at the site where they had stood, surveying the smoke-laden battlefield. The figure scoffed, such swift tactics. I did not expect to be a step behind. Foolish vampires, so enamored with their sanguine indulgence. I knew they were unreliable. Thankfully, the ninja from the east did not falter. Otherwise, how would I explain this to my lord? After a moment of cursing, the shadowy figure bent down, plucking a luminescent leaf from the ground. Observing it intently, fine powder drifted from its palm. Ah, a meticulous individual indeed. I am curious where you obtained your information, for you seem to understand the vampire's tendencies so intimately. Those reclusive ancients have not displayed such insight. But rest assured, your luck will not last. With that, the figure scanned the surroundings with caution before preparing to depart. Just then, Lu Li's icy voice rang out. Are you leaving so soon? Want you join us for a late-night feast? Chapter 32, The 12th Apostle, Yozang. What? The shadow cloaked in black, poised to flee, trembled in disbelief as he gazed at Lu Li, whose robes fluttered atop the treetops. How did you know I would come? He stammered, still grappling with the reality before him. You, a mere insect lurking in the shadows, do not presume your methods are astute, Lu Li retorted with a frigid tone. A radiant light surged between his arms, and a blazing sword aura erupted forth, relentless and unyielding. The swift blade sliced through the air, generating resonant sound waves. In an instant, the scorched earth of the jungle shattered, a cloud of dust billowing into the sky. Remove your hood, and let me behold the visage that lies beneath your beastly guise. The icy demand echoed as the overwhelming force of Lu Li's sword, imbued with a fierce energy, bore down upon the black-cloaked figure. Caught off guard by Lu Li's sudden aggression, the shadowy figure had no choice but to retreat hastily, crashing into several thick trees until he finally managed to halt his momentum, hindered by an array of unfamiliar magical artifacts. Cough, cough. Is this the power of an anomaly? Ha ha. Yet, you remain far too weak, the black-cloaked figure spat, blood staining his lips as he coldly mocked Lu Li. Then, with a flourish of his cloak, he conjured 3 identical apparitions. Since you have delivered yourself to me, I shall resolve this once and for all today. The 3 shadows leapt into the air, swiftly navigating the jungle as their chilling claws struck from above, below, and directly at Lu Li's chest. Die! Their sinister voices harmonized, intent on shattering Lu Li's spirit. Begone, vile creature! Lu Li's voice thundered, and 2 of the black figures froze momentarily before dissipating into wisps of dark mist. The true form of the cloaked figure also found itself ensnared by an unseen barrier, his fearsome claws faltering just half a meter from Lu Li's chest. You! The black-cloaked figure's arm trembled as he struggled to summon power, yet he could not breach the invisible wall before him. Frog in a well, depart. A resounding slap rang out. Ah! The black figure was sent flying several meters, his face now marked by a crimson handprint. You are not of the transcendent realm. What state are you in? He screamed in a mix of fury and disbelief. Yet before he could make any further moves, a massive boot descended upon his chest. Cough, cough. The immense force fractured his ribs, nearly robbing him of breath. Let me see the true face of this rat, Lu Li commanded sharply, raising his blade. With a swift motion, he tore away the black cloak. Upon revealing the face beneath, Lu Li was momentarily taken aback. A Huaxiao person? As he scrutinized the evasive countenance, realization struck him, igniting a rare fury. You traitor! At the very moment his words fell, Lu Li thrust his blade forward with ferocity, twisting it mercilessly. A blood-curdling scream erupted as torrents of blood gushed from the lower half of the black-cloaked figure, splattering the ground. With a fierce flick, A mangled mass of flesh was hurled aside, splattering against a tree, turning into a grotesque puddle. Kill me. The black figure's pallor turned ghostly, the excruciating pain rendering him unable to articulate a coherent thought. Kill you? That would be too merciful. I shall extract every ounce of your being, letting you perish in endless agony. Lu Li sneered, his gaze filled with disdain towards the begging figure. In his 2 lifetimes, Lu Li harbored an unparalleled hatred for traitors and collaborators. Such individuals, who betrayed Huaxia for trivial gain, deserved a fate steeped in cruel suffering. At that moment, the 5 great masters arrived, their fury directed at the very person who had divulged their prior battle plans. They seized a Wolfang staff and brought it crashing down toward the black-cloaked figure's face. Buddha shall not save traitors. I shall obliterate you. The black figure's hair stood on end as he desperately twisted away, narrowly avoiding the maiming blow. Li Chengfeng, too, joined in, his silence belying his ruthlessness. He pinned the black figure down, and with a sickening crack, the figure's limbs shattered. Ah, the bones are quite sturdy. How could someone with such roots become a traitor? What did your mother teach you? Li Chengfeng mocked before snapping the figure's bones back into place. The bones are not too weak. How can you kneel? Before he could finish speaking, the black figure's bones were once again shattered. At this point, the black figure was trembling in terror, realizing he had never encountered such savagery. Despite Lu Li and the bald man's fierceness, this white-haired elder was the true embodiment of cruelty. Is this a display of your medical prowess? Please, esteemed sirs, do not torment me further. I shall speak. The black figure cried out, utterly broken. Curse it, your tongue seems resilient. They delivered a stinging slap, leaving the black figure's face swollen like a pig's head. Will you speak? No. Well, I have patience in abundance. The, now enraged, continued his assault. All right, I shall speak. You must ask me. The black figure, now completely unhinged, realized the futility of his situation. Well, my young friend, you may inquire, the relented. You are a clever one. I need not prompt you. Lu Li stepped forward, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Regardless of what this individual divulged, his fate was sealed. I am the 12th apostle of the Divine Grace Agency, Yozang. It was the 11th who orchestrated the preemptive relocation of the Sakura Nation's ninjas, the black-cloaked figure weakly confessed. Divine Grace Agency? Lu Li's brow furrowed deeply. This organization was unknown to him from his previous life. Reveal your roster. Lu Li demanded, exerting greater pressure. Cough, I do not know much. The 12 apostles are unaware of each other's identities. All I know is we are under the jurisdiction of Lord CMO, and today's events are. As he spoke, the black figure's eyes bulged, his complexion rapidly draining of color. Not good. Li Chengfeng reached out. But it was too late to intervene. Lu Li chuckled coldly, crushing a button-sized listening device affixed to the black figure's collar. Feeling satisfied? Rest assured. Your turn will come soon. Chapter 33. Are you strong? The ground-piercing missile attack. In a luxurious estate nestled within a small mountain range on the outskirts of Yunjing, a delicate man with long silver hair glared at a darkened screen, cursing vehemently. Humph, an anomaly. Pathetic skills, yet a boastful demeanor. Just wait. When our clan scheme is complete and the wormhole descends, it will be your turn to face judgment. With a furious gesture, he shattered the chair beside him. My lord, would you require the assistance of the warriors from Sakura Nation? Our ninjas are at your service. At that moment, a man clad in traditional samurai attire stepped in, accompanied by a group of individuals dressed in dark attire, all exuding an aura of rigorous training. They were the ninjas from Sakura Nation, having successfully evaded the attacks from Lu Li and his companions, thanks to the prior arrangements made by the delicate man. The delicate man cast a sidelong glance at the so-called elite ninja, his brow slightly furrowing. Who permitted your entry? The elite ninja was momentarily at a loss for words, suddenly recalling a prior warning. The emotionless inquiry from the delicate man sent a shiver of dread down his spine. Danger. An overwhelming sense of peril enveloped him for the first time in his life, just from a mere question spoken aloud. My lord, I deeply apologize. We shall take our leave immediately. The elite ninja panicked, bowing deeply in apology. Humph, there is no need to rush. Since you have come, why not stay? A sinister smile crept across the delicate man's lips as his slender right hand reached forward with force. My lord, what do you intend to do? The elite ninja shrieked, drawing his katana. The sounds of blades being drawn rang out in unison, with gleaming swords aimed directly at the delicate man. Ha! Did you not claim you would serve me? Come, become my loyal servants, and I shall grant you eternal life." Amidst his maniacal laughter, the delicate man's nails elongated, transforming into iron-like tendrils that surged forth. "Retreat!" The elite ninja shouted in terror, desperately attempting to fend off the onslaught while commanding a withdrawal. Yet, these actions were utterly futile against the sheer pressure of overwhelming power. One by one, the lower-ranking ninjas were ensnared, the sharpened appendages of the tendrils piercing through their crowns. Waves of pure energy were absorbed, coursing into the delicate man's body, while dark energy began to spread from him, cyclically infusing into the ninjas. "Baka, those cunning Huaxiao people have schemed against us." The elite ninja's spirit waned as he flailed desperately with his katana, yet escape remained elusive. "Ha! Did you think I would show mercy to worthless trash? Embrace your fate as my servants." The elite ninja was utterly dumbfounded. Was it not agreed to unite against Lu Li and Huaxia? How had the situation shifted so drastically? Yet, he had no time for further contemplation. A sharp appendage pierced through his abdomen from behind, lifting him high. Another trumpet-shaped appendage enveloped his head, beginning to siphon his essence. Within the grand hall of the estate, chaos reigned as the tendrils danced. The ninjas watched in horror as their bodies were overtaken by some mysterious force. Nourished by fresh energy, the delicate man's once pale hair began to darken, his complexion grew vibrant, and the veins in his slender arms pulsated with crimson light as pure energy flowed throughout him. Soon, the tumult subsided. Although he retained his delicate appearance, the true energy harbored within him had soared to unfathomable levels. The ninjas, having their energy partially consumed, underwent a transformation of their own. "Greetings, master." One by one, the ninjas knelt mechanically. "Ha! What a delightful sensation, what wondrous magic." The delicate man reveled in his newfound power. "Lu Li, await my arrival." His laughter echoed, yet suddenly, an overwhelming sense of existential threat surged within him. An icy chill gripped his blood, causing his hairs to stand on end. Oh no! Panic surged through him as he disregarded his newly acquired subordinates. Instinctively activating a protective barrier, channeling energy to maximize his defenses. Yet that was not enough. In desperation, he hurled several defensive artifacts, then punched the ground, propelling himself into the basement below. In the distant sky, dozens of massive ground-penetrating missiles, trailing long plumes of fire, raced toward the estate at a blistering speed of 30 Mach. Target data normal. Missile lock confirmed. 10 kilometers, 6 kilometers, 800 meters, 100 meters, 30 meters. Direct hit. Amidst the piercing wails, the missile warheads, propelled by immense kinetic energy, burrowed several meters underground. Boom, boom. The violent explosions erupted, engulfing the estate in a massive fireball. A miniature mushroom cloud rising into the air. The powerful shockwave obliterated the estate, reducing everything within, including the ninjas from Sakura Nation, to mere ashes. The tremendous energy from the underground explosion violently overturned the entire basement. An overwhelming blaze of light and heat engulfed the subterranean space. The delicate man's feeble defensive artifacts disintegrated into nothingness, and his seemingly robust protective energy shield crumbled like paper before the onslaught of such scientific hellfire. The searing energy easily melted away his protective barrier. No, the delicate man screamed in terror, only able to emit a desperate cry before being enveloped by boundless light and heat, utterly annihilated. His once mighty form left no trace behind, reduced to mere ashes. The 11th apostle of the Divine Grace Bureau has fallen. Meanwhile, in the armored command vehicle, Lu Li observed the mushroom cloud rising on the operational screen. A cold smile spreading across his lips. "You may be strong, but I have missiles at my command." Before the 12th apostle's sudden demise, he had already anticipated the adversary's means of destruction. The amateurish eavesdropping tactics had inadvertently become a stepping stone for Lu Li to track his target. He had long since ordered the Darkblade team to prepare for data tracking and analysis. The reason for not immediately clearing the listening devices was to allow time for data analysis. Upon discovering the enemy's lair, he leveraged his authority as the deputy commander of the Disaster Defense Joint Command to launch dozens of ground-penetrating missiles and high-explosive projectiles without delay. That seething cauldron of steel and fire was a tribute to the delicate man. For the unfortunate demise of that delicate man, Lu Li could only think of one thing. "My dear, the times have changed." Chapter 34. Did they vanish without a trace? Dozens of ninjas from the land of cherry blossoms were reduced to mere ashes due to Lu Li's inadvertent actions. Yet, at this moment, they remained ensconced in their sweet dreams. Your Majesty, the Grasshopper King, our warriors have successfully infiltrated Huaxia. With just a word from you, they can unleash their prowess and demonstrate the might of our cherry blossom ninjutsu. Kameda, with a fawning expression, proclaimed from the HK Palace of the land of cherry blossoms. Indeed, Kameda-kun, your loyalty is commendable. The most pressing task now is to eliminate that Lu Li, along with his companion, the so-called master. As you have seen in the previous footage, we in the land of cherry blossoms cannot allow such dangerous individuals to exist. Their influence on Huaxia is far too significant. Do you understand? Grasshopper King stated with a grave countenance. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. Kameda replied while extracting a communication device and inputting a series of secret codes. However, despite his efforts, there was no response from the device. It was working fine before. They had just reported to me that they had successfully evaded Huaxia's pursuit. Kameda muttered, shaking the device up and down. At that moment, a servant rushed in, breathless and terrified. Kameda was about to reprimand him when the servant blurted out, "Your Majesty, it's dire." What? Kameda seized the servant by the collar. Repeat that. Your Majesty, Kameda-kun, our ninjas sent to Huaxia. Their life tablets have all shattered. What? Both Grasshopper King and Kameda exclaimed in unison. How is that possible? Are you lying? You shall pay for this. Kameda roared, striking the servant across the face. I am not lying. This news just came from the Heavenly Ninja Palace. I would never dare to deceive you. What? News from the Heavenly Ninja Palace? Kameda's mouth fell agape. This. Baka. Grasshopper King nearly stumbled. So, our warriors from the land of cherry blossoms are all annihilated? Grasshopper King's legs trembled. This was the newest and most effective combat force of the land of cherry blossoms. Each one had undergone the most rigorous training in ninjutsu, embodying the essence of our nation. In the entire world, they were among the finest. Yet, this elite squad of ninjas, within less than an hour of entering Huaxia, had vanished without a trace, without even a whisper of their demise. Kameda and the servant were also horrified, too frightened to speak further, lest they provoke the wrath of the furious Grasshopper King. Damn Huaxia! Damn Lu Li! It must be his doing. How dare he harm our warriors from the land of cherry blossoms? I shall make you pay. Kameda-kun, contact the Heavenly Ninja Palace at once. This cannot stand. I want that Lu Li to meet his end. Like a gambler who has lost everything, the agitated Grasshopper King resolved to raise the stakes, determined to pursue vengeance. Meanwhile, in the British underground experimental base, a somber atmosphere prevailed. A group of researchers clad in white lab coats stared in silence at the lost communication screens. This was a super weapon that had cost Britain countless resources to create. Each of these super weapons exceeded human comprehension, particularly Count Dyra, whose mere presence equated to an entire mechanized infantry regiment. Yet now, they had not even stirred a ripple, they simply lost contact. While they still had reserves, these were not something that could be produced at will. Can anyone explain what has happened? A tall white man pounded the table in frustration. Why have we lost contact with the specimens? Did you not say we were fully prepared? Did you not assure me that the equipment provided to the specimens was the pinnacle of British technology, impervious to any signal jamming? Now, who will give me an explanation? You. Speak. The researchers trembled in fear, knowing the temper of the man before them. If they failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, their lives would be in jeopardy. Gathering his thoughts, one of the beleaguered researchers stammered, Sir, it must be the damned vampires at work. They must have feigned compliance to escape our control. Fool. You speak nonsense. The tall white man slapped the researcher away. We possess the holy artifacts of the Blood Clan, backed by the church. How could those foolish vampires ever escape our grasp? Bring out the remaining specimens. I want to see who is behind this. Under the stern command of the white man, coffin-like devices were rolled out from the ice chamber into the hall. Open them. The white man ordered coldly. With a loud click, the heavy lids lifted, revealing pale vampire bodies. Due to prolonged freezing, these specimens lay with eyes tightly shut. Had it not been for the alarmingly high life indicators on the devices, they would have been dismissed as mere refuse. Humph. The white man stepped forward, ripping open the clothing of one specimen. Sir, please see. Our equipment is undoubtedly functioning correctly. A researcher cautiously approached, carefully removing one of the devices. The white man, skeptical, accepted it and examined it closely. When he flipped the device over and saw a familiar inscription, His eyes widened in shock, and his fingers trembled uncontrollably. You did this. With a gasp, the white man collapsed, overwhelmed by the revelation. Sir, the gentleman scrambled in a panic, pinching and slapping him until he finally regained his composure. You. The white man stuttered, trembling as he raised the device, claimed to be made with the utmost British technology. The others leaned in curiously. On the back of the device, it boldly read, Made in Huaxia. Chapter 35. The Kunlun Mecha Manufacturing Center, Unfold. At the break of dawn atop Tianji Peak, the compassionate sage diligently commenced his lessons for Count de Labo. Upon casting a glance, he was dismayed to find the vampire slacking off, prompting him to swiftly wield his ruler in reprimand. No idling about. Master, my hand has gone numb. Count de Labo lamented, tears streaming down his face. He had not closed his eyes the entire night. Though a vampire, fatigue was not easily felt, yet this inhumane torment was more unbearable than death itself. The audacious bald man deemed his pronunciation inadequate, and what had been agreed upon as reciting the Diamond Sutra 5,000 times was ruthlessly altered to a writing exercise. Errors would lead to further punishment. Heavens, what is this madness? Let this count perish. The noble count was on the brink of despair, bestowed with great responsibilities. If one cannot endure such hardships, how can they achieve greatness in the future? The compassionate sage noted with displeasure that this wretched creature dared to lose focus. And with a sharp crack of the ruler, he admonished him once more. Amidst the cries of anguish, the unfortunate vampire count reluctantly picked up his pen again, trembling. Lu Li chuckled at the amusing dynamic between the teacher and his pupil before his gaze shifted to a mysterious token in his hand. This token, discovered on Yudsong the previous night, was entirely black, and had it not been for the words Divine Grace Division inscribed upon it, he would have mistaken it for an ordinary jade plate. Divine Grace Division, the division of demons. What could this signify? Lu Li pondered as he delicately examined the jade token, murmuring to himself. He was unafraid of foes before him, but dreaded the prospect of unseen enemies lurking behind him, particularly within the borders of Huaxia. Just as Lu Li was deep in thought, a notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for eliminating the Wall Watchers scheme. Congratulations on initially thwarting the Divine Grace Division's conspiracy. Congratulations, you have earned a reward of 50,000 merit points. The B zone of the A Fong system has been activated. Data update complete. Host, Lu Li. Human of Huaxia age, 19 identity. Deputy Commander of the Catastrophe Defense Joint Command, 1-star General of Huaxia. Awakened Legion Leader awakened level. Extraordinary Realm Technique. None vehicle, none weapon. Huaxia Dragon Sparrow Blade. The long-forgotten system prompt resonated in Lu Li's mind, filling him with joy as his consciousness seamlessly entered the A Fong system space. Stars adorned the celestial expanse, and the entire system space was ethereal and dreamlike. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, a smile crept across Lu Li's face. Now, I am a man with 50,000 merit points. Let me see what treasures await in this newly opened space. His consciousness excitedly drifted forward. Suddenly, a vibrant star broke free from a seemingly endless cosmic ribbon, racing through the infinite nebula, and approached Lu Li's consciousness. With a series of mechanical sounds, a massive gap appeared on the star's surface. Dozens of futuristic crystal display cases materialized before him. D-grade awakening potion, 100 merit points per dose. C-grade awakening potion, 200 merit points per dose. C-grade technique potion, 200 merit points per dose. Lottery wheel, 1,000 merit points per spin, with a chance to obtain high-tier items. Oh, the quality of items has certainly improved since the last time, Lu Li mused, resting his chin on his hand. With 50,000 merit points, I can acquire quite a lot. At that moment, a tremendous mechanical roar echoed as the star's gap widened dramatically. A colossal metallic structure, towering at 300 meters with a length and width of approximately 100 meters, emerged with a thunderous sound. With a whoosh, a plume of white smoke billowed forth. The immense metallic edifice began to transform rapidly, its large mechanical arms extending with a gleaming metallic sheen, and countless mechanical tendrils sprouted from its walls. In the blink of an eye, this massive structure resembled a processing plant. Red Alert base vehicle? Lu Li's eyes widened as memories of countless hours spent playing the Red Alert game flooded back. The design was strikingly similar. Amidst his astonishment, the metallic structure shimmered, revealing the words Kunlun Mecha Manufacturing Center boldly displayed at its entrance. Mecha. Luli could not contain his excitement. What man does not yearn to pilot a Gundam? Mecha. The embodiment of raw power and artistry in steel, who could resist? He rushed forward, reaching out to touch the surface. As his fingertips made contact with the metallic wall, a wave of cool, smooth sensation enveloped him. The enormous gears and precision machinery spoke volumes of the building's might. Indeed, it is a mecha. By the heavens. Is this a mecha production line? Who can stand in the way of Huaxia's rise now? Luli's fist clenched in exhilaration, nearly leaping in joy. The Kunlun Mecha Manufacturing Center, the primeval war factory, born for conflict. A vibrant blue light gradually materialized. As Luli focused, more information flooded his mind. This center is a highly intelligent weapon production facility. Merely providing sufficient mineral resources will initiate automatic mecha manufacturing. Products include Viper Generation 1 Mecha and Generation 1 Terrifying Robot. The Viper Generation 1 Mecha requires a primary energy block to operate, 100 merit points per block. The Terrifying Robot is a consumable, merely needing traditional recharging to function. Such splendid treasures. Luli nearly drooled in anticipation. System, produce a Viper Mecha immediately. His impatience to pilot a mecha and conquer the skies was palpable. The Kunlun Mecha Manufacturing Center necessitates a suitable location for installation. The Afong system mechanically reminded him. Oh, I nearly forgot. This facility is indeed a mineral-rich powerhouse. Luli chuckled wryly as he exited the system space. Captain Gu, here. Mobilize the engineers at once and level the base of Tianji Peak. Yes, before long. A multitude of engineering vehicles thundered into the restricted area of Tianji Peak. Under Lu Li's command, towering machinery roared to life, tirelessly excavating the terrain. Massive boulders were exploded, and heaps of sand and stone were swiftly leveled. The Tianji Peak restricted zone, spanning over 100 kilometers, was abuzz with fervor. Lu Li aimed to expand the space comprehensively, confident that the Kunlun Mecha Manufacturing Center was merely the beginning. Who knows what marvels the subsequent systems might yield? Fortunately, this area was vast enough. As time passed, truckloads of rock were rapidly removed, clearing a section of several kilometers at the base of Tianji Peak. Excellent. This is the vigor of Huaxia. Lu Li stood atop a towering rock, marveling. Kunlun Mecha Manufacturing Center, unfold. Chapter 36. The monk operates a mecha with a resounding voice. A radiant speck, no larger than a grain of rice, erupted from Lu Li's forehead. Buzz. A dazzling brilliance suddenly blossomed, rendering the heavens and earth momentarily pale with astonishment. Rumble. Amidst the tremors of the mountains, a colossal metallic edifice, towering 300 meters high, surged from the ground. Its resplendent metallic sheen emitted an overwhelming glare under the sun. What is that? Nearby Huaxia warriors gaped in awe at the magnificent structure that had materialized out of thin air, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow a goose egg. The 5 leading figures of Huaxia were also roused by the astonishing commotion, hastily rushing out of Tiangong Peak, their expressions filled with disbelief as they beheld the spectacle. The 2 rival factions, Shushan and Kunlun, momentarily ceased their bickering, rendered nearly speechless by the miraculous phenomenon before them. A miracle. A true marvel. My young friend. Did you conjure this? Zhuge Yuan, clutching his feather fan, trembled slightly. Haha. What do you think, Senior Zhuge? Have you ever witnessed such a creation? Lu Li chuckled lightly. Never, Zhuge Yuan replied, shaking his head, feeling acutely outdated. The Kunlun Mecha Manufacturing Center? The compassionate elder stood in stunned silence. He hastily retrieved a titanium alloy 8848 smartphone from his robe, activating the video. Surely, this cannot be akin to the contraptions depicted in films? No, it's even more awe-inspiring. Lu Li asserted confidently. My young friend, I wish to reserve a machine. Do not compete with me for it. This monk has first dibs. The compassionate elder yearned to rush into the Mecha Manufacturing Center, eager to witness the wonders within. He began to envision himself piloting the mecha, vanquishing foes with ease. You bald monk, how can you monopolize all the good fortune? Li Chengfeng scoffed. Humph, are you mocking me? Just answer whether you desire one or not. The compassionate elder retorted. Can these machines be customized? Lu Li paused, taken aback by the question. This had not crossed his mind. For me, I want some ferocious equipment. Whatever Gatling guns spouting blue flames, heavy artillery, I want it all installed. Wait, how can this monk be so violent? Lu Li pondered. contemplating whether he too might request a customized version. Customization is possible, but it will require an additional one. 5 times the resources, a voice echoed in Lu Li's mind. The sound of the Alphonse system. Well, that is promising. As long as it's a matter of resources, it's manageable. Huaxia is abundant in resources. Lu Li rejoiced internally. The materials for the mecha manufacturing predominantly comprised steel alloys, and the Western Alliance was currently supplying Huaxia. Rest assured, Master. When the production line commences, the equipment will be at your discretion. Lu Li laughed heartily. My young friend, I too wish for one, came a sudden voice from Ji Ryue. Ji-sec Master Yu. Lu Li's eyes widened in shock. Another violin enthusiast, a firepower aficionado? He mused, surprised. I want one too. Equip me with 10 cannon barrels. The largest caliber available, thundered Zhen Yangzi, his voice commanding. You too? Lu Li was astounded. It appeared this was a case of couples sharing the same fervor. My young friend. I. Li Chengfeng, the elderly gentleman, rubbed his hands together sheepishly, feeling awkward after previously deriding the compassionate elder. As others began to express their desires, even the typically composed Zhuge Yuan was visibly unsettled. He looked at Lu Li, hesitating to speak. Ha! Everyone will have one. All for the glory of Huaxia. Young man, I promise, once the mecha production line is operational, you may customize them as you wish. Lu Li roared with laughter. These were the elite of Huaxia, who had sacrificed so much for their homeland. What was a mere modified mecha in comparison? Captain Gu. Yes. Contact the Ministry of Industry immediately to prepare the mineral resources as per the list. Additionally, inform the Air Force to transport them to the forbidden area of Tiangong Peak with utmost urgency. Ghost Special Forces expand the perimeter defense. Should any suspicious targets be detected within 100 miles of Tiangong Peak, eliminate them without mercy. Understood. At the Disaster Defense Joint Command Center, the gathered dignitaries were momentarily dumbfounded upon receiving the report. Mecha? Is it true, Director, that Lu Li possesses such technology? Old Chen Tianan of the Central Research Institute nearly tore his beard in disbelief. Haha, this young man Lu Li brings us extraordinary surprises indeed. The elder at the head of the table shook his head in disbelief, yet his eyes sparkled with admiration. Good heavens, can those war machines, which exist only in films, truly be manufactured? The generals gaped, momentarily at a loss for words. To many, mechas were merely hulking masses of steel, moving targets. Yet, only those well-versed in the art of war understood the epic-making significance of mechas. A true mecha was not just a target. It embodied unparalleled agility and maneuverability, the ability to breach obstacles, and superior offensive and defensive attributes. This was the very definition of a mecha, an integrated air-ground combat unit. Transcending conventional warfare tactics, this was the weapon of war they had longed for. Though they were unsure how Lu Li had conjured a production line from thin air, it hardly mattered anymore. This young man had already brought immeasurable surprises to Huaxia. First, he had delivered top-secret intelligence, then groundbreaking controllable nuclear fusion technology. And he had even provided early warnings of existential threats to Huaxia. Now, he had unveiled a mecha production line. Such a remarkable youth, even with all his mysteries, would not elicit an ounce of hesitation from the elite of Huaxia. Lu Li, the youngest general of Huaxia, had already contributed more than enough. What significance did a hint of mystery hold? They believed in Lu Li, they believed in this young man. Quick, connect to the live video feed. Chapter 37. Program initiation. As the satellite imagery transitioned, an ethereal electronic tone resonated. On the command center's colossal screen, a magnificent silver-white structure, towering at 300 meters and sprawling across nearly 3 square kilometers, suddenly came into view. Good heavens! How did such an immense edifice materialize out of thin air atop Tianji Peak? A factory soaring to such heights, nearly the equivalent of 100 stories. Could this be the production line for mechs? The assembled dignitaries gazed, slack-jawed, at the astonishing visuals displayed before them. Their minds were overwhelmed. Indeed, this was the production line for mechs. Behold the inscription adorning the grand structure, Kunlun Mech Manufacturing Center. Elder Chen Tian and pointed with emphasis. Where did Lu Li acquire such technology? Is this not merely a theoretical concept? Huh. Our Huaxia has gained yet another formidable asset. Lu Li is truly a blessing for our nation. The military leaders marveled, each eager to shower Lu Li with accolades. Look, the materials are arriving. A keen-eyed military officer spotted the situation map, noting that the transport helicopters were drawing near. A massive fleet of transport helicopters appeared on the distant horizon, swiftly approaching Tianji Peak. Upon receiving their orders, they roared into action, rapidly loading the mountainous pile of mech manufacturing materials onto the transport platforms. Delivery confirmed. Commencing deployment. Before the towering 300-meter structure, bundles of specialized steel and alloys were precisely dropped, soon filling the entire area. Detected Viper mech preparation materials. Program initiated. Automatic production mode activated. A melodious electronic announcement echoed. With a thunderous roar, the imposing metal doors, 5 meters thick, of the vast factory swung open. Several silver-white intelligent vehicles surged forth, swiftly transporting the delivered materials into the mech manufacturing center. In no time, a deep rumble resonated, akin to the activation of a super vector engine. The entire colossal base began to hum with activity. A plume of milky white smoke billowed upwards, accompanied by the thunderous clamor of machinery and the sharp sound of metal being cut, creating a cacophony that shook the very heavens. Through the open doors, one could faintly discern robust mechanical arms tirelessly at work, incessantly cutting and melting sheets of specialized steel and alloy. Countless components were being rapidly constructed and assembled. This fortress, emblematic of Huaxia's cutting-edge military technology, was revealing its sharp fangs to the world for the very first time. It's moving. It's moving. In the Disaster Defense Joint Command Center, the battle-hardened generals, brimming with excitement, resembled children in their glee. Mechs. Huh. Our Huaxia is on the verge of possessing the latest warfare weaponry. I can hardly wait to see the expressions on the faces of the Western Alliance. Indeed, rumor has it their mech proposal has undergone countless revisions, and they haven't even produced a conceptual model. Once our mechs debut, let us see where they can hide their faces. How fortunate we are to have a youth like Lu Li among us. Everyone, please remain calm. The finished product is not yet ready, a general urged, attempting to temper the fervor of his overly enthusiastic colleagues. I trust Lu Li. With him at the helm, no mishap shall occur. Just wait. The first mech shall soon emerge, retorted an army general defiantly. The Huaxia warriors present, along with 5 revered masters, were equally rendered speechless by the sight before them. The thunderous operation of the highly intelligent and automated manufacturing base reverberated through their very souls. In their eyes, this was beyond human capability. Who has ever witnessed a production facility towering hundreds of meters, dedicated to the manufacture of war machines? Who has seen a base that can autonomously produce without human intervention, merely requiring the input of necessary materials? 3D printing? Wake up. That contraption's size pales in comparison to this behemoth. Though Lu Li did not exhibit the same level of shock as the others, he felt a profound exhilaration within. This was the allure of machinery. Gazing at the incessantly whirring mech manufacturing center, Lu Li could not help but exclaim in awe. Now, all that remained was to await the fresh unveiling of the first mech. The Viper, an object of great anticipation. Minutes turned into hours as time slipped away. Though they understood that constructing such a colossal war machine, even with this extraordinary production center, could not be achieved in haste. Their hopes soared for an imminent glimpse of Huaxia's first combat mech. Before long, their necks grew weary from anticipation. Beep, beep, beep. The massive indicator lights on the metal doors of the Kunlun Mech Manufacturing Center ignited brilliantly. Viper number 1 mech, production complete. Commencing transfer. An ethereal electronic voice rang out. With a resounding clank, the heavy metal doors slowly parted. A blinding beam of light surged forth through the gap. Attention, it's about to emerge. Oh, my heart. I think I might faint. Me too. I can hardly contain my excitement. Both the Huaxia warriors at the scene and the personnel within the Disaster Defense Joint Command Center held their breaths in anticipation. Every individual craned their necks, their eyes wide, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Chapter 38, Viper 1, The Frenzied Modification Plan. With a resounding click, the immense hydraulic valve slowly opened, and the heavy metal door thunderously creaked apart. A blinding white light instantaneously flooded the retinas of all present. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a colossal humanoid machine, entirely clad in obsidian, gradually emerged. Its low, resonant hum echoed like the wail of an infant. Viper 1, the first combat mech of Huaxia, announced its arrival to the world with a thunderous roar. Enveloped in a swirling mist, its form was a harmonious amalgamation of thousands of years of Huaxia's aesthetic philosophies, every contour reflecting a masterful design. The imposing defensive armor shimmered in the sunlight, casting a dazzling brilliance. Upon gazing upward, one could see its head, meticulously shielded by layers of armor, with its visage entirely concealed. The chest, gleaming with an icy sheen, prominently housed a roaring furnace, its energy core. The weaponry it bore was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Its mechanical left arm, a staggering dozen meters in girth, revolved 3 cavernous plasma cannon barrels. The equally robust right arm sported a 500mm cannon that instilled dread at first glance. The weaponry depot on its back was lined with razor-sharp projectiles, poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Its abdomen was similarly adorned with a myriad of cannon ports, ready for combat. Viper 1, the inaugural mech product of the War Academy, constructed by the Kunlun Mech Manufacturing Center. Weight, 5,000 tons. Height, 200 meters. Wingspan, 200 meters. Energy core, triple-slot primary energy block. Operating system, Kunlun Combat System 5. 0. Long-range equipment specifications. 1x 500mm plasma main cannon. 3x 300mm plasma howitzers. 3x 6-barrel 50mm Gatling cannons. Shoulder-mounted missile capacity, 100 rounds, capable of housing various munitions including penetrators and incendiary rounds. Close combat equipment specifications. 1x special titanium alloy battle blade. 1x titanium alloy ion saw blade. Retractable into the arm when not in use. Deployable in combat. Defense mechanism. 1x ray arc plasma shield. As the dense data streamed across the display, a collective gulp echoed through the assembly. What kind of violent ingenuity could have conceived such a devastating arsenal? What technological marvel could birth such a colossal war machine? The palpable aura of iron left the spectators breathless, a wave of insignificance washing over them. Lu Li, too, was profoundly shaken. Although he possessed a system, he had never before encountered something so extraordinary. Master, does this firepower and configuration meet your expectations? You mentioned customization. Is there anything else you wish to enhance? If the mech base can fabricate it, we can create a super-modified version. Lu Li gestured towards the compassionate sage. Yes, quite good. The sage, taken aback, could only respond in a disjointed manner. I have an idea. While the initial version's firepower meets our needs, we could adopt a different approach. Zhuge Yuan's eyes sparkled as he beheld the formidable Viper 1. What approach? The assembled leaders turned their heads in curiosity. Let us mount our weapons. Like my Wuho Qin, a harmonious duality of steel and magic, a fusion of technology and martial prowess. Wouldn't that be splendid? Zhuge Yuan exclaimed, fanning himself with glee. Indeed, a brilliant notion. Zhen Yangzi's eyes lit up. My Qinggang sword, along with Ru Yu's moonlight wheel, could also be integrated. This gear surpasses even the finest alloys. I can hardly wait to see the enemy's heads roll. Excellent, excellent. I too possess an arsenal that could be affixed. The compassionate sage, regaining focus, began contemplating modification plans as the others enthusiastically contributed their ideas. In stark contrast, Li Chengfeng felt somewhat at a loss. His role was not one of frontline combat. And while others eagerly discussed enhancements, he pondered how to incorporate his gourd, an instrument meant for healing rather than warfare. Yet, as he envisioned the presence of mechs on the battlefield, drastically reducing the casualties of Huaxia's soldiers, and imagined himself piloting one to engage in combat and provide timely rescues, the compassionate heart of Tianshan's leader began to smile once more. If it must be so, then I shall rely on heavy artillery to vanquish the foe. Meanwhile, within the Disaster Defense Joint Command, upon witnessing Viper 1 for the first time, the elite of Huaxia, previously suffocated by the presence of the monstrous adversaries, finally exhaled a breath of relief. In just 12 hours, a mere 12 hours, this miraculous mech manufacturing center had produced a weapon forged for war. The resources consumed were merely a few thousand tons of steel and alloy. Such efficiency and resourcefulness reached alarming levels. 12 hours meant Huaxia could potentially fabricate 2 such machines in a single day, 60 in a month, 730 in a year. The thought of the unending onslaught of terrifying adversaries weighed heavily on the hearts of Huaxia's elite. Yet now, with Lu Li, this mysterious and powerful young man, a super weapon capable of countering these threats, had been born. Though victory was not guaranteed, Huaxia was no longer as helpless as before. Finally, Huaxia had gained the confidence to confront the monstrous foes. Deploy the 1st Vanguard Armored Division to diligently guard the Tianji Peak restricted zone and protect Lu Li. No fly shall enter within 100 miles. The elder, having maintained his composure, issued the command with grave authority. The surprises this young man had bestowed upon him, and upon Huaxia, were far too numerous to count. At this moment, he would not allow any unforeseen events to transpire. This young man must not be endangered. Chapter 39, Mecha Patrol, High-Energy Lifeforms. As everyone reveled in the joy of the successful launch of the Viper No. 1 mecha, a sudden alert echoed through the vast mecha manufacturing center, with a multitude of indicator lights flashing erratically. Warning: the energy reserves of the Kunlun Mecha Manufacturing Center are nearing depletion. Please recharge in a timely manner. What? Lu Li was momentarily taken aback. Was the energy already exhausted after just creating one mecha? The system continued to mechanically issue warnings. Energy levels are critically low. Please recharge promptly. Well, it seems I have to spend more money, Lu Li grumbled, then inquired, how do I recharge? The system replied, the host may choose between primary energy blocks or installing a fusion device to provide sufficient energy for the manufacturing center. Hearing this, Lu Li felt a slight sense of relief. Using primary energy blocks for such an energy-hungry operation would indeed be extravagantly wasteful, considering that the mecha itself also relied on primary energy blocks. If a battle ensued, who could tell how long his 50,000 merit points would last with two energy-intensive entities? Moreover, these merit points could not all be spent on energy blocks. Thankfully, the fusion devices from Huaxia were now available. Lu Li gratefully touched his forehead and dialed a series of numbers. After a brief communication, 3 fusion devices, urgently dispatched by the Huaxia Central Research Institute with the assistance of the Air Force, swiftly arrived at the restricted area of Tianji Peak. Under the automated control of the manufacturing center, the 3 fusion devices were soon installed, and the colossal manufacturing facility resumed operations. Rumbling into action to commence the construction of the mecha. Esteemed predecessors, your mecha modification plans may now commence, Lu Li joyfully announced, retrieving a tablet from within his garment. Simply input your thoughts in written form into this terminal, and the intelligence system of the Mecha Manufacturing Center will automatically generate the modification scheme. Haha, I'll go first. Compassionate Master eagerly seized the tablet. Dead Monk, shameless. The various sect leaders laughed and scolded in unison. Enjoy yourselves. I'm off for a joyride, Lu Li laughed heartily, using his feet to propel himself into a series of flips until he stood before the Viper No. 1 mecha. Beep. A beam of red light shot from the enormous mecha's head, enveloping Lu Li. Huaxia human race. Lu Li, identity verification successful. Welcome, Commander. A melodious mechanical voice resonated as the massive mecha's arms slowly descended, bringing Lu Li to its chest. With a loud hiss, the massive hydraulic valve opened, and Lu Li hurriedly climbed inside. After spending 300 merit points to exchange for 3 primary energy blocks and installing them into the slots, a myriad of indicator lights on the mecha illuminated, and the Viper No. 1 officially powered up. Beep. Feeling the exhilaration of being encased in metal, Lu Li excitedly pressed the cruise button. Viper No. 1 launch. Boom. Blue flames erupted from the base and back of the mecha as the towering 200-meter structure roared skyward. Power system operational. Weapon system operational. All readings normal. Streams of data surged into Lu Li's mind. However, thanks to the formidable physique and mental fortitude of an awakened being, this overwhelming influx of information posed no challenge to him. Here we go, takeoff. Lu Li sat firmly in the cockpit, his heart racing as he glanced around. Set course, East Sea. With a commanding voice, the colossal mecha executed a swift turn, roaring towards the ocean at an astonishing speed that belied its size. The massive silhouette of the mecha soared through the sky like a great beast in flight, rumbling past the horizon. On the beach, countless spectators gasped and looked up in awe. Look, what is that? My heavens, what a massive figure, and how fast. What kind of aircraft is this? I've never seen anything like it. I have no idea. Even airplanes aren't this large. Oh no, it's heading towards us. Quick move. The crowd screamed and scattered in all directions. Boom. The thunderous sound reverberated as the enormous mecha brushed past the heads of the crowd. My goodness. Is this our Huaxia's secret weapon? It's utterly terrifying. Did you see those cannons? They're thicker than the main guns on a super battleship. Look at those missiles on its back. How many are there? Haha, so violent, I love it. The poor will maneuver, while the rich shall blast. As the crowd regained their composure, they animatedly discussed the spectacle. Countless individuals pulled out their phones and cameras, capturing the moment. In no time, An avalanche of mecha videos flooded the internet in Huaxia. Wow, the nation has developed a Gundam. Come and see. Inside a dormitory, a chubby boy quickly shut down his game and opened the mecha video link. They're fooling us again. How could this be real? That thing only exists in games. His roommate dismissed him. How could it not be real? You fool, come watch this video. It's going viral. Let me see. Oh my, it's real. Wow, Huaxia has really created a mecha. Look at that turn. Look at that cannon. This is definitely the legendary mecha. Quick, share it. This is huge news. Just as Lu Li was leisurely soaring through the skies in Viper number 1, the emergency communication channel in the cockpit abruptly blared to life. Warning, warning. High-energy life forms detected on the surface of the East Sea. Commander, please proceed swiftly to address the situation. Chapter 40. The super gene modifiers upon the vast expanse of the ocean, a high-tech stealth destroyer cleaves through the waves, racing towards the shores of China. On the deck, a man and a woman, both tall with golden hair and blue eyes, stand resolutely against the wind. The leading man, adorned with a biochemical mask, is encased in a superalloy exoskeleton, his muscular frame towering at nearly 2 meters. He resembles a formidable bear. The woman behind him, clad in a tight-fitting suit, wields a colossal composite bow crafted from special materials, its dark green arrowhead instilling a chill of foreboding. Their gaze is fixed intently on the direction of the Chinese coastline. Report to headquarters. The heretic elimination plan is proceeding smoothly. Our stealth warship is now within 500 kilometers of the Chinese shoreline. Across the ocean, within a sprawling underground secret base, a cadre of American researchers attentively listen to the operational team and Oppo's report. Those foolish British, sending forth their so-called super weapons, only to be effortlessly dispatched, one researcher scoffs. And the so-called ninjas from Sakura country are nothing but a joke. They vanished without a trace. Indeed, when it comes to dealing with China, we must rely on the might of America. A researcher proudly swirls a glass of red wine, reveling in his own satisfaction. How could their feeble experiments compare to our American super gene modifiers? A high-nosed Caucasian doctor disdainfully adjusts his glasses. This is the culmination of decades of research in Zone 9. Their power rivals that of a small nuclear bomb, comparable to a small nuclear bomb. A balding general, not deeply involved in the project, exclaims, "Doctor, such a dangerous creation. If it were to go out of control, it would spell disaster. Rest assured, I am not so foolish." The high-nosed doctor sneers, casting a sidelong glance. "My team has already installed backdoors within them. No matter how powerful they become, they will serve the interests of America." "Very well, then I shall rest easy." The balding general bursts into laughter. "With such gene-modified weaponry, I am eager to see how China will defend itself. Yet, what concerns me more is whether China can withstand the losses without jeopardizing the fusion device exchange plan." "General, you are overly apprehensive," the high-nosed doctor retorts with disdain. "The Chinese are cowards. Even if we were to defecate on their heads, they would not dare to utter a word. Just wait and see. When our super gene modifiers wreak havoc across China, they will not dare retaliate. As for the fusion device, if China dares to renege on the agreement, at that point, we shall unleash far more than mere gene modifiers." Indeed, the balding general spins around, declaring, in the end, it is America that determines the fate of Blue Star. Increase speed, head straight for the Chinese coastline. As the general's command reverberates, the 2 super gene modifiers aboard the stealth destroyer feel a sudden tightening in their blue pupils. The stealth destroyer accelerates once more. The sensation of free reign is simply exquisite. The masked man exclaims, laughing heartily. Indeed, these wretched Chinese, deluding themselves into believing they can dominate the world with their fusion device. They are but frogs in a well. Our research in biotechnology far surpasses theirs. The woman beside him licks her red lips in agreement. How laughable that they remain unaware of America's true strength. The masked man raises his hand, striking the steel railing of the bridge, leaving a fearsome handprint. "Once we land in China, we shall show them the true meaning of fear." However, at that very moment, a piercing alarm suddenly blares aboard the destroyer. Warning! Warning! At 12 o'clock, a massive unidentified flying object has been detected at an altitude of 5,000 meters and a speed of 30 Mach. Warning! The unidentified flying object is rapidly approaching. Chapter 41. No, it is coming for us. What is happening? The masked man's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried towards the command room. Before him, on the expansive radar screen, A colossal red dot was flashing, hurtling towards the destroyer at a speed far exceeding that of conventional missiles. What in the world is that? The masked man screamed. Having undertaken numerous missions, he was well versed in the parameters of various military equipment. However, he had never encountered such a vast radar cross-section. Moreover, the speed was astonishing. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent radar warning sounded like a death knell, weighing heavily on the man's chest. Jack, what is going on? The woman in a tight-fitting suit rushed in. Has Huaxia discovered our whereabouts? Very likely. The masked man slammed his fist on the table. The woman gasped, impossible. This is the latest stealth destroyer from the United States, and we are over 500 kilometers from the Huaxia coastline. At this distance, their coastal radar would never detect us. No, the radar does not lie. That unidentified flying object is indeed coming for us. The masked man replied urgently. He then pressed the emergency communication button. Call headquarters. Call headquarters. Our ship has detected a giant unidentified flying object approaching at full speed. Speed, 30 Mach. 30 Mach. In the underground bunker of Zone 9. The American elite received the transmission in stunned silence. What? A giant unidentified flying object? 30 Mach? Are you joking? That speed surpasses even hypersonic missiles. Doctor, it's absolutely true. The radar does not deceive. The man, realizing their disbelief, grew frantic. Let us do this, for safety's sake. Deploy 3 more satellites into orbit at maximum power to scan a 1,000-mile radius. I want to see what kind of tricks Huaxia has up its sleeve. The high-nosed doctor calmly commanded, dismissing the threat. Jack, why are you panicking? We are in international waters. Even if this is Huaxia's doing, what audacity do they have to attack the United States? Upon hearing this, the masked man finally relaxed. Indeed, the United States has the right to free navigation. In the Blue Planet, no one dares to attack the United States on the high seas. However, just as he began to feel at ease, the piercing alarm sounded again. Suddenly, dozens of rapidly approaching red dots appeared on the expansive radar screen. Damn, the Waxians are launching a missile attack against us. The masked man jumped up in horror. How dare they? Don't they know this is international waters? The masked man was genuinely alarmed. They did not fear any direct confrontation. But this unreasonable long-range assault left them powerless, even if they had 10 more lives. Activate emergency defense systems. Launch air defense missiles. After a flurry of confusion, he finally found the most effective countermeasure. As air defense missiles screamed into the sky, the masked man regained his confidence, while feeling embarrassed about his earlier panic. Indeed, he and his partner had fought across the Blue Planet, undefeated. Now equipped with the most advanced warship, what was there to fear? Do they think they are the only ones with missiles? Who is afraid of whom? The United States interception technology is not to be underestimated. The American elites in the underground bunker of Zone 9 also held their heads high. How dare the arrogant Waxians attack the United States warship without cause? This time, even God could not save them. Counterattack. Fire all missiles. Eliminate them. The bald general and Apos' face was twisted with rage. However, at that moment, a crackling sound of electricity filled the command hall of the underground bunker. The once clear satellite visuals flickered, transforming into a screen full of static. What is happening? What kind of attack is this? The American elites gasped in shock. Even an electromagnetic pulse could not disrupt satellites. The high-nosed doctor rushed to the console, frantically pounding the keyboard, but to no avail. Meanwhile, on the stealth destroyer, the 2 genetically modified individuals stared at the radar screen, now shrouded in black smoke, utterly bewildered. How are we supposed to fight now? Chapter 42. Those who offend China shall be punished, regardless of distance. Boom, boom. Brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky. The air defense missiles, devoid of guidance from fire control radars, detonated without even grazing the exhaust of the Viper 1. Swift trails of smoke streaked across the vast sky. The initial wave of missile strikes from Viper 1 encountered no resistance, hurtling toward the destroyer with relentless speed. Quick, leave the captain's cabin, the masked man shouted, shattering the wall with a punch before leaping onto the deck. The woman in the tight-fitting suit followed closely, both of them fixating on the numerous black dots appearing on the distant horizon, their pupils constricting in alarm. Do not panic, we still have hope. Observing the towering phalanx close-in weapon system aboard the vessel, the masked man clenched his fists. A clear hydraulic sound resonated, relying on the remaining close-in radar guidance. The 2 phalanx guns, with a firing rate of 10,000 rounds per minute, swiftly adjusted their aim to confront the incoming missile barrage. Two 16-cell close-in missile systems also shifted direction, poised to fire at any moment. The rapidly approaching missile storm soon encroached upon the operational range of the close-in systems. Upon detecting targets breaching the 10-kilometer defense perimeter, the two 16-cell missile systems unleashed a torrent of scorching fire. Boom. One by one, the close-in missiles soared into the sky, racing towards the onslaught of high-speed missiles. However, how could these short-range air defense missiles thwart the assault of dozens of hypersonic projectiles? Boom. Only a few fireworks erupted, while the remaining missiles continued their vigorous advance towards the warship. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. The astonishingly rapid phalanx cannons also opened fire. A torrential downpour of bullets formed a dense net of fire, attempting to intercept the high-speed targets. Yet, this seemingly spectacular barrage inflicted no damage upon the incoming projectiles. Their speed was simply too overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, the high-speed missile, once a mirrored, transformed into a harbinger of death looming dangerously close. Not good. Abandon ship, abandon ship. The woman in the tight-fitting suit screamed, disregarding her primary weapon, seizing the masked man, and leaping into the sea. Boom. Just as they plunged into the water, the deluge of missiles struck the most advanced stealth destroyer of the United States. Boom. Boom. The violent explosions echoed in succession as more missiles rained down. After enduring 5 or 6 direct hits, the destroyer, costing a staggering $10 billion US dollars, erupted as its keel shattered, splitting the vessel in two. Rushing seawater swiftly filled the compartments, and within a minute, the severed hull disappeared beneath the vast ocean. Who is it? Show yourself. The temporarily spared masked man screamed in frustration. He could not fathom how, in the Blue Star and in international waters, someone dared to bombard his American warship without cause. He could hardly believe that the pride of the United States, its state-of-the-art stealth warship, had been reduced to mere debris. Explosions are one thing, but the real issue is that I have yet to lay eyes on a single one of them. It was utterly infuriating. It must be the Chinese doing this. This is their backyard. Don't let me find out who you are. If I do, I will tear you to shreds. Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth. The woman in the tight-fitting suit gulped down several mouthfuls of seawater. Lying on a piece of debris, her frustration boiling over. Just as the two were cursing into the sky, a small black that suddenly appeared in the distant horizon. The dot raced forward, and in their astonished gaze, it enlarged rapidly, revealing a towering mechanical structure standing at 200 meters tall. Staring at this imposing mechanical creation, the genetically enhanced duo was left speechless. What on earth is that? The masked man's eyes nearly bulged out. Even with all his brain power, he could not comprehend that the entity attacking them was such a terrifying machine. Mecha. A Chinese mecha. The woman in the tight-fitting suit exclaimed in horror. She distinctly saw a bright red pentagram embedded on the mechanical arm of this fearsome machine. Oh dear, are there still 2 stragglers left? It seems that the so-called high-energy life forms are you too. A faint voice emanated from within the colossal mecha. Who are you? Show yourself. The masked man yelled fiercely, soaking in seawater. Finally, he found an outlet for his pent-up frustration. Creak. The cockpit of Viper 1 slowly opened, and a young figure stepped out nonchalantly. With his arms crossed over his chest, Luli cast a casual glance at the two struggling in the water. Hey, grandson, enjoying your bath? The so-called super gene warrior of the United States was reduced to this? You. The masked man, filled with rage, struggled to articulate his thoughts, his face reddening with humiliation. Seeing that he had no means to retaliate against his opponent, he resorted to angrily cursing, "Despicable Chinese. How dare you ambush an American warship? Aren't you afraid of the American army coming to erase your nation from the Blue Star? Oh, I'm so scared. The methods of the United States are so ruthless. I am trembling in fear." Luli feigned a frightened demeanor, stamping his foot and shuddering. Ugh, disgusting. Damn Chinese. Don't be so arrogant. The masked man shouted, grasping onto a piece of debris and flipping over. Such warm seawater. Why not soak a little longer? Luli teased, observing the drenched masked man. Fuck. Despicable Easterners. If you have the guts, come down here, and I'll tear your mouth apart. The masked man was utterly enraged. He longed to battle, to engage in a life-and-death struggle with this Chinese youth. However, he simply could not reach him. Seeing Lu Li's disdainful gaze, this seasoned American warrior was driven into a frenzy. Oh, you said that. Lu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. How could I not fulfill such a reasonable request? Virum. The sound of the massive machinery starting reverberated, and the towering mecha once again sprang to life. A colossal iron foot rose high, the immense shadow of the steel cast over the masked man. Then, with the might of a mountain, the mechanical foot crashed down. Ah! The masked man stared in terror at the shadow looming above, overwhelmed with dread. He screamed, desperately attempting to flee. But in this vast ocean, where could he find a foothold? Even a formidable Gene warrior from the United States could only watch helplessly as the steel giant's foot descended with unmatched force. No, Jack. The woman in the tight-fitting suit could only watch in horror as her former partner was mercilessly crushed to the seabed by the cold, unfeeling machine, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. Don't let your companion feel lonely. Now it's your turn. The massive mecha turned its body, churning the surging waves. As Lu Li's voice gripped the throat of the woman in the tight-fitting suit like the scythe of death, a chill ran down her spine, and she leaped into the sea, desperate to escape this terrifying machine. Foolish. I will make you swim for 5 kilometers first. Amidst the disdainful cold snort of disdain, the 500mm plasma main cannon mounted on the right arm of Viper 1 hummed ominously. The cannon charged. 10, 50, 80, 100. Those who dare to offend our China shall face inevitable retribution, no matter how distant. Chapter 43. Expansion. Enlistment of 30 million. What? Lu Li has sunk a stealth destroyer of the United States in international waters? Furthermore, he has crushed 2 genetically modified saboteurs. Within the Disaster Defense Joint Command, a group of warriors abruptly rose to their feet. Alas, we have grown old. The future belongs to the youth. A 3-star general sighed. This young man possesses a courage surpassing that of any among us. Is Lu Li injured? The elder, having just received the news, hurried into the command room. Report to the elder, the young man is safe and sound. Lu Li's calm voice resonated from the large screen. Ah, you. The elder chuckled helplessly. What does it matter about the stealth warship of the United States? It's merely fireworks in the sky. His greatest concern lay in Lu Li suffering any harm during the battle. This young man carries the future of China. Even a single hair lost would be a loss for our nation. Elder, the migration project of the circular fortress is nearing completion. It is time to proceed with the next phase of our plans. Very well. The elder's ruddy face broke into a touching smile. Special announcement. The Supreme Command of China and the Disaster Defense Joint Command have issued a Special Operation Order No. 1 in response to the alien crisis. We have initiated the Great Wall Watch Plan. This is a nationwide announcement for a special conscription order calling for 30 million recruits. All healthy citizens of China aged between 18 and 38 are eligible to enlist until the quota is met. We shall recall 12 million reservists immediately. Let all citizens unite and strive together to protect our homeland. Accompanying the special conscription order video was a colossal steel behemoth. It was none other than the Viper No. 1 piloted by Lu Li. The uniqueness of this special conscription announcement instantly sent shockwaves throughout the nation. Major social media platforms exploded with reports of this world-shattering news. Oh my mecha. Oh my goodness, Gundam. Real men pilot mecha. Brothers, I'm in. You're too slow. I've already registered and will report tomorrow. What speed are you talking about? Ah, the website 1T load. In an instant, all of China went into a frenzy. Regardless of eligibility, citizens flocked to the registration platform. The military had to activate backup servers to manage the overwhelming surge. At the 027 Logistics Warehouse, retired soldier Yin Zhuang of the Wolf Fong Special Forces answered the nation's call. I will return to battle. Retired instructor Li Hu of the Snow Wolf Assault Team. I will return to the call. The entire Red Blood Cell team. All members returned to duty. Upon seeing the nation's special order, the retired soldiers of China, who had long since laid down their arms, were stirred with excitement, voicing their fervent cries. The news of China's special conscription order swiftly reached foreign shores. The leaders of Blue Star nations were taken aback by the news. As the commander of the United States received word of their destroyer being sunk, he was gearing up to hold China accountable, only to soon learn of China's conscription of 30 million. Unable to withstand the barrage of news, the commander was left dumbfounded. This is madness. Are they preparing for war against us? Oh my God! Quickly revise the speech. We must not provoke this Eastern lion. The leaders of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the British Commonwealth were equally alarmed. Just days prior, they had deployed secret weapons to trouble China. And now China was enlisting millions. This is bad. They are gearing up for revenge. Quickly, seal off the Heavenly Rin Palace. No one is to enter or exit. You, lock up those damned vampires. If even one escapes, I will smash your watermelon. Leaders across the nations hastily issued lockdown orders, fearful of provoking China's wrath. The leader of the White Elephant Nation, Dimaleo Xian, was equally flustered. Quickly, connect me to the border commander. Abandon the disputed zone and pull back the troops. Now? What a joke. Decades ago, we were humbled by China's border forces for our arrogance. Now, with a conscription of tens of millions, if we do not retreat, we may face dire consequences. In a brief moment, the nations of Blue Star, who once clamored for sanctions and condemnations, fell silent. At the Blue Star Conference, the representative of the Pottery Nation stood up as usual to question China's conscription. However, he was immediately met with a barrage of criticism from his former allies. China is the cornerstone of peace on Blue Star. We cherish peace and embrace harmony. Pottery Nation, what are you doing? Are you questioning China's contributions? Sit down. The representative of the Pottery Nation was left dumbfounded. You were not saying this before. What has changed today? Yet, he was destined to receive no answers. Just a mere pawn, to be discarded when necessary. Amidst the cunning elites of various nations, the reactions from foreign netizens were far more entertaining. On the rap platform, a new verbal battle was igniting. Oh my God, what is China planning? Are they preparing for war against the Western Alliance? Laughable, to enlist. They merely cobbled together a frame from steel plates? Only China could pull this off. Goodness, just hearing that number nearly scared me to death. Are they really going to fight? What is so terrifying? Foolish Chinese. Their minds are still stuck in ancient times. Modern warfare relies not on manpower, but on information and intelligence. No matter how many soldiers they have, they are merely cannon fodder. Gentlemen, let us unite and show the Chinese the strength of the West. In a moment, the rhetoric opposing China gained momentum. You are all mistaken. Their target does not seem to be us. Some relatively rational netizens raised questions, but they were quickly drowned out by a tide of insults. They simply did not believe in the alien threat that China was promoting. Watching the various reactions from abroad, Luli couldn't help but chuckle. As for those shouting conspiracy theories about China, Luli chose to ignore them. In a few months, China would not even need to intervene. The aliens would teach them a lesson. Chapter 44. Today, there is no war on Blue Star. After lining up and completing registration, the physical examination proceeded simultaneously. Those who passed the examination collected their uniforms from the logistics department. The recruitment center in Luzhou was deliberately set up at the high-speed train station. Once all procedures were completed, the new recruits were promptly assigned to combat units and boarded the trains for departure. Had I known, I would not have stayed up late binge-watching. My eyesight is just slightly below standard. A young man emerged, regret etched on his face. Sigh, I too. If only I had exercised more. The nearby chubby fellow patted his beer belly in discontent. A multitude of unqualified individuals were filtered out. Nevertheless, their fervor for military service was commendable and praised by all. Everyone, right turn march. More and more youth from Huaxia met the requirements. In just 1 hour, over 10,000 individuals from this recruitment center boarded the train for deployment. Red Brick Brigade, this is the Huaxia Luzhou recruitment scene. The enthusiasm of Huaxia's youth for military service exceeded our expectations. Though I cannot comprehend the rationale behind their choices, I must admit the formidable allure of Huaxia. Outside the station, a blonde reporter faced the camera, expressing her astonishment. My estimations were once again proven wrong. I had presumed Huaxia's youth to be a group of cowards. Yet their determination to serve the nation is remarkably robust. Indeed, did you see? Even a rotund fellow has joined. It is astonishing that Huaxia's youth exhibit such solidarity. On the rap platform, lamentations echoed. Report to the National Assembly. Azhou has recruited 500,000 in 3 hours. National Assembly. Luozhou has recruited 600,000 in 3 hours. Luzhou has recruited 1,000,000 in 3 hours. National Assembly, Chuan Province. The general responsible for recruitment excitedly reported the progress. At this rate, Huaxia would achieve its target in less than 2 days. We must maintain stringent standards. Those who do not meet the criteria cannot enter the battlefield, the elder declared with authority. The ensuing battles would see upheaval, with danger lurking at every corner. Only elite troops can unleash the most formidable fighting power. He cannot allow Huaxia and Apos' youth to sacrifice in vain. An unceasing stream of recruitment videos began to broadcast across the entire Blue Star through the internet. The fervent recruitment campaign reverberated throughout the globe. Huaxia, the ancient Eastern lion, revealed its astonishing allure to the entire Blue Star. Countries on Blue Star began to scrutinize this bewildering situation. In a series of cascading reactions, Blue Star, a planet ravaged by war, fell into an eerie silence. The leaders of various factions, at odds with one another, issued indefinite ceasefire orders. Even the Northern Bear Emperor commanded a withdrawal of troops. On this day, all wars across Blue Star came to a halt. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to announce that today, Blue Star has achieved genuine peace. The Secretary General of the Blue Star Conference wept with joy. He had served for over a decade, witnessing daily conflicts and bombings. Even the Olympic flame could not deter the cacophony of gunfire. Yet today, due to Huaxia's recruitment, all war machines fell silent. This historic moment was unprecedented in his experience. Gentlemen, though it is hard to believe, wars across Blue Star have indeed ceased. Huaxia has accomplished this. My God, it is the first time I have seen such a clean trending list, devoid of any war-related news. Military bloggers may soon find themselves unemployed. Have you heard? The arms dealers from the United States are considering a career change. On the RAP platform, netizens from various countries refreshed the reports repeatedly. However, aside from yesterday's news, there were no new updates on the state of conflict. Today, there is no war on Blue Star. Chapter 45, The Tank? A single punch to obliterate. The Blue Star has fallen into tranquility. However, Luli has not been idle. He understands that mere military strength cannot vanquish the terrifying aberrations. Enhancing the combat prowess of the Huaxia soldiers is of paramount importance. Captain Gu, I recall that Huaxia has two other special forces that are on par with the Darkblade team. Indeed, Deputy Commander. The Nine-Tailed Fox and the Listener teams are ready for deployment. Excellent. Where are they stationed? At the Duanheng Mountain Range, suppressing the mutated Wolf King. Command them to immediately proceed to the Duanheng Mountain Range and take over the operations. The Nine-Tailed Fox and Listener teams are to return to Yunjing at once. Understood. In the lush forests of the Duanheng Mountain Range, the two elite special forces, armed to the teeth, received the same order almost simultaneously. Captain, why the sudden withdrawal? We have been tracking the mutated Wolf King for quite some time. Give me 2 more hours, and I can shatter it into pieces. A burly special forces soldier barged into the field tent. Li Lang, this is an order from above. Our mission has been reassigned to the Darkblade team. Came the cold voice of Yi Wuji, the leader of the Listener team. Captain, execute the command. Yes. On the other side, the Nine-Tailed Fox team also canceled their ambush plans upon receiving the order, transitioning to a defensive stance. After Gu Qingyuan arrived and transferred the operational intelligence, both special forces, albeit somewhat disgruntled, boarded the transport aircraft. Captain Yi, do you know why headquarters has assigned the Darkblade team to take over our mission? Are they blaming us for the slow progress? Inquired Kong Yi, the captain of the Nine-Tailed Fox team. I'm not sure. I heard it was Deputy Commander's directive. Yi Wuji shook his head, equally perplexed. What do you think the Deputy Commander's strength truly is? Kong Yi asked intently. She had reviewed the battle records from Azhou and witnessed Lu Li's astonishing performance. However, with the further awakening of the world's spiritual energy, her own abilities had also surged. She was eager to know if she could now defeat Lu Li. The two exchanged a glance, each recognizing the fervent battle spirit in the other's eyes. Amidst the roaring of the humming engines, the transport aircraft soon landed in Yunjing. At the summit platform of the Tianji Peak, the two were astonished to find the area teeming with a crowd. Counting them, including themselves, there were nearly 1,600 individuals. Each of these individuals represented the pinnacle of warriors from various combat zones in Huaxia. However, what puzzled them was the presence of a tank on display before the crowd. Just then, Lu Li's figure appeared, unhurriedly stepping forward. I believe all of you are brimming with battle spirit and eager to engage in a spar with me. However, I must inform you that at present, none of you can withstand even a single strike from me, unarmed. What? The assembly of over 1,000 warriors fell into silence. They had witnessed the battle records from Azhou and were well aware of Lu Li's prowess. Yet, he had wielded the Lonke blade at that time. Now, with the further revival of the world's spiritual energy, each of them had improved significantly. How could this young deputy commander claim that they could not endure even a single unarmed blow from him? It seemed implausible. Yi Wuji and Kong Yi exchanged incredulous glances at Lu Li. If it were anyone else, it could be dismissed, but they were among the top-tier awakened beings. Deputy Commander, I request a duel, Kong Yi boldly declared. Very well. Lu Li regarded the valiant female general with admiration in his eyes. However, I cannot strike against my own brothers and sisters. With that, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, seizing the tank's cannon with both hands. To the astonished gaze of the warriors, the massive steel beast, weighing several tons, was effortlessly lifted by Lu Li. With tremendous force, he swung the colossal tank up and down, causing the solid ground to tremble beneath them. Watch closely. His fist, the size of a sandbag, rose. Boom. The turret of the abandoned armored vehicle, forged from solid steel, was blasted off by a single punch from Lu Li. The warriors gaped in shock, their fiery battle spirit extinguished. A tank, a behemoth of iron weighing several tons, was treated as if it were a mere hammer. The turret alone must weigh several tons, yet it was sent flying with a single blow? If such force were to strike a person, would they not be shattered into pieces? Kong Yi and Yi Wuji fell silent. This was a level of power beyond comprehension. They were now utterly convinced of Lu Li's prowess. Do you wish to become as powerful as I am? Indeed, the warriors shouted in unison. Then, consume this. Vials of awakening serum were brought forth. To enhance the combat capabilities of Huaxia, Lu Li expended a total of 40,000 merit points to exchange for 400 vials of awakening serum. He had conducted experiments and determined that a quarter of a vial would yield maximum efficacy. These serums were sufficient to produce over 1,000 awakened beings of extraordinary caliber. His aim was to enable these warriors to elevate their strength at the swiftest pace possible. The stronger they became, the more profound their comprehension of the world would be. Upon returning to the military, these warriors would serve as effective awakening instructors. One would teach 10, and 10 would teach 100. Eventually, even without serums, every Huaxiao soldier would awaken. Thus, the strength of Huaxiao would reach a terrifying zenith. Chapter 46. Fusion Trade, the Humiliated Western Alliance. After a passage of time, the Great Migration was successfully completed, and the day for the Western Alliance to acquire the controllable nuclear fusion device drew ever closer. During this period, the Western Alliance endured considerable hardship in a desperate bid to purchase the fusion device from Huaxia, led by the United States. All nations of the Western world were occupied without respite. They toiled day and night, mining and smelting, with their furnaces having exploded countless times. In response to Huaxia's firm demands, they obediently dispatched shiploads of refined steel to Huaxia's ports. Such actions, in the eyes of the Western Alliance, were exceedingly humiliating. Yet, the terrifying allure of the commercial fusion device compelled them to lower their proud heads. Now, having completed 99 of the requested 800 million tons of steel, they were merely awaiting the final shipment. Oh, God! The fusion device was finally within their grasp. How infuriating it was that the Huaxia people demanded such a steep price from the Western Alliance. Gentlemen, do not be disheartened. Once the device is in our possession, our great scientists will swiftly decode their technology. At that time, Huaxia will pay 100-fold for their actions. On the RAP platform, countless foreign netizens were gnashing their teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, on Huaxia's internet, netizens were reveling in joy. Haha, who could have conceived such an idea? Huaxiao exchanged a single fusion device for a staggering 800 million tons of refined steel, delivered right to their doorstep. Indeed, such vast resources were perfectly suited for constructing a circular steel fortress. Let the Western Alliance take the fusion device. After all, it would be of little use to them for long. At Tianjin port, as the final bundle of refined steel was unloaded, the prominent figure of Huaxia's Ministry of Commerce, Ge, strode forth with confidence. Eager envoys from various nations surged forward, determined to secure the fusion device with utmost speed. They resolutely rejected Huaxia's request for a formal trading ceremony. Mr. Gu, can we commence the agreed trading plan now? Rest assured, Huaxia is a nation of propriety and would never engage in the foolishness of reneging on a deal. Ge Zhuguo waved his hand nonchalantly as a remarkably ordinary flatbed cart approached, carrying a silver-white device of approximately 10 cubic meters. What? Such a precious device is being transported on a mere flatbed cart? What kind of joke is this? The American envoy rubbed his eyes vigorously, exclaiming, Mr. Gu, are you certain that what is being transported is indeed the fusion device? A mere pod. What is so special about it? Ge Zhuguo scoffed. Upon hearing this, the Western envoys were instantly incensed. A mere pot? On what grounds does Huaxia demand we exchange tons of steel for it? and even deliver it to your doorstep. We have been working tirelessly for this iron contraption. Will you trade or not? If not, we can discuss it another time. Guzhugwa, observing the Western envoy's reddening faces and their silence, retorted impatiently. No, 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 Mr. Gu, you cannot do this. The American envoy was visibly agitated. Only then did Guzhugwa nod and gesture towards the flatbed cart. The driver calmly turned the vehicle towards the designated unloading area. Mr. Gu, we must inspect the goods. The American envoy declared, waving his hand, and several Western scientists emerged from the crowd, brandishing precision instruments, ready to proceed. Stop. Who said you could inspect the goods here? If you wish to inspect, do so on your ship. Guzhugwa stated bluntly. Mr. Gu, you cannot disregard trading protocols. The American envoy's expression turned cold. Protocols? Has Huaxiao ever stated such rules? This is merely your convention, not ours. You Americans are accustomed to issuing commands, expecting everything to conform to your standards, aren't you? Guzhugwa turned sharply, his tone chillingly severe. You. The American envoy was infuriated, feeling as if he might explode. How can we ascertain the authenticity of the device without inspecting it? If Huaxia is up to mischief, wouldn't he that render our efforts futile? Yet, despite his anger, he dared not unleash it. For this was Huaxia's territory, leaving him little room for arrogance. Under Guzhugwa's imposing demeanor, the American envoy ultimately chose to concede. Very well. I trust that Huaxia is a country of integrity. Let us load the vessel. Chapter 47. The stunned Commander Piton after tremendous effort. The Western Alliance finally acquired a commercial controllable nuclear fusion device from Huaxia. In the secret underground laboratory of District 10, the United States, hundreds of scientists from the Western Alliance gathered. They aimed to decipher the technology of this fusion device in the shortest possible time. You insufferable Waxians. Soon you shall regret your actions. Commander Piton declared with unwavering confidence, feeling an immense sense of release from the frustration brought on by Huaxia. He firmly believed that the great scientists of the Western Alliance would achieve results shortly. Yes, Commander. A bespectacled Caucasian man replied loudly. He was Simon, the chief scientist of the American Fusion Research Project. Let us show the Waxians the speed of our Western scientists. With Simon's words, the group of scientists immediately began their analytical work, eagerly awaiting this moment. Recently, due to Huaxia's pioneering grasp of commercial controllable nuclear fusion technology, the enraged populace of the West had turned their ire towards the scientists, berating them as inferior and incompetent. The tirades against them were countless, and they were fed up. In an instant, their work efficiency surged to several times its usual rate. However, they soon discovered that the technology of this fusion device was far from simple. Dr. Simon, we have a serious problem. The shell material of this device contains elements that do not correspond to the periodic table. A scientist from Gaul exclaimed in terror. What? Is there such a thing? Simon gasped in shock. He hurriedly took over the workstation, scrutinizing the data on the analytical instrument, and began operating it frantically. After multiple verifications, he was horrified to find that the Gaul scientist was indeed correct. This was completely different from his expectations. Initially, he had thought Huaxia was merely employing some clever techniques or an unexpected approach. Now, that assumption was ruthlessly shattered. A cold sweat broke out on Simon's forehead. His years of research experience and scientific acumen told him that matters had become complicated. The expressions of everyone in the laboratory turned grim. Do not panic. With so many brilliant scientists here, we will surely overcome this challenge. If Huaxian scientists can achieve this, why can't we? Simon urged, sensing the urgency of the situation. The morale of the team was instantly lifted. Indeed, if Huaxia could accomplish this, why couldn't the Western Alliance? Besides, there were materials right here at hand. It was merely a matter of investing more time. Seeing the team regain their confidence, Simon quickly called Commander Piton. Commander, there is new information. I request the mobilization of all physicists and chemists from the United States to be present. Oh my God, Dr. Simon. You're not telling me that you can't handle that machine, are you? Piton's tone shifted dramatically. Yes, Commander, Simon stammered, taken aback. Huaxia's technology is incompetent fools. Useless. You can't even handle something so simple. Piton's furious voice rang out. He was genuinely enraged. After all, he had personally overseen the acquisition of 800 million tons of premium steel. The most arduous tasks had already been accomplished. Now, his most outstanding scientists were telling him they could not decipher Huaxia's fusion technology. What on earth was going on? The device was right there. Analyzing the technology should be the simplest task, shouldn't it? Commander, Simon began, but was met with a torrent of insults that left him speechless. For the first time, this chief scientist felt utterly powerless. Enough. You have no credibility to make demands when you lack personnel. I order you to complete the analysis within a month. Otherwise, you will know what it means to suffer a stab in the back. Piton thundered, slamming down the phone in a fit of rage. Simon was left dumbfounded. Without funding and without other scientists present, how could he possibly decipher it? He paced anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. He thought of someone. That person was the true king of the United States. Simon swiftly dialed that person's number, speaking urgently, Mr. Timup, I have something very important to report to you. Oh dear Dr. Simon, it has been quite a while since you last called me, came Timup's powerful voice. Let America be great again. My loyalty to you has never wavered. Simon's voice became fervently animated. What is it? Speak. Overjoyed, Simon relayed the entire situation. On the other end of the line, Timup sprang to his feet. No one understands nuclear fusion better than I do. Dr. Simon, leave the rest to me. He realized that Piton had lost his composure. This was his chance to reclaim the throne of the United States. Shortly thereafter, the recording of Simon's call with Piton was released on the RAP platform. In an instant, the public erupted in fury. My God, what is Piton doing? Just one step away, why berate our scientists? Why can't he agree to Dr. Simon's reasonable request? Haven't we suffered enough humiliation from Huaxia? Piton has become obsolete. He has completely lost his mind. The citizens of the United States were enraged. When they learned that Timup immediately supported Dr. Simon, they exploded with indignation. Compared to Piton's senility and ineffectiveness, Timup, the greatest man of the United States, was the one truly concerned for the nation. We do not want Piton. We want Timup. Long live the great Timup. Across the nation, massive crowds surged toward the commander's palace. Piton was left utterly bewildered. What is happening? Am I not diligently serving the United States? Wasn't the fusion device acquired under my wise guidance? Just because I momentarily lost my temper, I am to be ousted? Conspiracy. This must be Timup's scheme. Piton shouted in fury. He wanted to explain, but the enraged populace of the United States had already breached the palace defenses, unstoppable even by tanks and armored vehicles. It's over, it's all over. Piton cried in despair. He never anticipated that the fusion device he had labored so hard to acquire would become the harbinger of his downfall from power. Chapter 48. The fortress construction commences. The land of the 9 provinces quakes. A dramatic change of leadership in the United States. However, the avid spectators in China have chosen an unusual path of indifference. This is due to another monumental announcement that has surged to the top of the Chinese trending charts. Disaster Defense Joint Command, Great Wall Watchtower No. 2 Special Operation Order. Construction of the Jiangnan Circular Iron Fortress begins today. Instantaneously, the entirety of China erupted with fervor. In the Jiangnan region, stretching over 2,000 kilometers, crowds thronged and red flags fluttered. The Western Alliance's delivery of 800 million tons of steel had all arrived. These steel materials were systematically arranged in a circular fashion, with a steel peak erected every 10 kilometers. Surrounding these peaks, towering cranes reached toward the heavens. Once ground operations commenced, these colossal arms would swiftly extend, initiating the mountain-moving endeavors. Roaring with might, a fleet of large engineering vehicles and gigantic excavators unleashed a cacophony. Their initial task was to excavate a massive trench, plunging 100 meters deep, establishing a solid foundation for the iron fortress. Mounds of earth and rock were swiftly unearthed and promptly transported away. The efficiency of the Chinese workers was astonishing. Within mere hours, a step-down trapezoidal structure had already begun to take shape. The subsequent tasks involved bundling and pouring concrete, erecting pillars and molds. Give it your all. The adjacent team has already completed 300 meters, exclaimed the team leader, Old Sun, at one construction site. Upon hearing this, his crew sprang into action. Come on, those guys usually aren't this fast. Are they playing possum? They muttered, urging themselves to pick up the pace, unwilling to be underestimated. As the crowd roared, the speed of construction surged once more. Yet, their dedication to quality remained unwavering. No one dared to be complacent. They understood that even the slightest oversight could lead to the collapse of the entire fortress. The adversaries they aimed to suppress were not mere pests, but demons from the abyss. They had to ensure that the fortress's foundation was 1,000% secure. Old Sun, filled with apprehension, conducted repeated inspections after the quality assurance checks, scrutinizing for any potential oversights. As the leader, he grasped the profound significance of this fortress. To be accountable for the project was to be accountable for China itself. After several rounds of inspections, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Brothers, you've done exceptionally well. Our segment has encountered no issues," he proclaimed with enthusiasm. "It's our own endeavor. Who would dare to be careless?" A tall, lean worker responded. Similar scenes unfolded across various construction sites. Machinery roared, and the crowd cheered. The expansive front stretching over 2,000 kilometers caused the ground to tremble. The ancient civilization of China was unleashing unprecedented strength. The builders were showcasing their remarkable execution to the entire blue planet. Dust coated their hair, sweat drenched their clothes. Yet they bore no grievances. Their eyes sparkled with determination. They fought for their own destinies and for that of China. In the rear of the worksite, more engineering vehicles and machinery arrived. Across the land of the 9 provinces, retired workers donned their packs, and skilled technicians strapped on their backpacks. Highways were congested with traffic as citizens spontaneously rallied to support the fortress construction. China, united in purpose, stood firm in safeguarding its territory. Regardless of age or gender, countless individuals proudly participated. Behind the bustling worksite, neatly arranged tents stretched for miles, serving as a vibrant support base for the builders. "I can't operate a steel behemoth, but I am a master in the kitchen," sang a youthful figure cheerfully as he stirred a pot. "Fried noodles? Young man, bring me a plate." The returning workers, enticed by the aroma, flocked over. "Uncle, we must ensure nutrition. Look at my Kung Pao chicken. Uncle, try my beer duck, just freshly made." Countless large pots were uncovered, steaming broth poured into porcelain bowls. In an instant, the entire support base was alive with activity. The grand construction scene of the Iron Fortress rapidly spread across the internet. In no time, these videos went viral. Countless individuals liked, commented, and shared. Even those who did not participate directly were moved by the grandeur and unity displayed. Heavens, to witness such a magnificent event, I have no regrets in this life. Is this truly my grand China? Over 2,000 kilometers, millions united in construction. What incredible cohesion. Regrettably, I lack the skills for such machinery. I should have pursued a special license. Indeed, I had considered signing up last year. What a pity. No worries, brothers. The operation of the giants relies on every joint. Ensuring the smooth flow of China's arteries is equally vital. By performing our duties well, we also contribute to China. As the videos reached foreign shores, netizens across the blue planet were left astounded. What is this call to action? The road 2 kilometers from my home has been under construction for 5 years. Oh Mary, is this a divine realm? Why are they so united? Oh God, millions participating in construction. This is absolutely insane. Countless netizens expressed their astonishment. However, dissenting voices predictably emerged. No, this must be the Chinese government coercing them. I refuse to believe they are doing this willingly. This endeavor is sacred, and what China is doing is self-destructive. Laughable, wasting such manpower to build a useless metal fortress. Truly, what a gimmick from China. China is too deep in its play, the lies they crafted initially. Now they even believe themselves. The entire nation of China is foolish. What use is a steel city? They should focus on developing more missiles. The Western Alliance, too, shifted from their earlier stance of submission. Sensing China's preoccupation with construction, they began to vocalize once more. During the Blue Planet Conference, representatives from various nations rose with righteous indignation. China's actions are undermining the ecological balance of the blue planet. I propose immediate sanctions against China. The White Elephant Nation concurs. This could alter monsoon patterns, jeopardizing the entire blue planet. The Cosmic Nation concurs. The Cherry Blossom Nation concurs. The United Kingdom concurs. To these blathering, nonsensical individuals, China chose to ignore them entirely. Before long, the adversaries would find themselves crushed beneath the might of the abyss. Chapter 49. All rice bonds liquidated for grain. On the majestic Tianji Peak in Yunji, Lu Li, the revered white-clad war god of Huaxia from a past life, was deeply moved by the awe-inspiring construction scene before him. He comprehended that the Great Wall Guardian project had commenced its flawless operation. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the cannon roared, fortunes would be forged. Once the war against the alien species erupted, the consumption of resources would escalate exponentially. Even though Huaxia had ramped up production of fusion devices, the significance of essential resources like oil and gas could not be overlooked in the short term. Particularly, food was paramount. The daily sustenance for Huaxia's billions of citizens amounted to a staggering figure. Despite the granaries being stocked with enough staple grains to last the entire nation for 5 years, who would ever complain about having too much food? The more, the better. Before long, Gazhugua, a prominent figure in Huaxia's Ministry of Commerce, received a call from Lu Li. "Galao, it is time to play that card." An hour later, a sensational announcement from Huaxia's Ministry of Commerce reverberated around the globe. What? Huaxia was liquidating all its rice bonds at an 80 discount? My goodness. That amounted to 1 trillion rice coins, an astonishing loss of 200 billion. Had Huaxia lost its mind? Foreign netizens, upon hearing the news, were nearly aghast. They could not fathom why Huaxia would engage in such a financially detrimental transaction. In contrast to these keyboard warriors, international capital from the Western Alliance sprang into action. Filled with excitement, they recognized that an opportunity for wealth had arisen. Quick, gobble up all the rice bonds Huaxia is selling. Acquire as much as possible. Tom, I command you to swiftly retrieve our funds from other projects to seize Huaxia's rice bonds. Hurry up, or I shall kick your backside. Oh my God, the neighbors have already snatched some. Why did they get the news before us? Move faster, or there won't be any left. These international investors and capital magnates had gone completely berserk. An 80 discount, excluding market volatility, still guaranteed at least a 10% profit. With a mere twist of the wrist, a monumental sum of money would flow into their pockets. Who could resist such a deal? Although Huaxia's demands seemed somewhat unbelievable, these financial titans could scarcely afford to ponder the details. Wasn't it merely a matter of resource exchange? The Western Alliance had plenty to spare. In no time, American farmers received calls, and over 100 million tons of staple grains were ordered, even depleting half of their domestic supplies to meet Huaxia's requirements. The announcement from Huaxia instantly caused tumultuous fluctuations in the international market. The value of rice bonds plummeted by 10%. While some rejoiced, others despaired. The news incensed the representatives of Sakura Nation, who cursed vehemently. Their nation held 2 trillion more rice bonds than Huaxia. Huaxia's discounted liquidation had caused Sakura Nation's foreign exchange reserves to inexplicably shrink by 300 billion. This was more painful than losing a loved one. Baka, why? Why sell at a discount? Why liquidate everything? You possess controllable nuclear fusion technology. Why purchase oil and gas? These commodities will soon become cheaper than dirt. Buying now is utterly nonsensical. And what about grain industrial equipment? Is Huaxia not a major grain-producing and manufacturing nation? Do you truly lack this? This must be a conspiracy. Yet another scheme from Huaxia. The furious outbursts echoed through the halls of the Sakura government, as those suffering unjust losses sought solace from their financial overseers. Upon connecting with Mei-pu, the representative began to lament with tears. "Mr. Mei-pu, you must devise a plan. Huaxia is bullying us. Our nation has directly lost 300 billion rice coins." At that moment, Mei-pu was at a loss, grappling with mounting pressures. The breakthrough of the fusion device had become mired in stagnation. Despite rallying all the scientists from relevant disciplines and allocating substantial research funds, progress remained at a standstill. Now, Huaxia had caught the United States off guard once more. The rice coin was a tool for the United States to harvest wealth from around the globe. Trillions in rice bonds, suddenly liquidated at a discount, made it seem as though the United States was faltering. What a disgrace. Having just regained power, he aspired to restore the greatness of the United States, only to be met with a resounding slap from Huaxia. The humiliation was unbearable, yet he had to endure it. All his energy was devoted to cracking the fusion device. He had no time for other matters. Thus, Mei-pu resorted to his usual tactics, releasing a series of statements. "No one understands rice bonds better than I do. Huaxia's actions disrupt the Blue Star market and must face sanctions." And then, silence ensued. Meanwhile, the Blue Star financial market descended into chaos. Amidst the fervent buying frenzy of international capital and financial giants, Huaxia's trillion rice bonds were fully consumed within a mere hour. Upon receiving the news, Lu Li smirked with cold amusement. Let them go mad. In due time, do not come begging Huaxia for sustenance. Everything unfolded according to Lu Li's meticulous plan. Before long, the alien species would descend upon Blue Star. These rice bonds would become nothing more than toilet paper. As they lay dormant, they would yield no benefit. It was far more pragmatic to exchange them for military resources. With grain in hand, one can remain unperturbed. Chapter 50. A carrier battle group has arrived. Deputy Commander, there is new information. At this moment, Guzhugwa, a prominent figure in the Huaxia Commerce Department, called. Gulao. What is it? Please take your time, Luli said, raising an eyebrow. According to our calculations, if we liquidate our rice bonds and convert them entirely into resources, our large vessels will be utterly insufficient. Guzhugwa paused briefly, then continued. Grains and oil are low in unit price, but occupy substantial volume, particularly grains, for which we are utilizing 60% of our funds for exchange. Even if we mobilize over 100,000 tons of ships from all of Huaxia for transport, it would take more than half a year. We cannot afford to wait that long, Luli exclaimed, standing up abruptly. By then, the other species might have already attacked. Insufficient vessels? We have the entirety of Huaxia backing us. Mobilize cargo ships of over 3,000 tons. I want it all transported in one trip. Luli asserted with a commanding gesture. Very well, I shall arrange this. Guzhugwa replied confidently. Before long, as the storm had yet to settle, an explosive piece of news comparable to the liquidation of rice bonds appeared suddenly on the Huaxia internet. A registration window unexpectedly emerged on the official website of the Huaxia Commerce Department. Huaxia mobilizes cargo ships of over 3,000 tons. Hurry to the major ports of the Western Alliance to load goods for repatriation. All unforeseen circumstances will be borne by the state, and double freight charges will be paid. All registered vessels will have dedicated personnel for coordination, and the Huaxia Carrier Battle Group will provide escort throughout the journey. Upon mission completion, all crew members will be awarded the Huaxia Maritime Medal. Boom. The already bustling internet erupted once more. The Huaxia Maritime Medal, a symbol of the utmost honor. The state is making a significant commitment. At that moment, whether they owned a ship or not, whether they were captains or crew members, everyone was nearly jumping with excitement. I'm signing up. My ship is at the port of the United States, shouted a dark-skinned man as he rolled up his sleeves and rushed into the captain's room. The original task is canceled. I will transport wheat back home. Count me in. My ship is large enough to carry 300,000 tons of grain. I don't want any freight. I am proud to serve Huaxia. A tall, slender man proudly recorded a video with his phone. The five-pointed star on his black sleeve particularly vibrant. Darn it, my ship is only 2,000 tons. Can I still go? Enough talk. I've already set sail. Turn around, turn around. Let's go together. On the Huaxia Commerce Department's official website, within the span of a tea break, the number of registered vessels had already reached tens of thousands. Consequently, the Huaxia Commerce Department urgently added hundreds of dedicated lines for coordination. Hello, I am Yong'an, a Huaxia Commerce Department official, pleased to connect with you. Your Yongchang is scheduled to dock at. Cargo to be loaded is. Hello. Your Talu is scheduled to dock at. Cargo to be loaded is. The bustling coordination work progressed fervently. Soon, the entire maritime routes of Blue Star began to stir. On the vast ocean, countless vessels exceeding 3,000 tons turned their bows towards the designated loading points. At the Huaxiao port, an uncountable number of cargo ships readied themselves for departure within half an hour. Toot! The exhilarating sound of whistles erupted. One by one, cargo ships lifted their anchors and set sail, forming multiple columns towards the open sea. Moreover, many vessels under 3,000 tons, including fishing boats, opened public communication channels. We don't want any freight or metals. We can also contribute to Huaxia. Fellow compatriots, hoist the sails and charge ahead. Amidst the fervent declarations, countless small cargo ships surged out of the port, forming a formidable fleet. Toot! A colossal battleship cleaved through the waves, approaching. It was none other than Huaxia's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the Yunjing. Surrounding it were missile destroyers and frigates, loyally providing protection. A fleet of carrier-based attack aircraft roared into the sky. Beneath the waves, several stealth submarines prowled stealthily. Yet, this scene was merely one of dozens of operational routes. On the single route to the United States Button Port, the Huaxia Navy deployed its most formidable carrier strike group. Orders. The carrier strike group enter a state of heightened alert. All main and secondary guns are loaded, and all firepower units are prepared for combat. Deploy the drone swarm immediately. The air-sea integration will sweep a 500-kilometer radius. Yes, as the carrier formation appeared, it captured the attention of all Huaxia vessels on the route. Look, It's our carrier. Our carrier has arrived. The Yunjing, Huaxia's most advanced nuclear-powered electromagnetic catapult aircraft carrier. By God, what a reassuring sight. For the first time, I am eagerly anticipating a pirate attack. Toot. Amidst the stirring sounds of whistles, Huaxia's sailors leaped in excitement, continuously waving to the carrier formation. Influenced by this atmosphere of pride, more vessels joined along the way. On a route that had seen few passing vessels, it was nearly monopolized by Huaxia's ships. If one were to gaze from the sky, they would see countless vessels, both large and small, adorned with the Huaxia star flag, forming neat trails of star flags. Their destinations were uniformly pointed towards dozens of loading sites. Watching this magnificent scene, Lu Li's eyes brimmed with tears. At the sound of a command, 1,000 sails set forth, venturing into the vast ocean. At the call of duty, countless individuals followed suit. How could one not be moved by such a Huaxia? Lu Li took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "Ensure everything is arranged properly. Do not let the Huaxia fleet feel disheartened. Rest assured, Deputy Commander, the coordination work is proceeding in an orderly manner." Lu Li looked skyward, closing his eyes as a single crystalline tear quietly fell. The news of the Huaxia fleet's mobilization under carrier escort instantaneously shocked all nations of Blue Star. Today, major news agencies and television stations across Blue Star collectively celebrated, as in a mere hour, Huaxia had broken 2 significant news stories. In this era where traffic reigns supreme, those who can release first-hand information in a timely manner will garner immense attention. Oh God, Huaxia truly is a remarkable nation, marveled Tom, a reporter from the Star Communications Agency. Damn it, Tom, stop your marveling and write. I want to see the draft in 3 minutes, roared the agency's editor-in-chief. Mark. Yes, boss, I'll do my best. Not good, editor-in-chief. The neighboring agency has published. An employee shouted. What? Mark dashed over. Fuck. Tom, you're fired. Fitus. Send out the video now, hurry. Similar scenes unfolded across various media platforms on Blue Star. Countless articles and videos were rapidly disseminated. However, netizens across various nations began to grow somewhat numb. Huaxia had not showcased its extraordinary organizational prowess for the first time. A steel fortress spanning thousands of kilometers was constructed at will. Now this multitude of ships setting sail had begun to feel odd to them. What they were more concerned about was the movements of the Huaxia carrier battle group. Fuck, has Huaxia lost its mind? Always causing a stir. The British netizens erupted in anger. The thought that their own navy had fallen from maritime dominance to second-rate status kept them awake at night. Fuck. China is courting disaster. How could they possibly dispatch an aircraft carrier battle group for escort duties? What are their intentions? Are they attempting to provoke a conflict? The American online community is in a frenzy. The destination of this route is evidently Buttonport. Is it true that China's aircraft carrier will be parading right at their doorstep? This is a tactic that belongs exclusively to America. It is utterly unacceptable for the despicable China to emulate such behavior. Chapter 51. Where the enemy goes, so shall I. Upon the vast expanse of the ocean, the Chinese carrier group surged forward, cleaving through the waves. Their destination was none other than the Buttonport of the United States. Deputy Commander, in accordance with your orders, our carrier battle group has reached a state of heightened readiness, reported Commander Li Tianming of the Yunjing aircraft carrier, his voice resonating across the deck. Excellent. Continue to close in on the 200-kilometer coastline of the United States. Remember, we are navigating freely. If they do not provoke us, we shall not provoke them. Should the United States dare to fire, we shall annihilate them at once, responded Lu Li as he set down his binoculars, his demeanor calm yet resolute. On the deck, this young figure stood against the crashing waves, his gaze profound. His decision was not driven by a desire for conflict, but rather to return the favor in kind. The United States prides itself on its prowess, waving the banner of freedom while traversing the globe at will. In the South China Sea, they come and go as they please. Just recently, they dispatched stealth destroyers and superhuman warriors with the intent to wreak havoc upon China. Fortunately, they were thwarted by Lu Li, who crushed their ambitions with the Viper 1. Now, it was time for China to take action. Let us see if the United States dares to respond. The Chinese carrier group advanced, approaching the eastern coast of the United States, instantly capturing the attention of the world. On the RAP platform, observers from the Western Alliance, who had been monitoring the movements of the Chinese carrier group, were left astounded by the latest satellite imagery. The satellite situational map revealed that the Chinese carrier group was now only 450 kilometers from Button Port. My God, China has truly lost its mind. They are merely 80 kilometers from our 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone. How dare they? Where are our aircraft carriers? What is Tempest doing? China is practically at our doorstep. In the U.S. Command Center, a staff officer rushed into Tempest's office, breathless. Sir, we have a situation. The Chinese carriers are approaching. They are nearing the 200 nautical mile boundary. What? Tempest sprang to his feet, snatching the report from the officer's hands. After a quick glance, he slapped the document against the officer's face in disbelief. Good heavens! What have you all been doing? Why did you not notify us sooner that the Chinese carrier group was so close? Sir, you previously stated that you understood the Chinese Navy best, claiming they would turn back halfway. We did not take it seriously, the officer stammered, equally shocked by the unfolding scenario. Damn China, daring to flaunt its military presence at our doorstep under the guise of escorting vessels. Quick, send out all our carriers. Off the coast of Button Port, beyond the 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone, the formidable Chinese fleet, under the protection of the Yunjing carrier group, sailed majestically onward. The Chinese cargo vessels, manned by countless proud crew members, emerged onto the deck, lifting their heads defiantly as they gazed at the awaiting U.S. carrier group in the distance. Fear was absent. After all, this was not their territorial waters. Did the United States dare to open fire? What they could do, China could do as well. Why the sudden urgency when it was China's turn? This was merely free navigation. On the eastern coast, the most bustling shoreline of the United States, what harm could a visit from the Chinese carrier cause? It was a matter of tit for tat. Within the boundary, the U.S. carrier group, comprising dozens of warships, stood ready. Two massive vessels, each several hundred meters long, loomed in the forefront, surrounded by destroyers, frigates, and attack submarines. Above, carrier-based attack planes roared through the sky. Such might was sufficient to obliterate a small nation. However, at that moment, Commander Edward was in a state of frantic agitation. Damn it, sound the horn. Send a signal. Prevent them from advancing. General, they are ignoring our signals and continuing to approach. A bunch of incompetents. Connect me to the public channel. After much effort, the public channel was established and Edward lunged for the microphone. Vessels ahead. This is the exclusive economic zone of the United States. Apart from cargo vessels, all other ships must turn back immediately. Upon hearing his urgent plea, the Yunjing responded promptly. U.S. warships, this is the Chinese Navy. We are navigating freely. Please yield immediately. Hearing this familiar phrase, Edward was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this what he had often said in the past? Damn it. Frustration overwhelmed him, and he slammed the microphone away. Yet before he could compose himself, a piercing alarm suddenly erupted. All strike indicators aboard the carrier flashed ominously. The Chinese carrier group had launched the first strike. General, we are being illuminated by the Chinese active phased array radar, cried out a radar operator in terror. What? What does China intend to do? Edward rushed over, his eyes wide with disbelief. Counterattack. Activate all radars and prepare for full firepower. I will not back down from China. General, that is not advisable. Just moments ago, Mr. Tempest ordered us to only retaliate if China enters our 12 nautical mile territorial waters or fires first. A nearby sailor exclaimed, alarmed. What? Are we just going to stand by and watch as the Chinese carrier group intrudes into our exclusive economic zone? Edward grabbed the sailor by the collar, his temper flaring. General, it seems we truly cannot take any action. Unless, the sailor stuttered. Unless what? Unless we declare full-scale war on China. Upon hearing this, Edward froze. A full-scale war was something the United States could not afford. China had become an unstoppable rising power on the blue planet, and its formidable military capabilities could obliterate the United States countless times over. Such consequences were beyond his capacity to bear. Meanwhile, aboard the Yunjing, Liu Li observed the unmoving U.S. carrier group, a smile creeping onto his lips. Full speed ahead. Break through the 200 nautical mile boundary. If they do not yield, we shall collide with them. Yes, sir. With Liu Li's command, the magnificent carrier group surged forward, accelerating dramatically. General, the Chinese carrier group continues to close in. They are about to collide. 1,500 meters. 1,000 meters. The radar operator trembled as he reported, fear evident in his voice. Damn it. Edward paced frantically, roaring in anger. Yet he was not prepared to retreat. No fire was acceptable, but they could not yield their course. He could not believe that China would dare to collide. He was gambling on their hesitation, but he was mistaken. The Yunjing pressed on, narrowing the gap. 800 meters. 500 meters. What shall we do, General? The radar operator whimpered, his heart racing. He was terrified. If a collision occurred, while China would certainly sustain damage, his life would be in peril as well. As the distance dwindled, Edward, too, became frantic. He could no longer afford to gamble. With safety margins vanishing, this U.S. commander finally chose to retreat. Right full rudder. Full speed ahead. Quickly, Edward bellowed. The colossal aircraft carrier began to pivot. His eyes widened in anxiety as he fixated on the approaching Junjing. He could even discern Luli's calm visage. Oh God, please let us avoid a collision. Edward's heart raced to the point of near explosion. Regret flooded his mind. Why had he not veered away sooner? He fervently prayed within himself. The towering waves surged, and the battleship roared. The two aircraft carriers closed in on each other, side by side, at a breakneck pace. Finally, amidst the palpable tension, the two maritime behemoths narrowly brushed past one another. In Edward's reluctant concession, the Huaxia carrier battle group officially breached the 200 nautical mile boundary of the United States at that moment. Chapter 52, The World in Shock. Tempe's new plan. Upon breaching the 200 nautical mile boundary of the United States, in an effort to avoid further provocation, the Chinese aircraft carrier strike group, under the command of Lu Li, made a brief foray before turning back when approaching within 100 nautical miles. However, this formidable fleet remained stationed outside the boundary, awaiting the return of the Chinese flotilla. This operation by China sent shockwaves worldwide. The Chinese internet erupted with fervor. Platforms such as Bilibili, Weibo, and headlines across news outlets were ablaze with reports on this matter. Related discussions ignited the comment sections, with billions of netizens expressing their elation through likes and shares. Every glance at social media was filled with applause. Haha, the Chinese Navy is magnificent. Well done. If they can go, so can we. The United States will face its day of reckoning. The tone was one of mockery, as many reflected on the arrogance of the United States, which had long flaunted the notion of freedom of navigation at others' doorsteps. Now, they would taste the same medicine. China, a nation of propriety, would not initiate conflict unless provoked. If attacked, they would retaliate fiercely. In stark contrast to China's nationwide celebration, the platforms of the West were drowning in despair. Tempe is utterly useless. Why concede? Why allow China to prevail? The outrage was palpable, as many lamented the audacity of Chinese vessels moving freely. This is a blatant provocation of American authority. We cannot let this stand. The Western Alliance must unite and teach China a lesson. Where are our aircraft carriers? Send them all to China and show them our might. Countless furious comments flooded in, some cursing Tempe, others clamoring for war. Yet, few recognized that they had once wielded their power in such a manner. China was merely responding in kind. Lu Li, indifferent to the uproar, dismissed their threats. War? Would I fear you? Despite your loud proclamations, should actual conflict arise, China is unafraid of sacrifice. Are you united? Decades ago, China defeated your coalition handily. Would you care to test us again? We would not mind hosting another Prisoner Olympics. Lu Li's assessment was astute. While the populace clamored for action, their leaders were in disarray. Particularly, subservient nations like Sakura Country and Cosmic Country were paralyzed with fear. If their own leader quaked in trepidation, what could they possibly do? Baka, the Chinese will perish. Commands flew to the Ministry of Defense to expedite the development of new weaponry. And you, Kita, what is the situation with the Heavenly Ninja Palace? Why are you not intensifying training to enhance our capabilities? Will you wait until China strikes, leaving us defenseless? The Cosmic Country's leader, in a fit of rage, vented his frustrations on Kita. Kita, bewildered, could only recall that it was the same leader who had previously ordered the closure of the Heavenly Ninja Palace. Now, he was being reprimanded. What was the meaning of this? Despite his ire, he dared not retort to the leader and instead unleashed his frustrations on the ninjas. You, what is the status of your ninjutsu? Why have you made no progress in so many days? What use are you to me? And you, your stealth technique. I could see you from a kilometer away. If you cannot master it today, prepare to atone with your life. Meanwhile, the Cosmic Country was rendered speechless with fear. Though they reveled in subterfuge, there were appropriate times for such tactics. Under the leader's orders, they hastily withdrew several proposed heritage projects. In contrast, The Himalaya sage of the White Elephant country remained remarkably composed. Haha, my wisdom prevails. Thankfully, we withdrew from the border last time. Otherwise, China would surely have dispatched an aircraft carrier strike group to our doorstep. During this period, Liu Li steadfastly remained aboard the Yunjing aircraft carrier. The American carrier strike group dared not act recklessly, yet this did not imply that Tempe had truly surrendered. Liu Li harbored concerns that he might dispatch formidable beings akin to super genetically modified humans to conduct covert sabotage. Such actions were intolerable. For China, the loss of even a single soldier was significant. However, he overestimated Tempe, who claimed to possess unparalleled understanding. After waiting an entire week, Liu Li was met with no action from Tempe. Within the American command, the elite were embroiled in fierce debate. The majority advocated for the deployment of genetically enhanced warriors, while Tempe vehemently opposed it. After reviewing the report of the inexplicable disappearance of a stealth destroyer, he suspected that it was the handiwork of Chinese super warriors. He feared that similar figures might also be present aboard the Yunjing. After weighing the pros and cons, Tempe decisively rejected his subordinates' proposals and even ordered that any who acted rashly would face lethal consequences. Sir, will we simply let this go? We still possess numerous genetic warriors. While we may hesitate to engage directly, must we not employ every tactic at our disposal? Even if China has unknown strongmen, we can simply overwhelm them with numbers. At this point, a blue-haired, blue-eyed American elite could no longer contain his frustration. He was a warmonger, incensed by China's actions. Witnessing his leader's reluctance to act only deepened his disappointment. Tempe, realizing he could not appear ineffectual before his subordinates, donned a mysterious smile and said, "Gentlemen, do not be hasty. Allow me to explain. The breakthrough in the fusion device has reached a critical juncture. Now is not the time to provoke further conflict." After a brief pause, Tempe's voice escalated dramatically. "I have good news to share. The research at the 9th District Laboratory has made significant strides. It will not be long before the United States possesses second-generation genetic warriors, or even superior mutant beings. Their power will surpass anything we have seen before, and their numbers can be produced in mass quantities. At that point, it will be the end for China." Chapter 53, Mecha Modification, the Sinister New Plan. After waiting for a short period, in the tranquil waters where the Chinese aircraft carrier battle group was stationed, Liu Li, relying on his past experiences, piloted a carrier-based aircraft to circle the periphery of the 12-mile territorial waters of the United States. However, aside from a few F-23 fighter jets that appeared for routine communication, there were no further actions from the United States. On the deck, Liu Li, cradling the Huaxia Dragon's sparrow blade and meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. A smirk of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth. "Order," he commanded. "The Nine-Tailed Fox Special Team will remain with the aircraft carrier battle group. Upon detection of any intruders, eliminate them immediately." Since the United States dared not act, Liu Li had no intention of lingering any longer. He had many matters to attend to. Thus, with the escort of carrier-based aircraft and the fleet of warships along the route, after several leaps, Liu Li returned to the Tiangong Peak in half a day's time. As he disembarked, he was astonished to find that a towering, over 100-meter high active phased array radar had been installed at the summit. Its radar coverage spanned thousands of square meters, with a detection range exceeding 10,000 kilometers. Within its monitoring scope, no movement could escape the vigilant gaze of this heavenly watch. The restricted area of Tiangong Peak, covering hundreds of square kilometers, had transformed into a colossal military fortress. At the outer perimeter, layers of high-voltage electric fences encircled the area, followed by dense arrays of anti-infantry and anti-tank mines, along with countless steel fortifications. Boom! The imposing infantry fighting vehicles stirred up clouds of dust as they rumbled forward, while clusters of main battle tanks, each weighing dozens of tons, roared ominously, their dark 125mm cannon muzzles poised to unleash devastating fire. Deeper within, several self-propelled artillery clusters had completed their preparations for launch, ready to annihilate any approaching foes. Upon closer inspection, beneath the camouflage nets lay over 100 of Huaxia's most advanced air defense missile units. The firepower displayed was equivalent to that of a mechanized armored division. Such arrangements could only have been orchestrated by that venerable elder to ensure Liu Li's safety. He had mobilized such terrifying forces. Yet, Liu Li's thoughts were still too simplistic. The leader of the Listener Special Forces, Yi Wuji, strode over, saluting, Deputy Commander, welcome home. In accordance with the orders from the National Assembly, the Huaxia 1st Armored Army has completed its protective deployment. What you see is merely our inner circle of defense. On the periphery, we have 2 armored divisions ready for immediate action. Upon hearing this, Lu Li felt as though he could see the elder's dignified yet benevolent visage once more. His heart brimmed with a profound sense of security derived from being cherished. With sincerity, Lu Li returned the military salute. As they conversed, a thundering sound echoed, and a towering steel behemoth, standing 200 meters tall and weighing 5,000 tons, approached with great strides. Each step it took sent tremors through the ground. A low hum filled the air, emanating from its energy core as it unleashed tremendous power. In an instant, a golden shield enveloped the entire colossal mecha. Meanwhile, its weapon systems had undergone a frenzied transformation. The original close combat weapon had been replaced by a 40-meter-long mace crafted from special alloys. With each swing, it generated fierce gusts of wind. As for the long-range weaponry, in addition to the standard 500mm plasma main cannon and the 300mm plasma howitzer, the original 6-barreled Gatling gun had seen its caliber double to an astonishing 100mm. Even Lu Li, well-versed in such matters, was taken aback by this extraordinary modification. A 100mm caliber Gatling gun. Instantly, he felt that his Viper No. 1 paled in comparison. No, that won't do. He must also have a modified version for himself, a 200mm caliber version, no less. After all, resources were at his disposal, and he could do as he pleased. Haha, my young friend, what do you think of my world deliverer? As the mecha's hatch opened, the compassionate one executed a flawless somersault to land gracefully. He had barely finished speaking when a thunderous sound echoed again. For more steel behemoths arrived in succession, showcasing the results of the modifications by other sect leaders. While their standard weapon systems remained unchanged, their close combat systems had undergone dramatic transformations. Some wielded enormous swords spanning dozens of meters, others brandished oversized steel saws, and yet more bore oversized spears and 40-meter-long blades. The first 2 were evidently the fruits of the rivalry between Kunlun and Shushan. But what was the deal with the oversized spear and the 40-meter blade? Zhuge Yuan? Li Chengfeng, that pale-faced elder? Weren't they supposed to be one focusing on ranged attacks and the other on support? As Lu Li pondered these questions, the hatches of each mecha opened in succession as expected. Zhuge Yuan wielded the former Zilong's pear-flower spear, while Li Chengfeng had transformed from a support role into a warrior. Young friend, welcome back. The group leaped down to the ground, joyously gathering around. In their hearts, Lu Li's expedition to the United States had indeed significantly boosted Huaxia's morale. They held deep admiration for Lu Li, this young man, and felt a tinge of embarrassment, as this equipment was modified from the Kunlun Mecha Manufacturing Center under Lu Li's guidance. Lu Li sensed their thoughts, yet he felt no displeasure. In his past life, these 5 leaders of Huaxia had each charged into the front line. The alien beings they had slain numbered in the millions. They had safeguarded countless Huaxia citizens. Even in the final moments, they had not retreated an inch. For the sake of Huaxia, what were a few mechas? It was essential to note that these units were meant for large-scale deployment. In the future, not only would these leaders possess mechas, but the soldiers of Huaxia would also have the opportunity to command these steel giants. Moreover, the treasures and equipment Lu Li possessed far surpassed those of these leaders. The FELT system was an existence beyond reckoning. In the times to come, even more formidable equipment than mechas would emerge. Seeing that Zhuge Yuan and the others were about to reach for their pockets, Lu Li quickly intervened. Esteemed seniors, these mechas are but trifles for the sake of Huaxia. There is no need to be concerned. Zhuge Yuan and the others were moved. Young friend, should you ever need anything in the future, I shall follow your command without hesitation. Young friend, should you ever require assistance, this monk's big mace has long been eager for action. You are too kind, esteemed seniors. Lu Li replied with a gentle smile. He then shifted the topic. Master, how is that disciple of yours faring? Disciple? The compassionate one was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. Ah, the vampire. Oh, he's still reciting scriptures. You wouldn't believe it. His comprehension is quite remarkable, having memorized over 5,000 characters of the Diamond Sutra flawlessly. Is that so? Lu Li propped his chin, his mind racing as a wicked plan surged forth. Chapter 54. The astonishing blood counts such a malevolent scheme. Can you truly conceive of it? Here he comes. A sweet voice echoed. Daira. The vampire count produced by the Ying family scampered over eagerly. Master, what is your command? I have already memorized the Diamond Sutra. Is it time to teach the Great Prajna Sutra now? He said outwardly. Yet, within him surged an ocean of rage. This balding individual relentlessly compelled him to recite scriptures, meditate, and engage in Zen practices. Moreover, as long as this bald man was present, he was deprived of even the most basic sustenance. He was on the brink of madness. Initially, to survive, he resolved to feign submission before plotting his escape. However, what he could not fathom was how that wretched scripture had unknowingly influenced his soul. The haunting sound of the sutras echoed around him day and night, brainwashing him. He had subconsciously accepted that he was steeped in sin, believing that only through genuine submission and constant contemplation of the Dharma could he cleanse his transgressions. Yet, this notion starkly contradicted his original intent. Conflicting thoughts intertwined, causing his mind to erupt. The relentless torment day and night was driving him to the brink of insanity. What nonsense are you pondering? The compassionate master delivered several sharp raps to his head. How could the exquisite teachings of our China be imparted to such a filthy being as you? Master, I have sincerely repented, sob. Daira began to feign a pitiful demeanor. Enough of your ramblings. You shall receive your task shortly. Upon hearing this, the compassionate master turned to Lu Li. Young friend, we may commence. Indeed, Lu Li replied calmly, turning his gaze. He found it amusing that Daira had completely shaved his head. Although his face bore a sycophantic expression devoid of any semblance of a disciple, his attitude towards the compassionate master exuded an eerie devotion. This devotion was peculiar, a blend of resignation, pretense, and genuine emotion intertwining in a ceaseless dance. Intriguing. Lu Li chuckled, extending his right hand behind him, as if performing a magic trick, producing an oversized syringe adorned in red and green. The hue of this concoction bore an uncanny resemblance to items within the system. However, this was no genuine article. It was a counterfeit procured with a few merit points from his consciousness. It contained nothing but a few drops of fresh pigment. Come here, Lu Li commanded coldly. Daira, startled, realized this was the very individual who had previously overpowered him. Moreover, this fellow was wielding an ominous syringe. What could he possibly intend? The thought of being injected sent chills down his spine, reminiscent of the times when those gentlemen from the Ying family jabbed him with needles for no reason. What are you planning to do? Daira recoiled in fear. Nothing sinister, merely a gift for you. Lu Li grinned mischievously, yanking him forward with a grip akin to that of a chick. Please, no? Daira cried out. Who knew what that red and green concoction contained? Would it not threaten his very life? His sanity was crumbling. He had been adept at feigning compliance. Yet why was he subjected to such treatment? Had this demon, more terrifying than the bald monk, seen through the depths of his soul? Ignoring Daira's cries, Lu Li aimed the syringe at his neck and plunged it in with force. Daira's screams of terror filled the air as the large syringe injected a torrent of the red-green potion into him. Once the syringe was emptied, Lu Li kicked him away. The fallen Count Daira clutched the puncture on his neck in horror. He hadn't fed on blood for countless days. Setting aside the potential harm of the potion, the mere thought of his precious blood spilling forth caused him immense sorrow. Perhaps it was psychological. But soon he sensed a peculiar transformation within his body. In a daze, he felt as though his very life was ebbing away. What have you done to me? Daira shrieked in terror. Nothing grave, Lu Li replied, apathetically clapping his hands. Just a potion to ensure compliance. What does that mean? Daira gasped in shock. A potion of obedience. It is meant to render you my puppet. How infuriating. At that moment, a raging inferno ignited within him, threatening to erupt at any moment. He yearned to tear apart this loathsome individual before him and drain him of his essence. Yet he hesitated. The obedience potion was clearly a device of coercion, threatening dire consequences for any rebellion. Rest assured, I harbor no intent to harm you. Lu Li swiftly donned a benevolent expression. As long as you comply, all shall be well. I. Daira was on the verge of tears, struggling to articulate a response. What about and oppose? Disobedience will result in dire consequences. The compassionate master interjected, delivering a swift kick to Daira before brandishing a spiked club in readiness. Please, no? Daira instinctively shielded himself, bursting into tears. What do you want from me? He was a noble blood count. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Quite simple, Lu Li declared, hands clasped behind his back, fixing Daira with a piercing gaze. I require you to infiltrate the Ying family's laboratory. The heart sutras of our Buddhist teachings will negate their mind control tactics. I need you to embed yourself deeply and, at the right moment, strike decisively against them. What? Daira's sobs ceased abruptly. Had he not previously expressed a willingness to play the role of a spy? The gentleman of the Ng family had indeed been conducting experiments on his kin. Consider your kin, their suffering. As a blood count, can you bear to witness their plight with open eyes? Lu Li smiled slyly, initiating the process of manipulation. Indeed, those despicable Ng family members, emboldened by their control over the sacred relics of my kind, dare to commit such atrocities against us. I shall not let them go unpunished. Daira's fists clenched tightly at Lu Li's words. The potion's effects mattered not. His thoughts were consumed by how to exact revenge on those Ng family members and drain them of their life force. Lu Li, as if reading his thoughts, spoke coldly. Do not let vengeance consume your every thought. There will be ample opportunities in the future. What I require of you is to gather evidence of their crimes and collect their secrets. You must persuade them to collaborate with the United States and Sakura Nation on joint research. As for the pretext, simply return with a few Buddhist scriptures and claim they are the secret arts of China. You must constantly instruct them on the merits of these teachings, emphasizing that the secret arts of China are superior, and once mastered, they will surpass all. Upon hearing Lu Li's scheme, Daira was utterly terrified. This was a plan to ensnare them all. The moment those Buddhist scriptures were cultivated, it would spell disaster. The clandestine forces of the Western Alliance might very well be infiltrated by these sinister texts. This demon was truly formidable. Such a nefarious scheme. Can you truly conceive of it? You shall report your progress at all times. Should you fail to comply, an electronic device appeared in Lu Li's hand, his voice chilling to the bone. I merely need to press a button, and you shall. I understand. I understand. Daira nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. And so, a day passed. In a clandestine laboratory beneath England, a base for bloodline research. The figure of Count Daira gradually emerged amidst the incredulous gazes of the Englishman. Chapter 55. Did you steal back the true secrets of Huaxia? Daila. As they beheld the sudden appearance of the bloodline count, the researchers led by Dr. Mark nearly bit their tongues in disbelief. After losing contact that day, they had assumed that Daila and his team had perished in Huaxia. Yet, here he stood, brazenly before them. Had it not been for the instruments returning to normal readings, they would have suspected this individual was an imposter. You're not dead? Dr. Mark exclaimed, a mixture of astonishment and joy flooding his voice. Although their research on the bloodline had achieved breakthroughs, with their second-generation test subjects successfully deployed, a leader like the Count was an invaluable asset. Not dead. But you nearly caused my demise. Daila scoffed, removing his gentleman's hat to reveal his shining bald head. He plopped down onto the sofa, crossed his legs, and poured himself a glass of whiskey, savoring each sip. Dr. Mark was taken aback by his unconventional appearance. What an unusual look. He had returned from Huaxia without a strand of hair. Furthermore, wasn't he this fellow previously so meek? The sacred relic of your clan is in my possession. How dare you act so brazenly? Aren't you afraid of me? Dr. Mark, I wish to propose a transaction, Daila said, casting a sidelong glance at Mark as he retrieved several ancient tomes with yellowed pages, nearly falling apart. As Dr. Mark focused intently on the books, his eyes widened in astonishment. The titles boldly emblazoned on the covers included the Great Prajna Sutra, the Golden Bell Shield, the Buddha's Palm, and the 6 Ding and 6 Jia Thunder techniques. The calligraphy was vigorous and powerful. It was evident these were no ordinary texts. This is the secrets of Huaxia, Dr. Martin shrieked, nearly leaping from his seat. Having grown up watching Huaxia martial arts films, he had delved deeply into the mysteries of Huaxia. The online videos of the Yezhou battle, showcasing those ancient Huaxia techniques, had left him both terrified and fascinated. He had long sought after the genuine secrets of Huaxia, but had only acquired counterfeit versions. Now, observing the vampire's confident demeanor, he believed these were most likely authentic. If he could acquire the Huaxia secrets for the Western Alliance, their combat capabilities would undergo a qualitative transformation. Soon, they would be able to thoroughly suppress Huaxia. Dr. Mark, filled with excitement, reached out to seize the books. Sensing his eagerness, Daila quickly shielded them. Humph, Dr. Mark, you are far too impatient. I have sacrificed 5 counts for these precious texts. Daila, do not be arrogant. The sacred relic of your clan remains in our hands. With just a gentle press of my finger, you will be finished. Upon hearing this, Daila's face flushed with rage. In Huaxia, That demon, Lu Li, had spoken to him in a similar fashion. That fellow was a formidable opponent, but this insignificant creature dared to repeatedly challenge the dignity of a bloodline count. He could no longer endure it. With a swift motion, he grasped Mark by the throat, lifting him as one would a chick. You wretched Westerners. To acquire these texts, I have lost 5 counts. Even I was nearly defeated in Huaxia. We bloodlines have achieved great merit for the Western Alliance. How dare you threaten me? Just because you have the controller, you think you are powerful? With a simple flick of my finger, these texts could turn to ash. As Dila bellowed, a golden shield suddenly manifested around him. For the sake of Lu Li's plot, the compassionate figure had invested heavily. He urgently taught the vampire count the beggar-esque version of the golden bell shield. Though the shield appeared for but a fleeting moment, Mark keenly caught sight of it. My God, this is indeed a Huaxia secret. Dr. Mark, now grasped by the throat, exclaimed in horror. Any doubts he had previously entertained vanished entirely. Struggling, he shouted, Dila, let us negotiate. State your demands. These texts must not be destroyed. Losing even a single page would be a loss for the Western Alliance. Humph, that is more like it. Dila released Mark and continued, I can give you these texts, but you must lift the restrictions on my bloodline and release them from the laboratory. The thought of his kin being confined in alloy coffins daily pained his heart. Upon hearing this, Mark gasped in shock. With the number of awakened bloodlines reaching triple digits, releasing them would spell disaster for the Western Alliance. Yet, he reassured himself with his control measures. What if they were released? The leverage over the bloodlines remained with them. Surely they wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Thus, after a verbal sparring match, Mark successfully obtained the so-called Huaxia secrets. In his eagerness, he flipped through the pages. Each ancient Huaxia tome contained beautifully arranged small seal characters, providing detailed descriptions of the cultivation methods. Moreover, the pages were thoughtfully adorned with illustrations. It was truly a feast for the eyes. Haha, it's real. No doubt about it. Mark's exuberant voice echoed throughout the underground laboratory. He began to envision the scene of the Western Alliance's warriors mastering the Huaxia techniques and rampaging through Huaxia. Even he, a man of no power, fantasized about the day he would wield such prowess and conquer the world. After acquiring the genuine ancient texts of Huaxia, the entire Western Alliance was set abuzz. Nations extended olive branches to the Alliance, seeking to share in their newfound treasures. Timop was astonished. He never anticipated that his subordinate had obtained such a precious artifact. No one understands these texts better than I do. Quickly, order the Alliance to make 10,000 copies of the texts they acquired, and have the originals airlifted to America tonight. The second-generation gene-modified humans and even stronger mutants in America are on the verge of breakthroughs in their research. I can hardly wait to see the expressions on the faces of Huaxia when they witness my modified army employing their secrets, he thought. Excitement bubbling within him as he downed 4 bottles of soda. Amidst the fizzing carbonation, he envisioned God beckoning him. He was utterly convinced that a new era of greatness for America was imminent. While the Western Alliance celebrated, Dila quietly dialed Lu Li's number. Mr. Lu, in accordance with your instructions, the purification operation is proceeding smoothly. Excellent. Continue to remain undercover, came Lu Li's cheerful voice. He had already acquired all of this through a micro-remote monitoring device. Those so-called secrets, aside from the beggar's version of the Golden Bell Shield, held little value. The Great Prajna Sutra was authentic, while the rest were mere trinkets available for a couple of coins. Soon, the so-called strong individuals of the Western Alliance would truly comprehend the profound utility of these Huaxia secrets. Chapter 56. The impatient powers of various nations in no time. Under the generous and selfless guidance of Dai Ying, all nations of the Western Alliance received copies of the Great Prajna Sutra, Golden Bell Shield, Tathagata Divine Palm, and 6 Jia 5 Thunder Method. In the land of cherry blossoms, at the heavenly insect palace, a diminutive figure stood at 1.50 meters, eagerly perusing the secret texts in hand. For many days, he had endured the suffocating constraints imposed by Huaxia, but now, the moment of liberation was upon him. Kamita-kun, hasten to deliver these scriptures to the heavenly ninja palace. Our ninjas must master these techniques with utmost speed. Indeed, Kamita exclaimed, equally exhilarated. His nation had long been devoted to collecting treasures from Huaxia, particularly legendary scriptures. They had previously paid a hefty price for what they thought were ancient texts, only to discover that these items, acquired at the cost of lives, were nothing but elaborate forgeries. Now, however, the bloodline count from Dai Ing had bravely returned with authentic copies of the scriptures. The vampire had verified the authenticity of these texts on the spot. Thus, under Kamida's swift actions, all ninjas in the Heavenly Ninja Palace received their share of the so-called Huaxia scriptures. Each ninja began their cultivation immediately. Before long, a particularly gifted ninja succeeded in grasping the essence of the Golden Bell Shield. Although the protective barrier around him flickered briefly, the sight left everyone astonished. Yoshi, you truly are the most outstanding descendant of the IGA clan. To master the Golden Bell Shield in such a short time is a source of pride for our land of cherry blossoms. Kamita laughed heartily. The skilled ninja, was equally thrilled. He had merely recited the incantation as described in the text, and the shield manifested. At this rate, it would not be long before he mastered the even more formidable Tathagata Divine Palm and 6 Jia, 5 Thunder method. Similar scenes unfolded in Galia, Kangaroo Country, and other nations within the Western Alliance. Under the commands of their leaders, genetically modified beings and mutants alike began their training in Huaxia and Apos, so-called scriptures. In an instant, within the various research bases of the Western Alliance, rows of individuals sat in orderly fashion, holding their texts and reciting incantations. The air was filled with a cacophony of dialects and chants, a bizarre symphony of sounds. To the unknowing observer, one might mistake them for deranged beings. Upon hearing that all nations had mobilized and were reaping significant rewards, the commander of the cosmic nation became anxious. As of now, he had yet to partake of a single drop of broth. His nation relied solely on thievery, lacking any true powers for cultivation. In his desperation, he resorted to the method of mental victory. What Huaxia scriptures? These belong to our cosmic nation. Our ancestors mastered these secret arts thousands of years ago. It is Huaxia, the thief, who stole our treasures. As time passed, the eager powers of the Western Alliance encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation. In the Heavenly Ninja Palace of the Land of Cherry Blossoms, he repeatedly attempted to progress further, yet the protective barrier remained fleeting. How could this be? I followed the steps in the book precisely. It cannot be wrong. He, refusing to yield to fate, tried hundreds of times, but to no avail. Damn it! Why is Huaxia's secret method so difficult to cultivate? This is merely the simplest Golden Bell Shield. If I cannot master such a basic technique, how will I tackle the more advanced methods? He began to lose his composure. Similar challenges arose for other ninjas as well. Confident ninjas recited incantations and held their breath, attempting to prolong the shield's duration, yet all were met with failure. Such unexpected setbacks greatly perplexed Kamita. He hurriedly contacted his comrades in the Western Alliance and discovered they faced the same predicament, causing him to panic. What is happening? Could it be a fraud? In a fit of impatience, he snatched the scripture from He's hands, meticulously examining each word. Upon reaching the final page, he discovered a line of small text tucked within the folds of the pages. Enraged, he struck He several times. Damn it! Are your eyes blind? Did you not see that it states, one must memorize the great Prajna Sutra backwards and recite it for 12 hours a day for 81 days before the subsequent techniques can be cultivated successfully? Such carelessness brings shame to our warriors of the land of cherry blossoms. He was taken aback. Leaning forward, he indeed found the inconspicuous line inscribed in the crease of the final page of the Golden Bell Shield. Cunning Huaxia. They concealed the most crucial information at the end, and even tucked it away. He could not help but curse in frustration. This had wasted 3 days and nights of his efforts. His mouth was nearly sore from reciting the incantations. Thankfully, Kamita had detected the ruse in time. Otherwise, he would have perished in the monotony of endless recitation. After venting his anger, he regained his confidence and began reciting the great Prajna Sutra. Though the text contained thousands of words and was exceedingly complex, he felt invigorated. As he recited, he envisioned himself wielding the Tathagata Divine Palm and the 6 Jia, 5 Thunder method, reveling in the power of thunder and lightning. After enduring an indeterminate duration of intense study, he finally recited the great Prajna Sutra flawlessly. Amid the envious gazes of his peers, he took a sip of water and continued his recitation without pause. After all, the Golden Bell Shield required a daily commitment of 12 hours. In the midst of the continuous chanting of the sacred verses, 3 days later, he, the most exceptional ninja of the land of cherry blossoms, suddenly felt a spark of inspiration in his mind. an unusual sensation surging within his heart. It was as if a brand new door was slowly opening before him. Indeed, Huaxia's secret arts are marvelous. I have only recited for a few days, and I can already feel the change. He was filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the final day, after 81 days of rigorous practice. However, he felt a peculiar sensation as if an immeasurable quantity of incomprehensible knowledge was being crammed into his mind. Chapter 57. Lost in Madness. The Celestial Locust's Severed Arm. Was it merely an illusion? As he sat in meditation, he opened his eyes in confusion. Just moments before, while reciting the Great Prajna Sutra, a series of faint murmurs began to echo in his mind. However, upon opening his eyes, these ethereal sounds vanished. How peculiar, he muttered to himself, swiftly dismissing the thought, and resumed his reading of the scripture. Yet, as he reached the halfway point once more, that strange resonance of Buddhist chants returned. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. From existence arises the myriad virtuous dharmas. Thus there comes the heavenly realm of transformation. Such are the sins, forgetting the Bodhi mind, practicing various virtuous deeds. This is called demonic karma. He was astonished to discover that these whispers of Buddhist sound seemed to possess a certain enchantment. Through these sounds, he found himself subconsciously reflecting on his own transgressions. Moreover, it appeared that if he adhered to the guidance of these chants, he could relinquish his murderous ways and attain Buddhahood immediately. He could ascend to the highest realm of bliss. How absurd. The texts of Huaxia are indeed peculiar. He could not help but pause, cursing vehemently. What a joke. He was a ninja. How could one expect a cold-blooded killer to simply lay down his weapons? It would be far better to eliminate him altogether. Doubts began to cloud his mind regarding the authenticity of the Great Prajna Sutra. The repercussions of such a side effect were simply too great. No, I must consult someone. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed that some of his peers were rhythmically chanting the scriptures, while others scratched their heads in confusion. Their expressions remained unchanged. None exhibited the same predicament as he. Suddenly, he found himself questioning his very existence. Could it be that my psyche is playing tricks on me? Yet, those voices undeniably existed. No, there must be some hidden secrets here. Suddenly inspired, he began to rapidly flip through the pages of the text, his eyes widening as he meticulously examined the crevices of each manuscript. He suspected that there might be some hidden truths concealed within. Indeed, he soon discovered a line of small text on the very middle page of the Tathagata's divine poem. The great, wondrous method of liberation can only be grasped by those with unwavering will, who comprehend the myriad doors of Dharma. Upon reading these words, he was immediately filled with excitement. So that is it. This is a test. How foolish of me not to have realized this sooner. Delighted by what he believed to be the revelation of the truth, he felt a wave of shame wash over him for his previous thoughts. After all, he was the most exceptional ninja of the Sakura nation. How could he waver due to such a trivial obstacle? How could he hope to attain perfection in his cultivation? Thus, amidst his self-reproach, he resumed reciting the scripture. Days swiftly passed. The 1.5-meter tall celestial locust received a report from Kamita, stating that the ninjas had memorized the Great Prajna Sutra by heart, filling him with immense joy. Excellent. Well done. Kamita, hasten to the Celestial Ninja Palace. I shall generously reward the warriors of the Sakura Nation. Soon thereafter, the figure of the celestial locust appeared within the Celestial Ninja Palace. Observing his subordinates fully immersed in their tasks, a grin spread wide across his face. It seems that before long, our Sakura Nation will decisively triumph over Huaxia. Which one is he? I've heard that he progresses the fastest. Let me witness the prowess of our nation's elite ninja. Your Majesty, this is him. Kamita hurriedly approached he and raised his voice. Your Majesty has arrived, and you do not bow quickly? The celestial locust? A strange murmur escaped, and he suddenly opened his blood-red eyes. He was on the brink of madness. For days, the voices urging him to surrender his weapons had reverberated incessantly in his mind. All manner of sins dwell within the heart, the causes and effects of Bodhi, the cycles of the past. These eerie chants burrowed deep into his soul like maggots. He tried to exert control, yet feared that defying the original intent of the Great Prajna Sutra would hinder his future cultivation. Furthermore, as the most outstanding descendant of the IGA clan, his pride compelled him. He thought to himself, no matter what, I must persevere. However, this forced persistence was leading him to the brink of insanity. His eyes had turned crimson, and his body trembled with agitation. His patience and willpower were on the verge of collapse. At that moment, his fragile composure was abruptly shattered by the arrival of the celestial locust and his entourage. It was akin to a volcano that had simmered for millennia, suddenly erupting. He erupted in fury. "Bold demons, how dare you trespass upon my sacred celestial ninja domain?" With a swift draw of his sword, he unleashed a savage roar. He surged forth, drawing his katana in an instant, the sharp blade descending toward the celestial locust. Taken aback, the celestial locust widened his eyes in shock. He had never anticipated such an explosive reaction from He. In a moment of instinct, he raised his hand to defend himself. With a scream that transcended human pain, the blade severed his arm, blood gushing forth. "My hand!" The celestial locust cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. "Your Majesty!" Kamita shouted urgently, his eyes as wide as saucers. He could not fathom why He, the most elite ninja of the Sakura nation, would attack their sovereign. Moreover, he had done so with lethal intent. "Someone, come quickly!" Kamita screamed in terror, gripping Hiei's arm while calling for help. The surrounding ninjas were equally dumbfounded. What is happening? How could His Majesty's left arm be severed? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the ninjas began to react. "Baka! Damn you, Hiei! How dare you attack His Majesty?" One after another, the ninjas unsheathed their swords, charging toward Hiei with murderous intent. The great Prajna Sutra instructed them that at such a moment, action was required. Moreover, against a fiend like Hiei, his sins could only be repaid with his life. As Hiei saw the ninjas rushing toward him, his blood-red eyes twisted into a cruel smile. He kicked Kamita aside and advanced with his blade. The lower-tier ninjas surged forward, but how could they withstand the onslaught of a maddened Hiei? Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the sounds of clashing steel and anguished cries, the celestial ninja palace became a river of blood, filled with wails of despair. "Amaterasu, why has this happened?" Kamita, trembling in a corner, was nearly speechless from terror. He had never imagined that events would unfold to such a degree. Watching his fellow ninjas fall one by one beneath Hiei's relentless assault, his heart bled. These were the finest warriors of the Sakura nation, to perish so inexplicably at the hands of their own. The very next moment, Kamita could no longer afford to mourn his subordinates. For the frenzied, Hiei had turned his gaze toward him. Chapter 58. You all do not understand. This is a normal phenomenon. Do not come any closer. Kamita screamed in terror as Hiei advanced menacingly. Although he presided over the Tianren Palace, in truth, he lacked even the strength of a lowly ninja. How could he not be fearful when confronted with the murderous intent of Hiei? "Baka, damn demon, it is you who interrupted my cultivation of the Huaxia secret arts. Prepare to die." Hiei strode forward, swinging his katana down with ferocity. "Stop!" At that moment, a furious voice erupted from within the Tianren Palace. A figure clad in the attire of a true ninja burst through the wall with a single punch. Appearing instantly before Kamita, he raised his katana to parry Hiei's attack. "True ninja!" Kamita exclaimed in astonishment, realizing he had been saved by the long-lost true ninja master of the Tianren Palace. The true ninja master uttered a single word, then struck Hiei on the head with the hilt of his sword. Ignoring the fallen Hiei, the true ninja master began to question Kamita furiously. "Kamita, what on earth is happening? Why would the most outstanding descendant of the IGA clan unleash such violence upon his comrades?" "I don't know," Kamita stammered, nearly in tears. He was cultivating the Huaxia secret arts perfectly well. There were no signs at all before he suddenly went on a rampage. Who knows what is going on? Humph. The true ninja master snorted coldly, beginning to search for clues. Huaxia secret arts? He picked up a book from the ground, and as he scanned the area, he discovered that the floor was littered with such texts. "True ninja, these are the bloodline tomes brought back at great risk by the Earl of Ing," Kamita explained. "Yoshi." The true ninja master's eyes glimmered with understanding. "I see now. True ninja, what have you realized?" "Haha, I comprehend why Hiei suddenly erupted in violence." The true ninja master chuckled. "You all do not understand. Cultivating the divine arts of Huaxia carries a minuscule risk of losing control. This occurrence can even happen to the Huaxia people themselves. This only confirms the authenticity of these texts." At this point, he had become exhilarated. Having just awakened from a long slumber, he had come into possession of the Huaxia divine arts, particularly the Rulai divine palm, which left a deep impression on him. Many years ago, a bald man from Huaxia had used this very technique to eliminate hundreds of ninjas from his Sakura nation. Humph, damn Huaxia people, wait for me. Once I master your secret arts, I shall shatter your skull with a single palm strike. The true ninja master thought malevolently, confidently joining the ranks of practitioners. He could not fathom that the notion of losing control would ever befall him. Meanwhile, similar calamities unfolded across the Western Alliance. An individual from the United States, a second-generation gene warrior, succumbed to insanity, obliterating the entrance to the 9th District Laboratory and slaughtering most of the researchers within. A super soldier from Kangaroo Nation, unable to comprehend the obscure Chinese language, unleashed chaos after failing to complete a single recitation of the Great Prajna Sutra. Even more absurdly, in Galia, a second-generation warrior, while shouting "Chicken, you are too beautiful," decapitated a researcher and began playing basketball with the severed head. In an instant, blood flowed like rivers across various secret research facilities of the Western Alliance. Precision instruments lay in ruins, and countless research endeavors were decimated. Had it not been for the fact that these lunatics were but a minority, the years of research achievements of the Western Alliance would have been utterly annihilated. In Ingwa, an enraged Dr. Mark summoned Earl Dyla, unleashing a torrent of invective. "Damn it, you vampire! Are the Huaxia texts you brought back genuine or not? Why do our warriors in the Western Alliance suffer such consequences after cultivation? I demand an explanation." Upon hearing this, Earl Dyla felt an overwhelming tide of panic rise within him. He had never anticipated that Lu Li's plan would wreak such havoc in such a short time. God, what manner of being has given rise to such a devil as Lu Li? What is it to me? If you cannot master it, can you blame me? Why do the Huaxia people remain unscathed while you suffer? I believe it is your filthy hearts that have led to this outcome. Earl Dyla dared not admit the truth. His life was still in Lu Li's hands. "You perish, I survive. How delightful." "You." Dr. Mark seethed in fury, about to take action when he suddenly received a call from Kamita of Sakura Nation. What? Losing control? A normal phenomenon. Upon hearing this, he was struck with an impulse to vomit blood. The side effects were far too severe. "Dr. Mark, think further ahead. The temporary pain will yield a bright future." Kamita's voice grew in intensity over the phone. "The true ninja has declared it a normal phenomenon. How could there be any mistake?" Dr. Mark gradually regained his composure. "Indeed, all this suffering will be repaid 100-fold by Huaxia in the future. His plans for cultivation within the Western Alliance could not be halted. Thus, the Alliance's warriors, having suffered grievous setbacks, once more clutched the so-called Huaxia texts. The chants of scripture echoed once more throughout the various secret bases. This time, they were determined to master it. The sealed alloy chambers were swiftly modified, and the warriors were confined in small dark rooms. However, they were entirely unprepared for the dire consequences that would ensue. At Tianji Peak in Yunjing, Lu Li, upon receiving Dyla's report, was filled with elation. With just a slight exertion, the Western Alliance had sustained catastrophic losses. With such opportunities, I could provoke them further. Some may ask why he targeted the Western Alliance. Nonsense. Had they not brought suffering upon Huaxia? Had they forgotten a century of humiliation? Did they wish to see millions of genetically modified beings flood into Huaxia? Only through relentless attack would these beasts truly understand pain. For Huaxia, Lu Li was willing to employ any means necessary. This was merely the beginning. As Lu Li sank into contemplation, the long-awaited alert from the Afang system rang out once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating the gene modifier from the United States. Congratulations on successfully initiating the construction of the Iron Fortress and the Great Wall Watch program. Congratulations on breaching the 200-mile boundary of the United States, raising our national prestige. Congratulations on effortlessly inflicting heavy losses on the underground forces of the Western Alliance. Congratulations on receiving a reward of 200,000 merit points. The Afang System SC zone had been activated, and the data update was complete. Host: Lu Li, Huaxia human race. Age: 19. Identity: Deputy Commander of the Catastrophe Defense Joint Command, 1-star Warrior of Huaxia, Awakening Legion Commander. Awakening level: Transcendent Realm. Techniques: none. Vehicle: Modified Viper No. 1. Weapon: Huaxia Dragon Sparrow Blade. Gazing at the data panel, Lu Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. This time, not only had he successfully activated the C-Zone, but he had also accrued a staggering 200,000 merit points, 3 times more than last time. His confidence soared. Entering the system space, Lu Li's consciousness was swiftly drawn into the resplendent realm of the Yifeng system. The vast starry river shimmered, and the familiar ambience enveloped him once more. Haha, let me see what delightful treasures await this time. Chapter 59. How dark is this? As Lu Li had anticipated, the latest system update brought another enhancement in item levels. In addition to the previously available D-grade and C-grade potions, B-grade items had now emerged. B-grade Awakening Potion, 1,000 merit points each. B-grade Martial Arts Potion, 1,000 merit points each. Lottery Wheel, 1,000 merit points attempt, with a chance to obtain high-level items. Upon reviewing this information, Lu Li realized that this update did not feature a colossal addition like the Kunlun Mecha Manufacturing Center from the last time, which left him feeling a tinge of disappointment. Adhering to his principle of maximizing benefits, he turned his attention to the lottery wheel. He clicked on the wheel option and discovered over 30 selections, with items ranging from 1,000 to tens of thousands of merit points, totaling more than 20. The lowest tier consisted of B-grade potions, while 6 high-level items marked with question marks were valued at 50,000 merit points each. The odds seemed favorable. Should he take the plunge? He had refrained from gambling previously due to uncertainty about the cost-effectiveness. Based on the current prices, even drawing a B-grade potion would not result in a loss. It was worth a shot. Perhaps a bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. System, let me have 10 consecutive draws. With a confident wave of his hand, the lottery wheel began to spin rapidly. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host. You have obtained B-grade Awakening Potion X1. Thank you for your patronage. As the draws approached their conclusion, Lu Li's expression soured. Was this truly so bleak? Come on, system, lend me some strength. Finally, amidst Lu Li's eager anticipation, the wheel's pointer gradually came to rest on a high-level item marked with a question mark. Nice, Lu Li exclaimed, clenching his fist in triumph. However, just as he spoke, the pointer, which seemed to have stopped, moved forward slightly. Thank you for your patronage. Damn it. System, you're cheating. I protest. System log inquiry in progress. Data is normal. Lu Li was left speechless. Reluctantly, he proceeded with 4 more sets of 10 draws. 2 minutes later, staring at the solitary B-grade potion in his hand, he could hardly believe it. Not even a guaranteed return. Was it possible to be this unlucky? Even a non-lucky individual would fare better. Spending 50,000 merit points without even a ripple. Regret washed over him. He lamented his inability to control his impulsive hand. If I draw again, I'll livestream myself eating dirt. Just then, a notification from the Yifeng system chimed unexpectedly. Congratulations, host. You have completed the lottery experience task. Experience reward. Special items, X2. Special items? Lu Li's voice was still echoing when 2 icy crystal cabinets automatically opened before him. Inside lay a piece of inner armor and a thick stack of blueprints. The Xuanwu armor, crafted from cosmic dark alloy, could withstand 98 of damage from catastrophe-level aberrations. Upon witnessing this astonishing attribute, Lu Li's jaw dropped in shock. Catastrophe-level aberrations were terrifying beings, towering at 200 meters and weighing in the tens of thousands of tons. Not only were they defensively formidable, but their attacks were also horrifically powerful. In his previous life, when Lu Li had yet to mature, he, alongside several masters from Huaxiao, had barely managed to slay a catastrophe-level aberration at the cost of severe injuries while wielding his true intent martial arts cultivation. In terms of equivalent levels, their strength far surpassed that of human awakeners. Yet, this armor could block 98 of their attacking force. What an extraordinary advantage. Haha. This lottery was not in vain. Lu Li and Apos, spirit's sword. Initially vexed over losing 50,000 merit points, he now felt it was all worth it. With the B-grade Awakening Potion in hand, he was on the verge of becoming a true intent master. Coupled with the enhancement of the Xuanwu armor, he could single-handedly wreak havoc among catastrophe-level aberrations. Overjoyed, he shifted his gaze to the thick stack of blueprints. Light Prism Tower? The moment he glanced at it, his eyes were riveted. This was a weapon that combined both defense and offense. Just imagine, deploying this apparatus across thousands of kilometers of circular steel fortifications. The sheer terror of the laser arrays. In the Disaster Defense Joint Command, Chief Researcher Chen Tianen scrutinized the blueprints through a magnifying glass, repeatedly astonished to find that this defensive unit, which existed solely in games, could indeed be constructed. Such a unit was notorious for its immense energy consumption. In the past, even if Huaxia had acquired the blueprints, they would have been powerless to act. But now, everything had changed. Huaxia had matured in fusion technology. You think you consume a lot of energy? I'll equip each one with a fusion device. Old Shen, I hear Lu Li has contributed a new weapon to Huaxia. At that moment, Elder Tang, he from the Weapons Research Institute, hurried into the command center. Indeed. Come, take a look. Chun Tianen beamed as he handed over the blueprints. What? The light prism tower? Tang, he gasped. Isn't this a unit from the game? Trembling, he grasped the blueprints. As a leading figure in Huaxia's weapon research, he understood the terror of such a weapon. While a single unit might be a mere target with little power, once combined into a continuous laser array, their might would ascend to a terrifying level. In his mind's eye, he envisioned countless aberrations reduced to ashes amidst the dense, fearsome laser arrays. Realizing this, he immediately dialed the number of the top brass at Huaxia and Appo's Ministry of Industry, Hong Xiaoming. Old Hong, you need to return to Yunjing at once. Hong Xiaoming, who was at the construction site of the steel fortress, looked puzzled. Elder Tang, what has happened? Old Hong, our deputy commander has unveiled a new weapon. What? What kind of weapon? Light prism tower. 2 hours later, Hong Xiaoming rushed into the command center, his urgency palpable. As soon as he entered, he boomed. Elder Tang, did the deputy commander truly reveal the light prism tower? Indeed. I called you back to discuss our firepower deployment plan. Tang, he nodded. Once Hong Xiaoming reviewed the blueprint parameters, the two swiftly entered a state of intense collaboration, strategizing the deployment. In my opinion, in addition to placing it on the fortress, we should extend the laser defense array forward to create more buffer space at that moment, a nearby researcher interjected. Sirs, shouldn't we first validate it using the galactic supercomputing matrix? Tang, he chuckled heartily. No need. Everything Lu Li has produced has been flawless. Our young deputy commander does everything for Huaxia. I have faith in him. Chapter 60. Breakthrough, the reappearance of divine grace. Yunjing, Tianji Peak. After a thorough inspection of the Kunlun Mecha Manufacturing Center, Lu Li returned to the living quarters of the fortress at a leisurely pace. It was time to prepare for a breakthrough. He murmured softly, retrieving 2 vials of B-grade potions. However, he did not use them immediately. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to contemplate. He was waiting for the right opportunity. In recent days, the pace of spiritual energy recovery had accelerated significantly. At this moment, 1 month had passed since his rebirth. According to the timeline of his previous life, today marked a further expansion of the rift between heaven and earth. With this precondition and his abundant cultivation experience from his past life, he could achieve an automatic breakthrough to the realm of true intent martial master without the potions. Suddenly, as Lu Li meditated, his eyes flew open. Just moments ago, he had sensed a dramatic increase in the richness of spiritual energy in the world. Seizing this moment, he took a deep breath, emptying his mind, and allowed the dense spiritual energy to wash over his bottleneck incessantly. With a sound akin to crashing waves, the sensation of obstruction in his body gradually loosened. Upon reaching a critical point, a pop resonated as if a bubble had burst, and a formidable aura erupted from him, stirring the winds and clouds. Before this powerful aura could dissipate, Lu Li swiftly uncorked the B-grade potion and drank it down in one gulp. Following this, an even more potent energy surged forth, sweeping everything in its path. The terrifying gust shattered tables and chairs, blew apart walls, and even caused the entire Tianji Peak fortress to tremble. At that moment, the compassionate sage, who was piloting a modified mecha for routine training, stared in astonishment at the alarming energy readings displayed on the console. What is happening? In disbelief, he flung open the cockpit and leapt from the mecha, racing towards the peak. The other 4 leaders, too, instinctively halted their tasks and followed suit. Upon witnessing Lu Li's robust physique and elevated aura, they exclaimed in unison, "Lu Xiaoyu, have you made another breakthrough?" Haha, it was merely a matter of course, Lu Li replied with a modest smile. He felt an immense joy within. Since he consumed the potion only after the breakthrough, he was now far stronger than an ordinary true intent martial master. In the realm of the extraordinary, he could effortlessly send a tank turret flying with a single punch. Now, he could launch an entire tank into the air with one blow. His punching power had reached a terrifying magnitude of several hundred tons. Moreover, having ingested the B-grade potion, he had now mastered a unique movement technique, Wind God Step. With his innate weapon, defensive gear, and even a vehicle secured, He only lacked a pair of exceptional shoes. Only with unmatched speed could he fully harness the power he possessed. This was fortuitous, as the newly acquired technique was precisely what he needed. You are too humble. We also sensed the changes in the world, Zhuge Yuan remarked with a gentle wave of his fan and a smile. Indeed, your insight far surpasses this humble monk's. The compassionate sage added, humorously stroking his bald head. Since when did you learn to flatter? Zhen Yangzi teased. I enjoy it, what of it? Perhaps you should learn too. The compassionate sage retorted. What a loquacious monk. Spare us your banter, Ji Ruyue chimed in with a laugh. Ah, Ji Zhangjiao is being protective again. Lu Li couldn't help but chuckle. These leaders were all remarkable individuals. Despite their long seclusion, they swiftly resumed their former paths upon re-emerging. How did you find the last potion? Lu Li inquired with a grin. What? Lu Xiaoyu, do you still have more? Zhuge Yuan was taken aback. Lu Li nodded slowly, and, amidst the astonished gazes of the leaders, produced 10 vials of B-grade potions. These potions are sufficient for the esteemed elders to break through to the true intent martial master realm. Additionally, one of these potions is a technique potion, which grants the ability to randomly master a technique upon consumption. What? A technique potion? Upon hearing this, their eyes nearly popped out. I could tolerate awakening potions, as they are somewhat understandable. But what on earth is a technique potion? Isn't mastering a technique supposed to require arduous training? Is this not a bit too extraordinary? Lu Xiaoyu, are you jesting with me? The compassionate sage exclaimed, slapping his forehead in disbelief. Why would I joke? I come prepared, Lu Li replied with a calm smile, handing out the potions one by one. With the further revival of spiritual energy, more and more citizens of Huaxia will enter a pseudo-awakening state. Once you all break through, it is imperative to focus on teaching others. Rest assured, Lu Xiaoyu, the compassionate sage replied earnestly. I shall record a short video to share my awakening insights online. The other leaders and oppos' eyes brightened at this suggestion. It was indeed a good idea. With billions of Huaxia citizens, relying solely on their few in-person teachings would be insufficient, even for them as true intent masters. After distributing the potions to the leaders, Lu Li spent 126,000 merit points to exchange 2 vials of B-grade potions for each member of the Dark Blade, Nine-Tailed Fox, and Listener teams. Given that the Nine-Tailed Fox team was currently carrying out escort duties with the Yunjing Aircraft Carrier Battle Group, he quickly issued an order. Captain Gu, contact the Air Force and Navy to dispatch aircraft to deliver these potions to the Yunjing Aircraft Carrier Battle Group. Yes, regarding this expenditure, Lu Li felt no regret whatsoever. These individuals were the loyal guardians of the Huaxia Great Wall and the backbone of the future Huaxia Awakening Legion. Unlike Lu Li, they did not possess a system, the Xuanwu armor, or the Dragon Sparrow blade. Their sacrifices for the protection of the Huaxia Great Wall and the 9 provinces were worth every bit. As the long night approached, only a blazing bonfire atop the Great Wall could dispel the encroaching darkness. At the same time that the rift between heaven and earth widened, and Lu Li and others busied themselves with breakthroughs. In a luxurious villa at the Dama mountain range in Luozhou, an elderly man clad in opulent robes suddenly opened his eyes. Upon closer inspection, one would recognize him as the same elder who had appeared in Yunjing City before. After the setback in Yunjing, he had no choice but to return temporarily to the Luozhou base. The fluctuations in the world are intensifying. It seems my moment of advancement is near. Calculating the time, only 5 months remain until the wormhole descends. Before that, I must eliminate that young man. If it weren't for worries about my clan's plans being exposed, humph. The elder muttered to himself, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes beneath his robe. Come forth. Yes, master. What are your commands? Summon the 9th apostle and the 8th apostle to see me at once. Chapter 61. Struggle is futile. Your civilization is merely sustenance. On the celestial peak of Tianji in Yunjing, Lu Li, who was seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. Having previously subdued the 12th and 11th apostles of the Divine Grace Organization, he commanded the Yifang system to connect to the Chinese internet and diligently search for clues. However, this enigmatic organization seemed to have never existed at all. Within the vast expanse of the Chinese internet, there was not a single whisper regarding them. Just moments ago, he received a notification from the Yifang system. A lead on the Divine Grace Organization had emerged in Luozhou. It was a brief post that read, Struggle is futile. Your civilization is merely sustenance. Divine Grace. Boom. An astonishing aura erupted from Lu Li, an overwhelming presence of a martial sovereign soaring into the heavens. He rose to his feet, his gaze transformed into an icy glare. His estimations had not been in vain. The Divine Grace Organization was indeed related to the arrival of otherworldly beings. The internal threat within China stemmed from this very source. As he contemplated, Lu Li swiftly grasped the Divine Grace Organization's scheme. It was a blatant maneuver. They were aware that he was investigating them, and they knew he would not remain indifferent upon seeing that post. The Tianji Peak was a forbidden area they dared not infiltrate, yet beyond its confines. The situation was entirely different. What a cunning ploy! A cold smile crept across Lu Li's face as his dragon sparrow blade hummed ominously. Let us see if your fangs are sharp enough. Dispatch the local forces in Luozhou to the following coordinates immediately. Activate the Air Force and missile units into combat readiness. The Dark Blade Squad, Listener Squad, and Phantom Special Brigade, board your aircraft at once. Yes, sir. The Afang system pinpointed the post's location instantly. It was the headquarters of the largest real estate company in Luozhou, the Dihao Group. The computer from which the post was made was located in the office of the Dihao Group's chairman, Yan Jingde. Upon breaching the surveillance system, it was revealed that the individual operating the computer was indeed Yan Jingde himself. Following the received orders, the local forces in Luozhou swiftly surrounded the Dihao headquarters, with main battle tanks and infantry fighting vehicles sealing off the streets. Elite Chinese warriors took advantageous positions, their ominous weaponry aimed at every exit of the Dihao headquarters. In the skies, several drones circled relentlessly, ensuring that no movement escaped their vigilant watch. Inside the building, elite special forces had already apprehended Yan Jingde, keeping him under strict surveillance. What are they planning? Why have they sealed off our building? Upon hearing the news, the wealthy heir of the Dihao Group, Yan Haoran, could no longer remain seated. His company was raking in profits, and every moment of this blockade represented a significant loss. In a furious rage, he jumped into his Bugatti Veyron and sped toward the headquarters. However, just a kilometer away, his vehicle was abruptly halted by a massive war machine. Get out of my way, Yan Haoran bellowed, angrily pushing open the car door and storming forward, cursing as he went. Stop! By orders of the deputy commander. This area is sealed off. No one may enter. A commanding voice rang out. Dozens of ominous gun barrels were aimed at his forehead. For an average individual, such a situation might induce panic, but Yan Haoran, accustomed to his arrogance and bolstered by his extensive connections, dismissed the soldiers. With a defiant tilt of his head, he approached the gun barrels. Come on, shoot me. When the soldiers remained motionless, he grew even bolder. What? Afraid? Pathetic bunch of soldiers. Who do you think you are? Even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't seal off my Dihao building without cause. Just as he reveled in his arrogance, a massive swarm of J-21 twin-seat fighter jets roared overhead. The aircraft skimmed over the wide street, and a figure clad in white suddenly leaped from the rear of one of the jets, landing with a resounding thud. The Bugatti Veyron was instantly reduced to scrap metal. Yan Haoran's eyes widened in horror. How could his precious vehicle meet such a fate? His fear escalated as he beheld the young man wielding an ancient sword, dressed in white. Memories flashed in his mind. Was this the face he had seen on television? Could it be? Your mouth is quite foul, Lu Li remarked coldly before delivering a resounding slap. Smack! Ah! A piercing scream erupted as Yan Haoran was sent flying several meters, losing a few teeth in the process. Apprehend this individual and keep a close watch, Lu Li commanded loudly. He had just heard the audacious insults directed at the Chinese soldiers over the real-time communication channel. Let us see how you handle a swollen mouth. In the office of the Dihao Group, the guards at the door saluted sharply upon seeing Lu Li's arrival. Upon entering the office, he found Yan Jingde motionless, causing a slight frown to crease his brow. The soldiers responsible for internal security quickly realized something was amiss. He reached out and discovered that Yan Jingde had ceased to breathe. This, Deputy Commander, he was just fine, one soldier exclaimed in terror. Their team had swiftly secured the target, conducting thorough checks for any suspicious items, and had maintained constant surveillance. They had never anticipated that the target would silently perish before their eyes. It's of no consequence, Lu Li waved his hand dismissively. He had foreseen this possibility. While on the plane, he had already suspected that Yan Jingde was in grave danger. However, without being present on the scene himself, there was little he could do. After meticulously examining the body and finding no abnormalities, Lu Li's curiosity about the methods of the Divine Grace Organization deepened. Fascinating. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he turned to the several leaders present. Have you ever encountered such a technique? All 4 leaders shook their heads in unison. No, without any drugs or physical means. This silent death is indeed unprecedented for us. However, I may give it a try, spoke Li Chengfeng, the leader of Tianshan, who had remained silent until now. After my breakthrough, I acquired a secret technique, the soul return technique. As long as the deceased has not been gone for more than 12 hours, they may still speak. He stepped forward, placing his palm on Yin Zhengda's crown, a surge of power flowing into him. Yet, after a while, Yin Zhengda's lips remained tightly sealed. Li Chengfeng's face turned pale with shock. What? The soul return technique fails? What method does the Divine Grace Organization employ? At that moment, Lu Li interjected, I understand now. The information we seek lies within his eyes. Chapter 62, A Group Assault. This is unjust. What? In the eyes? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, since the Divine Grace sect wished to engage in battle, leaving no trace of their intentions was impossible. We have searched everywhere, except for his eyes. As Lu Li spoke, he stepped forward to pry open Yin Zhengda's eyelids. Upon a closer inspection, he indeed observed a line of small characters flowing in the brown pupils of both eyes. Midnight, north bank of the Luo River. You must go alone, otherwise you shall bear the consequences. My young friend, that is absolutely out of the question. Who knows what means those fellows possess? It is far too perilous for you to go alone. Zhuge Yuan's booming voice echoed. The other leaders also voiced their concerns. This is no jest. Lu Li carries the future of Huaxia. Should anything happen to him, it would be an immeasurable loss for our nation. Threat? With my elite forces stationed in Luozhou, I doubt these few mice can cause any significant damage. It is better to remain calm and composed. There is no need for a head-on clash. Rest assured, esteemed elders, I have my own plans. Lu Li, gazing at the information displayed on the Yifang system, spoke confidently. Midnight, north bank of the Luo River. Under the luminous moonlight, 2 figures clad in black robes, one tall and one short, stood silently atop the treetops. The shorter figure gazed towards the Luozhou bridge and spoke in a hushed tone. Old Nine, do you think that lad will come? The taller figure waved his hand dismissively and scoffed. Does he dare not come? If he does not appear, I need only press a button for Luozhou to become a sea of flames. Does he not seek to save Huaxia? The opportunity lies before him. As they spoke, the tall figure filled with disdain for this so-called 8th apostle. What a nuisance you are, asking the same question repeatedly. A mere short fellow has a higher rank than I. If it weren't for Lord CMO commanding me to team up with you, I would never have known there was such a disheartening figure in the Divine Grace sect. Just as the two continued their banter, Lu Li's silhouette slowly appeared on the Luozhou bridge. With a sword sheath slung over his shoulder and his white robe billowing, his gaze remained steady and resolute. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the faintest hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. The anomaly has arrived. Prepare. The short black-robed figure's pupils contracted slightly as he spoke, and his body quietly slipped downwards. Follow the plan. The tall black-robed figure's expression turned cold as he leaped down from the treetop. Lu Li, at the true intent martial sovereign level, had long since detected their presence. The smile on his lips widened. He casually placed his hands behind his back, watching as the two began their performance. The tall black-robed figure, witnessing Lu Li standing motionless, sensed that his aura was significantly weaker than his own. He couldn't help but chuckle. I expected a formidable opponent. Yet it turns out to be nothing more than a peak extraordinary realm waste. Is this truly the so-called anomaly? How ridiculous, carrying that large blade. Don't you tire? Lu Li, unfazed, maintained his smile. The tall black-robed figure, seeing Lu Li's lack of response, became enraged. How dare a mere extraordinary realm trash ignore me? Kneel before me. His furious roar echoed as his robe exploded, and his body began to swell dramatically. In an instant, he transformed into a blood-red giant wolf towering over 50 meters. A woo! The blood-red giant wolf howled at Lu Li, its crimson hue darkening as all 4 limbs unleashed immense power, pouncing towards him with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, its massive claws were poised to strike Lu Li's head. Excitement flickered in the 9th apostle's blood-red eyes. However, his exhilaration swiftly morphed into shock. To his astonishment, Lu Li merely extended a hand and effortlessly grasped his forelimb. Subsequently, the 9th apostle felt his weight lift as Lu Li single-handedly hoisted his colossal form and began to spin him around. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of immense impacts reverberated through the surroundings, shaking the very earth. Ah, damn anomaly. You are merely a peak extraordinary realm. Were you not just boasting? Yell louder. Continue to scream. Lu Li sneered, accelerating the spinning motions. You, do not be so arrogant. Do not forget, the fate of Luozhou rests within my thoughts. The ninth apostle, whose organs were jostled from the relentless impacts, gritted his teeth and began to threaten. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Lu Li responded dismissively, kicking him hundreds of meters away. The ninth apostle, struggling to regain composure, coughed up dirt. As his body shrank dramatically, he inexplicably produced a metallic remote control. With a crooked leg, he glared fiercely at Lu Li, declaring, Anomaly, you are unaware, but I have planted over 100 tons of TNT in the sewers of Luozhou. Since you are so cold-blooded, I shall grant you your wish. With hundreds of thousands of lives in Luozhou to accompany me in death, I, the ninth apostle, the phantom wolf, find my next life worth it. Ahaha. In a fit of manic laughter, he pressed the button with great force. However, after a prolonged silence, there was not a single sound from the direction of Luozhou. The atmosphere thickened with an eerie stillness. The ninth apostle rubbed his eyes vigorously. This is illogical. The hundreds of tons of TNT were personally placed by him and meticulously disguised. Moreover, this plan was known only to themselves. This remote control, crafted by Lord CMO, was imbued with the highest secrecy, and the signal should have been impenetrable. How could it not detonate? Lu Li chuckled. Upon his arrival in Luozhou, the Yifeng system had immediately scanned and detected the explosives hidden within the sewers. This so-called ninth apostle was laughably naive to employ such rudimentary tactics against him. Had it not been for the Divine Grace sect's usual concealment, evading the system's detection, he would have mobilized his forces to capture them all. The ninth apostle was now left dumbfounded. What was initially thought to be an impeccable plan had turned into his own death knell. The eighth apostle, who was burrowing underground, was equally astonished. He had intended to wait for an opportunity to strike, but given the circumstances, there was no chance of that. As he contemplated his escape, Lu Li's devilish laughter echoed in his ears. What's the matter? Are you not feeling suffocated underground? Why not come up for a drink? Upon hearing this, the eighth apostle felt a chill run down his spine as an overwhelming sense of life or death crisis enveloped him. Run, he screamed in terror, exerting all his strength to hastily dig and flee. However, before he could escape even 100 meters, several blazing fire meteors descended rapidly from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal explosions resonated through the forest, massive fireballs erupting. This was the underground high-explosive bomb from the Huaxia Air Force. Despairing cries filled the air. The body of the eighth apostle shattered inch by inch. In his final moments, he felt as if dozens of formidable auras had suddenly appeared above him. A group assault. This is truly unjust. Chapter 63. The Gradual Approach to the Truth. As the eighth apostle disintegrated into ashes under the relentless bombardment from Huaxia's scorching firepower, the surrounding formidable presence rapidly converged. In the eyes of the ninth apostle, the shadow wolf, a deep-seated fear flickered. No, I cannot perish here. His heart roared in desperation as his body swelled once more. How? The blood-colored giant wolf manifested, unleashing a furious roar towards the heavens. Its jaws stretched wide, as if to consume the luminous moon above in a single bite. Then, the crimson wolf form rapidly fragmented, revealing numerous wolf silhouettes. In an instant, the entire northern bank of the Luo River was engulfed in a crimson glow. Blood moon, savage wolf. An astonishing roar reverberated throughout the realm. The phantasmal and massive wolf pack surged forth, enveloping his true form, charging with an unstoppable force. The ground trembled, and blood-red hues spread across the landscape. At this moment, this ninth apostle, embodying true intent, unleashed all his power. He aimed to break through the encirclement with unparalleled strength. The powerful presences surrounding him involuntarily retreated. As he neared the edge of the encirclement, a wave of relief washed over him. Thankfully, he had not utilized his mental energy in the preceding battle. The savage wolf, his innate divine ability, was elusive and difficult to discern, yet it was tremendously taxing. Had he expended even a fraction of his mental energy, he might truly have met his end on this northern bank of the Luo River. Just as he reveled in his fortune, believing he was on the brink of escape, a clang of metal rang out. A black-gold ancient blade, etched with intricate runes, ascended to the sky, expanding in the wind. accompanied by a blinding radiance. The black-gold ancient blade descended rapidly. Boom! Clouds of dust erupted. The Huaxia dragon sparrow blade, with its razor-sharp tip, effortlessly pierced the ninth apostle's blood-wolf form, viciously pinning him to the ground. How is this possible? The ninth apostle, having reverted to human form, roared in disbelief. He had clearly shifted his soul consciousness through the unique technique of the savage wolf. How could his true form be locked on us so swiftly? This defies logic. Luli smiled. Both were at the true intent martial sovereign level, and ordinarily, he indeed should not have been able to see through the illusion so easily. But when he had just thrown this fellow, blood had splattered onto him. The minions of the Divine Grace Division were adept at concealment, yet now it was different. The Apang No had an analytical capability beyond what ordinary minds could fathom. Through the analysis of the blood, every action of this ninth apostle appeared as child's play to him. The ninth apostle, witnessing Lu Li's smile, felt an intensifying dread. He realized with horror that the Divine Grace Division had utterly underestimated the abilities of this anomaly. Instinctively, he sought to utilize the Divine Grace Division's secret technique to relay this shocking information. However, it was too late. Lu Li, having learned from past lessons, would never permit him to succeed. In that fleeting moment, Lu Li's figure materialized before him like a specter. Without allowing the ninth apostle any opportunity to react, Lu Li's right hand shot forth, akin to an eagle's claw, seizing his head. Boom! The surging energy, infused with the data stream from Apang No, surged in. Within the consciousness space of the ninth apostle, dozens of condensed black filaments rapidly coalesced into a block resembling a signal tower. At the moment the power of Apang No infiltrated, these black filaments sensed something amiss. They seemed to possess consciousness, bristling in unison, accelerating their gathering speed. Yet, no matter how swift their movements, they could not outpace the speed of Apang No. In but a fleeting instant, these condensed black filaments were engulfed by the torrent of data. The vast data stream circulated rapidly, and the tense analytical work commenced. However, to Lu Li's surprise, even upon completion of the analysis, the Apang No system found little useful information amidst the black filaments. It seems the Divine Grace Division has concealed itself quite effectively. Lu Li scoffed, crushing the ninth apostle and Apos' head with a decisive grip. He meticulously reviewed the information parsed by Apang No. Suddenly, a recurring term caught his attention. Death God Bar? A glint of intrigue sparked in Lu Li's eyes. The data indicated that this ninth apostle had frequented the Death God Bar, indulging in drinking and revelry, even causing disturbances and injuries. Strangely, not only did he face no repercussions, but he continued to party as if nothing had happened. System: connect to Huaxia's internet and investigate who owns the Death God Bar. Data query in progress. Death God Bar, a property under the Sima family of Luozhou, overseen by Chen Tianba, with contact person Sima Hong. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's brows furrowed slightly. The Sima family was indeed the most illustrious family in Luozhou, Huaxia. Their web of connections and influence reached far and wide, impacting the entirety of Huaxia. Logically, such a formidable power would never tolerate a common individual causing trouble within their domain. This was highly irregular. He sensed that he was drawing ever closer to the truth. Adhering to a principle of utmost caution, Lu Li turned and commanded loudly, "Order! The Darkblade Special Team and the Listener Special Team. Accompany me to the Death God Bar. Contact the Forbidden Zone of Tianji Peak and have my modified Viper know. And the modified mechas of my esteemed seniors brought over immediately. Notify the army to dispatch an armored division to assemble in Luozhou." Yes. Upon hearing this, the 5 sect leaders felt the gravity of the situation. Kunlun sect leader Ji Ryua asked solemnly, "Young friend, what has transpired?" The schemes of the Divine Grace Division seemed far more terrifying than we anticipated, Lu Li replied gravely. It is now uncertain how many ordinary people have fallen under their control. The latest lead suggests a connection between the Sima family of Luozhou and them. What? Ji Ryua gasped in shock. She had been aware of the Sima family's influence in Huaxiao through recent social media trends. Recalling the mysterious death of Yanjingda, chairman of the Emperor Group, a wave of anxiety surged within her. Beside her, Zhuge Yuan frowned upon hearing the name Sima family. Just moments ago, as the name Sima family was uttered, a beam of insight pierced through the chaos in his mind. Could it be? Esteemed seniors, the situation is urgent. We must set off immediately. Yes. As Lu Li and the others departed swiftly, the northern bank of the Luo River fell into silence once more. Aside from the remnants of the recent battle, everything appeared to be utterly normal. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a translucent specter quietly emerged upon the shimmering surface of the Luo River. Chapter 64. The Astonishing Conspiracy of the Sima Family. In the opulent villa nestled within the Dongmang Mountains, an elderly man clad in luxurious robes was meticulously manipulating a formation plate, seemingly engaged in complex calculations. Suddenly, his brow furrowed deeply. Could it be that he had failed? If the 8th and 9th were mere useless pawns, it would be acceptable. Yet, I had devised contingency plans. This was not supposed to happen. At that moment, a familiar voice explosively reverberated in his mind. I'm sorry, I have failed. What? The elder in splendid robes could hardly believe it. This was impossible. His strength surpassed my expectations. Nonsense. No matter how powerful he is, can he rival you? The 5th apostle? Speak. Is it that you could not bear to take action? Tell me. The elder roared with fury. Despite all his calculations, he had still underestimated the 5th apostle's temperament. Disciple, do you truly believe that the lives of those mundane beings in Luozhou can compare to the meticulous plans of your master spanning thousands of years? Do you still regard me as your master? The elder questioned, filled with disappointment. Upon hearing this, the translucent shadow upon the surface of the Luo River refrained from answering directly. Instead, it posed an unrelated question. Is it present? The elderly man's gaze suddenly turned icy. He quietly sensed for a moment before responding solemnly. It is not present. Speak your mind. Master, please reconsider. Even if you obtain that power, what then? Can you truly bear to witness the downfall of the 9 provinces? Is such a price truly worth it? The shadow on the river lamented. Nonsense. Our Sima family's plans, cultivated over a millennium, have reached a critical juncture. To abandon it now is tantamount to death. Moreover, with it present, do you think we could withdraw? Once the deal is struck, there is no turning back, unless it leads to death. The elder seemed nearly driven to madness, his voice rising in urgency. Sighing helplessly, the shadow on the river felt an overwhelming sorrow as it gazed upon the brightly lit city of Luozhou. At 2 years old, he had been callously abandoned in the snow. It was his master who had found him, raised him, and imparted strength upon him. He had long considered his master as his own father. Yet, this very father was willing to sacrifice the 9 provinces for power. This was something he could not accept. However, he could not disobey his master's orders. He was on the brink of insanity. Now, Lu Li and his companions had uncovered the secrets of the Sima family. Should he inform his master? Deep down, he was averse to revealing it. Yet, another voice incessantly urged him. Your master raised you. Have you ever repaid him? You were not involved in previous actions, yet he bore no grievance against you. He has treated you well enough. Now that your master is in peril, do you not wish to share even a piece of news? After much painful deliberation, he finally resolved himself and spoke firmly. Master. Lu Li and the others have proceeded to the death god bar. What? The elder's cold sweat broke forth as he exclaimed. Why didn't you say so earlier? Inside the death god bar, the king of boxing in Luozhou, Chen Tianba, and Sima Hong, the family's steward, were leisurely sipping fine wine while exchanging banter. Suddenly, an ominous voice exploded in Sima Hong's mind. Extreme danger. Evacuate immediately. Sima Hong was taken aback. This was the highest alert from the family. His mouth agape in shock, he glanced at Chen Tianba. Mr. Hong, what's wrong? Chen Tianba asked, perplexed. Without responding, Sima Hong's right hand shot out, his fist gathering tremendous power. Bang! A meter-thick floor shattered beneath his punch, revealing a deep tunnel. However, before he could leap out, a chilling voice echoed. Thinking of fleeing? Do you believe you can escape? A ghostly figure clad in white darted through the crowd, and before Sima Hong's astonished gaze, Lu Li had already placed a claw upon his crown. A torrent of data surged in, the Yifeng number swiftly inundating the cohesive black mass within his mind. Moments later, Lu Li acquired the answers he sought. Casually shattering Sima Hong's skull and discarding the corpse, his gaze turned icy. Ah, the Sima family, always preying upon the awakened. How sinister. Witnessing the splatter of Sima Hong's remains upon him, the burly Chen Tianba nearly lost control of himself. He, who had dominated the underground boxing scene, had seen much, especially as the recent changes in the world had significantly enhanced his abilities. He believed himself formidable. Yet, before him stood 2 individuals who defied belief. One shattered the floor with a punch, the other crushed a skull. Each was more terrifying than the last. As Luli approached, extending an arm towards him, he nearly soiled himself. What did this specter in white intend to do? Was he also going to crush his skull? Such an act was intolerable. Chun Tianba trembled uncontrollably, his heart racing. But Luli merely smiled benignly. Mr. Chun, why are you so anxious? Let me check your head. Huh? What do you mean? Am I that terrifying? Don't move. Through the analysis of the Yifeng number, Luli discerned that Chun Tianba was merely under control and had committed no wrongdoing. Hence he spared him any hardship. As his hand reached forth, Luli confirmed his suspicions. Within Chun Tianba's mind was an exceedingly minuscule black, cohesive mass. Seeing this, Luli wasted no words. He pressed his palm against Chun Tianba's head, and a torrent of data surged in. This process lasted but a brief moment. When Luli withdrew his hand, he sensed something within him had abruptly vanished. Chun Tianba transformed from fear to delight, exclaiming, "This young man, what is this? You are under control. Ah, how did you know?" Without answering, Luli vanished once more like a ghost. Elsewhere, in the lavish Sima family estate in Luozhou, spanning over 3,000 acres, the front courtyard was filled with Sima family members enjoying fine wine and admiring the moon. Judging by their auras, they were all at least pseudo-awakened beings of the mundane realm. With the rapid changes in the world, the time for our Sima family's resurgence is nigh. A middle-aged man at the forefront grinned widely. Yes, father. I've heard that uncle has already seized numerous pseudo-awakened beings in Chuanzhou. TSK. Indeed, you all must hasten. Tomorrow, we shall proceed to major cities across Huaxia. Understood. Just as they reveled in their perceived triumph, the family's highest alert suddenly exploded in their minds simultaneously. Extreme danger. Evacuate immediately. Before they could react, a deafening roar resounded. The steel-forged gates of the estate soared into the air, crashing down before them, the flying debris splattering mud upon their faces. Following that, a burly man with a face full of flesh, wielding a modified 5-meter-long wolf-tooth staff, appeared before them with a grin. He clasped his hands together, softly chanting, Amitba, all beings suffer. Today, this old monk shall escort you all to the Western Paradise. Chapter 65. Do you have the audacity to question me? Bang. The modified wolf fang's staff shattered the skull of a young man, leaving him bewildered until his last breath. Hunger. The middle-aged man who had just spoken was filled with rage, not anticipating the brutality of the enemy, who had unleashed a massacre upon entering. Bald scoundrel. Come and meet your demise. With bloodshot eyes, he summoned his extraordinary aura and lunged at the compassionate one with a dagger in hand. How dare you? The compassionate one contemptuously spat in the middle-aged man's face. With a mighty swing of the wolf fang staff, he struck down hard. A spray of blood erupted as the middle-aged man was sent flying for dozens of meters, his skull caved in. Father! Several young men cried out in anguish, heedless of their own safety as they charged forward. Amitba, since you are so eager to meet your end, allow me to escort you, the compassionate one declared, swinging his staff in a whirlwind of death. Inside the Sima family estate, the commotion drew immediate attention. Who dares to wreak havoc in the Sima family's domain? Roars of fury erupted as countless family members armed with spears, knives, and AK-47 surged forth. Most were merely ordinary beings at the threshold of awakening. Upon witnessing the compassionate one dispatching the elite members of the Sima family with brutal efficiency, their rage intensified. Kill. Eliminate this bald scoundrel. Whoever dares to wreak havoc in the Sima family must die. The throngs began to charge. Just as they reached the front gate, a deafening roar filled the air as dozens of armed helicopters descended rapidly. All units, target, traitorous Sima family of Huaxia, kill without mercy. With a command from the leading officer, a barrage of missiles and rockets soared into the sky. Boom. The explosions were ear-splitting, launching the Sima family warriors into the air. Not to mention that most were merely ordinary beings. Even the extraordinary ones could only meet a gruesome fate under such ferocious firepower. What in the world is happening? Why are there armed helicopters? The surviving members of the Sima family panicked, fleeing toward the estate walls in desperation. Yet their efforts were in vain. Boom. With a thunderous sound, main battle tanks and infantry fighting vehicles demolished the walls, crashing into the estate. Bang. Bang. Flames erupted as a relentless hail of bullets turned the advancing Sima family members into mere flesh. Countless soldiers from the Ghost Special Forces stormed in, seizing advantageous positions and unleashing a torrent of fire from their machine guns and assault rifles. The efficiency of their slaughter was terrifying, and soon the front yard was strewn with the bodies of the Sima family. Meanwhile, underground in the dark tunnels, a group of extraordinary awakened individuals led by the clan leader, Sima Yin, fled in terror. In their panic, they failed to notice that the lights in the tunnel were off. As they turned a corner, Sima Yin let out a sigh of relief. According to his calculations, they had escaped 5 kilometers and should be safe for the moment. Yet, a deep-seated fear lingered in his heart. The enemy was too formidable. Behind him were the last remnants of the Sima family's elite. They could not afford any mishaps. Just as he prepared to lead his clan further into escape, the tunnel was suddenly flooded with light. Emerging from the shadows, Lu Li, arms crossed, walked leisurely forward, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Clan leader Sima Yin, you seem to be running a bit slowly. Shall I escort you? Why, you are a human or a ghost? Sima Yin's hair stood on end. What do you think? Lu Li swiftly drew his long blade. You are Lu Li. Sima Yin finally recognized the face he had seen on television, his voice trembling with terror. Why? Why do you seek to annihilate my Sima family? Infuriated and fearful, he demanded an answer. At this, Lu Li's sharp gaze ignited with a terrifying glint. Over 1,000 years ago, your Sima family usurped the homeland, leading to chaos and the suffering of millions. Have you forgotten so swiftly? Now, for your own selfish desires, you disregard the impending threat of otherworldly beings, brazenly destroying our Great Wall and undermining the foundations of Huaxia. You have recklessly endangered the descendants of Yin and Huang, plunging them into darkness. Such heinous acts have not been committed by your family just once. How dare you question me for seeking your complete destruction? Ha ha! As his laughter echoed, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiated from Lu Li, shaking the very ground beneath them. With each step, he took closer to Sima Yin. The palpable aura of death grew denser, until it became a tangible force that pierced the skin and ruptured eardrums. Sima Yin trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground, struggling to utter 2 words, spare me. Observing the quaking Sima Yin, Lu Li felt a surge of disdain. So you do no fear. Have you ever considered the despair of the Huaxia people should the Great Wall crumble? In the chilling inquiry, Lu Li raised his long blade high. Kill. Similar scenes unfolded across dozens of regions in Luozhou. Under Lu Li's orchestration, the other 4 sect leaders and specialized teams struck simultaneously, converging on the Sima family's holdings. With the A-Fong system at their disposal, Lu Li effortlessly tracked the locations of every member of the Sima family. That night, blood flowed like rivers, and heads rolled. The Sima family in Luozhou faced annihilation, with only the innocent elderly and children spared. Similar operations rapidly unfolded across Huaxia. Under the elders' orders, 10 armored tank divisions mobilized, and all awakened military personnel departed. In a single night, the Sima family's assets throughout the 9 provinces of Huaxia were seized, and those who resisted were obliterated. As Lu Li reviewed the reports pouring in, a broad smile graced his lips. Without their minions, the so-called divine grace could no longer stir up any trouble. Moreover, with the destruction of these lackeys, all previously controlled awakened beings and ordinary citizens shed their shackles, the dark remnants in their minds dissipating quietly. However, the remaining mysterious forces and their apostles eluded him, their clandestine movements preventing Lu Li from uncovering relevant information among the many heads of the Sima family. Thus, he chose to temporarily disregard it. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 66. A Million Awakeners. The news of the Sima family's betrayal of Huaxia erupted across the internet. Cursed be the Sima family. Over a millennium ago, our Great Wall of Huaxia fell victim to their treachery, and now they remain undeterred, stabbing us in the back once again. Were it not for our deputy commander's timely intervention, they would have succeeded. Justice must be served. As netizens fervently debated. In Yunjing City, atop the expansive platform of Tianji Peak, Lu Li and his companions were already hard at work. They were in the process of recording an awakening guidance video, inspired by the previous remarks of the compassionate sage who suggested that everyone should record short instructional videos. Lu Li conceived a superior approach. After a spirited debate, he decisively rejected the request of the dignified sage to take the stage, instead assigning him to the audience. While Lu Li assumed the role of on-site instructor. Are you ready? Lu Li, donning sunglasses, extended his right hand earnestly. Ready. Ji Ryue glanced at the tripod, while Xinyangzi adjusted the sound system, both responding in unison. Zhuge Yuan and the elderly Li Chengfeng wore expressions of bewilderment, standing aimlessly in their robes, utterly speechless. All right, prepare. Begin. With a swift motion of his right hand, Lu Li signaled, and the two rivals from Kunlun and Shushan promptly pressed the buttons. Then, a resounding and familiar broadcast voice resonated. National Exercise Routine Number 8. Prepare, set. First section, stretching exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Amidst the vibrant broadcast, Zhuge Yuan and Li Chengfeng began to sway to the music. Excellent. Senior Zhuge, your movements could be a tad more exaggerated. Senior Chengfeng, extend your arms a bit more. Ah, yes, just like that. Wonderful, keep it up. As their actions were refined, a powerful flow of energy began to circulate around them atop Tianji Peak. Two enigmatic vortices gradually took shape. Then, to the astonishment of all present, it appeared as though a black hole had formed within Zhuge Yuan and Li Chengfeng. The swirling energy began to surge into their bodies in sync with the rhythm of the exercise. Is this even possible? Ji Ryue and the others stood agape. Lu Li chuckled. This was no random endeavor. He had prepared meticulously, be it a routine or a dance. As long as the frequency and rhythm could summon the ethereal energies of the universe, it could work. On the Huaxia internet, the Awakening Guidance video, directed by Lu Li and featuring all 5 heads of the Huaxia sects, quickly ascended to the trending charts of major platforms. The freshly released guidance video promised comprehensive instruction. Even a playful dance could be practiced. Stunning. Kuin's exclusive awakening secret. The editors across various platforms scrambled to employ eye-catching headlines. As a result, netizens flocked to the content. What? An awakening guidance video? Oh my goodness, it's finally here. I've sensed the peculiarities of the universe lately. My body has already undergone changes. But I just didn't know how to break through. This is fantastic. Soon, our Huaxiao awakening power will ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Excited netizens began to eagerly watch the video. Upon opening it, they were left in disbelief. Listening to the familiar music and witnessing the known movements, they stood transfixed. What? This works too. Yet, amidst their astonishment, they continued to watch. For they trusted Lu Li. The deputy commander's actions surely had rationale behind them. Look, the energies are swirling. Quick, look. That vortex, it's being absorbed. Sharp-eyed viewers soon noticed the peculiar phenomenon. Could these vortices be related to awakening? Some viewers expressed their confusion, but their uncertainties quickly dissipated. For at the video's conclusion, Lu Li's gallant visage appeared. Fellow compatriots of Huaxia, as you can see, this exercise routine, after simple modifications, can attract ethereal energy vortices into the body. And this energy is a vital source for our awakening. Many of you have likely sensed the transformations within yourselves and the universe. Most of you are in a pseudo-awakening state at the mundane level. The cultivation stages are classified as mundane, transcendent, true intent, divine connection, celestial being, void, comprising 6 realms. As long as you finally attune to the frequency of the surrounding energy flow and guide it with appropriate movements, your progress will accelerate. This method encompasses, but is not limited to this exercise routine. Wishing you all success. With that, the video concluded. The viewers erupted in excitement, leaping from their seats. They began to practice fervently in myriad ways. Soon after, a netizen by the name of Street Vendor Selling Little Strength was the first to share their awakening experience. I broke through to the transcendent level. I followed my Kuin's movements. Immediately, other netizens chimed in. I too have broken through. The deputy commander's method is truly miraculous. On this day, under Lu Li's guidance, across the vast expanse of Huaxia, in every city and rural area where the people resided, waves of energy fluctuations were intermittently felt. These fluctuations varied in intensity, some strong, others weak. Yet all bore witness to the significant transformation in the number of awakened individuals in Huaxia. Report to the deputy commander, today in Jiangnan, over 50,000 breakthroughs. Report to the deputy commander, today in Chuan province, over 90,000 breakthroughs. Lu province, Shan province. As data continued to pour in, a satisfied smile spread across Lu Li's face. In just a single day, Huaxia had witnessed the emergence of a staggering 1 million awakened individuals. This was months ahead of the previous timeline. Though not everyone would awaken instantaneously, the rate of new awakeners would gradually decelerate. However, when the next rift in the fabric of the universe opened, even more awakened beings would arise. According to his estimations, once the otherworldly beings descended, even if only 70 of the population awakened, Huaxia would boast over 1 billion individuals at the transcendent level or higher. 1 billion. What an astronomical figure. Yet, contemplating the potential for 1 million, 10 million, or even hundreds of millions of terrifying otherworldly entities, his heart raced. No, merely counting numbers is futile. They must taste blood. They must understand the essence of fear. Chapter 67. Ominous Signs of Catastrophe. The Mutating Sun. As Luli's Grand Awakening drill reached its flawless conclusion on the first day, everyone succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, an extraordinary event transpired. In the Western nations still basking in daylight, the sun hung high in the sky, suddenly shrouded in an eerie haze. It felt as if some unseen force enveloped it in an instant. Why does it feel so chilly in the middle of the day? Why has the sky unexpectedly darkened? In the streets and fields, countless individuals raised their heads to gaze at the sun. Oh God, what is happening? Why does the sun appear so blurred? Is this a solar eclipse? Meanwhile, the astronomical community of the Western Alliance erupted in chaos. At the Steve Astronomical Observatory in America, a young scientist burst in, breathless with terror, exclaiming, "This is bad." The sun, an older scientist leapt to his feet, admonishing, "What's with the panic? What's wrong with the sun? Our instruments are functioning normally." Just as the young scientist attempted to respond, a data analyst nearby, astonished, knocked over his coffee and exclaimed, "My God, what is happening? The sun's brightness is continuously diminishing. This is impossible." The elder scientist rushed to the control panel, and upon seeing the readings corroborate the analyst's claims, a cold sweat broke out over him. The sun is the very essence sustaining human civilization. A mere stir could spell doom for all of humanity. This is terrible. Something monumental is occurring. Quickly, contact other observatories and inquire if they have observed similar phenomena. No, I refuse to believe the sun would inexplicably darken. This must be a malfunction of our instruments. The elder scientist issued urgent commands. Soon, reports from other observatories confirmed the alarming news, their tones equally frantic. At the Weston Observatory, the sun's brightness is still declining. At the Lincoln Observatory, the sun's brightness is still declining. At the Gambes Observatory, the West Coast Observatory, listening to the urgent reports from across the regions, the elder scientist felt his knees weaken, collapsing into his chair. He widened his eyes and grasped the collar of a nearby scientist, urgently stating, "Quickly, inform Commander Puchuan." At the American Command Palace, upon receiving the report, King Puchuan, enraged, slammed down the phone. Are American scientists incompetent? Damn it, this is merely a solar eclipse. No one understands the sun better than I do. Hearing this, the elder scientist at the Steve Observatory spat out a mouthful of blood. Good heavens, how could America have chosen such a leader? There is no solar eclipse today. This is a critical moment for human civilization. Without pausing to entertain his anger, he issued commands. Contact all observatories in the Western Alliance. Immediately cease other observational projects. Direct all telescopes to focus on the sun. All data analysis centers and supercomputing centers must be activated at once. I demand simulated results within 10 minutes. Hurry. 10 minutes later, gazing at the simulation results from America's supercomputing matrix, every scientist present gasped in horror. If this rate of decline continues, within an hour, the sun will be devoid of light. The elder scientist's hands trembled. He could scarcely believe it. One moment humanity was reveling in joy, and the next, it faced utter annihilation. The most disheartening aspect was that in the face of such calamity, they could only watch helplessly, devoid of any recourse. Outside, an ever-increasing number of people began to sense something amiss. They were horrified to discover that not only had the sun become hazy, but its brightness was also plummeting rapidly. Through frantic inquiries, they discovered there would be no solar eclipse today. Oh my God, what is happening? What is wrong with our sun? The sky is growing darker. God help us, please let nothing happen. On the RAP platform, countless individuals began to pray. Yet, they soon realized that their prayers were in vain. The sun's brightness was diminishing at an accelerated pace. Now, no one could remain calm. The horrifying implications of a vanishing sun ignited panic and despair, with countless crowds storming supermarkets, leading to rampant chaos in every city. Flames engulfed the surroundings, and cries of agony echoed. "Oh God, it's over. It's all over for Blue Star. Ah, I don't want to die. I'm still single." I haven't even held a girl's hand. As time passed, the sun's brightness seemed to reach a critical threshold. Its radiant luminescence had vanished, leaving only an abyss of darkness. This darkness was unlike any experience before. It was profoundly dense, seemingly emanating from an abyss of endless hell. Within this overwhelming darkness, it felt as though a pair of greedy eyes were fixed upon Blue Star, as if it were a sumptuous feast. On Blue Star, within the Western Alliance, countless individuals were running in fear, while others succumbed to despair. Even King Puchuan found himself engulfed in profound terror. He could no longer claim to be the expert on the sun. Setting aside his pride, he hastily convened all nations of Blue Star to discuss countermeasures, even extending an unprecedented invitation to Huaxia. At that moment, it was the deep of night in Huaxia, rendering them largely unaffected. Additionally, due to the confidential information previously shared by Lu Li, the elder statesman abruptly hung up on Puchuan. On the other end, Puchuan was left stunned. Isn't this a matter concerning all of humanity? Can Huaxiao escape tonight? And what about tomorrow? Damn it, arrogant Waxians. You won't see tomorrow's sun, I swear it. As the Western Alliance floundered in confusion, another transformation occurred. The sun, steeped in profound darkness, began to gather energy. Its wrath intensifying. It appeared to reach a boiling point. With a thunderous explosion, the blazing sun erupted from its shroud of darkness, surveying the entire solar system with a regal disdain. This transformation swiftly reached Blue Star. In an instant, the darkness dissipated, and light once again bathed every corner. It was as if everything that had transpired was but a fleeting illusion. Countless individuals wept tears of joy, exulting in the return of light. However, no one noticed that in the very moment the sun re-emerged, countless pairs of blood-red eyes opened across Blue Star. Chapter 68. The Eight-Headed Serpent, the Heavenly Locust Above. In the land of cherry blossoms, at the foot of Mount Futishan, lies Shinshan City. This picturesque city, nestled between mountains and water, is famed for its tourism. Even in the dead of night, the streets are alive with the hustle and bustle of traffic and merriment. Joyful crowds revel in the vibrant atmosphere, engrossed in the performances of the lively theater, and expressing astonishment over the recent solar eclipse witnessed in distant lands. Yet, the inhabitants of this cherry blossom nation remain largely preoccupied with the pleasures before them. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shatters the night. The long-dormant crater of Mount Futishan erupts, unleashing towering waves of molten lava that rise over 100 meters. The searing, crimson torrents cascade down the mountainside, obliterating homes and bridges in their path. In mere moments, they reach the outskirts of Shinshan City. In an instant, wheels cease to turn, music fades into silence, and countless citizens stand frozen, aghast at the cataclysmic force cascading down upon them. Baka, Mount Futishan has erupted. Run. The cherry blossom people, regaining their senses, are engulfed in panic as they flee in all directions. At that moment, a deafening roar echoes through the air. A colossal serpent, nearly 100 meters tall with 8 enormous heads, emerges from the volcano's mouth. Bathed in molten lava, its charred, red skin glimmers ominously. As it ascends the crater, its gaze turns toward the frantic citizens of Shinshan City. In their desperate escape, the people catch a glimpse of the chaos behind them. Nanny, the eight-headed serpent? A collective gasp of horror escapes their lips, and they involuntarily halt. They could never have fathomed that the legendary eight-headed serpent would manifest before them. Yoshi, the guardian beast of the cherry blossom nation. With a sense of misplaced confidence, the populace begins to laugh maniacally, abandoning their flight. In their minds, as long as this guardian beast is present, its massive serpentine form could easily shield them from the molten onslaught. However, the anticipated intervention does not materialize. The terrifying serpent does not attempt to halt the lava. Instead, it charges directly toward them. With a hiss, its fearsome fangs are bared, and within seconds, the mountainous body of the serpent looms ever closer. Roar! Its cavernous maw opens wide, and the crowded masses scatter in terror. The sight leaves the citizens of the cherry blossom nation in shock. To the eight-headed serpent, they are merely prey. Run! The terrified citizens flee for their lives, wishing they could sprout extra legs. As the serpent devours a group of individuals, severed limbs dangle from its jaws. Those left behind are paralyzed with fear, their voices raised in anguished cries. Please, O mighty guardian beast of the cherry blossom nation, you cannot do this. These are my people. An elderly ninja, tears streaming down his face, steps forward, leaning on his cane in a futile attempt to reason with the serpent. Yet, he is met with the gaping maw of doom. In the heavenly locust palace, the one-armed heavenly locust is incredulous as he exclaims, "Nanny? The guardian beast of the cherry blossom nation has appeared? Kurita-kun. Why is our divine protector harming its own people? Dispatch fighter jets at once to obliterate it. Your Majesty, this is utterly inadvisable." Kurita responds urgently. What do you mean? Shall we simply watch as my citizens are slaughtered? The heavenly locust retorts angrily. Please, Your Majesty, calm your fury. I suspect the eight-headed serpent has just awakened and cannot control itself. I suggest we observe for now. To deploy fighter jets recklessly would mean losing a powerful asset. Kurita pleads. Yoshi, Kurita-kun, your suggestion is astute. The heavenly locust concedes, nodding in agreement. Sacrificing a handful of insignificant citizens could yield substantial benefits. Let us proceed. Yet, their hopes are swiftly dashed. The so-called eight-headed serpent resembles an insatiable abyss. In just 3 days, it ravages multiple cities, devouring tens of thousands. Witnessing the relentless feeding frenzy of their supposed guardian beast, the heavenly locust can no longer contain his fury. Under his command, dozens of cherry blossom fighter jets soar into the sky, and hundreds of main battle tanks rumble into action, determined to reduce the serpent to mere fragments. Boom, boom. A torrential barrage of firepower engulfs the so-called eight-headed serpent. Smoke billows into the air, obscuring the scene. As the haze clears, the eight-headed serpent, with its 8 heads and a 100-meter-long body, emerges unscathed. To the astonished gazes of the cherry blossom citizens, its wounds miraculously begin to heal, its blood ceasing to flow, and its gaping lacerations visibly mending. In no time, the serpent bursts through a skyscraper, hastily retreating. Baka! Didn't he die? This defies logic. The heavenly locust's eyes nearly bulge from their sockets in disbelief. Is it truly this terrifying? That was an entire volley of firepower. Although we refrained from using high-yield munitions to minimize urban destruction, even conventional rounds are made of steel, not cotton. I refuse to believe we cannot kill it. Armor-piercing rounds, incendiary shells, subterranean explosives, deploy them all. At any cost, we must eliminate it. The heavenly locust's wrath simmers like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Several cities of the cherry blossom nation have already been laid waste. If this continues, it won't be long before he must offer himself in atonement to his people. Across the Blue Star, similar scenes of horror unfold. In Gaul, a 100-meter-long crocodile smashes through a steel tower, leaving the city in ruins. In Kangaroo Nation, a colossal kangaroo bounds through, scooping countless individuals into its pouch, discarding them like refuse. In the United States, a massive 3-headed monster capable of flight and fire wreaks havoc, annihilating dozens of mid-sized cities and claiming the lives of millions. In just a few days, the entire Western Alliance is reduced to ashes, countless infrastructures engulfed in flames, while the cries of despair echo throughout. As they witness the indifference of Huaxiao amidst this chaos, the lamentations grow louder. The leaders of various nations, bereft of tears, command a relentless assault. Yet, they soon realize that while their firepower is effective, the collateral damage is catastrophic. Observing the greater devastation wrought upon the cherry blossom nation due to the heavenly locust's decisions, the leaders of the Western Alliance resolve to unleash their underground forces. It is time for those cloistered in shadowy chambers, practicing Huaxia's secret arts, to emerge and flex their abilities. Chapter 69. Target, the homeland of Huaxia. In the secure chamber of the Malaysian District 9 laboratory, the scientists were brimming with exhilaration as they observed the soaring indices on their instruments, accompanied by the intermittent sounds of intense strikes against the alloy walls. Indeed, the secret arts of Huaxia are formidable. It has only been a few days. My God, we should have anticipated this. We ought to deploy our underground forces to confront those monstrosities. The lead scientist was nearly jumping with excitement. Boom. Rows of small black rooms crafted from metal suddenly burst open. Roar. Before the doors had fully opened, a massive shadow lunged forth with ferocity. Its bristling fur and a green gas canister on its back emitted thick, billowing smoke. Towering at 7 to 8 meters, its limbs were extraordinarily robust, and its crimson eyes gleamed with madness. Upon emerging, it fixated its gaze upon the thick, bulletproof glass wall. Thud. A colossal fist came crashing down. The attending scientists were startled, realizing that without the instruments controlling the attack power of these second-generation specimens, this strike could have claimed their lives instantly. One scientist hastily seized the communication device, shouting, "Subject 177, cease your violent actions. Otherwise, we will initiate the self-destruct protocol." However, the deranged gas canister man was beyond reasoning. The eerie Buddhist chants had driven him to the brink of madness. Neither relinquishing the weapon nor persisting in its use, he instead chose complete insanity. Roar! He bellowed to the heavens, his massive fist striking out once more. Damn! Another failed specimen. Since you refuse to obey, do not blame me for being ruthless. Inside the secure chamber, a scientist pressed the control button with fervor. Roar! The towering second-generation, genetically modified specimen emitted a heart-wrenching scream as it clawed at its eyes, blood and tears streaming down. Under the grandiose Buddhist chants echoing in its mind, a fierce blaze of rage ignited within its eyes. Demons, a horde of demons. I shall send you to hell. The Malaysian scientists were left aghast. They had not anticipated that this creature could escape their control. After the last incident, they had specifically augmented the power of the control instruments. Growl. More second-generation specimens emerged. Upon their arrival, they eyed each other with disdain. Having practiced the Great Prajna Sutra, they instinctively regarded all others as demons, believing themselves to be the saviors of the world. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. A towering humanoid crab unleashed a hail of gunfire from its 6 mechanical legs equipped with Gatling guns, launching a relentless barrage in all directions. Chaos erupted throughout the entire base. Eliminate this demon. Kill. The latest third-generation specimen, a formidable mutant, harnessed its immense telekinetic powers to seize a nearby specimen, using it as a shield. Then, it leaped into the air, bringing down a gigantic battle blade with ferocity. Boom. Explosions resonated as the District 9 laboratory was engulfed in a frenzy of internal slaughter. Under the relentless attacks of the third-generation mutants, the weaker specimens fell in droves. Yet, this only ignited the fury of the second-generation specimens, inciting an even larger-scale melee. Inside the secure chamber, the scientists were left speechless. None of them had foreseen the situation escalating to this extent. My God, activate all control instruments. Turn the power to maximum. Yet again, circumstances defied their expectations. The control instruments merely halted the chaos for a brief span of 10 seconds. Within the disarrayed base, an even greater and more frenzied battle erupted once more. It's over, it's all over. One scientist screamed as he collapsed to the ground. Quickly report to Commander Temup. Yet, before his cries could fade, a multitude of crimson eyes turned toward the direction of the secure chamber. In a mere hour, aside from a few third-generation mutants that managed to escape the battlefield due to their tough skin, the Malaysian District 9 laboratory saw the annihilation of all research personnel and specimens. Meanwhile, in the Sakura Nation's Tianshan Palace, pandemonium had also ensued. The awakened true ninja, relying on his formidable willpower, had begun practicing the Great Prajna Sutra of Huaxia. Everything seemed to be progressing as intended. However, today, for reasons unknown, this true ninja had lost his sanity. Chanting Amit Ba, he brandished his katana, launching a brutal massacre against the ninjas within the Tianshan Palace. The lower-tier ninjas, already tormented by the Great Prajna Sutra, found themselves in a hornet's nest. The precarious balance they had struggled to maintain shattered, and in that moment, they all transformed. Demons, kill him. True ninja, lay down your weapon and achieve enlightenment. Slaying demons and vanquishing evil is my duty as a monk. Today, I shall unleash a bloodbath. This upheaval reverberated across all Western Alliance nations. In a mere half-day, all their secret research bases had been reduced to ruins. The leaders of the Western Alliance, upon hearing the news, nearly lost their breath. My God, this was created at a tremendous cost by our militia. Hundreds of thousands of specimens, all destroyed in an instant. Temup gritted his teeth, seething with anger as he dialed a number to the British leader. Damn those Brits. This is all you're doing. Tell me, how much did you gain from Huaxia to dare conspire against the Western Alliance? On the other end, the British leader was momentarily taken aback. I gained from Huaxia? My God, if I were that kind of person, I would descend into hell immediately. He yearned to explain, but Temup would not listen. In a frenzy, the British leader's eyes darted around until he suddenly grasped a crucial realization. Among all the Alliance nations, Only he had not forced the Blood Clan to chant scriptures, and thus he had not experienced a similar massacre. Realizing this, his hand trembled as he gripped the phone. "Commander, I understand now. I comprehend everything." "What do you understand?" Temep inquired, puzzled. "A conspiracy. This is all a scheme by Huaxia." The British leader's voice grew louder. A blood clan that lost contact in Huaxia suddenly returned with several so-called Huaxia scriptures and deceived the entire Western Alliance into practicing them. Look at the current devastation. Isn't it clear that this is Huaxia's plot? Oh my God, what a vile and insidious scheme. Upon hearing this explanation, Temep inhaled sharply. It's quite possible that those towering monstrosities rampaging about were also unleashed by Huaxia, because across the entire Blue Star, only Huaxia remains tranquil. Bang! In a fit of rage, he slammed the phone down. He immediately ordered the military to mobilize fully. "Within 6 hours, I want to see the corpses of those monsters. Alliance fleet, assemble immediately. Target, the homeland of Huaxia." Chapter 70. Those who insult our China shall die. In the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, a formidable fleet emerged, consisting of 15 aircraft carrier battle groups and nearly 500 warships, advancing with an intimidating presence in perfect formation. Their destination was none other than the homeland of China. Upon receiving the orders from Temep, the Western Alliance mobilized all its warships, uniting once more with the intent to coerce China into submission through their overwhelming naval might. On board the command ship of the fleet, Commander Edward gazed at the vast armada with a swell of pride. Previously, he had watched helplessly as the Chinese carrier group breached the 200 nautical mile boundary of the United States. But now, the chance for retribution had finally arrived. He exclaimed with fervor, "Gentlemen, it is time to show China what we are capable of. Otherwise, they might think our Western Alliance is easy prey." The first mate, clenching his fists in agreement, replied, "Indeed, General. Those odious Chinese had the audacity to sell us a counterfeit fusion device. Now, they have unleashed monsters to slaughter our Western Alliance and have decimated our underground forces. This is intolerable." Edward laughed heartily. "Huh? I bet the Chinese are quaking in their boots. Our ancestors once opened their gates with iron ships and cannons. This time will be no different." On Mount Tianji in Yunjing, Lu Li stood upright upon receiving the satellite situational report. With narrowed eyes, a chilling intensity filled his gaze. Since you seek death, do not blame me." He knew well that the advance guard of the alien forces would soon arrive, poised to strike from behind the Western Alliance. However, this did not mean Lu Li would allow the fleet to go unchallenged. Those who insult our China must perish. At the United Command Center for Disaster Defense, the elder in charge of military strategy was taken aback upon learning that Lu Li had surpassed the Chinese carrier group and ventured deep into the Pacific alone. The Chinese fleet was also advancing, but their ships could not match the speed of his mecha. While mechas are formidable, only one was deployed. If anything were to go awry. With that thought, the elder's brow furrowed, and he coldly commanded, "Order. The remaining mecha units must follow immediately. The Chinese carrier battle group shall advance at maximum speed, with aircraft deployed for escort. The subsequent long-range bomber formations must be equipped with larger-yield nuclear warheads. All long-range missiles, prepare for launch. Should Lu Li suffer even a scratch, I will see the entire Western Alliance buried alongside him. This is no jest. Lu Li embodies the future of China. We cannot afford any losses." On board the Alliance command ship, the USS Edson aircraft carrier, alarms suddenly blared. A sailor at the radar station cried out in terror, "Report, General. The early warning aircraft data link indicates a large target approaching us. Distance, 800 nautical miles. Speed, 30 Mach. What?" The fleet commander, Edward, rushed over, incredulous as he stared at the enormous red dot on the radar. "What in the world is that? Why is it moving so fast? Faster than a hypersonic missile. Due to China's effective secrecy and the chaos caused by the War Ignorance Bureau." The Western Alliance had long dismissed China's mechas as mere scrap metal. At that moment, Edward did not even consider the possibility of it being a mecha. After a moment's reflection, he chuckled. "What does speed matter? A new weapon? Ultimately, it's just one. Our Western Alliance's interception technology is unparalleled. Fire 100 long-range air defense missiles. Launch the aircraft immediately. Shoot it down." With Edward's command, the air was filled with the roar of missiles. 100 long-range projectiles soared from the missile destroyers and frigates surrounding the carrier. Simultaneously, over 100 F-19 carrier-based aircraft were catapulted into the sky. Observing this overwhelming show of force, Edward sneered. God, is China trying to make me laugh? Our fleet can only be defeated by a nuclear strike. No other force stands a chance. A mere so-called new weapon cannot breach our outer defense circle. What a dream. However, his laughter soon faded. The early warning radar indicated that the 100 long-range air defense missiles inexplicably lost their target when only 3 kilometers away. After a chaotic flurry, they failed to hit the target and instead detonated among themselves. Fuck. I refuse to believe this. Edward shouted. All carrier-based missiles, attack. Seeing the initial strategy fail, he quickly commanded the slower carrier-based aircraft to engage. Yet, the familiar outcome ensued. The hundreds of missiles barely grazed the Mecca, either falling into the sea or exploding prematurely. As the hundreds of carrier-based aircraft, realizing their attacks were futile, decided to close in for a better look, that decision would cost them dearly. Luli, piloting the modified Viper 1, had stealthily positioned himself behind them. With a beep, the 3 200mm 6-barrel Gatling guns on the Mecca opened fire simultaneously, instantly reducing several aircraft to mere fragments. The pilots were left with nothing. Oh God, what is that? One pilot exclaimed in horror, turning back to see the source of the destruction. Oh my God, that's a Mecca. China's Mecca. It's not scrap metal, it truly exists. Bad news. Break formation, scatter. Despite the F-19 pilots dispersing at the first sign of trouble, they could not match the speed of Li's modified Viper 1. This massive Mecca, towering at 200 meters and weighing thousands of tons, was equally agile. In a flurry of rapid movements, aircraft were obliterated and countless fragments exploded into the air. In less than 15 minutes, the once mighty squadron was reduced to a single aircraft. The last pilot, panic-stricken, darted left and right in a desperate attempt to evade Li and Apos' relentless pursuit, but the terror on his face was unmistakable, even beneath his helmet. After several frantic minutes of flight, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed pilot noticed that there seemed to be no trace of the Mecca on his radar or in sight. Breathing a sigh of relief, he thought he had escaped. However, the next moment, a rumbling cannon barrel had silently positioned itself against his cockpit. The 500mm plasma cannon from Viper 1. Hello. Chapter 71. One man sweeps away 1,000,000 troops. Aboard the command ship of the Alliance, the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier Edson, Edward watched in disbelief as the luminous dots representing the fleet of fighter jets vanished at an alarming speed. My God, what is happening? Those are hundreds of aircraft. It's not even this swift when slaughtering chickens. What kind of monster has China dispatched? Yet, no one was destined to answer his queries. Upon approaching the Western Alliance's carrier-based aircraft attack formation, Luli activated the mech's unique electronic cloaking mode. The battlefield satellites of the United States utterly failed to scan and detect the mech's presence. So far, other than the dying pilot's roar mentioning the word mech, the vast Alliance fleet had received no visual information whatsoever. Luli had initially intended to cloak the radar as well. But to amplify the Western Alliance's fear of the unknown death, he decisively opted for a semi-cloaked state. This oppressive sensation was precisely what he sought. To perish in the dread of the unknown was the finest fate for the Western Alliance. As the enigmatic object breached the outermost defensive perimeter of the carrier and continued its rapid approach, Edward was suddenly alarmed. He slammed down on the communication button, ordering urgently, all warships, activate phased radar and fire control radar at maximum power. All firepower units, interlaunch status. All Alliance carrier-based aircraft, take off immediately. With Edward's frantic commands, the Western Alliance fleet, composed of over 500 warships, sprang into action. Boom. From 15 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, thousands of carrier-based aircraft roared into the sky. Simultaneously, the massive array of the Alliance fleet abruptly dispersed. Missile destroyers and frigates swiftly cleaved through the waves, occupying more advantageous positions. And 3 entirely new defensive lines were hastily established. Gigantic missile launch boxes opened their caps, and main guns raised their muzzles. Beneath the deep sea, dozens of nuclear-powered attack submarines began to flood their missile bays. From high-ranking officers to ordinary soldiers, the entire coalition mobilized. They had never anticipated that China would dare to strike first, annihilating their initial wave of attack in such a short span. How could they tolerate this? Regardless of what new weapons or mechs were involved, before the formidable might of the Western Alliance, they all had to kneel. Watching the powerful fleet roar to life, Edward regained his confidence. His face contorted, revealing a sickly madness. Come on, damn Chinese. Let me show you the overwhelming firepower of the Western Alliance. Beep. Beep. Numerous flying targets detected ahead. Please issue combat orders, Commander. An alarm blared in the mech's cockpit. Observing the densely packed and ever-increasing target information on the screen, Luli couldn't help but furrow his brow. Goodness, have they emptied their hangars? He wasn't afraid. Rather, he was unwilling to waste time. After pondering for a few seconds, a cold smile crept onto Luli's lips. No matter how many there are, they are merely flies. I shall see how long you can flounder without your carrier. With that, he gently pushed the joystick, and the massive mech's body erupted with a blue flame from its back, causing the Viper 1 to accelerate once more. Report to the General, the Chinese mech has approached within 200 kilometers of our third defensive line. A sailor aboard the command ship reported loudly. Excellent. Order all warships at the third defensive line to initiate a saturation strike. Bring him down. Yes. As the command was issued, boom, boom, one after another. Medium-range anti-aircraft missiles and anti-ship missiles howled into the sky, billowing smoke clouds that obscured the heavens, as a torrential rain of missiles rained down fiercely upon Luli's Viper 1. However, curiously, these dense missile barges began to falter when they were about 3 kilometers from Viper 1. Explosions erupted in the sky, yet Viper 1 remained unscathed. On the command ship, Edward's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Once or twice, he could attribute it to luck, but this was the third time. Damn it, send the carrier-based aircraft to engage. If missiles 1T work, use the cannons. I refuse to believe we can't bring him down. Even if it means crashing, we shall take him down. Edward had gone mad. He was determined to destroy this so-called Chinese mech at any cost. In an instant, the carrier-based aircraft that had just reached firing range, after launching all their missiles, recklessly charged toward Viper 1. The massive swarm of aircraft dispersed the clouds and obscured the sky, as if the entire firmament trembled. Child's play. Luli scoffed, then called out loudly, Viper 1, activate the plasma shield. With a hum, an invisible wave of sound resonated, and a golden shield suddenly materialized, enveloping the immense mech. Disregard the targets ahead. Charge straight into the carrier's core defense circle. Understood, Commander. An ethereal electronic voice responded. Before the astonished eyes of the Western Alliance pilots, a vast golden sphere, utterly ignoring the torrential missile rain, sped toward them. Instantly, the communication channel erupted with exclamations. My God, what is that? A shield. The Chinese mech has a shield. Oh my God, they've actually mastered shield technology. Just as the gasps subsided, the blinding light was already upon them. Boom. Explosions erupted, and dozens of aircraft that couldn't evade were obliterated into fragments. The once formidable formation of aircraft was torn apart, creating a massive gap. Upon witnessing Viper 1's next move, the remaining carrier-based pilots were drenched in cold sweat. Oh no! His target is the carrier. Hurry, chase after him. Aboard the command ship, Edward finally witnessed the battle scene and was left speechless in shock. Missiles were ineffective, and crashing was not an option. My God, how do we fight this? As Viper 1 charged relentlessly toward the core circle of the fleet, he was utterly petrified. That central circle was filled with aircraft carriers. Without the cover of carrier-based aircraft and other warships, these carriers were mere steel coffins. The Western Alliance cannot afford to lose. Fire. All firepower units to maximum output. We must stop him. In that instant, rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, boom, boom, boom. The close-in defense systems and artillery systems unleashed their full might, weaving a dense web of fire around the outer perimeter of the core circle. However, all of this was destined to be futile. The plasma shield on Viper 1 merely rippled, dissipating what appeared to be ferocious firepower. Before Edward could issue further commands, boom, a nearby aircraft carrier erupted into a massive fireball. Chapter 72, Whispers of the Demon, the Alien Vanguard. The formidable plasma cannon unleashed its devastating power, sending the flight deck of the aircraft carrier soaring and penetrating the hull. A raging inferno ignited, swiftly spreading to the munitions depot. This is bad run. The unprecedented explosion reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The aircraft carrier, the first to face the onslaught, let out a mournful wail of steel as its keel shattered with a thunderous crack. With a violent rush, the merciless sea surged in, and before long, this battered vessel began to tilt, its massive hull gradually succumbing to the depths. Witnessing this catastrophic scene, Commander Edward of the Alliance was left shattered. He had never anticipated that a war machine capable of obliterating a small nation would falter against the might of Huaxia's mechas in mere minutes. The thought of what might follow filled him with dread. In a panic, he shouted into the communication channel, "Retreat. We must retreat. Save whatever we can." But Luli would not grant him such an opportunity. The moment they resolved to confront Huaxia, their fate was sealed. Charge the 1,000 mm plasma main cannon. Target the Western Alliance aircraft carrier and fire. At Lu Li's cold command, waves of plasma projectiles erupted, engulfing nuclear-powered aircraft carriers in fiery explosions. In a mere half-hour, aside from the command ship, the remaining 14 carriers of the Western Alliance fleet sank into the frigid Pacific depths. Damn the Waxians. We fell for their trap. Edward spat out a mouthful of blood in despair. He yearned to report the dire situation to the Alliance Command Center, urging them to utilize nuclear deterrence to preserve the last remaining carrier. However, his satellite phone was utterly incommunicado. He began to suspect that this entire scenario had been meticulously orchestrated by Huaxia. All of Huaxia and Appo's previous maneuvers were designed to provoke the Western Alliance into action, only to ensnare them completely. His heart sank further into despair. Before Edward could contemplate his next move, a pair of metallic feet, glistening ominously, landed upon the deck of his command ship. The room fell silent as Edward and the other Alliance commanders swallowed hard. They finally beheld the terrifying war machine in its entirety, standing an imposing 200 meters tall, a single step deepening the aircraft carrier's draft by several meters. Observing the shimmering shield, a profound sense of helplessness washed over them. My God, is this Huaxia's mecha? How could they possibly have mastered shield technology? This defies logic. As the mecha's canopy opened, revealing its occupant, the onlookers were left in shock. The very figure they had sought to eliminate at such great cost was none other than Lu Li himself. Seeing the disheveled expressions of the Western Alliance commanders, a mocking smile spread across Lu Li's face. Chaos erupted on the deck. "General, think of something. That guy is about to fire." "Surrender, General. Huaxia treats prisoners well." Before long, Edward and his compatriots, in a state of utter defeat, removed their trousers and waved white flags from the deck. Lu Li remained noncommittal. Surrender, an old tradition of the West. But to assume Lu Li would spare them would be a grave miscalculation. While Huaxia may have been known for treating prisoners with respect, the circumstances had changed. An alien invasion loomed, necessitating a thorough cleansing of the area to prepare for war. After all, who would know, right? Thus, the plasma main cannon of Viper 1 began to hum ominously once more. Lu Li was a benevolent individual, but exceptions were made for the Westerners. The news of Lu Li, a lone figure in a mecha, nearly obliterating 500 vessels of the Western Alliance, sent shockwaves throughout the globe. Netizens in the Western Alliance gasped in disbelief. My God, weren't Huaxia's mechas mere scrap metal? How could they possess such power? Are our soldiers nothing but fools? How could so many ships fail to subdue a single opponent? Oh no, I can't take it anymore. Let's escalate the war. Bring out our nuclear weapons. At the Alliance Command Center, the leaders from various nations were left dumbfounded. They had never expected such a dire outcome. Although they had lost contact with the front lines shortly after hostilities commenced, they had anticipated some level of adversity. Yet, they never envisioned such utter devastation. This was not merely a fleet of 500 ships, but an invincible armada. The once proud Golden Retriever leader felt utterly defeated. All the wealth he had painstakingly amassed had evaporated. Reflecting on his nation's past glory, tears streamed down his face as he passionately proclaimed, "Gentlemen, we cannot let this stand. Huaxia's unprovoked attack on our fleet violates international law. We must retaliate immediately. Indeed, let us launch an all-out assault. Erase Huaxia from the map." A belligerent American commander echoed fiercely. As the roar of indignation filled the air, the leaders of the Western Alliance clenched their fists in solidarity. However, when it came to formulating a concrete plan of action, the very first to incite violence, the Golden Retriever, faltered and stammered. The assembled leaders exchanged bewildered glances. Turning to the Golden Retriever, "Aren't you the one who suggested?" In response, the Golden Retriever merely squinted and began to meditate, dismissing the notion. "Are you kidding? That overwhelmingly powerful fleet was defeated. What good is it to fight now? Use nuclear weapons? Go ahead, but don't drag me into it. If it's futile, what is wrong with me shouting a few slogans?" At that moment, as the nations of the Western Alliance were embroiled in chaos, an enigmatic asteroid, measuring 100 kilometers in size, quietly approached the orbit of the blue planet. It glimmered faintly as it circled the planet in rapid succession, seemingly on a reconnaissance mission or perhaps merely observing. After countless orbits, it appeared to have gleaned the information it sought. The rugged surface of the asteroid suddenly revealed a multitude of gaping mouths. Humans, food. Coordinates transmitted. Vanguard, advancing. Chapter 73, The Nuclear Launch. As the enigmatic asteroid reached the orbit of the blue planet, Lu Li, who was meditating on the Tianji Peak in Yunjing, was suddenly overwhelmed by an unusual feeling. He abruptly opened his eyes and gazed up at the sky. Has it truly come? At that moment, his communication wristband vibrated insistently. Deputy Commander, the national leader requests your immediate presence. Understood. I shall be there shortly. At the Disaster Defense Joint Command Center. The old man wore a grave expression. The Astronomical Observatory had just reported that an asteroid, measuring 100 kilometers in size, had inexplicably appeared in the orbit of the blue planet. This was highly irregular. An asteroid of such magnitude should have been detected long before approaching the orbit. It was inconceivable that they would only realize it upon nearing the planet. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, such an asteroid would either crash into the blue planet or drift away from its orbit. It was utterly impossible for it to orbit the planet. There must be something amiss. Could it be related to the extraterrestrial entities? The old man murmured to himself. National leader, regardless of whether it is related to the extraterrestrial beings or not, I propose we launch a nuclear missile immediately to obliterate it in outer space. A military officer sprang to his feet. I second that. We must eradicate the threat at its inception. Another officer raised his fist in agreement. No need for that. A clear voice interjected as Lu Li strode in. Lu Li, what do you know? Speak quickly. The old man's eyes gleamed with urgency. Indeed, your conjectures are not unfounded. This so-called asteroid is merely the vanguard of the extraterrestrial forces. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. They were aware that preparations for battle in China were still far from completion. Had they arrived so soon? Moreover, weren't these entities supposed to arrive through wormholes? Deputy Commander. A military officer hesitated. Lu Li waved his hand. I understand what you wish to inquire about. I too lack complete clarity on the specifics. However, based on the intelligence I have gathered, this is merely a reconnaissance unit of the extraterrestrials. Perhaps due to certain unique constraints. Their main forces cannot descend in the same manner as they are now, while wormholes conveniently bypass these limitations. The military officer nodded and then inquired, what is the combat capability of the extraterrestrial vanguard? Lu Li replied nonchalantly, you may rest assured. Their strength is mostly at the disaster level, with only a few reaching the catastrophic tier. Moreover, their numbers are at most 20,000, lacking numerical superiority. Our current military capabilities in China are more than sufficient to easily crush them. Pausing for effect, Lu Li then added with a sly grin. Furthermore, their first target of attack will not be us. The Western Alliance will bear the brunt of this wave. Across the ocean, the Western Alliance, led by the United States, quickly detected the sudden arrival of the asteroid. Despite astronomers issuing warnings that this could potentially be an extraterrestrial visit requiring cautious handling, the leaders of the Western Alliance were too overwhelmed to heed such advice. In recent days, they had been besieged by solar anomalies and monster assaults, leaving them in disarray. The annihilation of their invincible fleet had nearly driven them to despair. Now, this unexpectedly arriving asteroid became the perfect outlet for their pent-up frustrations. Launch the nuclear missiles immediately. Obliterate it, they declared. Who cares about aliens? Let us engage in battle first. They were hesitant to provoke China, but they thought, what do we have to fear from mere extraterrestrials? Thus, under the unified command of Temp, dozens of nuclear missiles representing the Western Alliance roared into the sky. Meanwhile, on the asteroid, the extraterrestrial vanguard, busy assigning invasion tasks, looked on in bewilderment at the approaching dark dots. A surge of intense anger, akin to that provoked by insects, erupted within them. Chapter 74, A Dance Between Life and Death. In the command center of the Western Alliance, located within a subterranean fortress in the city of Maligian, anticipation filled the air as the nuclear missile drew ever closer to the enigmatic asteroid. The leaders of the Western Alliance clenched their fists in excitement. The intelligent warfare reporting system in the operations hall announced the attack progress in real time. 5 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 800 meters, 200 meters. Direct hit. Boom. A blinding flash erupted, unleashing an infinite torrent of light and heat. The asteroid, with a diameter of approximately 100 kilometers, was instantly engulfed by the ferocious energy storm. Good job. Woohoo. The sight nearly propelled the leaders, including Temup, from their seats. The citizens of the Western Alliance, watching the live broadcast on the RAP platform, erupted in cheers. Behold, gentlemen, the terrifying power of humanity's most formidable weaponry. Any extraterrestrial entity that dares to provoke the Western Alliance shall kneel before us. I have long proclaimed that such instruments of war should be unleashed upon Huaxia, allowing them to taste their own medicine. The divine favor belongs to the Western Alliance. Countless individuals began to celebrate exuberantly, blissfully unaware of the impending gravity of the situation. A timid voice dared to question, "Gentlemen, is this truly wise? What if there are aliens aboard? If we strike without discernment, and the reality is not as we perceive?" Yet, this voice was swiftly drowned out by a cacophony of insults, as people were too preoccupied to consider the safety of their families. Meanwhile, in the orbit of Blue Star, within the command cabin of the mysterious asteroid, a creature resembling an alien monstrosity pounded its chest in fury upon witnessing the illuminated indicators and the continuous stream of damage reports. Under the onslaught of dozens of nuclear strikes, its reconnaissance vessel's biomass energy shield had been obliterated. The once mighty vessel, originally 100 kilometers in diameter, now measured less than 50. Humans, insects, dare to challenge me. Advance, Vanguard Legion. Attack. Kill. It had initially planned the allocation of forces and strategies for swift dominion over this planet. Now, all that mattered was to retaliate against these audacious insects that dared to fire upon it. All connected to this wave of bombardment must perish. It roared skyward. Its colossal frame, towering at 200 meters, suddenly enveloped in a faint membrane. Then, it leapt forth, darting through the hatch with lightning speed. Its gaze fixed firmly on the territory of Maligian. A chorus of shrill cries erupted from the thousands of alien entities behind it, splitting into several squads as they surged forward. The atmosphere of Blue Star was soon ablaze with a torrent of searing meteors. At that moment, the Western Alliance was left in stunned disbelief. Just a second ago, they had been celebrating their triumph. Now they found that the mysterious asteroid, despite its diminished size, remained unharmed. To make matters worse, this shrunken asteroid had unleashed thousands of unidentified flying objects. Oh God, what have we done? It's true, there are extraterrestrials. They possess interstellar travel capabilities, and we are utterly defenseless. Are our leaders inept? They must all be held accountable. Realizing the dire situation, the citizens of the Western Alliance erupted in furious curses. An invisible shroud of fear enveloped their hearts. In the subterranean fortress of Maligian, Temup and his comrades were equally dumbfounded. The radar displayed a multitude of red dots hurtling toward Maligian's territory. Oh God, we should not have acted so recklessly. It's all the fault of the golden-haired one. Temup raged, pointing an accusatory finger at the blonde. The blonde, recognizing the severity of the situation, dared not retort, but trembled. Mr. Temup, this is not the time for disputes. We must order our forces to engage. Good heavens, I've lost my mind, Temup exclaimed, slapping his forehead before shouting into the emergency communication device. Air Defense Forces, commence fire interception immediately. All aircraft at the airbase, take off now. The Maligian military sprang into action, with the air defense units positioned across the nation preparing for engagement within moments. Boom. One after another, long-range surface-to-air missiles streaked toward the heavens, while countless aircraft ascended from the airbase, including the most advanced F-23 stealth fighters. As the colossal military apparatus began to mobilize, Temup and his comrades regained their confidence. Gentlemen, if that spacecraft were to land, we might be doomed. But these damn extraterrestrials dare to depart their mothership and confront the Western Alliance head-on. They shall pay dearly for their audacity. As the saying goes, he who is destined for destruction must first be made mad. Even now, these foolish Westerners remained oblivious to the true nature of their adversary. In the midst of this, innumerable surface-to-air missiles collided with the dense swarm of alien entities. Boom, boom. Brilliant fireworks erupted as powerful shockwaves dispersed the clouds, blackening the sky, making it seem as if the heavens themselves trembled. Such an intense barrage would have obliterated ordinary beings. Yet, they were not ordinary. As the brilliant light flickered, the alien beings struck by the missiles glowed with a radiant white light. They slightly adjusted their trajectories and plummeted with even greater speed. Witnessing this, Temup and his comrades felt their hearts race in terror. What kind of technology is this? They fear not even missiles. Panic began to set in as he seized the nuclear codes from his bodyguard's grasp, slamming them onto the table. The nearby warriors nearly lost control of their bladders. What difference is there between igniting fireworks above our heads and committing suicide? At that critical moment, a sharp-eyed warrior seemed to discover something. He shouted urgently, "Look! The missile strikes are effective. The missile strikes are effective." What? The others quickly shifted their gaze to the large screen, witnessing a creature that had just been struck by a long-range missile. When the next missile approached, it did not react at all and was obliterated into a cloud of flesh. It seems they too have weaknesses. Fire. Deploy all firepower, all aircraft, engage fully. Timop commanded with exhilaration. Yet it was too late. The membrane enveloping the alien entities had granted them the advantage. Taking advantage of the brief lull in firepower before the Maligian aircraft could arrive, the Vanguard Alien Legion had already thunderously descended upon Maligian's territory. Chapter 75. The Terrifying Abomination. A brief respite for Huaxia. In the city of Button, Maligian, a cacophony of chaos erupted as thousands of abominable creatures descended from the heavens. Some struck the ground with such force that deep craters appeared, while others collided with towering edifices, shattering entire buildings into fragments. The city of Button was instantly enveloped in thick plumes of smoke, accompanied by the deafening sounds of explosions. A bone-chilling roar shattered the air as a colossal abomination, reminiscent of a slithering predator, unleashed a grotesquely long tongue that lashed out, ensnaring a wave of unfortunate souls who could not escape. With a swift retraction, anguished screams filled the air as the creature's maw opened wide, emitting a sinister crunching sound. Nearby, another towering monstrosity, human-like yet devoid of eyes or a nose, wielded its arms like deadly saws, cleaving buildings in half with wild abandon. The most horrifying of all was a creature resembling an extraterrestrial, standing an astonishing 200 meters tall, effortlessly trampling over skyscrapers. As it rampaged through the city, it spewed corrosive acid, turning structures into mere puddles of ruin. Furthermore, it began to excavate the ground. Sensing that its ship had been compromised and that its signal lay beneath the city, it was determined to obliterate those who had issued commands against it. Meanwhile, the citizens of Button were paralyzed by terror, many succumbing to panic. Countless individuals cried out, desperately seeking to flee the nightmarish city. The harrowing scenes of destruction swiftly made their way onto the internet, prompting gasps of horror from Western audiences. My God, what manner of beast is this? Just days ago, I thought the three-headed monster was the pinnacle of terror, yet now I witness something even more savage. Oh Maria, is God intent on destroying Maligian? Where is our commander? Where is the military? Why do they not strike back? For heaven's sake, I wager that our leader has already cowered in fear. Indeed, Temep had retreated. The horrifying images from the ground, particularly that of the 200-meter behemoth digging into the earth, left him in a state of panic. The underground fortress, constructed of reinforced concrete and exceeding 100 meters in depth, offered him no semblance of security. In a fit of desperation, he dashed to the armored vehicle in the underground passage and commanded it to accelerate to its maximum speed. His fellow warriors, unable to bear the sight, protested. We understand the fear, but we cannot abandon our posts. Commander, our air force is engaged in combat with the enemy, and the army has reached the battlefield. They request the use of heavy weaponry, yet many of our civilians remain in the city. Upon hearing this, Temep nearly exploded with rage. God, I had prepared hundreds of thousands of second-generation gene mutants and numerous variations. Thanks to that meddler Lu Li from Huaxia, I have lost them all before even entering the fray. His hatred was palpable. If he had those forces at his disposal, he could have exterminated the monsters with minimal cost. But now, all of that had turned to ash. In agony, he rubbed his forehead and snapped, "That is their fate. We can no longer concern ourselves with such matters. The city is already in ruins. We cannot allow more to suffer. Fire at will. All means may be employed except nuclear weapons. Hurry." Such tragedies were unfolding simultaneously in other nations. Gaul, Britain, Kangaroo Country, Maple Leaf Country, Cosmic Country, and Cherry Blossom Country. The abominable creature had somehow learned of the Nuclear Strike Decision-Making Council, marking these nations as its primary targets. Upon entering the atmosphere, its vanguard forces split into several squads, each heading towards these countries. However, given their perceived lack of strength, the forces dispatched were relatively weak. Even so, Cosmic Country and Cherry Blossom Country received special attention. In the capital city of Cherry Blossom Country, another abominable creature led 2,000 disaster-level beings in a frenzied assault, wreaking havoc. Within mere moments, much of the sprawling metropolis lay in ruins, towering structures collapsing like mere paper, and panicked citizens trampled beneath the chaos. In the palace of the Grasshopper King, witnessing the horrific scenes, the diminutive rulers spewed blood and despair. Why do these monsters target Tokyo? This is our largest city. Heartbroken, he glared at Kamayama and shouted, "Damn it! Order the troops to intensify their fire. Where are our ninjas? Summon those fools from the heavenly ninja palace to battle. I want these monsters exterminated." Beside him, Kamayama was on the verge of tears. Have you forgotten? Just days ago, those ninjas were consumed by madness while practicing Huaxia's secret techniques, and now they are all dead. The few who survived are too busy chanting prayers to act. Realizing the futility of his rage, the Grasshopper King drew his sword and seethed, cursed Lu Li. "I will make you pay dearly. Kamayama, come with me to battle. I want to witness our warriors vanquish the enemy. Kill, destroy these abhorrent creatures." Before he could finish, a tremendous tremor shook the ground, and colossal, grotesque feet appeared before them, causing the nearby streets to visibly collapse. The entire Grasshopper Palace quaked in terror. Faced with this nightmare, the once determined Grasshopper King wilted under pressure, scrambling towards the underground passages in a frenzy. Kamayama stood stunned. What happened to the spirit of the samurai? Did you not see our people being crushed like insects, chewed to bits? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Despite his indignation, Kamayama's feet moved faster than the Grasshopper King's, both fleeing in terror, in stark contrast to the cries of despair echoing from the Western Alliance. The lands of Huaxia remained eerily calm, yet this tranquility was destined to be fleeting. After consuming countless humans, the vanguard of the abominations accumulated information about Huaxia. Initially, this nation was absent from their records. Even the mothership's reconnaissance revealed nothing but a void. However, with the influx of information, a blurred outline of Huaxia began to take shape. As the data reached a critical mass, all surviving abominations simultaneously raised their terrifying heads, gazing towards the distant east. Chapter 76, A Charge Toward the Border, Energy Level, Catastrophic. In the subterranean fortress of Yunjing, the Joint Command of Disaster Defense remained vigilant, closely monitoring the battlefield dynamics. The Chinese warriors, witnessing the dire circumstances faced by the Western Alliance, could not help but gasp in astonishment. It is crucial to note that this was merely the vanguard of the aberrant species, numbering no more than 20,000. Yet, this seemingly insignificant force had swiftly obliterated several major cities of the Western Alliance. The once mighty Western Alliance, which reigned supreme on Blue Star through sheer military might, found itself unable to mount a substantial counterattack against such a meager enemy. The realization brought a profound sense of relief to the Chinese warriors. Had it not been for Lu Li, China would have suffered devastating losses in the face of such an assault. If it were not for Lu Li's timely initiation of the Great Wall Vigilance Plan, the impending arrival of the wormhole would have unleashed an unending tide of aberrant species, plunging China into irretrievable despair. The catastrophic plight of the Western Alliance was a stark reminder. Presently, the nearest aberrant group to China comprised over 1,000 creatures. As the command center busily deployed defensive forces and strategized for potential scenarios, a chilling alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the underground base. Warning! Warning! The Disaster Monitoring Network has detected high-energy life forms moving toward our northeastern border. Energy level, catastrophic. Simultaneously, the Chinese satellite network captured critical imagery. In the footage, a colossal aberrant creature, towering over 200 meters, strode forward with thunderous steps. It bore no eyes or nose, its hairless, brown skin resembling rock and steel. Its mountainous arms ended in two massive fleshy maces, and its gaping maw dripped with viscous liquid like a cascading waterfall. With each stride, the very mountains trembled. Trailing behind it were thousands of disaster-level aberrant creatures, each several dozen meters tall. Upon witnessing this, the atmosphere in the command center grew palpably tense. Despite having established robust defenses and knowing that China's current military strength was sufficient to crush these beasts, no one dared to underestimate the threat. This was the first confrontation with the aberrant species, and it was imperative that nothing went awry. On the Chinese internet, viewers were captivated by the sight of the towering catastrophic aberrants, accompanied by thousands of their kind, ruthlessly turning everything in their path to ashes as they surged toward the border. The online community was stirred into a frenzy. They had witnessed the plight of the Western Alliance, and although Liu Li had assured them of a mysterious barrier along China's border capable of withstanding the first 5 waves of attack from the aberrants, doubt still lingered in their hearts. Friends, does the barrier mentioned by the deputy commander truly exist? Can our awakened warriors contend with such terrifying monsters? Fear not. The deputy commander's strength is beyond imagination. I have faith in him. Furthermore, China has already deployed 5 armored divisions at the border, along with several air corps and an abundance of long-range missiles. A mere group of 1,000 aberrants poses no threat to us. Atop the majestic Changbai Mountains, Liu Li, clad in a flowing white robe and bearing a scabbard, listened intently to the battle report from the Disaster Defense Command. Strangely, his thoughts were remarkably calm. As he had anticipated, the Western Alliance's recklessness had led them to launch an unprepared assault. They had failed to annihilate the aberrant vanguard in the short time that had transpired, as they had in previous timelines. This marauding horde of aberrants was now heading toward China's border. Reflecting on the aberrants' peculiar behavior, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Logically, China should have been their primary target during the first wave of attack. If they had already chosen the Western Alliance as their initial strike, why abandon the prey so readily? What was it about China that captivated them? Contemplating the divergent fates of 2 worlds, Liu Li began to piece together the mystery. Casting a glance at the magnificent landscape before him, a cold smile crept across his lips. In that case, I, Liu, shall not allow you to have your way. As time slipped away, Liu Li observed the rising clouds of dust on the horizon and felt the ground beneath him tremble with increasing intensity. A fierce glimmer ignited in his profound gaze. Chapter 77. The bewildering catastrophic variant as the aberrant creatures surged towards the northeastern border of China. The populace of the Western Alliance nations once again revealed their grotesque countenance. It seemed they had forgotten that their own lands were being ravaged by these monstrosities. Particularly in the Universe Nation, when the inhabitants saw the horde veering away from their cities towards the Chinese frontier, they erupted with glee. Ha ha, the despicable Chinese. Your turn has come. They jeered. We, the West, may suffer, but you shall not escape unscathed. From the depths of hell, the demon legion shall charge forth and obliterate China. Ha ha ha. In anticipation of witnessing China's downfall, various nations hastily redirected multiple satellites to hover over the Chinese border. Meanwhile, the American forces stationed in the Universe Nation, who had recently declined to intervene and watch the annihilation of the Universe Nation's largest city, Han City, began their own extensive mobilization. They claimed it was to prevent a counterattack from the monsters, yet their ulterior motives were evident to all. The satellite imagery magnified, and when the aberrant horde was merely 50 kilometers from the Chinese border, the Western Alliance erupted in celebration. Their attention had shifted entirely away from their own nations. They were eager to witness the moment the horde breached the Chinese frontier and countless Chinese citizens became fodder for the aberrants. Ha ha, gentlemen, it is nearly upon us. China shall soon taste our suffering. Their frenzied cries echoed with a near-manic fervor. However, their jubilation quickly turned to silence, akin to a duck caught by the throat, unable to utter another word. At the summit of Changbai Mountain, the moment the blade of the dragon and phoenix was unsheathed, China's long-range strike had commenced. The blade itself was the clarion call for assault. Boom. 2 high-precision cruise missiles plummeted from an altitude of 10,000 meters, detonation resounding through the ranks of the aberrant horde. A cacophony of monstrous wails erupted as 2 colossal aberrants were torn asunder. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Within mere seconds, the sky was alight with a multitude of fiery meteors. This was China's indigenous long-range strike capability. Each missile carried an astounding payload, with every catastrophic aberrant designated to receive no less than 3 missiles. From tens of thousands of meters above, they locked onto their targets and made final trajectory adjustments. 5 kilometers. 3 kilometers. 600 meters. Boom. Boom. A torrential downpour of molten magma cascaded from the heavens. The earth shook with thunderous explosions as massive fireballs ascended into the sky. Amidst the tumultuous roars of the inhuman entities, the vast horde of catastrophic aberrants was engulfed in China's inferno. Flesh and blood were scattered. Dismembered limbs danced amidst the chaos. The sky was shrouded in smoke, while raging flames painted the horizon crimson. At that moment, the earth boiled, mountains crumbled, and a vast area encompassing dozens of kilometers was enveloped in this unprecedented explosion. And this was merely the first wave of firepower. China's 5 armored divisions and numerous air regiments stationed at the border had long been prepared for the strike. All units. Attention. Coordinates 026, 031. 5 minutes until fire assault. Open fire. With the commander's order, the cacophony of artillery roared. Boom, boom. All fire units from China's 5 armored divisions unleashed their fury upon the aberrant horde, spanning a border line over 100 kilometers wide. Boom, boom. Self-propelled howitzers. Multiple rocket launchers. Countless heated projectiles screeched through the air. Whoosh. The sky was veiled in a thick shroud of ballistic smoke as air regiments emptied their missile payloads in a single breath. In an instant, 40 kilometers away from the Chinese border, amidst the swirling smoke, many of the catastrophic aberrants, barely clinging to life from the long-range bombardment, displayed a glimmer of anthropomorphic fear in their crimson eyes as they beheld the impending deluge of artillery. Before they could emit a cry of despair, the terrifying network of firepower descended upon them. Boom, boom. The earth boiled again, mountains crumbled anew. These towering aberrants, dozens of meters high, whimpered and howled as they shattered into countless pieces. In the span of just 1 or 2 minutes, the entire horde of catastrophic aberrants was annihilated. At this moment, the populace of the Western Alliance, who had been eagerly monitoring the situation at the Chinese border, particularly the netizens of the Universe Nation, were infuriated, spewing forth their indignation. Why does China's firepower achieve such results? This is unfair. Damn it, they prepared in advance, taking advantage of the monsters attacking us. Despicable, shameless Chinese. Did they know the truth all along, allowing us to take the brunt of the assault while they reaped the benefits? The cries of outrage echoed, but soon, a voice emerged to quell the lamentations. Do not panic, there is still the largest one. Did you not see? China and Oppos. S bombardment has yet to target that 200-meter-tall behemoth. Indeed. Ha ha ha, how foolish of the Chinese. Have they not realized that this largest creature poses the greatest threat? Only a fool would squander firepower in such a manner. Charge. Obliterate the Chinese border forces. The netizens of the Universe Nation clenched their fists, believing there was still hope for a turnaround. Returning to the battlefield at the border, the 200-meter-tall aberrant stood in a state of confusion. With its massive frame, it charged forward, creating a 10-kilometer distance from its brethren. Yet, in that brief span, it lost all connection to them and could no longer sense their presence. At this moment, it wielded 2 enormous fists, staring vacantly at the tumultuous chaos around it. Its colossal head, devoid of eyes or nose, was caught in disarray. Just moments ago, it had effortlessly obliterated a human city alongside its minions, and yet, it had not encountered such firepower directed at it. Is it merely because I ventured north for a few hundred kilometers that the circumstances have changed? It pondered. If they were this fierce, I would never dare to descend from the mothership. However, after this moment of bewilderment, the curiosity of this catastrophic aberrant towards the mysterious nation of China intensified. A massive gash split open in the center of its head, from which a dark, crimson eye protruded, scanning the surroundings. And there, 30 kilometers away atop Changbai Mountain, it spotted a figure who wore a faint, mocking smile directed at it. Chapter 78. Those who offend China shall die. Upon catching sight of this figure, a long, crimson tongue, stretching several meters, suddenly shot forth from its mouth, dripping with saliva. This calamity-class aberration began to exhibit an alarming frenzy. Within its consciousness, the figure before it was perceived as an exquisite delicacy, far more delectable than any human it had previously consumed. With a deafening roar, it brandished a massive hammer and charged forward with haste. At the command center of the border troops, the border commander gazed gravely at the satellite imagery and connected to Lu Li, deputy commander. A new round of long-range fire strikes is ready. All fire units of the border troops have completed their launch preparations. The Awakening Legion and Mecha Legion are also on standby. Do you require fire support? Please advise. In his eyes, this terrifying aberration would necessitate at least a dozen heavy missiles to eliminate. Yet, Lu Li stood alone with a mere blade. Could he truly accomplish this? Western Alliance netizens had also taken notice of the unfolding situation. When they observed the 200-meter-tall behemoth charging toward Changbai Mountain, while China remained unperturbed, they erupted in laughter. Gentlemen, I told you the Chinese are foolish, neglecting their overwhelming firepower and mechas, relying solely on human strength. Ha ha ha, it's laughable. Who does he think he is? Brandishing a knife as if he were slaughtering pigs? Excellent. Gentlemen, It's this damned Lu Li who has led us Western Alliance to ruin. I can hardly wait to see him turn into monster excrement. Ha ha ha. May God bless and send this wretched Lu Li to hell. Countless taunts began to circulate. The Calamity-class aberration was already closing in on the Chinese border, mere kilometers away. At that moment, Lu Li finally made his move. Boom. An astonishing aura surged skyward, reaching the heavens. In that instant, atop the expansive Changbai Mountain, a colossal energy vortex seemed to materialize. The spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius began to pour into the mountaintop with fervor. In an instant, rocks flew and vegetation bowed. Even the clouds were forcibly torn asunder. The accumulation of spiritual energy surged onward, the vortex resembling an insatiable black hole. Witnessing this exaggerated satellite imagery, countless onlookers gasped in horror. The Western Alliance netizens, who had just been jeering about Lu Li's descent into hell, were now rendered speechless by fear. My God, what is that? Please don't tell me this is the energy field of a Chinese awakener. Oh my, how can a person be so powerful? Is his body a black hole? They remained unaware that this was merely the beginning. Mere seconds later, a tremendous rumble echoed across the plains, as if reaching a saturation point. The tumultuous, dense spiritual energy erupted violently. In an instant, the entire summit of Changbai Mountain was bathed in radiant light, illuminating the heavens and earth like never before. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a figure of ethereal grace, wielding a long blade, began to ascend into the air, his white robe billowing majestically. Upon witnessing this scene, the Western Alliance netizens collapsed to the ground. All stared in disbelief at this immaculate figure, their millions of minds momentarily paralyzed. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "My God, he can fly. He is actually flying. This defies science. Oh my, is this the power of a Chinese awakener?" Though they had long been aware of Lu Li's prowess and had witnessed his terrifying feats of cleaving warships, those could be attributed to the augmentation of mecha power, which still left room for explanation. But this was an entirely different matter. He was transcending the void. How does one even begin to rationalize this? Many stubborn Western netizens began to change their tune. "Oh Maria, I've changed my faith. Away with God. From now on, I am a loyal supporter of China. I want to go to China. I want to awaken. Anyone who stands in my way, I shall crush them." Yet, many others remained unconvinced. Clenching their fists in frustration, veins bulging, they seethed with rage. Don't rejoice too soon. In the eyes of that monster, he is but a larger ant. Just because he can fly doesn't mean he can do as he pleases. Birds in the sky can fly too. And I can take down a whole flock with a single breath. Indeed, the ability to fly does not equate to invulnerability. At this moment, Lu Li felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. Having consumed a B-grade awakening potion earlier, he had already approached the pinnacle of the true intent martial sovereign realm. Drawing upon his past cultivation experiences and the quintessence of the peaks, he had now broken through to the divine connection martial sovereign realm. The divine connection martial sovereign, transcending the void, martial prowess reaching the divine. This represented a critical juncture in cultivation. No matter how powerful the true intent martial sovereign, without external assistance, they remained merely surface-level deities. But now, everything was different. Transcending the void, he could stand against calamity-class aberrations. Exhaling gently, Lu Li and Appo's gaze turned cold and piercing as he surveyed the ground below. Boom! A tremendous sonic boom erupted. In the next moment, his diminutive figure had positioned itself directly in front of the rampaging calamity-class aberration. "Those who offend China shall die." His voice, frigid and merciless, reverberated across the heavens and the earth, causing the towering 200-meter-high aberration to skid to a halt, smoke rising from its feet. Its massive, cracked eye displayed a hint of confusion, as if it could not fathom how such a minuscule insect dared to obstruct its path. Moreover, how had this insect become even more delectable in such a short span of time? In an instant, this confusion morphed into overwhelming greed. Chinese, insects, delicacies. A thunderous roar erupted from the aberration. Its dark red eyes suddenly gleamed with a ghastly pallor. Then, its two colossal hammers swung upward, aiming to crush Lu Li into a pulp with its immense strength, eager to devour his essence. The notion of a power disparity did not even register in its mind. It was famished. As the enormous hammers were raised, the Western Alliance netizens, glued to their screens, found their hearts lodged in their throats. Arrogant Chinese. You are playing with fire. Send him to hell. Die, you bastard. However, the next moment, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Bang! A thunderous collision resounded. The two massive hammers clashed, yet Lu Li, suspended in midair, remained utterly unscathed, not a single hair on his body disturbed. His robe remained pristine, and he didn't even furrow his brow. What a joke! The Xuanwu armor could nullify 98 of attacks from Calamity-class aberrations. Coupled with Lu Li's breakthrough to the Divine Connection Martial Sovereign Realm, such an attack was less than a mere tickle. Feeling refreshed? Now it's my turn. Lu Li smiled faintly, his long blades slicing through the air, and an aura of formidable might began to coalesce around him. The 10-kilometer perimeter of the border surged forth like a radiant sun. A tremendous sonic boom resounded. A brilliant flash of bladed light cleaved the heavens, rending the firmament and shattering the mountains. A colossal headless form collapsed in a thunderous explosion. Chapter 79. Struck by Unseen Forces. Upon witnessing this scene, aside from the relatively composed individuals from Huaxia, the netizens of the Western Alliance who were watching the live broadcast were left utterly dumbfounded. Particularly, the vociferous representatives of the Cosmic Nation were irate. How could this be human? We lost 7 or 8 aircraft and failed to eliminate this monstrous entity. Yet it was dispatched with a single blow? Is Huaxia's awakened power truly this formidable? Why does our nation not possess even a single awakened individual? We must devise a method to acquire one. Rest assured, we are already exploring our options. However, you are completely missing the point. Huaxia has opened fire on our sovereign territory, an act that is utterly unforgivable, and they must apologize. Soon thereafter, at the Blue Star Conference, the representative from the Cosmic Nation tearfully accused Huaxia, in a display of military might, launched countless missiles and shells at my Cosmic Nation, causing immeasurable losses. Huaxia has violated the Blue Star Peace Treaty and must apologize to my Cosmic Nation. Upon hearing this, Yang Mingyi, the representative of Huaxia, nearly spat out his drink. He had witnessed shamelessness before, but this was an unprecedented level of audacity. How could the Cosmic Nation, unable to eliminate those monsters and having their own capital besieged, dare to make such accusations? Had he not been previously acquainted with the Cosmic Nation's representative's lack of decorum, he might have leaped to his feet in indignation. Casting a disdainful glance at the Cosmic representative, he leisurely took a sip of water and coldly remarked, "In Huaxia, our actions have always been guided by the preservation of human civilization. We cannot bear to see our kin reduced to fodder for alien entities. Thus, we have expended military and financial resources to assist your Cosmic Nation in annihilating these monsters. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude, your nation demands an apology from us." Pausing for effect, Yang Mingyi continued with a sardonic tone, "I now have ample reason to suspect that your Cosmic Nation harbors numerous remnants of these alien entities, and many of your citizens have already been controlled by these monsters, making you their accomplices. Given the stakes of human survival, it is imperative that Huaxia conducts a search within your territory." The representative from the Cosmic Nation was left speechless. Are we not the victims? How did we become the accomplices? Observing the Cosmic representative's flushed visage, Yang Mingyi felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He scanned the room and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, human civilization stands at the brink of annihilation, yet it is laughable that many continue to target Huaxia. These monsters are referred to as aliens. Over a month ago, Huaxia issued a warning. Tragically, you have chosen to ignore the existential threat while fixating on Huaxia. Today marks Huaxia's final act of goodwill. How matters unfold from here, I leave to your own devices." With that, Yang Mingyi turned and strode out of the conference hall, suppressing his internal laughter. Those who are determined to meet their demise cannot be persuaded. As long as Huaxia remains intact, let them face their fate. In the Blue Star Conference Hall, the representatives of the Western Alliance exchanged bewildered glances as they gazed at the empty chair of Huaxia. Moments later, the room erupted into chaos. My God, so these terrifying extraterrestrial beings are indeed aliens? How much do they truly know? We must summon Yang back. No, invite Mr. Yang back. Watching as Lu Li effortlessly dispatched the colossal, terrifying, cataclysmic alien, the entire Huaxia was in an uproar. Aha, see? I told you the deputy commander was capable. Is this the power of attaining the divine martial sovereign realm? Incredible, soaring through the void with godlike abilities. Oh, I must intensify my training to break through to the true intent martial master realm as soon as possible. Envying those who have just entered the extraordinary realm. No worries. Brother, let us strive together. In a few months, their main forces will descend. Our Huaxiao awakened must be at the forefront. Indeed, let these wretched beasts witness our strength. In a flash, the vast awakened army of Huaxia escalated their fervor for cultivation. On Tianji Peak of Yunjing, Lu Li observed the fervent discussions online, a satisfied smile creeping onto his lips. This is the outcome he desired. While firearms can effectively eliminate lower-tier aliens, they are far less effective against the more terrifying calamity level, disaster level, or even world-ending aliens. The awakened army of Huaxia must reach a sufficient level of strength to combine with conventional weapons to resist these terrifying hordes of aliens. The thought of the endless waves of aliens descending upon them filled him with immense pressure. The optimal strategy would be to blanket the area with firepower, regardless of the level, before other forces surged in to engage. His greatest concern, however, was the technological capabilities of the aliens. Just the reconnaissance ship in orbit had proven impossible to capture or destroy despite countless attempts in the past. If they were to deploy several combat ships and bombard from orbit, what could they possibly do? Although there was no invasion of alien fleets in the past, as their forces relied solely on brute strength, he could not take that chance this time. In desperation, he recalled the Afang system. Tentatively, he inquired, "System, is there any additional information regarding the aliens' invasion?" Severe damage had been inflicted on the database. Initiating data retrieval. Searching. Retrieval complete. The following fragmented information is available. Galactic Defense Network broadcast number 12773. Year 1999 of the primordial era, the Galactic Defense Network faced an unidentified assault once more, resulting in a brief breach in the defensive formation. An unknown number of enemies entered the galaxy via jump technology. Please elevate the defense levels on the rear-life planets. The breach in the defense formation has been repaired, preventing further use of jump technology. Breeding. Danger. Beacons. Eliminate. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's brow gradually relaxed. It appears that due to the repair of this so-called Galactic Defense Network breach, the alien forces cannot utilize interstellar vessels. But why were wormholes not restricted by the defense network? Wait. Beacons. Eliminate. This is not good. Lu Li's eyes widened in sudden realization. He abruptly looked skyward, fixating on a specific point in the blue star's orbit. As if sensing Lu Li's gaze, the long-stationed alien ship suddenly radiated an intense glow. In the blink of an eye, its hull turned a fiery red, resembling a boiled shrimp. Boom! In a terrifying explosion, a mysterious signal carrying an unknown wealth of information surged forth at light speed into the boundless universe. Chapter 80. Restoration of the Energy Storage Device, the Mysterious Metal Box. As the enigmatic alien spacecraft erupted into a magnificent display of fireworks, Lu Li's heart sank heavily. Even the most oblivious could now grasp the urgency of the situation. Were it not for the existence of the mysterious star system's defensive formation, Blue Star, and indeed, all of humanity, would have long since been devoured by these alien entities. The colossal wormhole ruins on the moon, the terrifying alien corpses, and this so-called Vanguard Legion were merely precursors to a large-scale invasion. Now, the enemy had acquired what they sought. A tempest of assaults was imminent. Fortunately, they had only obtained a fraction of the intelligence regarding the combat capabilities of Huaxia. Did they truly believe they could transform Blue Star into their breeding ground? Did they think they could turn the people of Huaxia into their sustenance? They might have grand ambitions, but it remains to be seen if they possess the requisite strength. Lu Li narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy. He surveyed the vast forbidden zone of Tianji Peak, then set his sights upon the Kunlun Mecha Manufacturing Center. This immense mechanical marvel was tirelessly operating at full throttle, producing 2 first-generation Viper mechs and 1,000 terrifying robots daily. Upon observing those formidable robots, each standing under 10 meters tall with razor-sharp appendages, a new idea sparked within him. Though the quantity of these terrifying robots was considerable, they were largely expendable and could only serve as shock forces in battle. The first-generation Viper mechs were indeed powerful, yet their production was limited and energy-intensive, catering to only a small segment of the population. With millions of awakened individuals in Huaxia, adjustments were imperative. System, can the Kunlun Mecha Manufacturing Center be modified? The War Academy was dedicated to crafting and upgrading various human weaponry, requiring only a certain number of merit points for immediate custom upgrades. Reminder, this modification is complementary. Complementary? Lu Li's eyes lit up. Was fortune smiling upon him? Excellent. Expand the small mech production line, reducing the size to 1/6 of the first-generation Viper. The new generation of mechs shall be codenamed Saber. Equip it with the most formidable weaponry available. As the blueprints materialized, a luminous screen appeared before Lu Li. Initial small mech product from the War Academy, codenamed Saber. Manufactured by the Kunlun Mecha Manufacturing Center. Production rate, 100 units per day. Mass, 800 tons. Height, 30 meters. Wingspan, 30 meters. Energy core, primary energy block, slot X1. Operating system, Kunlun Combat System 5. 0. Long-range equipment parameters, 460 mm plasma, main cannon X1, 300 mm plasma howitzer X3, 6-barrel, 100 mm Gatling gun X3. Shoulder-fired missile stock, 50 rounds. Capable of carrying various types of ammunition, including penetrating and incendiary rounds. Close combat equipment parameters, specialized titanium alloy battle blade X1, titanium alloy ion saw blade X1. Melee equipment can retract into the arms and deploy during combat. Defensive mechanism, arc ion shield. Gazing at the densely packed parameters, Lu Li nodded in satisfaction. The size had been significantly reduced, yet the weapon system's caliber remained robust. With such a configuration, this mech could rival a disaster-class alien creature. Its combat prowess was more than sufficient to handle tenfold numbers of disaster-class alien hordes. While Huaxia had a multitude of awakened individuals, few could reach his level in such a short span of time. This mech would effectively bolster their lower-tier combat strength. Are you aliens not tough-skinned and resilient? Apologies. My armor is even thicker. Do you not possess infinite numbers? My numbers are substantial as well. Furthermore, our Huaxiao Awakened Legion embodies the unity of man and machine, mastering both science and martial arts. My cannons can obliterate your gaping maw at will, and while you may shatter my armor, my crew will emerge unscathed. When I step out, my titanium blade will easily sever your throat. Just as Lu Li envisioned his mech legion battling the aliens. The enhancement notification from the Afang system sounded once more. Ding. Congratulations to the host for commanding the eradication of the invading alien vanguard team against Huaxia. Congratulations. The host has received a reward of 500,000 merit points. The D-zone of the first layer of the Afang system has been unlocked, and the data is updated. Host, Lu Li, Huaxia Human Race Age. 19 years identity. Deputy Commander of the Disaster Defense Joint Command, Huaxia 1-star War General. Legion Leader of the Awakened Legion Awakening Level. Divine Martial Sovereign Technique. Wind God Steps Vehicle. Modified Viper No. 1 Weapon. Huaxia Dragon Sparrow Blade. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's eyes sparkled with delight. Setting aside the 500,000 merit points, the unlocking of a new area signified the availability of new treasures. He could hardly contain his excitement. Entering the system space, he whispered a thought, and his consciousness was swiftly drawn into a swirling vortex. Within the dreamlike system space, the stars revolved and shone brightly. Perhaps sensing the impending crisis, the Afang system deviated from its usual sluggishness. The moment Lu Li's consciousness materialized, 3 crimson, celestial bodies abruptly broke free from the stellar ribbons and appeared before him. The display case vanished, and the special effects of the new area dissipated, replaced by a torrential downpour of resources. As the vast starry void opened, a cascade of colorful awakening potions and techniques poured forth like a waterfall. In mere moments, the bounty amassed to the size of a small mountain. Lu Li gaped in disbelief, rubbing his eyes in astonishment. The sheer quantity of potions was estimated at over 100,000 doses, surpassing the reward he had just received. What was happening with the system today? Had it been pent up? Was it having a fit? Both free and pouring forth resources, it had always been so stingy before. What was the deal? Seemingly noticing Lu Li's astonishment, the ethereal voice of the Afang system resonated once again. During the return journey to Blue Star, this system was subjected to targeted strikes by unknown means. The alien Vanguard Legion has arrived, and the system's energy storage device has been restored. The system's energy value has surpassed the danger threshold. Please make reasonable use of the resources provided. Upon hearing this, Lu Li instantly understood. No wonder the system had been so miserly before. Even siphoning several thousand merit points from him during the lottery, it had suffered damage. Wait a moment. Targeted strikes by unknown means? As he pondered, a chill crept down Lu Li's spine. What kind of terrifying force could inflict damage on the system? He doubted that the alien beings, mindlessly savage, possessed such capabilities. What lay hidden behind these aliens? After much contemplation, he could not arrive at a conclusion and decided to set aside such thoughts for the time being. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, he could not escape it. Furthermore, if they were truly formidable, they could not have anticipated that the Vanguard Legion would replenish the system's energy, could they? Once Huaxia grew stronger and ventured into the boundless cosmos, no matter what they were, they would have to kneel before him. While immersed in thought, the thunderous sound of machinery echoed once more. Subsequently, 3 colossal metal boxes, standing at a height of 500 meters, burst forth from the crimson celestial bodies and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 81. The New Production Line. The Divine Device. Upon seeing the 3 immense metal boxes, Lu Li inhaled sharply. The Kunlun mecha production line had merely reached a height of 300 meters. Yet these colossal entities were undoubtedly creations of the highest caliber. With palpable excitement, he activated the first metal box's panel display. His eyes widened in astonishment as he read the words emblazoned on the screen. Iron Curtain Device X3, the first-generation dual-purpose device of the War Academy. Usage: fusion energy charging. Automatic coverage extension. Units under the device's coverage are immune to attacks from monstrosities below the calamity level for 30 minutes, immune to disaster-level monstrosities for 10 minutes, and receive a 10 damage reduction against world-ending monstrosities. Incredible. A dual-purpose device that provides direct immunity to damage. This was nothing short of miraculous. Lu Li nearly uttered an expletive. Previously, he had been anxious about the defensive capabilities of the circular steel fortress of Huaxia, which soared to a height of 600 meters and spanned hundreds of meters in width, enveloped in high-grade steel and constructed with super cement. However, calamity-level monstrosities exceeded heights of 500 meters and weighed tens of millions of tons. Should they approach the city walls, unforeseen calamities could ensue. Now, with such a remarkable device in hand, as long as the attacks were not excessively monstrous, the Huaxia circular steel fortress would stand unyielding. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The term offensive was clearly inscribed. This device could also be employed on offensive units. For instance, his Mecha Legion or the Awakening Legion. Once these offensive weapons were equipped with the Iron Curtain device, no matter how vast the scale of the monstrosities, he could still decimate them with ease, as long as the immunity period had not elapsed. Regardless of whether they were calamity level or disaster level, the Huaxia Legion would remain unscathed. Envisioning the potential combat scenarios that lay ahead, Lu Li couldn't and Oppos, help but chuckle. He even contemplated duplicating several sets for direct use. However, his smile froze as he perused the subsequent instructions. The screen boldly stated, due to resource limitations on Blue Star, the Iron Curtain device cannot be replicated. The device consumes an immense amount of energy and has a cooldown period of 24 hours after each use. Well, that was somewhat acceptable. Lu Li sighed and gave himself a light pat on the head before deciding to explore what treasures lay within the next box. Without hesitation, he activated the display of the second metal box. A hum resonated as streams of characters swiftly materialized. Standard equipment production line for the Awakening Legion at the War Academy. Capable of producing standard weaponry for the Awakening Legion, titanium alloy sabers, titanium alloy armor, plasma rifles, and more. What? A standard equipment production line? Lu Li was overwhelmed with joy. Upon closer inspection of the attributes of the equipment, he was nearly compelled to leap with excitement. These titanium alloy sabers and armor were not mere alloy creations. They bore intricate arrays of attack and defense inscribed upon them. Their power extended far beyond that of ordinary cold weapons. Previously, he had been troubled about the equipment for the Awakening Legion, but now that concern was swiftly alleviated. Although the Huaxia Weapon Research Institute had already analyzed the technology of the first-generation Viper mecha and achieved some results, producing items like plasma cannons and titanium alloy sabers. The technological gap had rendered the manufacturing efficiency lamentably low. The intricate arrays could only be painstakingly researched by a few masters. Now, however, a mature production line was available for reference. With a swift turn of Huaxia's Wheel of Fortune, they could replicate tens, hundreds, or thousands of units. By the time the wormhole opened, the Awakening Legion of Huaxia would be fully equipped with these extraordinary armaments. Their combat power would undergo a qualitative leap. Seeing the excitement of the first 2 metal boxes, Lu Li eagerly prepared to activate the display of the third box, brimming with anticipation for the surprises it might hold. Yet, After a prolonged effort, his finger nearly pressed through the screen, and the display remained unresponsive. "System, are you frozen?" Lu Li questioned in disbelief. "This item is temporarily inaccessible. Information cannot be viewed. It will be stored with the host until the appropriate moment for activation," the system replied. What? Such a procedure existed? Lu Li's mouth fell agape, utterly bewildered. He had been given the items, yet could not access them. What did that mean? Wasn't it quite generous moments ago? Now he even suspected that the system, in its excitement, had provided too much and was now backtracking. Goodness, can a program make mistakes and display emotions too? Perhaps sensing Lu Li's thoughts, the ethereal voice of the Apang system resonated once more. Should the Iron Curtain device and the Awakening Legion equipment production line be initiated? Upon hearing this, Lu Li realized that the Apang system was attempting to shift the focus. However, he was unperturbed. With everything in the pot, what was there to fear? Initiate? Let us commence with the Awakening Legion equipment production line first. The Iron Curtain device can wait. Lu Li pondered aloud. It was ludicrous. The circular steel fortress of Huaxiao was over 1,000 miles away. To transport such massive structures, which towered hundreds of meters high, from Tianji Peak would pose a significant logistical challenge. They couldn't simply disassemble it. Such a device was not meant to be taken apart. If it could not be reassembled, he would have nowhere to lament his misfortune. Executing command. With the harmonious chime of the Apang system, Lu Li's consciousness departed from the system space. At the Tianji Peak Forbidden Zone, 3 kilometers away from the Kunlun Mecha Manufacturing Center, a brilliant radiance suddenly manifested in midair. Amidst the astonished gazes of those in the Forbidden Zone, a resounding crash reverberated. A colossal metal box, hundreds of meters tall, plummeted to the ground, shaking the very mountain itself. The Huaxiao warriors, engaged in training and defensive duties, gaped in shock. Heavens, where did this behemoth come from? If I'm not mistaken, it fell from the void. Alert! Alert! The piercing alarm echoed throughout the Tianji Peak Forbidden Zone. In an instant, all special teams, mecha legions, and awakened individuals sprang into action, their weapons drawn and cannons primed, their gazes fixated on the enormous metal box, ready to unleash a lethal assault. This was no jest. This was Huaxia's most tightly secured location. An unidentified object had inexplicably crashed down. If it posed a threat to Huaxia, the implications could be dire, despite previous similar occurrences. In this moment, no one dared to exhibit even a hint of carelessness. As everyone held their breath, tense and prepared to fire upon potential enemies, Lu Li's figure materialized in the air. Observing the situation below, he was momentarily taken aback. This seemed to be a bit much. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he rubbed his forehead and cheerfully announced, "There is no need for alarm, everyone. This is a new device I have brought." Chapter 82. Progress of the Fortress Inspection. Ghostly Shadows. Upon hearing the news, the individuals on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. It was the deputy commander. There was nothing to worry about. Just as they relaxed, a thunderous roar of machinery echoed. Before their eyes, a colossal metallic structure began to transform at an astonishing speed. Gears whirred, and mechanical arms flailed about. In a matter of moments, a vast equipment production center, resembling a mecha assembly line and covering an area of 1 square kilometer, had taken shape. Not far away, the small-scale production line at the Kunlun Mecha Manufacturing Center also sprang to life. Some resources designated for mecha manufacturing were swiftly commandeered by intelligent programs. Amidst the rumbling of machinery, bundles of high-quality steel were compressed and shaped. Under the guidance of the program, some were cast into parts while others formed molds. In less than half an hour, this small mecha production line was officially completed. The on-site warriors from Huaxia were left astounded. What speed was this? 2 factories completed in such a short time? Transformers? This was truly terrifying. Even more astonishing was that shortly after the factories were finished, an array of brand-new armors, gleaming battle blades, and sleek plasma rifles began to roll off the assembly line in a continuous stream. Was it truly possible for them to produce so quickly? Moreover, the quality of these weapons was evident. The intricate designs bore resemblance to the formations that the masters of Huaxia had tirelessly researched day and night. In the midst of the crowd's astonishment, Lu Li spoke up. "Darkblade Squad, Listener Squad, Nine-Tailed Fox Squad, heed my command. You are ordered to complete your equipment change immediately." Yes, the 3 special squad leaders responded excitedly and promptly set to work. The warriors eagerly discarded their bulletproof vests and assorted gear, rushing to don the newly produced standard awakening equipment from the metal storeroom. The leader of the Nine-Tailed Fox Special Squad, Kong Yi, selected a piece of female standard armor. As soon as she donned it, she felt an immediate transformation. Not only did she appear more valiant, but more importantly, she sensed an enhancement in her control over her awakening powers and her physical capabilities. This armor seemed tailor-made for her. It felt as if her thoughts and the armor were one. She even felt capable of harnessing the strength of every cell in her body. Overwhelmed with joy, her gaze shifted to a titanium alloy battle blade nearby. As she picked it up, a surge of formidable battle intent surged from her feet to the crown of her head. In that moment, she felt her entire being ablaze with combat fervor. With her current cultivation at the true intent martial sovereign level, she would have struggled to confront a catastrophic level aberration without any external power. But now, she was confident that with just one blade, she could crush the skull of such an aberration. Amidst her exhilaration, her beautiful eyes turned skyward to the figure of the youth clad in a flowing white robe. A wave of profound curiosity washed over her. Was our deputy commander human or divine? How had he acquired such extraordinary creations and equipment? Simultaneously, she felt a deep sense of relief. It was fortunate that such a mysterious figure was on their side. If he were an enemy, she could hardly fathom how to contend with him. As they observed the special squads changing their gear, the eyes of the other Huaxiao warriors widened in astonishment. Witnessing the reactions of the special squad members, they could hardly contain their eagerness to rush forward and acquire their own sets. Lu Li gently descended, glancing at them with a smile. Everyone, do not be anxious. Look over there. With this remarkable individual present, Huaxiao will soon be able to establish additional production lines. Upon hearing this, the warriors turned back with skepticism. With a creak, several formidable Dongfeng armored vehicles came to a halt. The esteemed director of the Huaxiao Weapon Research Institute, Elder Tang He, along with several masters of Huaxia, hurriedly arrived, their eyes lined with dark circles from exhaustion. Upon seeing the operational production line and the equipment donned by the special squads, their eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Good heavens! What we have been tirelessly researching has already been systematically equipped on you. Elder Tang exclaimed in disbelief. Please tell me this was just produced. Deputy Commander, what is this? Elder Tang trembled, pointing at the enormous metallic structure beside them. Elder Tang, this is the standard equipment production line for Huaxia's Awakening Legion, Lu Li replied with a smile. And it just appeared out of thin air? Elder Tang inquired further. Well, one could say that. Lu Li hesitated before continuing. Elder Tang, esteemed masters, time is of the essence. Each production line has limited output. We must immediately expand our capacity. No problem, leave it to me. In Jiangnan, Huaxia, at the construction site of the circular iron fortress, the prominent figure from the Huaxia Ministry of Works, Hong Xiangming, stood atop the gradually forming city wall, gazing into the distance. Having witnessed the terrifying destructive power of the aberrant vanguard forces days prior, he had once again heightened the construction standards. It was no joke. A 100-meter-tall building could be flattened with ease. If Huaxia and Apos' circular fortress could not encircle and annihilate the majority of the aberrant forces once they spread across the land. Given Huaxia and Apos' population density and urban concentration, countless lives would be lost. Would the Great Wall of Huaxia be able to withstand the terrifying hordes of aberrations? At that moment, he felt a growing sense of unease. While he was deep in thought, Lu Li's figure quietly emerged above the iron fortress. He too was meticulously observing the construction progress of Huaxia and Apos' steel fortress. At this moment, the circular steel fortress, towering 600 meters high and extending over 2,000 kilometers, with a foundation plunging 100 meters deep, had already been completely poured. The main framework of the city wall was improving day by day. The wall, wider at the base and narrowing towards the top, was encased in 10 meters of high-quality steel. Within the core, countless thick rebars stood erect, and towering cranes tirelessly hoisted super cement to pour from above. After reaching a certain height, dedicated personnel would measure the data. Only when all metrics met the predetermined values would the next pouring phase commence. To expedite the process, more and more awakened individuals joined in, their strength and physical prowess far surpassing that of ordinary people. All high difficulty and high-risk positions were filled by the awakened. From above, the scene resembled a swarm of ants, tirelessly laboring at their respective posts with unwavering diligence. The roar of machinery and the surge of humanity filled the air. Across the construction site stretching over 2,000 kilometers, No one complained of fatigue or hardship. They all aspired to contribute to the Great Wall of Huaxia. Even though they knew that Huaxia's combat capabilities had reached a formidable level, none dared to slacken their efforts. Who knew how many terrifying aberrations existed? Without the Great Wall, perhaps Huaxia could withstand 1 or 2 waves. But what if there were endless high-level aberrations? The very thought was chilling. This was the critical defensive line for Huaxia. There could be no negligence. Sweat now would lead to less bloodshed in battle. For Huaxia, they would give their all. Observing the grand construction scene, even Lu Li, with his transcendent state of mind, felt his emotions surge. Just as he prepared to head towards the reserved firepower area of the fortress to activate the Iron Curtain mechanism, a shadowy figure appeared in an inconspicuous corner of the construction site, catching his eye. Chapter 83. Continue your pretense. Suddenly, 2 icy beams shot from Lu Li's eyes. His first instinct was that it was the Divine Grace Agency. At this moment, the Western Alliance would never dare to stir trouble in Huaxia. Damn it, how relentless they are, trying to undermine my foundation. If I do not seek you out, you come looking for death. With a cold snort, Lu Li's figure shot down from the sky like a cannonball, creating a series of sonic booms. In an instant, he stood in front of a sneaky figure. It was a middle-aged man wearing a red hard hat, who appeared rather honest and was holding a cutting machine, glancing around. Upon seeing Lu Li suddenly appear before him, the man was startled, stammering, "Why you? Who are you? What do you want?" Lu Li smirked coldly. An apostle of the Divine Grace Agency? The middle-aged man's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, but he forced himself to remain calm. What Divine Grace Agency? I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you? Don't hinder my work here, or I'll call someone to arrest you. Upon hearing this, Lu Li nearly laughed aloud. Continue your pretense. He decided not to take action, merely watching him coldly. The middle-aged man, frustrated by his failed intimidation, snapped, "Get out of the way." He reached out to grab Lu Li's shoulder, attempting to shove him aside. However, to his astonishment, he realized he could not budge the young man in white at all. In that moment, the realization hit him. This fellow had just descended from the sky. No, he didn't T-fall. He could fly. A look of horror spread across the man's face. He-s at the divine martial sovereign level. Too late to comprehend, Lu Li roared, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the middle-aged man flying several meters, crashing against the steel wall. Before the man could react, a pair of iron claws clamped tightly around his throat, while another claw gripped his forehead. A torrent of system data surged into his mind, threatening to overwhelm him. However, having seemingly learned from past experiences, the apostle's mind appeared fortified this time, causing the system's analysis to slow significantly. The massive data stream struggled to fully consume the dense black mass in the man's mind. The collision of forces left the middle-aged man in agony, screaming, Let me go. Help." 2 streams of crimson tears flowed from his eyes. Nearby workers, alerted by the commotion, rushed over, their faces filled with shock. They dropped their tools, yelling, "Sorry Lang. Who are you? Let old Lu go. Call the Awakeners. Hurry." The construction site erupted in chaos as groups of workers, armed with cutting machines and steel pipes, surged forward. "You must let old Lu go. This is murder," they cried. "Where are the Awakeners? We can't waste time. Stop him. Old Lu is dying." As several burly workers charged forward, wielding steel bars, a powerful aura erupted, halting their advance. They could not move another step. Meanwhile, on the wall overseeing the construction, the high-ranking official, Hong Xiangming, received the report. Fuming, he slammed his fist against the wall, exclaiming, "Damn it! How dare they commit murder in Huaxia's fortress? Order the enforcement team to respond immediately. They must save him. Those who dare resist will be killed without mercy." Yes, the enforcement team is on their way. Shortly thereafter, a dozen formidable figures leapt into action, rapidly approaching. Their thunderous shouts echoed, "Stop! Release him immediately. Those who dare commit murder in the fortress shall be killed without mercy." Upon hearing this, the workers who had been stagnant suddenly felt exhilarated. Haha, let us see how long you can act so arrogantly, in broad daylight, relying on the power of the awakened to commit murder. You must be unaware that the penalties for awakened individuals in Huaxia are far more severe than for ordinary people. Surrender now, and perhaps you may receive leniency. Ignoring their taunts, Lu Li remained focused as the system's data stream was on the verge of consuming the remaining black mass. Just as he was about to finish, the first awakener to arrive, enraged, charged at him. Within 10 meters, a finely crafted silver spear sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lu Li's arm. The attacker, with a cold glare, believed his peak extraordinary strength would allow him to shatter Lu Li's arm with a single thrust. However, in the next moment, he realized his grave mistake. As the unstoppable spear approached within 2 meters of Lu Li, a golden shield suddenly appeared. The silver spear shattered upon contact, disintegrating into useless iron shavings. This is impossible. The attacker stared in disbelief. What is happening? Other arriving awakeners witnessed the scene, their expressions turning to shock. The target is too tough. Let us all attack at once, they shouted. With that, the group of awakeners began to gather energy, unleashing powerful shockwaves. Kill. A dozen awakeners armed with melee weapons charged forward. Boom. In the distance, a woman wielding a large-caliber sniper rifle fired. The dual waves of assault sealed off all avenues for Lu Li's escape. They were determined to subdue the madman before them. Yet in the next moment, their offensive came to a screeching halt. As they turned to see the familiar face, their brows furrowed in confusion. Deputy Commander? The Legion Commander? In disbelief, they stumbled over one another, their weapons clattering to the ground. Though the workers did not recognize Lu Li, the awakeners were all too familiar with him. Commander, forgive us, we didn't know it was you. The awakeners scrambled to their feet, their faces reddening with embarrassment. Heavens, if we had known it was the commander, we wouldn't have dared to act. The thought of disrupting the commander's work sent cold sweat cascading down their backs. At this moment, the data stream of the Afang system had just completed its consumption of the black, fibrous substance and began to unravel its complexities with remarkable speed. Observing the bewildered awakened individuals, Lu Li offered a faint smile and gestured reassuringly, saying, "It is of no consequence. You have your duties to uphold." Sensing the analytical information transmitted by the system, he surveyed the room and remarked coldly, "I am aware that your hearts are brimming with questions. Therefore, let us unveil the true visage behind this face." Chapter 84. The Faceless Sorcerer, the Fortress Must Not Falter. As the conversation unfolded, Lu Li tightened his grip on the arm of the middle-aged man, his strength suddenly intensifying. In an instant, the man's previously unassuming visage began to morph, revealing a myriad of faces that flickered in rapid succession, men and women, the elderly and children, all appearing in a chaotic dance of identities. After a moment of grotesque distortion, his mosaic-like features finally crystallized into a visage riddled with wrinkles, devoid of any luster. Witnessing this transformation, the onlookers gasped in shock. He was not old Lu. Who could he possibly be? Why was this happening? With a sudden exertion of force, Lu Li crushed the lifeless body in his grasp into a fine powder. Humph. He is the 6th apostle of the Divine Grace Agency, the Faceless Sorcerer. Regardless of who it may be, as long as their strength does not surpass his, a mere glance from him allows him to assume their appearance. As for why he is here, I trust you can deduce that on your own. Lu Li spoke while directing his gaze towards the awakened individuals present. The group, having just relaxed, was now drenched in cold sweat. This was undoubtedly an attempt to undermine the foundation of Huaxia. My subordinates have failed. I implore the Legion Commander to mete out punishment. Many began to plead for forgiveness. The prominent figure from the Huaxia Ministry of Industry, Hong Xiangming, also arrived. Upon grasping the situation, his face flushed with embarrassment. He had nearly jeopardized the deputy commander, who fortunately possessed formidable strength. Lu Li waved his hand, displaying no intention of reproach. He understood that the apostles of the Divine Grace Agency appeared and vanished without a trace, employing unique communication methods. Had it not been for this fortuitous encounter, even he might not have detected them. As he processed the information relayed by the system, Lu Li felt the gravity of the situation. The Great Wall Fortress of Huaxia must not falter. Determined, he pressed the communicator. Tianji, this is Dongliang. I am issuing a battle order. The Darkblade Squad, the Speaker Squad, the Nine-Tailed Fox Squad, and 3 assigned special brigades. All mech legions and 2/3 of the awakened forces must conclude their training and immediately mobilize to the circular fortress. All units, commence extensive drills to safeguard the fortress. Not only that, but he also contacted the 5 masters of Huaxia, except for the feuding Kunlun and Shushan, who remained at Tianji Peak to guard Yunjing. The other 3 masters were already en route in mechs, racing towards the fortress. After executing a series of actions, Lu Li finally exhaled in relief. Although he had deduced that the Divine Grace Agency had not dispatched excessive forces to the circular fortress, caution was paramount. Given their nature, they would not simply relent. He could not afford to handle everything alone. It was time for Huaxia's military strength to come into play. Furthermore, preemptive firepower deployment would also prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Although there were still over 4 months until the wormhole opened, too many changes had already transpired in this lifetime. Should the wormhole activate prematurely without a proper response, it would indeed spell disaster. Within less than an hour, in the distance, a multitude of dark specks suddenly appeared in the sky. These specks moved at extraordinary speed, and in the blink of an eye, massive mechs gleaming with metallic luster soared above the fortress. Boom, boom, with agile flips. The first-generation Viper Mech Legion from Huaxia descended like dumplings, landing with a thunderous impact. These towering constructs, standing at 200 meters, caused the ground to tremble with each step they took. As the colossal plasma cannons with a caliber of 1,000 millimeters whirred to life, many workers and awakened individuals, encountering mechs for the first time, gasped in awe. Such a display of brutal beauty would captivate anyone not lacking in fortitude. With the heavy sound of hydraulic valves in motion, the three masters, Zhuge Yuan, Li Chengfeng, and the Compassionate One, were the first to open the hatches and leap down. Zhuge Yuan chuckled, "My young friend, upon receiving your message, we old fellows rushed here without delay. Those scoundrels from the Divine Grace Agency are up to no good again. If the Buddha finds out, he shall blow their watermelon to pieces." The Compassionate One's eyes glinted menacingly. Although Li Chengfeng was not one for many words, he fiercely nodded in agreement. With their arrival, Lu Li's heart settled completely. With these peak true intent martial sovereigns alongside the Mech Legion and the subsequent awakened forces, what could the Divine Grace Agency possibly do? 1,000 of them could come, and 1,000 would fall. He smiled and said, "Excellent. Now, allow me to present to you something truly remarkable." What could it be? Zhuge Yuan's interest peaked as he paused his fan. The Compassionate One's eyes brightened, his shiny bald head leaning closer. "My young friend, you Haven and Opos, conjured up another colossal contraption, have you?" "Guess," Lu Li teased, then pressed his fingers against his temple. Buzz. A light the size of a grain of rice suddenly shot forth from his brow. Boom. The light rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive metallic block 500 meters high in the blink of an eye. In awe, the onlookers gaped, their mouths agape. "Another one? My young friend, how many treasures do you possess?" The Compassionate One murmured, struggling to find words. The sheer height of this creation surpassed the unfinished walls of the fortress. "This device is called the Iron Curtain." As Lu Li explained, the enormous metal construct completed its deployment. Unlike the activation of a production line, the unfolding of the Iron Curtain was remarkably straightforward. The massive metallic casing peeled away, revealing a device radiating red light, towering at 500 meters. The master's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon witnessing the device's core, they felt an invisible force field enveloping the surrounding area. Within this field, even their peak true intent martial sovereign strength rendered them insignificantly small, akin to a grain of sand in the ocean. What kind of power is this? Even the typically composed Li Chengfeng found himself speaking aloud in disbelief. The Iron Curtain is a protective mechanism. The force field you perceive is merely its intrinsic defensive measure. Its extraordinary quality lies in its ability, after charging, to cloak allied units, such as the fortress walls or mechs, in an imperceptible protective field. Before the field dissipates, it can render units immune to attacks from calamity-level and disaster-level aberrations. Even against world-ending aberrations, it retains some immunity. Lu Li spoke with a calm demeanor, hands clasped behind his back. "What?" The three masters turned in unison, their faces a canvas of disbelief. While they recognized the time limitations of this device, it did nothing to diminish its extraordinary attributes. Lu Li shook his head and stated firmly, "Esteemed seniors, you have witnessed the power of technology. The aberration crisis presents an opportunity for Huaxia. Trust me, our future goal is the stars and the seas." Just as the group brimmed with aspirations for the future, Lu Li's communicator abruptly chimed. "Deputy Commander, the national leader requests your immediate return to Yunjing. The winds are rising." Chapter 85. Aren't you all quite impressive? Here you are, seeking assistance from Huaxia? In the Command Center for Disaster Defense in Yunjing, Huaxia, as Lu Li's figure emerged, the elder enthusiastically waved him over, saying, "Lu Li, come here quickly. National leader, what urgent matter do you have?" Lu Li approached briskly, a sense of unease bubbling within him. Could it be that the Divine Grace Bureau was causing trouble in Yunjing? The elder sighed slightly before smiling faintly. "Several leaders from the Western Alliance have arrived. Oh, Luli immediately grasped the situation. It seemed they too had sensed the gravity of the current crisis and had come to seek assistance from Huaxia. The thought struck him as particularly amusing. Just a few days prior, they had been so arrogant, dismissing Huaxia's every word and even forming a joint fleet to coerce Huaxia into submission. Now, just a few days later, they were in desperate need? Humph, in my opinion. Their survival is of no concern to me. The elder stroked his beard, his voice turning cold. However, you were the one to first raise the alarm regarding this alien threat. This matter pertains to the survival of human civilization, and I would like to hear your opinion on it. National leader, I know what needs to be done, Luli replied calmly. Excellent. In that case, you shall represent Huaxia and meet with those individuals shortly. Remember, do not be courteous. All decisions are to be made solely by you. Understood. Luli saluted gravely and turned to leave. The elder hastily grabbed his arm, chuckling, no rush, no rush. They've already been kept waiting for 5 hours. A little longer one and Appos, T. Hurt. At that moment, within the grand reception hall of Yunjing, the leaders of the Western Alliance wore expressions as grim as if they had lost their parents. They had adjusted their schedules for this visit to Huaxia, landing at the Kyoto airport early that morning. Initially, they had planned for a swift resolution, merely needing to show a semblance of goodwill to extract detailed intelligence from Huaxia regarding the alien threat. Yet, they had never anticipated such an ill-fated journey. Huaxia had sent only one staff member on a tricycle to greet them, and after bringing them to the reception hall, Huaxia had seemingly abandoned them. In the vast hall, aside from a nearly toothless security guard, not a single soul was in sight. The most outrageous part was that Huaxia had prepared only 5 small stools, leaving all the tables completely empty. Moreover, there was not even a cup of tea to be found. This was disastrous. They were accustomed to lavish feasts during their previous visits to Huaxia, and now, accompanied by dozens of guards, they had not even been provided with a bottle of water. They attempted to send someone to buy refreshments, but were firmly denied by Huaxia on the grounds of security concerns. Now, they felt as if their throats were ablaze. The leaders of the Western Alliance lamented in their hearts, yet they found themselves utterly powerless. After all, this was Huaxia. When Huaxia forbade you from doing something, you simply could not do it. Safety, all for the sake of safety. Temup, leaning against the wall and sitting on a small stool, wore a face full of despondency. He too had not expected Huaxia to be so unreasonable. Gentlemen, it seems this visit is not going well. Without making some concessions, the Western Alliance will find it impossible to extract any information from Huaxia. As a businessman, he quickly grasped the crux of the issue. However, not everyone shared his insight. The golden-haired leader from the UK, notorious for his troublemaking, remained obstinate. He licked his cracked lips and shouted angrily, "No, Huaxia is sealing its own fate. Once the Western Alliance collapses, Huaxia will face dire consequences as well. Do they truly believe they can single-handedly combat the countless monstrous beings? That is simply impossible." The leg-weary leader from the broken arm grasshopper, hearing this, vehemently concurred. What the golden-haired gentleman says is absolutely correct. Huaxia prides itself on being a nation of etiquette. Yet their current behavior is a blatant insult to that very notion. The situation is urgent, and at this moment, they dare to assert their dominance over us. This is utterly foolish. We should unite against external threats. Upon hearing this, the Kangaroo Nation leader's brows furrowed in anger at Huaxia's actions. He prepared to take a few steps forward to denounce Huaxia's transgressions. However, as he moved, a cramp shot through his foot. With a loud thud, he collapsed to the ground, 2 of his golden teeth flying out. After standing for 5 or 6 hours, his legs had given out. Curse it! The Kangaroo Nation leader covered his mouth and howled in pain. He shot an angry glare at the Universe Nation leader, who stood nearby, trying not to laugh. Damn it! You cosmic thief! Hurry up and help me up. This is all your fault. Arn and Amp. Appos, T, you good at stealing? Why not steal some information from Huaxia instead? We've been standing here forever for nothing, and I just got my teeth fixed. The Universe Nation leader was bewildered. Why am I suddenly being dragged into this? Can't you see that I'm standing too? What do you want from me? If you're so impressive, why not grab a stool yourself? Seeing that no one was inclined to assist him, the fallen Kangaroo Nation leader decided to remain on the ground. I'm too tired. Let it all end. And so, another hour passed. After a total wait of 7 hours, movement was finally detected outside the reception hall. A steady cadence of footsteps echoed down the corridor. Hearing this long-awaited sound, the leaders' hearts surged with joy. Thank God, we have finally arrived. adjusting their collars and ties, even in such dire circumstances. The leaders of the Western Alliance did not forget to tidy their appearances. Once they hastily finished their preparations, the door to the conference room creaked open. Lu Li entered with an expressionless demeanor. Upon entering, he frowned slightly. What is going on here? Why is this conference room so empty? And why is there someone lying on the floor? Seeing Lu Li's displeasure, Temup was the first to react. He delivered a sharp kick to the Kangaroo Nation leader's backside. Get up, you fool. Do you still want to embarrass us further? Witnessing this scene, Lu Li couldn't contain his amusement. He understood perfectly that this was the elder's doing. Excellent. When dealing with this bunch of fools, one must not show any kindness. With a slight shift in thought, he decided to play along. Raising his chin, he declared loudly, "Bring me a luxurious set of mahogany tables and chairs, and a few bottles of chilled cola." Chapter 86. Temup's near plea in the meeting room of the Huaxiao reception pavilion. A vast emptiness enveloped the hall. The leaders of the Western Alliance were taken aback, completely unprepared for the youthful and audacious Lu Li. Particularly, Temup, whose love for soda was well known, had even installed a button on his desk that summoned a cold, refreshing cola with the mere press of a finger. Thirsty and parched, his eyes were glued to the cola in Lu Li's hand. With a mischievous smile, Lu Li finished a can with a satisfying duong and tossed the empty can to Temup before plopping down into an opulent executive chair. Observing the Western Alliance leaders standing obediently, he propped his legs up and leisurely began to brew tea, though there was only a single teacup on the table. Witnessing this scene, the golden-haired leader could no longer contain himself. Blushing, he stepped forward and exclaimed in English, "Mr. Lu, is this how you treat your guests in Huaxia? We have crossed the ocean to come here for what? For the fate of all human civilization. Your behavior is a blatant insult to the entire Western Alliance. You disregard the interests of humanity. This is outrageous. Oh, what utter nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Li furrowed his brow and cast a disinterested glance at the golden-haired leader. Slowly sipping his tea, he set down the cup and shrugged. "This is Huaxia. We do not understand the language of beasts." "Enough. Mr. Lu Yu. What do you mean by you?" The golden-haired leader stammered. "If you are here to argue, then you may leave. Huaxia does not welcome you." Lu Li's tone suddenly hardened. Hearing this, Temup became restless. After finishing the cola can, he took a breath to compose himself and urgently pulled the golden-haired leader aside. "Mr. Gold, for the sake of God, please say less." Turning back to Lu Li, he offered an apologetic smile. "Mr. Lu, please do not take offense. Mr. Gold does not represent our Western Alliance." The golden-haired leader was left dumbfounded. Wasn't the alliance supposed to stand united? Why was he being sold out? Lu Li had no interest in pleasantries. He coldly regarded Temup and said, "I trust that Mr. Temup is a wise man. Feel free to present any proposals. What Huaxia cannot do, we shall not do, and what we can do, we may not necessarily do for you." Upon hearing this, Temup's spirits lifted. With his limited command of Chinese, he failed to grasp the underlying meaning in Lu Li's words. He eagerly replied, "Mr. Lu, we of the Western Alliance hope that Huaxia can share all intelligence regarding those damned aberrations. Please do not doubt our sincerity. Whatever Huaxia requires, we are willing to offer." Lu Li chuckled at Temup's enthusiasm. "What do you think is the most crucial factor at this moment?" "God, that goes without saying. It is resources." Temup answered without hesitation. "Congratulations, you are correct." Lu Li reclined in his chair, spreading his arms. "However, do you still possess any resources?" Temup was instantly dumbfounded. Recently, in pursuit of acquiring Huaxia's fusion devices, the Western Alliance had depleted its treasury. Following Huaxia's sale of agricultural bonds, their already dwindling assets were further stripped away. Now, they faced shortages even for the materials needed to manufacture firearms. What resources could they possibly have left? At that moment, the leader of the United States felt an urge to weep. Was this part of Huaxia's scheme? How could they have anticipated every critical juncture? It was beyond reason, yet he forced himself to maintain composure. "Mr. Lu, setting aside urgently needed resources like food and steel, we of the Western Alliance can still exchange other resources. Additionally, our technology is the pinnacle of Blue Star. We can contribute all advanced technologies." "Oh, that is something worth considering." Although Lu Li felt a flicker of intrigue, his expression remained unchanged. With the Yifeng system, Huaxia was destined to venture into the endless cosmos. However, at present, the system's focus was predominantly on war-related aspects. The state of Huaxia and Apos' technological development was akin to a sturdy trunk with insufficient foliage. If time were not of the essence, flourishing would be inevitable. Yet now, with the Western Alliance extending an olive branch, he had no reason to decline such a fortuitous opportunity. While he secretly hoped for the complete downfall of the Western Alliance, before that could happen, he must extract every last benefit from them. Seeing Lu Li remain silent, Temup grew anxious. With an almost pleading tone, he said, "Mr. Lu, for the sake of our shared human civilization, please lend us a hand." Lu Li shot him a glance and replied firmly, 3 days. I will give you 3 days. Within this time frame, you must deliver all high-end technological blueprints, materials, and research findings to Huaxia. Remember, if I discover even a single punctuation mark is incorrect, do not blame me for not warning you. Upon hearing this, Temup nearly leaped from his seat. The horror of those abominable creatures had tormented him day and night. The devastation of New Button City and surrounding areas haunted his sleep. The thought of Huaxia's large-scale military preparations filled him with dread. He feared that Huaxia's prophecies would come true and that endless aberrations would engulf the United States, rendering his dreams of a renewed greatness in tatters. However, if they could secure reliable intelligence on the aberrations with the Western Alliance's formidable financial resources, they could establish a sound defensive strategy within the remaining months. He even entertained thoughts of competing with Huaxia. Noticing Temup's excitement, Lu Li doused it with cold water. What, Mr. Temup? You do not believe that this is all Huaxia demands, do you? What? There is more. Temup gasped in shock. The other leaders were equally astonished. The comprehensive high-end technological data and research were already the lowest of concessions from the Western Alliance. They could not fathom why Huaxia remained unsatisfied. Standing aside, Temup's son, a 1.5-meter tall, one-armed locust, had long held a grudge against Lu Li. He sneered, Lord Lu Li, you are going too far. With such terms, Huaxia has already gained the utmost benefit. You dare to propose further conditions? This is impossible. At this, Lu Li's eyes suddenly gleamed with a sharp light. How interesting. I hadn't even settled the score with you. Yet here you are, stepping forward. Chapter 87. Do not say I did not warn you. With a swift motion, Lu Li activated the wind god step, his figure appearing before Tian Xiang in a flash. He seized the remnants of Tian Xiang's arm with his iron-like claws. A thunderous roar echoed as a torrent of violent energy surged forth, instantly pulverizing Tian Xiang's arm, flesh and bone alike, into a fine powder. Lu Li's speed was astonishing, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Tian Xiang, who had just been boasting arrogantly, found himself unable to react in time. A searing pain shot through his arm, severing the connection between his brain and limb. In horror, he realized that his remaining arm had withered to a mere flap of skin. Ah, Baka, my hand! Tian Xiang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he cried out in anguish. Instinctively, he reached for his injured arm with his other hand, only to find that he grasped nothing but an empty sleeve. In that moment, bereft of both arms, he felt a profound despair. He could not comprehend why Lu Li had suddenly attacked with such ferocity. Tears of helplessness welled in his eyes as he stammered, what have you done to me? I. Before he could finish, an overwhelming wave of pain surged through him, causing his complexion to drain of color. He collapsed to his knees, and before he could catch his breath, a heavy military boot was stamped onto his grotesque face. Lu Li pressed him down forcefully onto the ground. Let me go? You can't do this. Tian Xiang's face flushed crimson, his voice trembling. Upon meeting Lu Li's icy gaze, the terrifying nature of the young man before him dawned on him. This was the one who commanded the skies, capable of cleaving through 200 meters of formidable beasts. Finally, the fear consumed him. Losing merely an arm seemed trivial. If he continued to defy Lu Li, he might very well lose his life. I fear I might dirty the floors of my homeland. I give you half a day, and during this time, if I see even a single tile of your so-called sacred restroom still standing in your country, you shall not blame me for not having warned you in advance. Lu Li's eyes turned icy once more, and he applied further pressure with his foot. Please spare me. I will dismantle it immediately, Tian Xiang pleaded, his voice laced with palpable terror. At that moment, he cast aside all pride, willing to comply to save his own life. Hearing this, Lu Li disdainfully lifted his foot. His gaze swept over the assembled crowd, where the leaders of the Western Alliance stood frozen in shock. They had witnessed the brutality of Lu Li, yet they dared not utter a word, gripped by fear. If this demon were to unleash his wrath, their lives would be forfeit as well. Temep swallowed hard, his voice shaking as he addressed Lu Li. Mr. Lu, what conditions does China have? I, from the United States, shall comply without question. Is that a promise? Lu Li inquired, his tone severe. By the name of the Almighty, I swear it shall not be false. The actions of the Sakura nation have drawn the ire of heaven and earth. In my eyes, your course of action could not be more justified. Seeing Temip's obsequiousness, Lu Li nodded with satisfaction and took a seat, pouring himself a glass and savoring a sip. He then spoke coldly, 3 days. I grant you 3 days. Within this time, the entirety of the Western Alliance must return to me the millions of artifacts belonging to China. Should even one piece be missing, rest assured, we shall comply. Temip interjected hastily. I will order all museums to package the artifacts of China immediately. To him, while these items were precious, they paled in comparison to wealth and territory. As long as China did not demand land or reparations, he would agree to any terms. Lu Li's gaze pierced through him, as if reading his thoughts. Land and wealth? In a few months, when you are no more, all of Blue Star will belong to China. In stark contrast to Temip's nonchalance, the expression of the British leader became ashen, as if he had lost everything. He possessed the most artifacts from China, and now they were all to be surrendered. To claim it did not pain him would be a lie. Technological advancements could be shared, but the artifacts of China were not so simple. Recent celestial changes had prompted reports of the artifacts seemingly possessing life. The Research Institute under the British leader had already initiated secret studies. The thought of losing their confidential findings made him instinctively want to protest. However, Lu Li's perceptive nature picked up on the British leader's unease. A cold smile crept onto his lips and his voice turned frigid. Oh, someone cannot sit still. Are you still clinging to the glory of the British Empire? A group of filthy beasts built their empire on the plunder of other nations' wealth. And now they dare to show discontent? Remember the suffering your Western alliance has inflicted upon China for the past century. I, Lu Li, have meticulously noted every grievance. I am merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to China. If you do not act, I shall not hesitate to send my mech legions to visit your homelands. I am curious to see if your military might can withstand my forces. As these words left his lips, the temperature in the conference room plummeted. The leaders felt the suffocating aura of murder hanging thick in the air. Any sign of dissent would result in their immediate demise. The British leader, gripped by fear, felt the oppressive aura almost bring him to his knees. His body hunched in submission, terror enveloping him. Trembling, he stammered, Mr. Lu, rest assured, the British will comply. We shall comply. Seeing the British leader so cowed, Lu Li nodded with satisfaction. He softened his tone, shifting from menace to reason. China has always favored rationality. If you fulfill our demands within the stipulated time, China will provide detailed intelligence on the otherworldly beings. We wish to stand united with all nations to safeguard Blue Star and protect our human civilization for millennia to come. Upon returning to their respective commands, the Western Alliance's research institutes, technological academies, and museums sprang into action under strict orders. Data and artifacts were swiftly packaged and transported. Everything seemed to proceed smoothly. However, the arrival of several shadowy figures shattered this tranquility. Chapter 88. The Movement of the Traders from Huaxiao, a Forceful Transaction. In the Grand Hall of the American leadership, Temip scrutinized the indistinguishable figure cloaked in black before him. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, From your voice, it's evident you are from Huaxia. The Western Alliance has already acquiesced to your requests. Surely you are not here to present yet further conditions? The shadowy figure emitted a cold chuckle, responding icily, Commander Puchuan. You jest. Indeed, I am from Huaxia, yet I find myself repulsed by it, particularly by Lu Li's brazen and unreasonable demeanor. His self-serving actions disregard the collective interests of human civilization, which is utterly disgraceful. I implore the leaders of all nations to immediately cease the transfer of technology and the return of cultural artifacts. Temip chuckled inwardly, realizing that this black-clad individual was merely a traitor from Huaxia. However, he was not foolish. While Lu Li was indeed aggressive, his strength was undeniable, and the future of the Western Alliance rested firmly in their hands. If these traitors wished to oppose him, they could do so alone. He would not partake in their folly. With a swift motion, he declared, Sir, if your sole purpose is to deliver such messages, then you may take your leave. Yet, the cloaked figure showed no intention of departing. Temip's anger flared. The rigidity of Huaxia and Lu Li's aggressiveness had already tested his patience. What do you think you are? You traitorous fool? Daring to act pretentiously in the American leadership? He waved his hand forcefully, commanding, Guards, expel him. Yes, replied several burly Navy SEALs in unison. They rushed forward, seizing the black-robed man's shoulders to drag him outside. However, to their astonishment, despite their elite strength, they could not budge him in the slightest. Faces flushed with effort, the SEALs pulled and tugged, yet the figure remained utterly immovable. In a fit of rage, one SEAL resolved to tear away the black robe's mask. Yet, before his fingers could even graze the fabric, a powerful recoil erupted from the cloaked figure. The SEAL was hurled back several meters, crashing against the wall, leaving an imprint of his form behind. "How dare you commit violence in the leadership hall?" roared the SEAL commander. "Open fire, eliminate him." Instantly, a dozen SEALs, already on high alert, squeezed their triggers. The sound of gunfire erupted, bullets spewing forth in a torrential blaze, weaving a lethal net of fire that enveloped the black figure. They had no intention of leaving him alive. They aimed to obliterate this madman. Yet, to the astonishment of all present, the black-robed man did not flinch at the onslaught of bullets. A cold smile crept across his lips as he reached out with a decisive grasp. Boom! A swirling black vortex materialized out of thin air. The scorching hail of bullets was instantaneously drawn into it. Amid the screeching sound of twisting metal, the projectiles were contorted into spirals within mere breaths. But that was not the end. The cloaked figure then swept his hand, and the twisted bullets shot back at an even greater velocity. Screams erupted as the SEAL team, tasked with guarding the American leadership, was annihilated. In the wake of this chaos, Temep and his aides stood frozen in disbelief. They had never anticipated that this individual possessed such formidable power. In a panic, Temep reached for the emergency distress button concealed within his sleeve, intending to summon the American military to reduce this murderous entity to ashes. However, the black figure perceived his intentions. Just as Temep's fingers curled around the button, an overwhelming force erupted from the cloaked figure, violently tearing off the roof of the leadership hall. As dark energy flickered, concentric circles of black energy surrounded him. In that moment, every individual within the American leadership felt as though they were ensnared in a quagmire. An invisible force field suddenly crushed their bodies, rendering them helpless. The oppressive chill of this force left them gasping for breath. Even Temep struggled to move, gazing upon the figure that resembled a deity descended from the heavens. Temep's heart sank into despair. It dawned on him that this Huaxiao individual was indeed an awakened being. Moreover, his strength appeared to surpass even that of the devil Lu Li. Temep's mind began to warp under the weight of his realization. God, why is this happening? Why are the awakened from Huaxia so incredibly powerful? He is merely a traitor. The black-robed man surveyed the trembling crowd with a sense of satisfaction. As an apostle of divine grace, he had no qualms about opposing Huaxia. However, that did not preclude his disdain for these Western fools. Were it not for the grand scheme of his master, and the utility these individuals still possessed, he would have no interest in conversing with them. Seeing that the time was ripe, he spoke with chilling clarity. "Commander, I come bearing sincerity. Is this how you treat your guests?" Temep, scrambling to his feet, trembled. "It's a misunderstanding, mighty Eastern warrior. We mean no offense. Whatever your demands, please articulate them. The United States is willing to cooperate. I have stated, cease immediately the transfer of technology and the return of cultural artifacts." The black-robed man fixed his indifferent gaze upon him. Temep was taken aback. The black-robed figure was not jesting, but recalling Lu Li's predatory gaze, he quickly shook his head. No. This formidable Eastern warrior, you must understand. We cannot bear the wrath of Huaxia. Is that so? So you believe you can withstand my wrath? The black-robed man threatened, his demeanor shifting dangerously. God, no. Temep nearly lost control of his bladder. He felt overwhelmed, caught between the dread of disobedience and the bleakness of compliance. Regret washed over him. Why had he sought power? Why not let Biden handle this mess? Why had he chosen to involve himself in this chaos? The black-robed figure seemed to perceive Temep's turmoil. He softened his prior menacing stance, opting instead for a more persuasive approach. I understand your concerns. It is merely intelligence regarding the alien entities, correct? The locations of wormhole arrivals, their energy levels, strengths, and weaknesses. I have comprehended them all. You witnessed the power I wield. If you all learn to harness it, what could mere alien entities or a single Huaxia nation possibly amount to? Chapter 89. The Arrogant Western Alliance and Their Insidious Schemes. Before long, the Western Alliance's RAP platform was abuzz with news of their acquisition of detailed intelligence regarding the invasion by otherworldly beings. along with the cessation of technology transfers to Huaxia and the return of cultural relics. Instantly, the populace of the Western Alliance erupted in collective euphoria. Oh my God! We shall no longer endure the humiliation imposed by Huaxia, they exclaimed. Indeed, how dare they insult our leader? This is unforgivable. Humph. What is so mysterious about the intelligence on the invasion? We, too, possess such information. With our formidable financial resources, we can produce countless missiles and firearms in just a few months. Word has it that the production capabilities across major mines and manufacturing lines have increased several-fold. They laughed heartily, emboldened by the prospect of preparation, believing that no matter how powerful the invaders may be, they would crumble before the might of the Western Alliance's firepower. Countless netizens reveled in their jubilance, releasing the pent-up frustrations of recent days. However, some voices of skepticism arose. Gentlemen, could we have more specifics on this intelligence? I've heard that the large-scale invasion by the otherworldly beings is facilitated through wormholes. Has their location been pinpointed? Their inquiries were swiftly drowned out by a torrent of responses. Rest assured, it has been confirmed. The official website of the American leader has made the announcement. Though the number of wormholes descending upon our Western Alliance is substantial, their diameters are several times smaller than those of Huaxia. Such a limited range allows our military to eliminate them promptly. Furthermore, to be on the safe side, several super underground shelters are already under construction. And here is some good news. We, too, have mastered a method of awakening cultivation. It won't be long before we have millions, even tens of millions, of awakened individuals. The one who raised the doubts was now ecstatic. The goddess of fortune surely favors us. I can hardly wait to see the expression on that accursed Lu Li's face upon hearing this news. Meanwhile, while the Western Alliance rejoiced, in the northern reaches of Huaxia, within an unassuming mountain range, in a dilapidated villa, an elegantly dressed elder sat in meditative stillness. His face bore the weight of despair, as if he had lost everything dear to him. His family had been annihilated, and Lu Li had intensified the purge against the Divine Grace Society. Even he, a being of unparalleled might, was reduced to a cornered animal, forced to hide in disgrace. Now, he lacked even a proper place to cultivate. Just as his fury boiled, a sudden ripple surged through his mind, accompanied by several voices. Lord Simo, all operations are proceeding smoothly. The Western nations have halted their actions. According to your instructions, the detailed intelligence on the otherworldly beings has been successfully transferred. Moreover, the Western Alliance has begun practicing the enhanced awakening guidance methods, and delectable provisions are already being prepared. Upon hearing this, the elder's murky eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. He rose, a long-lost smile gracing his features. Lu Li, did you ever anticipate this? Our Divine Grace Society's schemes reach far beyond Huaxia. With a two-pronged assault, let us see how you resist. With a sinister smile, he inquired, are you certain the enhancements have been applied? Absolutely, you may rest assured. Excellent. The elder nodded with satisfaction. Remember, expedite the process of teaching that rabble in the West this awakening guidance technique. Only with ample resources can the strength of the otherworldly beings be maximized. Our time is limited. The apostles replied in unison, fear not, my lord. The allure of awakening is irresistible. Given the population base of the Western Alliance, my concern is that the otherworldly beings may become overwhelmingly powerful. The elder nodded again, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Moreover, we cannot afford to neglect the matter of the cultural relics. Yulat should not return just yet. Remain vigilant. If Lu Li dares to leave Huaxia, strike him down without hesitation. If we lack the strength, then let the Western rabble lend their hands. I refuse to believe that they will remain so inept on their home turf, while facing Lu Li's relentless pursuit. Yes, Lord Simo, the apostles echoed in unison. Upon hearing their responses, the elder's eyes glinted with murderous intent. I care not what methods you employ. Under no circumstances must the cultural relics return home. Remember, once the relics of Huaxia are gathered, it will become exceedingly difficult for the otherworldly beings to breach our borders. At that point, our chances of obtaining what lies within the imperial tomb will dwindle to nothing. Do you understand? We understand. The apostles affirmed in unison. Very well, the elder intoned indifferently, closing his eyes slightly, deep in thought. After a moment, one apostle hesitated to speak. Lord Simo, I have long harbored a question. May I voice it? Speak. If our greatest stumbling block is Lu Li, why not simply eliminate him? Why go through such elaborate preparations? Even if our apostles cannot contend with him, you, Lord Simo, possess unparalleled prowess. I am confident that Lu Li could not withstand your might. Another apostle chimed in, indeed, Lord Simo. For this one individual, we have already suffered significant losses. Should you intervene, his Mecca would be rendered as scrap metal under your assault. And as for that so-called forbidden ground of Tianshu Peak, even if Huaxia deploys multiple armored divisions, I am certain they cannot pose a threat to you, Lord Simo. The elder, upon hearing this, remained calm. He sighed. I understand the doubts that linger in your minds. It is time to reveal certain truths. As long as Lu Li remains on Blue Star, I cannot act directly. Why? The apostles queried in unison. There are no reasons to be given, the elder replied solemnly. As much as I wish to eliminate Lu Li, I must inform you that the moment I make my move, we shall all be obliterated. That great formation does not permit my existence. Were it not for the presence of that thing, I would have long since turned to ashes. Gasping, the apostles collectively inhaled sharply. The very existence that even Lord Simo feared was indeed terrifying. Sensing their trepidation, the elder reassured them. Do not panic. This formation is primarily defensive. It merely abhors my existence and poses no threat to you. Furthermore, it is not without its weaknesses, provided we execute our plans effectively. The day the otherworldly beings engulf Huaxia shall be the very moment the imperial tomb is unveiled. Upon hearing this, the apostles regained their confidence, sharpening their blades, eagerly awaiting Lu Li's arrival to his demise. Chapter 90. Striking the Land of Cherry Blossoms First. At the Tianji Peak of Yunjing, upon witnessing the Western Alliance's betrayal, Lu Li narrowed his eyes, radiating an icy glare. When he observed the satellite situation map revealing that the sacred lavatory of the Cherry Blossom Nation remained untouched, a surge of astonishing killing intent erupted into the sky. Waves of energy fluctuations emanated from Tianji Peak, sweeping outward. In an instant, the entire forbidden area of Tianji Peak was engulfed in turmoil. A dog cannot change its nature. Thus, Lu Li's ruthless demeanor should come as no surprise. Within the confines of Tianji Peak, countless warriors of Huaxia stood dumbfounded, gazing at the imposing aura emanating from their deputy commander. For the first time, they witnessed such raw emotion from him. The leaders of Kunlun and Shushan, stationed in Yunjing, were equally taken aback. Exchanging glances, they swiftly ascended to the summit of the main peak. Upon reaching the peak platform, they were momentarily stunned. What did they behold? The sharpening of blades. The deputy commander was honing his weapon. Amidst the clanging of metal, Lu Li's Huaxia Longke blade, under the cascade of an artificial waterfall and the energy bestowed by his divine martial realm, gleamed more menacingly, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Young friend, are you preparing to strike? Zhenyangzi, the leader of Shushan, inquired solemnly, as if he had already divined the truth. With a swift motion, the shining blade returned to its sheath, and Lu Li's gaze sharpened. Some refuse to believe in the sharpness of my blade. Thus, I must fulfill their desires. Will you join me, esteemed seniors? I dare not refuse. Zhenyangzi's hair bristled, his eyes wide with astonishment. Ji Ryue, the leader of Kunlun, furrowed her brow. Young friend, I suspect this matter is far from simple. The Western Alliance fortuitously acquired detailed intelligence on foreign entities and purported methods of awakening just as they turned against us. Do you not find this peculiar? Lu Li smirked knowingly. I am well aware this is no mere coincidence. The instigator behind this is none other than the Divine Grace Office. The Divine Grace Office? Again them. The two leaders gasped in shock. What could their motive be? Lu Li clasped his hands behind his back, gazing skyward as he murmured, the time for the rift between heaven and earth to widen is approaching. Artifacts possess spirits. Should the spiritual essence of this realm intensify further, the treasures of Huaxia shall reclaim their rightful positions. The Divine Grace Office seeks to thwart the return of our cultural relics by any means necessary. No matter their schemes, I shall not allow them to succeed. Having spoken, he decisively pressed the communication button for the mech army. At the Disaster Defense Joint Command, warriors congregated. As they observed the satellite situation map, over 100 mechs erupted from the circular fortress in Yunjing, soaring towards a specific nation. The Huaxia warriors rubbed their eyes in disbelief. The direction of the mech army and Apos' advance was clearly towards the Cherry Blossom Nation. By heavens, the youth possesses remarkable courage. He truly dares to act. This cannot be overlooked. The generals rolled up their sleeves, casting eager glances at the elder seated at the forefront. The elder, well aware of their thoughts, had just received Lu Li's notification and understood the urgency of the situation. His imposing visage suddenly hardened, and he commanded, "The Huaxia strategic missile forces are to enter a state of heightened readiness immediately. 3 aircraft carrier battle groups are to set sail towards the Cherry Blossom Sea at once." Yes. In the skies above the East China Sea, 1,000 kilometers from the Huaxia aircraft carrier battle group, a colossal mech army composed of over 100 first-generation Viper mechs pierced through the clouds, racing towards the Cherry Blossom Nation. Trails of energy smoke streaked across the sky. Propelled by primary energy blocks, the mechs reached astonishing speeds. As they approached 1,000 kilometers from the Cherry Blossom Sea, a series of golden shields abruptly activated. The core of the mechs glimmered with a pale blue light, as waves of formidable energy surged into motion. All plasma main cannons, plasma howitzers, and firepower units commenced charging. In that moment, all mechs entered a state of combat readiness. Attention all units. Within a 300-kilometer defensive radius, any enemy units detected shall be immediately destroyed. In the Cherry Blossom Nation's Grasshopper Palace, the limbless Grasshopper had just donned a set of mechanical prosthetics. Feeling the familiar sensations in his brain, he excitedly leaped off the operating table. "Yoshi, the technology of my Cherry Blossom Nation is indeed remarkable. Damn Lu Li. This scoundrel dares to insult me and demands the dismantling of our sacred lavatory within half a day. I refuse. You didn't expect that your leverage has now become worthless paper. The Western Alliance no longer requires your intelligence. Do you think only your Huaxia possesses awakeners? Soon. You shall truly comprehend what fear means." As he plotted his revenge, the door to the room was suddenly flung open with brute force, and Kuei Tian rushed in, panic-stricken. "Your Majesty, Grasshopper, it's terrible. Huaxiao is coming for us." "Nanny?" Grasshopper's eyes widened, the mechanical limb clenching Kuei Tian's neck. "What are you saying? Do you know the consequences of lying?" Kuei Tian, his face flushed, pleaded, "Your Majesty, I speak the truth. The Huaxiao mech army, along with their aircraft carrier battle group, is indeed advancing towards us. Their target is our capital." Upon hearing this, Grasshopper chuckled coldly. "Yoshi, they dare to come to my territory to seek death. Do they think my Cherry Blossom Nation is made of clay? Quickly, command the army to enter a state of high alert. Should they dare to enter our airspace, shoot them down immediately. Deploy all our remaining warships. All ninjas from the Tenrin Palace, mobilize. And bring out all those new weapons. Don't hold back. Also, inform those Americans to prepare their forces for battle. I shall ensure these arrogant Huaxia people are buried without a trace. Go." Yes. Upon receiving Grasshopper's orders, the military of the Cherry Blossom Nation sprang into action. Within a minute, all air defense radars were activated. All coastal, maritime, and land-based radars turned to lock onto the advancing mech army. Boom, boom. Near the Huaxia direction, several large Air Force bases launched Shinkansen fighters, laden with missiles, roaring into the sky. "Quick, prepare for battle. Let all Huaxia perish." Under the orders of several high-ranking officers, engines roared and machines howled as countless tanks, armored vehicles, and self-propelled anti-aircraft guns rolled out of their encampments, their barrels aimed at the heavens. Air defense missile units unveiled their concealment, and even the remaining few destroyers and submarines set sail from their ports. In inconspicuous corners, towering devices began to charge up. Chapter 91. The New Weapons of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The news of the impending attack from Huaxia has sent the citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation into a frenzy. For a century, they have been the bullies of the Huaxia people. Now the tables have turned. This is intolerable. At this moment, their social media platforms are ablaze with outrage. Damn Huaxia, if we don't dismantle the divine toilet, they'll become restless. This is the very soul of our nation. How could we possibly agree to such a thing? Bring it on. This is our territory, our artillery, our missiles are boundless. They laughed derisively, thinking that just because they possess mechs, they can act with impunity. We, the Cherry Blossom Nation, shall teach you a lesson. Indeed, we have new weapons. Our military is not to be trifled with. This time, we shall shatter the arrogance of Huaxia and obliterate their mechs. Behind us stands the entire Western Alliance. The day Huaxia is defeated will be the day our alliance strikes back. In stark contrast to the pathological excitement of the Cherry Blossom populace, the military is not in a much better state. Inside the underground command center, General Ichiro Matsushima of the Cherry Blossom Military grips his katana, coldly observing the satellite situation map. The sight of his army and Oppo's numerous firepower units fills him with immense confidence. Luli? Humph, that foolish fellow. Does he truly believe his mechs can rampage in our homeland? Perhaps at sea we could not contend with him, but here, on our soil, our firepower is inexhaustible, and our imperial warriors are countless. Moreover, we have prepared several gifts for you. Soon, you will pay dearly for your reckless actions. As he envisions defeating Lu Li, even capturing a Huaxiao mech to present as a trophy, a soldier responsible for radar monitoring suddenly turns around and exclaims, General Matsushima, the Huaxiao mechs have entered our 500-kilometer air defense identification zone. Matsushima and Oppo's brows furrow slightly as he orders, hold fire. Electronic warfare units, deploy new weapons immediately. I want the Huaxiao mechs rendered blind. Upon receiving the command, several of the latest electronic warfare aircraft of the Cherry Blossom Nation, positioned 500 kilometers ahead of the Huaxiao Mech Legion, swiftly reformed their formation from a cone into a hexagon. As the formation completed its transition, a terrifying electronic interference wave was unleashed. Under the influence of this invisible force, even the once azure sky seemed to undergo an inexplicable transformation. Seeing this unprecedented release of disruptive energy, the Cherry Blossom pilots aboard the electronic warfare aircraft erupted in laughter. Yamamoto, can you feel it? This power is immense. Indeed, this is the culmination of decades of painstaking research by our nation. Soon, the arrogant Huaxiao will taste the bitter fruit of their hubris. In their minds, they envisioned the Huaxiao mech's electronic systems succumbing to the energy's impact, plummeting into the sea in a smoking wreck. In the modified Viper 1 cockpit, Luli was reporting the operational progress back to Huaxia. Suddenly, the golden shield of the mech rippled ever so slightly. Although the fluctuation was minimal, Luli's keen senses detected it. He furrowed his brow in suspicion. Adhering to a principle of caution, he swiftly checked the mech's data panel, only to find everything operating normally. Strange, Luli murmured, rechecking but finding no anomalies. Perhaps it was merely a bird strike. Maybe the impact was too slight for the mech's systems to register. While Luli remained unperturbed, chaos erupted on the Cherry Blossom side. The pilots of the electronic warfare aircraft, upon hearing the warning that the Huaxiao mechs were unaffected, widened their eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? This is the latest technology, painstakingly developed over the years. This technology should incapacitate all models of aircraft for a quarter of an hour. How could Huaxiao's mechs remain unharmed? Unconvinced, the pilots regrouped and launched a second wave of electromagnetic attacks. Yet, the data link from the warning aircraft continued to relay that all was well. At this point, Matsushima could no longer remain composed. He glared angrily at the scientists beside him, slamming his hand on the table. Baka, a bunch of useless fools. Is this what you call new weapons? What purpose do you serve? I suspect you have embezzled funds. You must be spies for Huaxia. Bring these worthless individuals out, and let them meet their end. Immediately, several soldiers stormed in with fierce expressions. General, this is not our fault. The Cherry Blossom scientists panicked, desperately defending themselves. But to no avail. Outside the command center, gunshots rang out as several dedicated scientists of the Cherry Blossom Nation met their untimely demise, their eyes remaining wide open in disbelief. After dealing with the scientists, Matsushima felt slightly better. Just then, the radar operator's voice broke through again. Report. The Huaxiao Mech Legion continues to advance at high speed. They are now 400 kilometers from our airspace. Nanny? Matsushima lunged forward. So soon? Just moments ago. They were 500 kilometers away. We cannot sit idly by. Order the fighter jets to attack immediately and deplete their mech energy. General, that may not be wise. Another officer urgently intervened. His Majesty has decreed that we must wait until the Huaxiao mechs enter our airspace before we can engage. Matsushima, upon hearing this, was immediately agitated. He scoffed. Nonsense. Does His Majesty not see that Huaxia is intent on devouring us? Should we really wait for them to breach our borders before we strike? Is that how you command? Let him lead. He is unworthy of command. The officer retorted sharply. Matsushima, mind your words. His Majesty's orders are not to be defied. Furious, Matsushima never expected that a mere officer would dare challenge him. He slapped the officer across the face. Baka, you have no authority to issue commands here. Yet, Despite the exchange, Matsushima ultimately lacked the courage to issue the combat order. Gritting his teeth, he redirected his fury towards Huaxia. Damn Huaxia, come forth. 1 year from today will be your day of reckoning. Chapter 92, Attrition Warfare? Let me show you what true despair looks like. Just as Matsushima was seething with impotent rage, the door of the underground command center swung open with a thunderous crash. Tengu and his entourage strode in with haste. Tengu, narrowing his eyes, fixed his gaze upon Matsushima, and said, Matsushima-kun, I hear you have some grievances against me? Caught off guard by Tengu's sudden arrival, Matsushima was momentarily stunned. Tengu, the supreme emblem of the Sakura nation, commanded an authority that brooked no dissent. In his impatience, Matsushima had uttered reckless words, and if this news were to spread. Instantly, cold sweat dripped down his back. Observing Matsushima's trembling demeanor, Tengu could not help but feel a surge of delight. He circled Matsushima, and when Matsushima's legs began to falter, Tengu coldly remarked, Humph, a bunch of warriors. Do you understand anything? Have you read The Art of War by Sun Tzu? The principle that pride leads to ruin. Do you comprehend it? Are the Huaxia people not arrogant? I shall allow them to revel in their arrogance. When they believe that the Sakura nation dares not retaliate and lower their guard, they will stumble right into our trap. At that moment, Matsushima, hearing this, quietly cautioned, Your Majesty Tengu, a large-scale military deployment cannot possibly evade the watchful eyes of satellites. Such a plan is unlikely to lure them in. Tengu laughed heartily, No? Matsushima-kun, you are mistaken. I am certain he will come. This is an exceedingly arrogant individual. With his pride, even knowing we have laid traps, he will never retreat. We need only wait for him to enter and bury his mech legion. 300 kilometers outside the airspace of the Sakura nation, high above, the mech legion arrayed in the modified Viper, one cockpit received reconnaissance data from the Vanguard team. Report to the deputy commander. The Sakura nation has not dispatched aircraft to intercept. Oh, Lily pondered, then turned his gaze to the radar screen. Apart from a few scattered red dots, there were no signs of the Sakura nation's air force. How intriguing. It seems these fools have stolen quite a bit from us, Huaxia. A pocket ambush? Apologies, but in the face of absolute strength, all schemes are but trifles. Order everyone to maximum speed. Head straight for the airspace of the Sakura nation. Yes. In the underground command center of the Sakura nation, upon witnessing Luli's mech legion boldly advancing into their airspace, Tengu coldly smiled and turned to Matsushima. Matsushima-kun, how is your military deployment progressing? Matsushima promptly straightened up, stating, Your Majesty Tengu, in accordance with your orders, our forward forces have completed their troop consolidation. We have now established 5 layers of firepower networks. Moreover, those few heavy hitters have also completed their charging. Excellent. As the seconds ticked by, the 5 defensive lines of the Sakura nation were fully prepared for a firepower strike. Extending 50 kilometers inward, the rugged mountainous valleys were brimming with kamikaze fighter jets. Fully armed and camouflaged, poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. On the ground, auto anti-aircraft guns and missile vehicles had their ammunition loaded and missile caps removed. Heavy tanks were strategically dispersed in concealed corners, their angles elevated to the maximum. Atop several flattened peaks, 8 newly charged weapons raised their colossal barrels, beginning to shimmer with brilliant light. All the combat capabilities of the Sakura nation eagerly awaited the approaching Huaxia mech legion. They were restless, yearning to teach the Huaxia people a lesson. In the underground command center, as Luli's mech legion appeared 10 kilometers from the airspace of the Sakura nation, Tengu clenched his fists tightly, silently shouting, Come on, damn Huaxia, step in and meet your demise. Yet it seemed Luli heard his inner thoughts. The mech legion halted precisely 10 kilometers from the Sakura nation's airspace. Witnessing this, Tengu nearly stumbled. Could it be that such a formidable figure was intimidated by my ambush? Why not advance? Aren't you invincible? What are you afraid of? Just as Tengu was on the brink of exasperation, Matsushima's voice rang out. Your Majesty Tengu, look. They are coming in. The Huaxia mech legion has taken the bait. Tengu abruptly looked up, fixated on the large screen. As he saw the mech legion accelerating into the airspace of the Sakura nation, Tengu instantly felt invigorated. Haha, Luli, you will soon pay dearly for your arrogance. Your Majesty Tengu, the Huaxia mech legion continues to penetrate our airspace. They have entered 10 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 50 kilometers. They are approaching our first line of defense. Excellent. Follow my command. Open fire, open fire. Blast them to pieces. At that moment, the entire land and sky of the Sakura nation erupted with activity. In the high skies, the kamikaze fighter jets, already on high alert and concealed within the mountainous valleys, ascended in unison. Some charged directly at the mech legion, while others swiftly turned to flank its rear. As they neared the maximum range of their air-to-air missiles, one by one, missiles screamed off their wings towards the mech legion. On the ground, explosions erupted. Columns of smoke billowed into the air as countless anti-air missiles shot towards the sky. The ant-like anti-aircraft artillery also opened fire. From the skies and the ground, various firepower units unleashed their barrage in unison, enveloping the mech legion in a storm of bullets. As expected, this round of missile strikes detonated before even reaching the mech's frame. However, Tengu wore a face of indifference. This was all within his expectations. Humph, Luli. You underestimate our Western alliance and the Sakura nation far too much. Although the joint fleet was annihilated, it provided us with reliable research data. Your defensive measures are merely an intangible force field. Such a field undoubtedly requires immense energy to sustain. You are perhaps unaware that the number of missiles we have accumulated over the years in the Sakura nation has reached a frightening level. Order the forward units to proceed without pause. Continue the bombardment. I want to see how long your energy can sustain. With Tengu's command, once again, smoke rose up across the land and sky of the Sakura nation. Explosions erupted as one barrage after another crashed down upon Luli's mech legion. In the cockpit of Viper 1, Luli, observing the slightly diminished energy index on his mech screen, smirked. Very well, if it is attrition you seek, then allow me to show you what true despair truly means. Chapter 93. The Mecha Legion, obey the command. Leave none alive, strike. In the underground command center of the Cherry Blossom Nation, the officers, including the commander Tianhua, clenched their fists as they watched wave after wave of missile rain descend upon the Huaxiao Mecha Legion. Their eyes were glued to the live battlefield feed. Anxious not to miss any detail, they awaited the moment when the defensive energy of Huaxiao and Appo's mechas would be depleted. The instant they showed even the slightest sign of weakness, their backup measures would strike the Huaxiao Mecha Legion with lethal force. However, as they waited in vain, their eyes nearly dry from staring, they saw no indication of faltering from the Huaxiao Mecha Legion. Just then, the voice of the battle commander, tinged with urgency, broke the tense silence. Report. The Huaxiao Mecha Legion is on the verge of breaching our first frontline defense and is advancing deeper. What? Matsushima exclaimed, suddenly leaning forward. He had been engrossed in examining the mecha's details and was astonished by the speed of Huaxiao's assault. Damn it! Why isn't the army intercepting them? They should all commit seppuku in shame. Hearing this, the battle commander could only open his mouth in shock. He wanted to lash out at his superior. Can't you see? The Huaxiao mechas are utterly disregarding our attacks. They can't even be bothered to retaliate. How can we intercept them? You do it if you can. Meanwhile, Tianhua felt a pang of anxiety. This shouldn't be happening. The firepower unleashed was already beyond the strike density of the joint fleet. Even if Huaxiao's defenses were formidable, they should have shown some response. The absence of even a ripple was simply illogical. Yet, recalling that there were still 4 defensive lines remaining and an abundance of missiles at their disposal, he regained his confidence. Everyone stay calm. It appears our firepower is insufficient. Command the frontline troops to continue the assault. No pauses, not even for a second. Following the orders, all firepower units of the 2nd defensive line, along with the long-range strike capabilities of subsequent lines, unleashed their volleys. Boom, boom. A torrential downpour of missiles and shells was unleashed upon the Mecha Legion, darkening the sky with smoke and obscuring the heavens. In just a few minutes, the Cherry Blossom Nation unleashed thousands of missiles and hundreds of thousands of shells upon Huaxiao's Mecha Legion. The terrifying bombardment seemed to yield results. After another round of fire, many of the incoming missiles were no longer detonating prematurely in the distance. They were closing in on the mechas. Witnessing this, Tianhua could hardly contain his excitement. He grinned. See, I told you Huaxiao's mechas have weaknesses. As long as the firepower reaches a certain intensity, they too cannot endure. I believe their energy systems are on the verge of collapse. Matsushima smirked as well. Your Majesty Tianhua, it seems it is time to deploy those heavy hitters. Yet Tianhua waved his hand to stop him. No, not yet. Order the long-range units to launch 10 heavy ballistic missiles. I want their defensive field utterly obliterated. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Matsushima exclaimed in alarm. Although they are not equipped with nuclear warheads, their deployment will instill fear in the other allied nations. Even the United States might alter its strategy towards us. Our standing on Blue Star will be jeopardized. Tianhua dismissed his concerns. Matsushima, you must understand that such capabilities cannot remain hidden forever. Once we capture Huaxia's mechas and analyze their technology, the fortunes of our nation will soar to new heights. The opinions of outsiders matter not. In the cockpit of Viper 1, Lu Li observed the diminishing energy levels. He did not hastily order a counterattack. He was waiting for the other unconventional means of the Cherry Blossom Nation. He did not believe that the nation, with its predatory ambitions, relied solely on conventional weaponry. The moment their unconventional methods were unleashed, he would pinpoint their locations and obliterate their bases in one fell swoop. As he pondered, a shrill alarm echoed through the cockpit. Warning! Warning! 10 heavy ballistic missiles detected, approaching from Sector 3, turning at Sector 2, altitude 100, speed Mach 20. They're coming. Lu Li's eyes flashed with determination. Locate the launch position. Initiating location fix. Location fixed. Mecha, turn to maximum speed, strike. In the underground command center of the Cherry Blossom Nation. As they watched their heavy ballistic missiles closing in on the Huaxia Mecha Legion, the commander was beside himself with excitement. Huh, Lu Li, did you expect that we possess such means? You and your Mecha Legion shall remain in our nation. I have already prepared your burial site. And to honor the technological contributions you've made to our nation, I shall erect the finest tombstone for you. Prepare the electromagnetic cannon for immediate firing. Once the heavy missiles breach their energy field and shatter their shield, the electromagnetic cannon will deliver the final blow. As he imagined how he would dance upon Lu Li's ashes, Matsushima suddenly shouted, Your Majesty Tianhua, it's bad. Lu Li is attempting to escape. Look, his vehicle is leaving the battlefield on its own. What? Tianhua's eyes widened as he turned to the screen. Damn it. That coward is abandoning his forces to save himself. Humph, Huaxia people are all cowards. Never mind, I'll deal with him later. We must ensure that all other mechas on site are eliminated. At that moment, the 10 heavy ballistic missiles from the Cherry Blossom Nation completed their final adjustments. In the boundless sky, 10 tiny black dots, embodying tremendous might, plummeted at 20 times the speed of sound. Even if they did not explode, the impact alone would be devastating for the mechas. At this moment, the excitement among everyone in the underground command center, including Tianhua, reached its zenith. Veins bulged on their foreheads as they clenched their fists. Detonate. Destroy them. Ruin their energy systems, shatter their shields, seize their mechas. Kill, kill, kill. Amidst the frenzied chants, the 10 high-speed descending ballistic missiles approached the Mecha Legion's position. Boom, boom. An unprecedented series of explosions erupted. A colossal fireball, encompassing an area of over 10 square kilometers, rose into the air. The sky ignited, and the heavens wailed. The violent shockwave swept through the surroundings, dispersing the smoke in an instant. All that remained was an endless expanse of light and heat. As they witnessed this scene, Tianhua and the others fell into a stunned silence, captivated by the terrifying spectacle. A glint of horror flashed in Tianhua's eyes as he murmured, Strange. There were no nuclear warheads. Even for ballistic missiles, their power shouldn't be this immense. Could it be that the mechas self-destructed? Oh no, had I known, I would have refrained from using these heavy hitters. However, his questions were soon answered, as the fireball extinguished and the smoke cleared. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the colossal array of mechas reappeared on the screen, unscathed. Surrounding this array was a massive protective shield, rippling with energy. It became evident that this was the effect of the Mecha Legion and Appos' combined shield. The violent clash of two immense energies resulted in a spectacle reminiscent of a nuclear explosion. The audacity of the defeated nation, still harboring treacherous ambitions, to brazenly deploy such a devastating weapon. The grievances of national enmity and personal vendettas, both new and old, shall be settled today. The Mecha Legion, under command, will leave no fighting force from the Sakura nation standing. Execute. Chapter 94. The Celestial Maiden Scatter and the Ruthless Killing Machine. As Lu Li's cold command echoed, the massive array of mechs suddenly dispersed. Hundreds of first-generation Viper mechs lunged towards the aerial and ground forces of the Sakura nation. The leader of Shushan, Zhengyangzi, struck first. His modified mech, boasting speed far surpassing that of the Sakura nation's kamikaze fighters, swiftly plunged into the midst of their formation. Haha. Let me show you what it means to scatter like celestial maidens. He laughed heartily. In a sudden transformation, his mech contracted into a spherical shape, and the three 200mm six-barreled Gatling cannons mounted on it erupted into a hail of fire. The thunderous sound of gunfire filled the air as countless massive shells were unleashed from the rapidly spinning gyroscope. One by one, the unsuspecting kamikaze fighters were engulfed in a barrage of indiscriminate attacks, exploding into blazing fireballs. A relentless metallic rain fell from the sky, and fragments of aircraft littered the heavens. The harbinger of death from Huaxiao was mercilessly harvesting the aerial forces of the Sakura Nation at an astonishing pace. The pilots of the Sakura Nation had never witnessed such a spectacle. They were engulfed in terror, with shrieks of horror echoing through the communication channels. Baka, break formation, scatter. Run for your lives. Move aside, you're blocking my path. Their cries for help rang out as they desperately sought to escape the nightmarish battlefield. In the chaos, several aircraft collided, igniting yet more fiery explosions in the sky. As the kamikaze fighters attempted to flee, Zheng Yangzi scoffed, "A bunch of filthy beasts. Do you think you can lay a hand on Huaxia? Now you want to run? It's too late." With a thunderous roar, his modified mech unleashed a flurry of multi-purpose missiles from its back, sending plumes of smoke billowing outward in all directions. The kamikaze fighters, locked onto by the Kunlun 5.0 system of the mech, had nowhere to hide. Boom, boom. One fireball after another erupted in the sky, and witnessing this, even Zheng Yangzi, at the pinnacle of martial enlightenment, could not help but feel a surge of excitement. This is the true essence of scattering like celestial maidens. Haha. Indeed, mechs are incredibly effective. The lethality of technological creations surpasses even awakened powers. How are things on your end, Ryu? Ryu? Huh. Just as Zheng Yangzi was about to boast about his accomplishments to Ji Ryu, he was left utterly astounded by the scene before him. What on earth? This woman is even more ferocious than I am. Following Zheng Yangzi and Oppo's gaze, he saw a towering 200-meter mech striding forward, crushing armored vehicles beneath its feet. The humming plasma cannon was already locked onto a nearby armored cluster of the Sakura Nation. With a thunderous sound, a brilliant 1,000mm ion beam was unleashed, hurtling towards the armored battalion. In an instant, the massive energy beam struck its target with devastating force. The earth trembled, and flames erupted, sending debris soaring into the sky. A vast fissure, several meters wide, opened up at the site of the armored cluster, as the ion energy obliterated the earth and steel. In a single shot, a significant portion of the Sakura Nation's armored forces was swept away. Seeing this, Zheng Yangzi could no longer remain passive. No way. I can't let this woman take the upper hand. Fire the ion cannon. Their battle was merely a fragment of the vast slaughter unfolding on the battlefield. In the sky, massive steel gyroscopes whirled at high speed, and beams of ion light crisscrossed the heavens, forming a web of destruction. On the ground, enormous war machines advanced with a thunderous thud, unleashing torrents of energy that obliterated enemy forces in their wake. The sky was scorched, and the earth wailed. In mere minutes, the first and second lines of defense of the Sakura Nation had been decimated. Witnessing this merciless and one-sided slaughter, the surviving forces of the Sakura Nation were left shattered, their spirits crushed. Demons. The demons of Huaxia. Oh, Amaterasu, save your people. Help. Run. They could no longer afford to counterattack. They fled in panic. However, their speed could not match that of the Huaxia mechs. Before long, they were engulfed, vehicles and all, by the relentless energy beams. As they watched their own troops being turned to ash by the Huaxia mechs, the underground command center of the Sakura Nation was in turmoil. Tianhua and his comrades were beside themselves with rage. Their minds went blank, forgetting to initiate an immediate electromagnetic counterattack. This is impossible. How can Huaxia's mechs withstand the assault of 10 heavy ballistic missiles? What is the core of their energy made of? This is absurd. Tianhua collapsed to the ground, sweat beading on his forehead, while Matsushima was equally distraught, watching the Huaxia mech army mercilessly reap the lives of his subordinates. Your Majesty Tianhua, give the order to counterattack. We have not lost yet. We still have 3 lines of defense and 8 electromagnetic cannons. The power of the electromagnetic cannons is insurmountable. Yes, we have not lost. Tianhua stammered, wiping sweat from his brow. Just as he was about to order the electromagnetic cannons to engage, the frantic voice of the battle commander rang out. Your Majesty Tianhua, it's bad. Li's mechs are heading our way. Nanny? Tianhua's eyes widened in disbelief. How did he know the location of the command center? Matsushima's thoughts raced. And suddenly his eyes grew wide. Your Majesty Tianhua, could it be that he has detected the location of our ballistic missile base and is coming for us? Our command center is right near the base. This is bad. Tianhua screamed in horror, barely managing to stand, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted, Quick! Order the electromagnetic cannons to turn their barrels and fire. We must take down Li. The command center is expendable. Our ballistic missile base cannot suffer any losses. Hurry! In the skies above the Sakura Nation, in the cockpit of the modified Viper No. 1, Li's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he surveyed the target coordinates displayed on his mech system. What a clever Sakura Nation! Hiding their ballistic missile base beneath the divine toilet. No wonder we Haven T received any intel until now. Very well. I shall send you all to the afterlife. Chapter 95, The Divine Toilet? Shattered bones and ashes. The modified Viper 1 soared through the skies at high speed. Suddenly, the cockpit alarm blared once more. Warning. Electromagnetic energy strike detected. Defense system fully activated. Before the warning could finish, a resounding thud echoed. Li felt a sudden jolt as the golden shield of the mech rippled violently. Beep beep. In an instant, various instruments in the cockpit began to flicker incessantly. Li stood up abruptly. This attack was unlike any before. It disregarded the mech's defensive energy field and struck directly against the shield. Before he could fully comprehend the surprise, a series of strikes followed. Boom, boom, boom. A total of 8 energy impacts sent ripples crashing through the mech's shield. Beep beep. Energy strike concluded. No new sources detected. The target is expected to recharge for the next round. Damage assessment. Mech defense energy decreased by 20. Oh. Li narrowed his eyes, muttering coldly, it seems another novel attack method has emerged. You from Sakura country truly possess a plethora of tricks. Report the target's location. Coordinates confirmed at 12 o'clock. 8 units, arranged in a staggered formation. Excellent. Li's eyes lit up. A bunch of immobile scrap metal. I'll obliterate them all. Main cannon charging, preparing the cannon. In the underground command center of Sakura country, as their electromagnetic super cannon fired in unison, massive beams of laser energy, brimming with immense power, streaked across the sky, striking Li's mech head-on, engulfing it in a blinding wave of energy. Boom! A thunderous applause erupted. Tianhu, the commander, wept with joy. Have we finally succeeded? Our ballistic missile base, our divine toilet, our command center, all safeguarded. Matsushima, too, shed tears. With red eyes, he exclaimed, Yes. Your Majesty Tianhu, as long as we eliminate Li, the remaining mechs are no threat. We still have the might of the United States. Their forces have yet to be deployed. I believe they will not miss this golden opportunity. May the heavens bless Sakura country. This time, we truly strike it rich. Just as the two reveled in their triumph, the command screen suddenly changed. In the sky, where the energy waves had dissipated, a colossal mech, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, reappeared before their eyes. This is impossible. Tianhu and the others exclaimed in disbelief, rubbing their eyes. This is an electromagnetic laser beam. Its energy impact should be insurmountable by any armored unit. Not even the mech from Huaxia could withstand it. Who can tell me what is happening? Why hasn't its shield been breached? Tianhu screamed in terror, then shouted, Quick, resume the attack. I refuse to believe its defenses are truly invincible. Matsushima was on the verge of tears, trembling as he said, Your Majesty Tianhu, the electromagnetic super cannon cannot recharge in such a short time. The next round of strikes will take at least 24 hours. What? Hearing this, Tianhu fell back in shock. He raised his head to look at Matsushima, gripping his sleeve tightly. Quick, order the command center to relocate. Command the missile base to move. Command the divine toilet to be evacuated. We must hurry. It will be too late if we delay. I'll handle it immediately. Matsushima replied, quickly initiating an emergency call. At the peak where the first electromagnetic super cannon was located, the Sakura military officer promptly ordered the energy supply to be cut off and the core components dismantled. But was it even possible in time? This massive electromagnetic cannon was anything but simple. Not only was there a large power plant at the foot of the mountain to supply its energy, but the myriad pipelines crisscrossing the summit were enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Its core was as large as several rooms combined. Dismantling it? What a ridiculous notion. Just as the Sakura technicians were floundering in panic, Luli arrived. In the sky, observing the chaotic crowd atop the mountain, a cold, killing intent flickered in Luli's eyes. Subsequently, a robust 1,000 millimeter caliber ion cannon shell roared from the barrel. Boom! The ion shell struck the very center of the mountaintop platform. The tremendous energy instantly shattered the rock, fracturing the ground. The mountain where the electromagnetic supercannon resided was penetrated several meters deep. Boom! An unprecedented explosion resonated. A massive amount of rock was sent flying, and the nearby power plant was completely flattened. With just a single ion shell, Sakura's electromagnetic supercannon was reduced to ashes. Without pause, Luli sped towards his next target. Boom! Boom! Each resounding explosion signified the fall of yet another supercannon. The newly researched weaponry of Sakura, along with its supporting forces, had been utterly obliterated before even a ripple could form. On this day, the divine toilet of Sakura country was teeming with people. Upon hearing of the advance of the Huaxia Mech Legion, countless citizens flocked to the divine toilet to offer prayers. They knelt in supplication, hoping that their ancestors in the toilet could grant them strength to ensure a complete victory for Sakura. Damn those Huaxia folks. We have trampled them underfoot decades ago. This time will be no different. Our Sakura country is invincible. 1,000 Huaxia will come, and 1,000 will die. Ancestors, Amaterasu, bless your people, bless your warriors. Annihilate the Huaxia. The crowd bowed and prayed incessantly, their hearts filled with boundless hatred. Each one of them yearned for the complete destruction of the Huaxia people. Just as the prayers escalated, 100 warriors from Sakura country surged in, rudely grabbing toilet seats as they entered. The worshippers were taken aback. Baka, what are you doing? Why are you rudely taking our ancestors' toilet seats? Do you even know where this is? Put them down. One of the warriors slapped back. Baka, how dare you question the actions of the imperial warriors? The Huaxia are about to invade. We are relocating the divine toilet of the empire. Get out of the way. The worshippers were momentarily stunned. The Huaxia are coming? This is impossible. Didn't Indapos, the media report that we had already destroyed dozens of mechs? Just then, a thunderous boom erupted from nowhere. A colossal mech, glinting with cold metallic sheen, had flown into their airspace. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone present gasped in horror, mouths agape. Huaxia mechs? This is impossible. Don't we have 5 defensive lines? Where is our army? Yet, no one was left to answer their questions. A barrage of plasma shells, plasma beams, and a hail of Gatling rounds descended upon them. Boom, boom, boom. Fiery projectiles erupted, and the infamous divine toilet was lifted from the ground by several meters under the assault of dozens of plasma shells. Ah! Save me, Baka! The crowd of worshippers, unable to flee, along with the structure of the sacred restroom, was engulfed by an inexhaustible surge of light and heat. Ah, such self-inflicted doom. They deserve no mercy. With a disdainful roar, Luli commanded a new wave of assault to descend upon them. He vowed to reduce this filthy land and its detestable refuse, along with the missile base beneath the surface, to utter oblivion. Boom. Numerous ion projectiles were unleashed with ferocity. Boom. Boom. The earth-shattering explosions reverberated in succession. Torrential fireballs surged skyward, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended majestically. The subterranean ballistic missile base of the Cherry Blossom Nation, under the onslaught of this terrifying ion energy, witnessed its entire stockpile of missiles detonate in a catastrophic chain reaction. Those attempting to escape through nearby tunnels were caught off guard, overwhelmed by this ferocious energy. The ground writhed violently once more. Everything within a radius of several kilometers, including the sacred restroom and the base, was reduced to ashes. Amidst the rising smoke and roaring flames, one could almost hear the anguished wails of spirits and the screams of malevolent apparitions. In the sky, observing the anguished cries of the cherry blossom people, the obliterated sacred restroom, and the smoldering earth, Luli clenched his fists slightly. Upon receiving reports from the Mech Legion that the combat capabilities of hundreds of thousands from the Cherry Blossom Nation had been utterly annihilated, he exhaled deeply, 2 crystalline tears cascading down his face. Ancestors of Huaxia, do you see? The sacred restroom of the Cherry Blossom Nation has been eradicated today. Behold the weeping crowd. Their spiritual foundation shattered, their power entirely extinguished by our Huaxia. In mere months, their nation shall vanish. You may now find peace. Having completed this, Luli inhaled deeply, preparing to command the Mech Legion to return. Suddenly, He keenly sensed several faint, elusive presences in the clouds, swiftly retreating. Chapter 96. Lu Li. This is the grand gift prepared for you. Since we are all here, let us not take our leave. A brilliant light flickered in Lu Li's eyes as he lightly tapped the touchscreen, and the mech's radar swiftly locked onto its target. Boom. A surge of blue flames erupted from the back, and the massive Viper number 1 accelerated rapidly in pursuit. Without a doubt, Lu Li understood that it was the meddlesome crew from the Divine Grace Department. This time, he would not let them slip away easily. In the clouds, for figures cloaked in black fled like scared dogs, their retreat marked by desperation. Employing some unknown means, they, the peak members of the True Intent Martial Sect, could actually soar through the air. Yet, even so, they dared not confront Lu Li and his mech. As they fled, several apostles cursed in frustration. The third apostle shouted angrily, "Those fools from Sakura Nation are utterly useless. With so much military power and so many missiles, they can't even take down China's mech legion. Not a single one has been shot down. This is a disaster. Our plan to ensnare them has failed, and Lord Demon will not spare us." The fourth apostle, his face filled with despair, looked towards the first apostle and exclaimed, "Boss, say something. What is there to say? Saving our lives is paramount. If we don't escape the mech's pursuit soon, once its power dissipates, we will be left with no way to flee." The first apostle, leading the charge, felt a surge of energy that propelled his speed to another level. The second apostle behind him glared fiercely and shouted, "Scatter and break through. Do not follow us." With that, he summoned his energy and closely followed the first apostle. The distance between them and the third and fourth apostles widened significantly. The two trailing apostles were left dumbfounded. This is a case of the dead friend shall not hinder the living. No way, I cannot let you succeed. The third and fourth apostles exchanged glances, spat out a mouthful of essence blood, and suddenly accelerated to catch up. The second apostle, seeing the third and fourth apostles expend their essence blood to stay on his tail, was infuriated and yelled, "Damn it, how did you catch up? Didn't I tell you to scatter and break through?" The third apostle mocked, "What? Are you anxious now, second brother? I know you are, but try not to be too hasty. To scatter and break through? The first to die one and amp. Oppos, TBU. So of course, you are eager. Damn it. Have you all taken something to enhance your speed?" Lu Li grumbled in the mech's cockpit. "Channel energy to increase speed. Pursue them." As the energy allocation completed, the mech's speed surged. 5, 10, 20, 30. Boom. A series of sonic booms erupted as the mech reached a terrifying velocity, leaving trails of afterimages in the sky. In no time, the figures of the apostles became clear. "Damn it. You think you can run? Fire all missiles." Lu Li bellowed. Boom. The remaining dozen or so surface-to-air, high-explosive missiles shot forth. As they raced towards him, the apostles felt a surge of dread. It wasn't that they couldn't withstand these attacks, but rather they feared that even a moment's delay would allow Lu Li to completely ensnare them. This is too much. Use all our trump cards and run," they cried, employing some unknown means to hasten their escape. Thus, the two parties were engaged in a relentless chase, unknowingly delving deeper into the vast ocean depths. The sky was laden with dark clouds, and the sea roiled with towering waves. This maritime region was cold and desolate. Dark waters surged from the abyss, connecting the ominous clouds with the ocean's surface, where it seemed wailing spirits lamented and lost souls wept. The black waters and thick mists heralded the extraordinary nature of this place. Above this eerie sea, the once fleeing apostles halted abruptly. They turned to face the approaching mech, their lips curling into sinister smiles of triumph. As soon as Lu Li stepped into this maritime domain, he sensed its peculiarity. However, he felt neither fear nor surprise. A group of rats playing their underhanded tricks. If it were an ordinary person, they might indeed fall into your trap. But you have underestimated me, he declared. Come forth and show me what you are truly capable of. With that, he commanded Viper number 1 to charge forward, closing in on the apostles within a kilometer. The mech screeched to a halt. At that moment, alarms blared in the cockpit. Beep, beep. Warning, warning. An unidentified force field detected. The mech's energy transmission efficiency is suppressed. Weapon systems and defensive systems weakened. The radar system was interfered with, unable to lock onto targets. Not far from the mech, the 4 apostles had shed their earlier disarray. The triumphant grins on their faces were unyielding. Hee hee, Lu Li, did you expect this? This is the grand gift we have prepared for you. Your mech is nothing but scrap now. Surrender and accept your fate. They laughed maniacally, as if everything was under their control. This sea region was known as the Death Sea of Blue Star. All technological creations passing through here would face severe disruptions to their electronic components. Coupled with the suppressive force field bestowed by that entity, along with powers granted to them, they were confident that such a setup, with their numerical advantage, would be more than sufficient to deal with Lu Li, now stripped of his allies. As they reveled in their perceived victory, suddenly, Lu Li and Apos' ethereal figure stepped out from the confines of the mech, striding forward, his sword sheath on his back and his robe billowing. The moment he appeared, the apostles instinctively took a step back. Lu Li seized this opportunity to mock. "Look at your cowardly faces. Do you still have the audacity to demand my surrender? I am embarrassed for you. Lu Li, do not be so arrogant." The first apostle's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The apostles exchanged glances, and their figures suddenly dispersed. In a flash, Lu Li found himself encircled tightly. As the four of them established their positions, a dark vortex materialized above Lu Li's head. Thunder roared, and the icy, deathly energy from the sea surged into the vortex. "Unleash everything. Kill," the first apostle commanded, pointing his sword. Within the vortex, a towering, pitch-black structure began to take form. Heaven's Descent. A chilling voice echoed as the massive dark tower, entwined with boundless lightning, descended upon Lu Li. Burial of the earth. Another frigid command rang out, and the tumultuous sea suddenly stilled as a blood-red coffin, several miles wide, violently opened. With a single motion, the apostles unleashed their most formidable attacks. The ominous black aura shrouded the heavens, engulfing the sky. Lu Li's diminutive figure trembled beneath this desolate, obsidian canopy. It seemed that in the next heartbeat, his frail form would be mercilessly crushed by this towering darkness, swallowed whole by the crimson coffin that loomed ominously above. Chapter 97. The Dragon's Lament of Huaxia. Observing Lu Li with his eyes tightly shut and motionless, several apostles wore expressions of heightened amusement, convinced that he had been rendered utterly speechless by fear. United in resolve, they accelerated the convergence of the blood-red coffin and the obsidian tower. In the blink of an eye, the gap between the two had diminished to a mere 10 meters. Within the crimson coffin, a cavernous maw, glistening with drool, began to open ominously. At this critical juncture, Lu Li finally stirred. His eyes burst open, two blazing beams of combative spirit piercing through the darkness. With a resonant clang of metal, the blade of the Huaxia dragon sparrow erupted from its sheath, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of slaughter. As it emerged, the blade expanded in the wind, an endless brilliance exploding forth, its radiance stretching for dozens of miles. At the center of this luminescence, two immense golden eyes materialized slowly. The apostles gazed in horror at this spectacle, their jaws dropping in disbelief. "What in the world is that? Cursed be it. I can feel a primal fear emanating from those eyes. We must fight with all our might, or we shall perish here." Recognizing the dire situation, the apostles unhesitatingly sliced their fingers, their blood merging into the grand formation. Empowered by the surging blood energy, the once overwhelmed obsidian tower and blood-red coffin began to close in again. Under the relentless pressure of the encroaching darkness, the resplendent light of the blade of the Huaxia dragon's sparrow rapidly shrank. Just as it appeared that the oppressive darkness would engulf Lu Li, a thunderous voice commanded, "Open." The blade, now colossal, saw its intricate runes disintegrate, streams of golden light flowing forth. The formidable will of the blade surged, its dazzling brilliance transforming into a deep gold. In this moment, the enormous eyes within the glow finally opened. With a blinding flash, two beams of golden light shot forth, piercing the obsidian sky. An ancient dragon's lament resonated through the heavens, a wave of sound carrying boundless power, sweeping across the surroundings. Under the force of this overwhelming sound wave, the apostles arrayed around were reduced to mere ashes before they could even react. The dark clouds wailed and retreated, the blood mist dissipating in horror. A charred odor filled the air as the maw of the crimson coffin, seemingly terrified by some dreadful entity, let out a wretched scream and attempted to close and escape. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the mighty dragon's lament and the golden radiance had already evaporated the coffin that sustained it, consuming it whole. Its dark, formless body lay exposed before Lu Li's gaze. This accursed thing again. Such a massive lump, Lu Li exclaimed, his figure flashing before the formless mass. With arms as steadfast as stone, he seized the top of the mass, a torrent of system data poised to surge in. No, please don't. The formless mass shrieked in terror. Luli hesitated momentarily. Oh, you can speak? Please, I beg you, do not do this. I will perish. The mass pleaded in fear. Your fate is of no concern to me. I merely wish to obtain what I desire. Luli retorted mockingly, preparing to act once more. Wait. The formless mass shrank back in fright. I can offer you all the information you seek in exchange for my life. Please, spare me. Oh, Luli replied indifferently. Even if I consume you, I will still acquire everything I need. Why would I require your assistance? Do you take me for a fool? The formless mass fell silent. Seemingly deep in thought, caught in a dilemma, Luli remained patient, confident that with the blade of the Huaxia dragon sparrow at hand, this entity could not escape. I can exchange all my information, as well as a crucial piece of intelligence, the mass finally blurted out after a lengthy pause. Luli shook his head, unimpressed. Your response fails to satisfy me. You have become utterly devoid of value. Thus, you must meet your end. Upon hearing this, the formless mass shed its previous timidity. A cold voice emerged. Luli, do you truly wish to create another formidable enemy for Blue Star and Huaxia? I know you are fully engaged in combating the aberrant species. However, I can reveal that the aberrants are but a trivial faction in the vast cosmos. The forces behind them are far beyond your imagination. Luli replied with a chilling smile. I need not your words to comprehend this. The formless mass was momentarily dumbfounded. How do you know all this? Why should I not know? I am also aware that the force you serve is as powerful as the puppeteers of the aberrants. At the very least, it cannot be far behind. The formless mass recoiled in terror. What? You know this too? It is impossible. You cannot possess this information. As it faltered, Luli recognized the truth. This wretched being was attempting to deceive him. Seeing its reaction, Luli mused, the depths of the cosmos are indeed unfathomable. He murmured to himself, his gaze returning to the formless mass. Suddenly, he resolved not to kill it just yet. He had realized that this creature, emerging from such a formidable force, must have some hidden means of escape. Its desperate pleas for mercy were not solely motivated by a wish to survive the immediate peril, but also a profound fear of inevitable death. Taking a deep breath, Luli withdrew the blade of the Huaxia dragon sparrow. He then produced a vial of vividly colored potion. After uncorking it, he plunged the now shrunken blade into the mixture. As he stirred, golden light mingled and dissolved. Once satisfied, he grinned maliciously, seizing the formless mass and prying its tiny mouth open. Drink this. Upon seeing the red and green potion, the formless mass was overwhelmed with dread. It could tell at a glance that this concoction was anything but benign. It struggled, but Luli's grip was unexpectedly strong. It could not move. What a delightful broth. Drink up, he exclaimed. Why are you hesitating? Chapter 98. The return of millions of artifacts to Huaxia. The news of the Huaxia Mecha core-decisive annihilation of hundreds of thousands of troops from the Sakura Nation sent shockwaves throughout the Blue Star. At the Malignant Command Center, Temup overturned the table in a fit of rage, exclaiming, Damn it! A bunch of foolish pigs. They couldn't even touch a single hair of the enemy with their hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Useless, utterly useless. His fury was justified. The Sakura Nation was Malignant's frontline force against Huaxia. Such a loss was intolerable for anyone. As Temup fumed, Huaxia's stern denunciation arrived. They first condemned the Western Alliance for their duplicity, then recounted the tragic fate of the Sakura Nation, implying that failure to uphold promises would lead to dire consequences. The fate of the Sakura Nation foreshadowed their own downfall. Upon receiving the report, Temup erupted with fury. Damn it! Huaxia is being excessively arrogant. Do they think the Western Alliance is a soft target? Nearby, his advisors scrutinized the report, and one remarked, Mr. Temup, perhaps we should consider acquiescing to Huaxia. What are you saying? Temup retorted. The advisor continued, Sir, the report indicates that the black-robed figures who threatened the Western Alliance were also annihilated. What? Temup snatched the report and, after a brief glance, burst into laughter. Serves them right. They dared to intimidate the Western Alliance. He then turned to his men, declaring, Gentlemen, we shall proceed with the original delivery plan. The Western Alliance must fully invest in awakening our combat techniques and preparations for war. When millions of awakened beings emerge, no alien force will stand against us. The humiliation suffered by the Western Alliance will be repaid to Huaxia 100-fold. 2 days later, at major airports in Yunjing, Huaxia, Heavy troops surrounded and secured the area. Armored tanks and assault vehicles patrolled the perimeter, while special forces occupied key points, setting up large-caliber sniper rifles. Drones filled the skies, continuously scanning the airspace. For added security, Lily even mobilized parts of the Awakening Corps and Mecha Corps to participate in the airport protection operation. As noon approached, a thunderous rumble echoed across the horizon, where hundreds of small black dots appeared. They were large transport aircraft from the Western Alliance. The fleet landed slowly, and the doors opened to reveal neatly stacked technological materials. Lily nodded in satisfaction and commanded, "Begin immediate transfer according to the scheduled plan, with heavy escort to our secret bases." "Yes, Deputy Commander." A special operations team leader saluted. Soon, piles of blueprints, production line data, and various hard drive information were swiftly transported away. After the transport fleet returned to the skies, a second wave of transport aircraft arrived punctually over the airport. As the new fleet of transport aircraft appeared, Luli felt a myriad of whispers fill the air. "Heaven bless Huaxia. We have finally returned." This was the lament of a sheep-headed artifact, recalling the time when it was mercilessly plundered by Western robbers over a century ago. After years of wandering, it was finally back in the embrace of its motherland. Another beast-headed artifact silently wept. "Look, today's Huaxia is no longer what it once was." I knew the Western Alliance would never allow us to return. Now I understand." A bronze vessel inscribed with golden characters marveled at the transformation of Huaxia. "Let me see." Another voice chimed in. Soon, exclamations of astonishment erupted. "My goodness, in just over a century, Huaxia's national strength has reached such formidable heights. No one will dare to bully us anymore. A century of humiliation is now a thing of the past." Amidst the astonishment of the artifacts, the sheep-headed one suddenly remarked, "Wait, it feels like something is calling us." "I feel it too." Another beast-headed artifact murmured in agreement. After a moment of reflection, its voice rose in fervor. "It is the heroic spirits of Huaxia, the ancestors calling us. They have said that Huaxia is in peril and requires our strength." "What? Huaxia is in danger? Damn it. Who dares to plot against Huaxia?" The artifacts, previously astonished by the strength of Huaxia, were now filled with fury. As they perceived the message carried by the call, fervent voices rose in unison. "Join the great formation, protect our mountains and rivers. Let us go, let us go." As the gentle whispers began to fade, a magnificent, ancient bronze cauldron appeared in the skies above the airport, casting its imposing shadow across the land. Its presence emanated a profound and ancient aura. In an instant, the skies over Yunjing darkened, thunder rumbled, and winds surged. Amidst the tumultuous clouds, the Western Alliance transport aircraft trembled in fear. Pilots gazed in terror at their malfunctioning instruments. Confusion reigning supreme. God, what is happening? How could this be? Why did the instruments fail so suddenly? Damn it, just a moment ago, the skies were clear. Why is there a storm now? Nothing is visible on radar. It's over. Huaxia must be planning to take us out entirely. The pilots of the Western Alliance were at a loss. They failed to notice the spectral figures of artifacts rising around their aircraft. Ancient bronzes, rusted swords, weathered scriptures, and cracked bamboo slips, all glaring with fury at the pilots inside. Damn it, a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed thieves. They are the ones who plundered our physical forms and condemned us to wander overseas for centuries. Kill them, eliminate them all. Calm down, old bell. Let our Huaxia people handle these fools. Huaxia has its plans. We must not disrupt their strategy. Let them consider themselves fortunate." As the spectral figures exchanged words, the resonant sound of an ancient bell echoed. An invisible force enveloped the artifacts, and they all lifted their gazes toward the ancient bronze cauldron. The time has come. The ancestral spirits of Huaxia are officially returning. Chapter 99, State of Readiness. Those who disobey orders shall be executed. Gazing at the ethereal representations of the cultural relics, merging into the ancient bronze cauldron, Luli was deeply moved as he bent respectfully, offering a formal salute. After a considerable pause, he straightened up, inhaling deeply as the tension that had gripped him over the past few days gradually began to ease. The countless cultural relics of Huaxia had returned to their rightful places. If all went according to plan, the only crisis remaining for Huaxia would be the 600-kilometer-wide wormhole. After emphasizing the importance of protecting the relics, he hastily departed from the bustling airport. The time until the wormhole's activation was drawing near. Huaxia's preparations for war needed to be accelerated. At the United Command Center for Disaster Defense, Lu Li and the elders sat at the head of the table, listening attentively to the various departments reporting on their military readiness. The military representative announced in a booming voice, "Report to the national leader and deputy commander. Huaxia has successfully amassed a military reserve of 50 million personnel, comprising 30 million regular troops and 20 million awakened individuals above the extraordinary realm. All newly recruited personnel have completed initial training. As per the deputy commander's requirements, the awakened legions have executed their elite training plans. Aside from 10 million awakened at the peak of the extraordinary realm who have been organized into the awakened legions, the remaining awakened individuals will temporarily serve in the garrison until they achieve breakthroughs for further adjustments. Additionally, 200 large enterprises in Huaxia have completed military-industrial transformations, with production capacities for heavy artillery, long-range rocket launchers, and other military equipment expanded by a factor of 100. Aside from the mecha production lines, the production lines for standard equipment of the awakened legions have been expanded by 100, meeting 35 of the legion's needs. Currently, Huaxia possesses 832 heavy ballistic missiles, 270 long-range artillery pieces, 135 long-range rocket launchers, 12 various aircraft, 30 anti-tank weapons, 90 assorted light missiles, 570 million shells, and countless bullets. Upon hearing this, Lu Li nodded and proclaimed, "The pace is still insufficient. All resources must be directed as much as possible toward military production. The number of alien entities is limitless, and once the circular fortress is breached, everything we possess will be lost. I trust our people will comprehend this. You may proceed without hesitation." "Yes," the military representative affirmed. After concluding the military segment, Lu Li turned his attention to the Ministry of Construction. The chief of the ministry, Hong Xiangming, rose energetically and announced, "Report to the national leader and deputy commander. The main construction of the steel circular fortress is 60 complete, and the firepower zones have reached 50 completion. Some firepower installations will need to wait for the majority of the fortress to be finished before deployment." The elder at the forefront nodded slowly, stating solemnly, "The construction of the fortress is our top priority and must be expedited. If there are any difficulties, do not hesitate to voice them." "Yes, national leader," Hong Xiangming replied loudly, then continued, "While we have no shortage of materials for the fortress, the increasing height of the construction has led to greater challenges. Our large equipment is suffering significant wear and tear, and some areas are temporarily unable to meet supply needs, affecting our progress." Lu Li interjected with a decisive wave of his hand, "If equipment is insufficient, we shall make up for it with manpower. Even if it requires sheer numbers, we must complete this construction. Mobilize the awakened legions. Aside from essential positions, all awakened individuals above the extraordinary realm shall be dispatched. Do not fear their exhaustion. Their physical endurance is far beyond that of ordinary individuals, and in the absence of warfare, the construction of the fortress is their battlefield." "Yes," Hong Xiaoming responded emphatically, then hesitated. "Everyone?" "Indeed, everyone," Lu Li affirmed. "But, Deputy Commander, some of the awakened individuals at the martial sovereign level." Lu Li's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. "Humanity, oh humanity! Once one's level ascends, some individuals begin to act with arrogance. This cannot be tolerated." Lu Li slammed the table with a chilling declaration. "Who dares to dissent? Who dares to defy orders? Anyone who shows insubordination, regardless of their background, shall be executed on the spot, without exception." "Yes," Hong Xiaoming exclaimed excitedly. With Lu Li's backing, he could now act without any reservations. After Hong Xiaoming finished speaking, Lu Li cast a cold glance around the assembly hall, addressing the gathered elite of Huaxia with a frosty tone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have made my position abundantly clear. I trust you all understand what is expected moving forward. Rest assured, Deputy Commander, such incidents will not occur again." The crowd responded in unison. Among them, a few individuals clenched their fists in silent determination, resolved to return home and discipline their unfilial descendants with a thorough thrashing. Observing the audience's response, Lu Li let out a cold snort before shifting his gaze toward the Ministry of Civil Affairs. The chief of the ministry, Wang Tianju, reported loudly, "Report to the national leader and deputy commander. Huaxia's commercially viable controllable nuclear fusion technology has now been applied in agricultural production, with several fusion agricultural complexes already renovated, including prior reserves and grain purchased from the Western Alliance. Huaxia's granaries currently hold enough food to sustain the entire nation for 8 years. Lu Li nodded in satisfaction, replying, "Very well." Although the overall demand for food is gradually decreasing as the strength of the awakened individuals increases in the event of war, we do not know how long it will last. Thus, the larger our food reserves, the better. Yes, Lu Li nodded slightly before calling out, "Logistics Department." The logistics chief, Luan Anping, stood and reported, "Report to the national leader and deputy commander. The materials for the fortress's main construction and those required by various production lines are fully supplied without issue. 30 large logistics bases have been completed for the fortress, and the military roads have been widened. All types of repair facilities and supply depots are in place, and equipment and components are being transported and stored with utmost urgency. Additionally, blood banks, medical supplies, and other necessities for both military and civilian use have met initial requirements and are currently being expanded to meet further demands." Upon hearing the reports from each department, Lu Li felt a sense of overall satisfaction. Military readiness must be prioritized with urgency. The resources required for war should be abundant, not scarce. If we do not seize this window of opportunity to complete as many preparations as possible, when the endless hordes of alien entities surge forth from the wormhole, especially those world-ending entities towering over 1,000 meters and weighing millions of tons, it would be too late. After understanding the progress of military preparations, he returned to Tianji Peak, observing the dark, viscous mass confined within a specially designed cage. Lu Li's eyes gleamed with determination as he extracted a large syringe from the system space. With a sinister smile, he inquired, "So, can we commence the discussion?"